Chapter 1. The exhaustion of spiritual energy. The path is dead. The spiritual energy has utterly vanished. Verdant mountains rise, and the azure waters ripple, while a solitary boat drifts. In the boat, two figures are present, a gentleman clad in white and an old man who rows. The gentleman reclines at the stern, stretching languidly as he awakens. He uncorks a gourd at his waist and takes a swig of aged wine, its bittersweet aroma lingering delightfully. What a carefree existence. Pray tell, what is this spiritual energy you speak of? The old man inquires with curiosity. Spiritual energy. Upon hearing the question, the gentleman, with hands behind his head, gazes through the clouds. His demeanor appears tranquil, yet his heart is heavy with nostalgia. Indeed, it has been 3 centuries since the spiritual energy began to wane. The people of the world have forgotten even what spiritual energy is. Memories flood his mind, prompting him to take another sip of the rich wine, its fragrance attracting fish from the depths of the lake. The gentleman, known as Li Changxiao, is a seeker of immortality and a traveler from another realm. In his infancy, awakened by the transcendence of his consciousness, he found himself in a modest palace. He realized he had been fortunate in his rebirth. Born into a royal family, he was a prince. As he daydreamed of a life of leisure and merriment, the whispers of the palace maids plunged him into despair, causing his tender heart to shatter, and he wept uncontrollably. He was a bastard. His mother, once a maid in the palace, held no standing, and during childbirth, only 2 maids and a midwife were dispatched to assist her. The Ling Tian dynasty boasted 437 princes. Changxiao's arrival stirred no ripples. Not even his name was inscribed in the lineage. Thus, his mother named him Li Changxiao, hoping he would always find joy. Oh, dear mother, did you never consider that I carry the Li surname? He mused, taking another hearty drink. Her hopes, alas, were in vain. His life was far from joyful in the depths of the palace. Mother and son relied solely on each other. Changxiao aspired to catch his father's attention through his precocious intellect, to alter their fates. Yet, this is a world of cultivation. What significance does mere precocity hold? The vast realm of the Ling Tian dynasty is rife with prodigies. The ruler's affections are not swayed by talent, but by birthright. Thus, when his mother drew her final breath, she never beheld his father. Afterward, Li Changxiao, wrongfully accused, found himself imprisoned. Believing he would languish there for life, at the age of 17, the reigning emperor's father traversed the mountains and achieved unparalleled feats, performing the grand ceremony of sacrifice at Tianquan Mountain, granting a general amnesty. Li Changxiao was swept along in this tide, yet was thwarted, exiled to a remote and desolate land. By a twist of fate, he encountered the path of cultivation. Though nearly a millennium has passed, those events remain vividly etched in his memory. Even after embarking on the journey of cultivation, Li Changxiao did not find an easy path to success. His talents were mediocre, and his spiritual roots were a hodgepodge. The sect leader asserted at that time that this child would find it exceedingly difficult to establish a foundation in his lifetime. In an era where prodigies emerged like stars and spiritual energy flourished, even a mere chicken or duck could reach the 5th or 6th level of qi training. The leader's words were tantamount to saying Li Changxiao was but slightly superior to poultry. In retrospect, the leader was not mistaken. Li Changxiao's cultivation progressed at a glacial pace. His peers, who had entered the sect alongside him, had long since perfected their foundations, attaining the ethereal purple aura, while he remained stagnant at the 3rd level of qi training. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. As a transmigrator, he possessed a modicum of uniqueness that he bore a special physique. The great dream of longevity. The great dream of longevity was not documented in ancient texts, nor could any artifact detect it. Yet he instinctively understood it, as if it were inscribed upon his very soul. It endowed him with 3 primary abilities. First, upon entering slumber, it would continuously mend all within him. Even if his heart were shattered, his foundation broken, or his spiritual energy dissipated, all could be restored. In simpler terms, awakening from a deep sleep would allow him to return to peak condition. Second, the duration of sleep would augment his lifespan tenfold. Third, he possessed a dream realm. In addition to these primary abilities, he could also plant dreams, manipulate them, weave them, and harvest them. However, this rare longevity physique seemed like a mere trifle in an age of abundant spiritual energy. Prodigious cultivators, riding the wave of opportunity, broke through their realms. Their lifespans inexhaustible, why would they need to rely on sleep to replenish their years? Moreover, with the richness of spiritual energy and the plethora of celestial treasures, how easy it was for a single spiritual herb to extend one's life by 3,000 years. Thus, Li Changxiao's journey in cultivation was fraught with hardship. His struggles were not for the ears of outsiders. He had entered the sect, mined for resources, and served as a death warrior. He had been used as a stepping stone by prodigies, visited sacred lands, serving as a servant to a female saint, treated as a pawn, and subsequently abandoned, betrayed. The brilliance of the cultivation world had no bearing on him. Haha, among the 3 million stars in the sky, there is none like Li Changxiao. He mused, raising his wine gourd high, laughing aloud, only to drink. What a peculiar fellow, murmured the old boatman. The solitary boat glided over the emerald waters. The light rain began to fall from the horizon, adding a touch of coolness to the mountain stream. Li Changxiao naturally heard it. He merely smiled freely, not taking offense. In the zenith of the cultivation world, prodigies were as numerous as the stars, surely exceeding 3 million. Yet Li Changxiao was but a spectator with his talents. He could never enter the fray of prodigious competition. What he could do was to continuously hone himself, endure the bullying he faced, and cultivate. After 3 long centuries of perseverance, he finally succeeded in forming his infant soul, becoming a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. In that era, the nascent soul stage was not uncommon indeed. It was as prevalent as dust, yet Li Changxiao felt immense satisfaction. He laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face, as he sat alone atop the mountain, indulging in 3 days of strong liquor, eventually succumbing to a drowsy slumber. The following day, he awoke. Heaven and earth, along with the entire world, played a grand jest upon us. In the blink of an eye, the essence of spirit diminished by more than half. In that moment, across the 6 realms, countless sovereigns and rulers were thrown into disarray, scurrying about in search of the cause behind this spiritual decline. Moreover, the leader of the Tao sect prophesied that this depletion of spiritual energy would endure for a century. Every faction, large and small, found themselves engulfed in trepidation, retreating behind closed doors, sealing their sect's spiritual sources. The once abundant veins of spiritual energy rapidly withered away, but a century later, the depletion showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, the essence of spirit had dwindled to such an extent that it could no longer sustain the protective formations of the sects. Countless powers succumbed to this blow, disbanding in the aftermath. In the following 2 centuries, the essence of spirit was utterly exhausted, with whispers circulating that the great Tao had perished. The heavens, now shrouded in dense clouds, concealed the 3 million twinkling stars, while countless individuals witnessed their cultivation regress, gradually descending into the realm of mortals. Lifespans also plummeted dramatically once. A single spirit herb could extend life by 3,000 years, yet now, a mere 3 years of extension was greeted with joy. On the ground, the withered bones surpass 3 million, yet none remain of Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao, draped in white, floated like a specter, his eyes veiled in a dreamlike haze. The great dream longevity physique did not, like other constitutions, lose its potency in tandem with the depletion of spiritual energy. His lifespan continued to extend as it should with the essence exhausted. A single slumber would restore him without the need for conservation. Furthermore, within his dream realm, he could even cultivate a modicum of spiritual energy in essence. The exhaustion of heaven and earth's spiritual energy merely affected his cultivation speed, slowing it down slightly. Dear traveler, where are you off to? Surely not to the capital for the imperial examination? The old boatman inquired, bemused by the man's peculiar musings. Swinging between celestial stars and decaying bones, his speech adorned with an air of sophistication. I am bound for the Ling Tian dynasty, Li Changxiao replied with a smile. Chapter 2. The dream of slaying the serpent. The aged ferryman had navigated the winding river for over 30 years, amassing a wealth of experience. As they journeyed halfway, a thick fog began to descend, and the verdant mountains on either side loomed like deities. The ferryman pondered that it was time to collect his fare. In these harsh times, a passenger could simply disembark and leave him with a day's toil wasted. The gentleman in white, generous in spirit, produced a few copper coins from his pocket and remarked with a smile, "Old man, your boat is remarkably steady." The ferryman grinned widely, proud of his craft, and replied, "Indeed, kind sir, you speak true. My family has been ferrying for generations. To be honest, my ancestors even transported immortals." Li Chang smiled silently. This river had once been extraordinary, leading to the esteemed Panlong sect. He turned his gaze towards the towering mountains. 3 centuries ago, many immortals resided in these lofty heights. The tallest among them was revered as the Immortal Mountain, where true spirits manifested, establishing temples to receive offerings. Countless disciples from the Panlong sect had visited to pay their respects. Even after 300 years of dwindling spiritual essence, the heritage of this place likely still harbored numerous immortals, albeit they remained reclusive, nurturing their bodies with the scant remaining energy to prolong their lives. As the two conversed, the bamboo raft suddenly trembled, and the river surged violently without warning. "What?" the ferryman exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Sir, hold on tight." Relying on his experience, he adjusted the boat with his bamboo pole. Yet, this crisis could not be averted by mere experience. A massive serpent's head emerged from the depths, its emerald, deep-set eyes fixating intently on Li Chang, or rather, on the wine gourd at his side. It sensed the aura of spiritual essence. The serpent's greedy gaze was unmistakable. This was the end. Rumors of a great serpent in the river were indeed true. "My life is forfeit." The ferryman trembled, his legs quaking, as his bamboo pole slipped from his grasp, sinking into the depths along with his spirits. "Fear not. It is but a small demon," Li Chang chuckled, patting the sword at his waist. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he regarded the serpent. Then, in a flash, the sword glimmered, and the river ran dry. In that fleeting moment, the serpent met its demise. Li Chang lifted the wine gourd, eager for a hearty drink, only to find it empty. He offered an awkward smile and sheathed his sword. Turning to the astonished ferryman, he said, "Old man, there are indeed immortals in this world, and many of them. You are no less than your ancestors. Well, our journey concludes here." With that, he soared into the sky on his sword, vanishing from the ferryman's view. Just moments ago, Li Chang had fulfilled a dream. Once a prince, he had been wronged and exiled 3,000 miles. The journey had been fraught with peril, yet upon reaching his destination, he had the good fortune to encounter several friends. A despondent poet, a loyal minister from humble beginnings who was sidelined before his aspirations could flourish. The 3 companions, upon hearing whispers of a mystical realm known as the Panlong sect nestled amid the mountains and waters, devised a plan. They procured a bamboo raft to traverse the meandering Longjiang River in pursuit of immortality. However, lurking within the waters was a great serpent. Of the trio, 2 met their demise within the serpent's belly, leaving only Li Changshao to successfully reach the Panlong sect. Legend has it that this enormous python was nurtured by a disciple of the sect, deliberately released into the river to hinder countless wayfarers, thereby ensuring that aimless mortals would not seek the path to immortality. At that moment, Li Changshao planted a dream upon the waters, a dream of slaying the serpent. He vowed that one day, upon mastering his cultivation, he would return to vanquish the beast, allowing more souls to seek enlightenment and granting peace to his fallen friends. Yet, fate is capricious. Li Changshao remained at the foot of the Panlong sect for 9 long years, engaged in menial tasks, cleaning, tending to the fields, and laboring tirelessly to earn his place, ultimately becoming an outer disciple and embarking on his path of cultivation. He soon realized his innate talents were only marginally better than those of poultry, and it was uncertain when he would achieve the strength to confront the serpent. Furthermore, the python was also capable of cultivation. The dream of slaying the serpent seemed to recede into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, the wheels of karma were turning. The python, during its nascent stage of yuanying, had grown increasingly powerful until it inadvertently crossed paths with a formidable entity, resulting in severe injuries that left it incapacitated for a century. Its cultivation deteriorating to the level of Jindan. As time passed, the vitality of the spirit energy waned, and its strength continued to decline, now barely maintaining its existence at the Jindan realm. In truth, Li Changxiao had not significantly increased in strength. Rather, his adversary had weakened over time, and would continue to do so. Thus emboldened, he dared to seek vengeance. He set out in a solitary boat, relishing the scenery, purposefully spilling spirit wine to lure the serpent forth. The dream he had once sown was finally reaped today. A subtle smile graced his lips. The gentle drizzle on the celestial streets felt as soft as cream. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the Longjiang River, while the dense mist enveloping the mountain gorge dissipated. Unknown to others, within him, a stream of spirit energy flowed, nurturing his yuanying, gradually enhancing his cultivation. Reaping the fruits of his dreams enriched the realm of his visions. He murmured softly, his consciousness sinking into the domain of dreams. One of the primary abilities of the great dream of longevity. The dream space measured roughly 10 cubic meters, filled with assorted items and several jars of wine tucked into the corners. At the center grew a tree, slowly bearing a singular red fruit. Within this modest expanse lay something that could drive the outside world to frenzy, spirit energy, albeit somewhat diluted. With a mere thought, Li Changxiao plucked the red fruit and savored it, the juices bursting forth. Each time he reclaimed a dream he had once sown, a new fruit would appear upon that tree. During the process of consuming the fruit, the dreamscape expanded and the spiritual energy intensified. The juice transformed into ethereal essence, gradually enhancing his cultivation level, firmly establishing him at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Furthermore, a colossal python manifested around him, coiling majestically. The serpent was vivid and lifelike, yet dreamlike and ethereal. Li Changxiao beheld the python's dream. All living beings in the world possess dreams. As he took the final bite of the dream fruit, Li Changxiao's sword emitted a gentle hum, reminiscent of the roar of a great python traversing the river. This fruit, nurtured over nearly a millennium, bore rich spiritual energy and the essence of the river python's sword. He, unfettered in his youth, saw his endeavors through to the end, resolving the cycle of cause and effect. Consciousness emerged from the space. Li Changxiao gazed upon the majestic azure peaks and the ceaseless river. His heart stirred with a myriad of emotions. The Panlong sect, how nostalgic it is. It was the first sect he had joined. Once glorious, it had been revered by countless common folk, with offerings flowing endlessly. However, as spiritual energy waned, it inevitably faced ruin. In the path of cultivation, spiritual energy is the foundation of all. No matter how grand or deeply rooted a sect may be, it cannot withstand centuries of depletion. It is time to pay homage at that celestial mountain. Li Changxiao, clear in his emotions, understood the significance of his time at the Panlong sect, whether good or bad. This sect had guided him onto the path of cultivation, and he owed it a debt of gratitude. Passing through this place, it was only right to pay his respects. With a gentle leap, he formed a sword gesture, and the sword at his waist soared into the air, carrying him toward the left bank of the winding river, toward the highest green mountain. Along the way, he noticed an elderly man struggling on a bamboo raft, appearing lost and helpless. He smacked his forehead, recalling that the man's bamboo pole had seemingly fallen into the river, swept away by the current. Thus, he waved his hand lightly, summoning a gust of wind that nudged the bamboo raft to the shore. Meanwhile, he reached his destination, the once sacred celestial mountain. Sheathing his sword, he donned a flowing white robe, adorned with a gourd at his waist, and strolled along the stone path of the mountain. As he ascended to the mid-mountain, a dilapidated ancient temple appeared before him, the Panlong Temple. Li Changxiao entered the temple, bowing respectfully before the dust-covered golden statue. He noticed a nearby incense burner, which he lighted before retrieving 3 sticks of incense from the dreamscape and placing them upright in the center of the burner. The Panlong sect was indeed not weak. But in that era of dazzling stars, it was merely an inconspicuous small sect, one of the first to falter when spiritual energy dwindled. At that moment, Li Changxiao's ears perked up. Faint footsteps approached, as if someone were ascending the mountain path he had just traversed. Someone was coming. He turned to look back. A graceful figure came into view. Upon seeing Li Changxiao, she paused for a moment, exclaiming, "It's you?" Her tone was filled with surprise, accompanied by a trace of a more complex, inscrutable emotion. Li Changxiao sighed, reflecting on the serendipity of such encounters in this world. He instinctively yearned for a drink, only to suddenly remember that his wine gourd was already empty. With a sense of resignation, he could only respond with a smile. It's been a long time. Silently, he added in his heart, my former companion on the path. Chapter 3. Manipulating Dreams. As Xin Yin gazed upon the figure of the man in white before her, a torrent of memories surged to the forefront of her mind. Following a brief moment of astonishment, an inescapable sense of awkwardness enveloped her. She had not anticipated encountering Li Changxiao in this place. The Panlong sect, once her own, lay in ruins as she happened upon it, and a myriad of emotions flooded her heart. Coupled with the recent commotion, her curiosity was piqued. In this age, were there still cultivators willing to expend their spiritual energy in battle? Thus, driven by a confluence of factors, she found herself here, face to face with Li Changxiao. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Li Changxiao mused that it would have been delightful to have some wine left. Are you well? Xin Yin inquired softly. As for me, Li Changxiao replied with a carefree smile, I suppose I am well enough. What about you? Once lovers. Their reunion was marked by a disheartening lack of common topics. Li Changxiao regarded Xin Yin's visage. She remained as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, rendering the surrounding scenery pale in comparison. His heart stirred slightly, but that was the extent of it. After all, she had chosen to leave him. Yet, it could not be termed as betrayal. For her, it was merely a choice, one that she deemed to be a better path. Having cultivated for 2 decades, Li Changxiao had only just reached the 7th level of qi refinement when he had encountered a prodigious young woman within the Panlong sect, Xin Yin. Their paths crossed during a mission, leading to frequent correspondence. Captivated by the enigmatic aura surrounding Li Changxiao, it was only natural that they became partners in private, a bond that lasted for 7 years. However, Xin Yin ultimately chose to abandon Li Changxiao in pursuit of her own grand destiny. From that moment on, they had not seen each other until today. An unspoken understanding lingered between them. Xin Yin had abruptly vanished from Li Changxiao's life, and though he had not questioned her departure, a bittersweet ache resided in his heart. Time had wrought changes. The Panlong sect was now no more. Their meeting amidst the verdant mountains could be deemed a twist of fate. I suppose I am well enough, Xin Yin echoed Li Changxiao's tone. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, Were you the one fighting just now? Li Changxiao nodded. I slew that gigantic python. Gigantic python? Xin Yin mused for a moment before remembering that Li Changxiao seemed to have a vendetta against a river python. I advise you to refrain from using spiritual energy too frequently. Now that it is depleted, every bit spent diminishes your lifespan, she cautioned, her words laced with a hint of arrogance despite her good intentions. Thanks, Li Changxiao replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as he prepared to depart. The two brushed past one another. For reasons unknown, an unusual emotion stirred within Xin Yin's heart. Almost instinctively, she called out to Li Changxiao, unable to suppress her curiosity. Are you really just going to leave? Do you have nothing to say to me? Li Changxiao turned back with a smile, waving his hand in a carefree manner. Indeed. I do have something to say. Good luck to you. Farewell. And with that, he departed, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. Once, in pursuit of the Grand Tao, Xin Yin silently forsook Li Changxiao, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. For reasons unknown, the resolute determination she once possessed had faded. Ultimately, she shook her head with a soft sigh, resigning herself to the thought that this might be their final encounter. Gifted with exceptional talent, she had ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation god realm before the depletion of spiritual energy. She could be likened to a resplendent star in the heavens. Now, despite the exhaustion of spiritual energy, her lifespan remained ample, while Li Changxiao, of rather mediocre aptitude, had recently expended a significant amount of spiritual energy. Alas, as he descended the mountain path, Li Changxiao's consciousness sank into the realm of dreams. In a secluded corner, several jars of wine awaited him. He approached one, filled his gourd, and departed from the dreamscape. Throughout the years, only 2 possessions had remained unchanged. The first, a fragrant and exquisite wine known as drunken life, dreaming death, and the second, the long sword hanging at his waist. This sword, named Qingping, was his first and only blade. With the gourd replenished, Li Changxiao showed no restraint as he drank deeply and walked toward the distance. His destination was the Ling Tian Empire, where he had sown numerous dreams. Currently, though spiritual energy had just diminished, he estimated that he might still be able to reclaim 1 or 2. If that proved impossible, it mattered not. He could simply slumber a few more times, waiting several hundred or even thousands of years. In time, it would surely come to pass. Li Changxiao was unhurried, wandering and observing, drinking until he fell asleep. In a daze, months slipped by. Autumn departed, and winter approached. One day, a swordsman clad in white was halted by the city guards. Halt! The centennial celebration of the empire is imminent. Every swordsman entering the city must be meticulously registered. The guard commanded. Li Changxiao remained in a daze, gazing at the crimson city gate. It had been nearly 900 years since his last return. When he was exiled, he was a prince bearing disgrace. Now, he returned as a swordsman in white. Your name? A scribe sat at the city gate, tasked with registering information about the wandering heroes. Li Changxiao yawned and replied, Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao? The scribe was momentarily taken aback. Well-versed in ancient texts, he possessed profound knowledge of the martial world. He had heard of various heroes, both renowned and obscure, yet this Li Changxiao, who was he? Suppressing his curiosity, he continued, What brings you here? To visit an old friend, Li Changxiao replied with a smile. The scribe inquired further about his martial skills and preferred weapons. This interrogation persisted for several minutes. In the end, the scribe's brow furrowed slightly. Based on his years of experience, he sensed something amiss with this individual. Under normal circumstances, he might have let him pass, but given the current sensitive times, he discreetly glanced at the nearby guards, intending to detain this man for further questioning. At that moment, their eyes met. Just for an instant, he was drawn into a dream, oblivious to the fact. The scribe responsible for registration, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness, called out to the city guards, Let him pass. He poses no threat. Indeed, the soldiers parted to allow Li Changxiao to proceed. Once Li Changxiao had moved away, the scribe effortlessly detached himself from the dream, rejoining the realm of reality. His demeanor remained composed as he proceeded to interrogate the next itinerant, entirely unaware that he had just been ensnared in a dream, manipulated by unseen forces. Li Changxiao took a sip of murky wine, the corners of his mouth curving upwards as he murmured softly, May I grant you a pleasant dream tonight. Chapter 4. The melodious waters and orchid pavilion life is fleeting, and humanity is beset by suffering. How delightful it would be to attain a beautiful dream. Li Changxiao possesses the rare ability to weave dreams and plant them in the minds of others. He has always relished the act of leaving individuals with pleasant dreams. Of course, there are distinctions. On occasion, he might also bestow nightmares, even those from which one cannot awaken. If all goes as anticipated, the scribe who has just been tasked with registration will, after bathing and changing for the night, experience what it truly means to be lost in a drunken stupor of dreams. Li Changxiao finds the young man agreeable, not for any particular reason, but simply because he had a friend who met his demise in the belly of a serpent and once served as a scribe at the city gate. As he walks along the cobblestone streets, flanked by bustling shops and towering pavilions, he observes grand rivers in the distance, where vessels larger than the buildings themselves are moored alongside smaller cargo and pleasure boats. This is the imperial city of the Ling Tian dynasty, known as Ling Tian City. The world in which Li Changxiao now resides is vast, far surpassing the former blue star he once knew. The exact magnitude is beyond his comprehension. It is generally divided into 6 realms, each encompassing several domains, and beneath these domains lie numerous continents. This description pertains only to the terrestrial expanse. In an era rich with spiritual energy, countless sects plucked stars from the heavens to establish their domains above. Furthermore, the number of paradisiacal realms and secret locations is innumerable, their collective area immeasurable. Every few steps, one encounters a remarkable individual. Every few paces, one finds a place of spiritual significance, but that was in the past. The realm in which Li Changxiao resides is called Fuyao. In this realm, the continent bears the name Ling Tianzhou. Li Changxiao recalls that it was not always called this. It was renamed after an emperor of the Ling Tian dynasty conquered hundreds of nations, consolidating the continent's fortunes and conducting a grand ritual atop Tianquan Mountain. Thus, it was christened Ling Tianzhou, a testament to the might of the Ling Tian dynasty. As twilight descends, Li Changxiao shakes his wine gourd only to discover it empty. With a resigned smile, he surveys his surroundings and spots a tavern, entering to purchase a modest quantity of wine. The concoction that induces a stupor of dreams is quite simple. It is merely earthly wine, blended with various herbs and spiritual grasses. left to ferment within the dream realm for several months. Having procured his libation, he notices 3 soldiers patrolling the street, their eyes sharp as hawks, scanning the area with particular attention to those wielding swords and daggers. Several pairs of eyes converge upon Li Changxiao. He offers a calm smile, unperturbed by their scrutiny. It is rumored that the Ling Tian dynasty holds a centennial celebration every 100 years, during which the 3,000 concubines and a multitude of court officials make their appearances to partake in the national festivities. Despite the presence of practitioners, the majority of the populace consists of ordinary citizens, ensuring that the dynasty does not swiftly decline due to the depletion of spiritual energy. However, transformation is inevitable. The complexities of governance increase significantly, presenting considerable challenges to the rulers. Having lingered on the street for some time, Li Changxiao contemplates that if he does not find a place to stay soon, he may well be apprehended and interrogated by the patrolling guards. After wandering through several inns, he sadly discovered that they all appeared to be fully booked. At that moment, 2 elegantly dressed men passed by him. Their conversation reached his ears with remarkable clarity. "Brother Wang, if you do not emerge soon, I may have to leave without you. What is the rush? I am merely seeking an excuse to ask my wife for some money for wine. Hurry along. I have heard that the courtesan from Hangzhou Fang will be making an appearance today, and she might select a gentleman to share the flower boat with her. Is that truly the case? Why did you not mention this sooner? Quick, quick, we must not be late." The 2 men hurried away. Li Changxiao's eyes lit up with excitement. Attending a musical performance at the brothel was indeed a splendid idea. Thus, he followed closely behind the 2, making his way toward Hangzhou Fang. As he approached his destination, the crowd grew increasingly dense, filled with affluent young masters, current officials, and wandering heroes. Countless souls had succumbed to the intoxicating allure of the night. "Ah, esteemed guest, come, come. You must be here to enjoy the melodies, yes? Please, ascend to the upper floor." A graceful woman, still possessing her charm, swayed her hips and approached Li Changxiao, a handkerchief in hand. Even before she arrived, the sweet scent of her cosmetics enveloped him. Li Changxiao produced some silver coins and smiled. "Might I inquire, madam, do you still perform songs?" The woman paused, gazing at Li Changxiao's striking visage, her heart racing unexpectedly. Clad in white, with a sword at his side, a wine gourd in hand, he was exceptionally handsome, his eyes seeming to draw one into a dreamlike state. Merely standing there, he evoked the impression of someone who had stepped out of a reverie. Li Changxiao laughed heartily. "I was merely jesting. I have heard that your rendition of Chu Shui Lan Ting is quite renowned, and I have come today specifically to witness it." The woman regained her composure and replied with a smile, "You are quite the tease, sir. You nearly made my heart leap from my chest." With that, she led him up the stairs. Hangzhou Fang was situated by the water's edge, with its lofts constructed along the river, offering picturesque views. Many officials frequented this place to indulge in music and merriment. Chu Shui Lan Ting was the courtesan's signature piece, its serene melody resonating along the river, carrying far and wide. Li Changxiao, with his extraordinary charm, quickly earned the woman's favor, and she guided him to a spacious room with an expansive view. The woman informed Li Changxiao that in half an hour, after the courtesan finished her grooming, she would board a boat and make her entrance, gliding down the river. Throughout the evening, she would perform 3 pieces, with the last being Chu Shui Lan Ting. Should no one manage to captivate her heart, she would retire to rest. However, if someone piqued her curiosity, she would extend an invitation to spend the long night aboard the boat. Seated on the terrace, Li Changxiao sipped his drink and admired the moonlight reflecting on the shimmering lake, contemplating the revelry of the city dwellers. Unlike others, he approached life with a playful spirit. While he did not expect to attract the courtesan's attention, should it occur, he would be intrigued to witness her grace. He was, after all, a transient guest of the mortal realm, unbound by convention. Soon, a melodious tune wafted from upstream. On both banks, numerous men craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Some unfortunate souls were jostled into the water, opting to observe the spectacle from there. However, they were swiftly reprimanded by the soldiers stationed on the bank. In response to the enchanting melody, a crimson little boat glided gracefully along the river. A woman, adorned with a touch of makeup, sat upon it. Her lips pursed gently as she played a verdant bamboo flute. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, her attire strikingly flamboyant, particularly her fair, delicate legs, which were ensconced in silk stockings, enticing countless hearts with their allure. Li Changxiao offered a faint smile, finding the scene imbued with a certain poetic charm, yet lamenting his lack of eloquence to articulate it. Fortunately, someone else took up the task. A scholarly youth with a fair complexion spontaneously composed a poem in honor of the captivating courtesan, eliciting rounds of applause. A wealthy merchant, throwing caution to the wind, spent lavishly in hopes of capturing the courtesan's attention. The little boat drifted gently, while the woman at the bow continued to play her flute, creating a stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere surrounding her. As the boat reached its conclusion and she finished her performance of the water pavilion, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, causing her to pause momentarily. She extended an invitation. "Young master of the earthly room, would you care to join me on the boat for a conversation?" Li Changxiao glanced at the room card, realizing it bore the inscription of the earthly room, and his gaze deepened with significance. Chapter 5. Centennial Celebration. Amidst a multitude of envious gazes, Li Changxiao descended the stairs and approached the red skiff moored by the riverside. Who might this individual be? Observing his sword and wine, I surmise he is a wanderer of the rivers and lakes. Yet who among us knows his name? Humph. I am the illustrious Lu Wei of the Seven Winds. How could I be outdone by this obscure figure? I refuse to accept it. Why did Miss Longwen not choose me? Various voices of complaint arose. Some called out to Li Changxiao, "Esteemed sir, I am willing to offer a fortune for your spot. Would you trade it for a chance to board and converse with Miss Longwen?" Li Changxiao merely smiled and shook his head, stepping directly onto the small vessel. The renowned courtesan of Lingtian City gently closed the boat curtain, obscuring the view, and the skiff continued its journey, gradually distancing itself from the crowd. The clamor faded into the distance. Inside the small boat, the decor exuded an ancient charm. The meticulously adorned courtesan smiled softly at Li Changxiao, gesturing for him to take a seat while preparing tea. Upon closer observation, Li Changxiao comprehended why this woman had gained such renown in Lingtian City. Her unparalleled artistry, coupled with her exquisite beauty and enchanting legs, was truly captivating. "Are you a practitioner?" Miss Longyue inquired with a smile after he was seated. Li Changxiao nodded. It was not uncommon for many practitioners to recognize each other, even after a depletion of spiritual energy lasting no more than 3 centuries. "Speaking of which, we could be considered half acquaintances," Longyue remarked, skillfully pouring tea, her movements as fluid as water, a sight to behold. "Oh, pray tell, how do you know me?" Li Changxiao's curiosity was piqued. She produced a fragrant sachet, placing it on the table. Upon seeing it, Li Changxiao chuckled. Of course he remembered. In the depths of the palace, he had sought to showcase his talents to attract his father's attention, thus inventing numerous items: bows, sachets, soap. This sachet, infused with the essence of 100 flowers, was indeed among his creations. It appeared this woman had recognized his identity. A tinge of melancholy washed over Li Changxiao. He never imagined that nearly a millennium later, someone in Lingtian City would still remember him. When this item was released, it was fervently sought after by many of the ladies, Miss Longyue remarked with a gentle laugh. Li Changxiao replied with a nonchalant smile, "Merely trifles. There are countless superior sachets available on the market today. Yet," he continued, "I have always used this particular design." Longyue smiled. "Nonetheless, I have always favored this one." Li Changxiao, intrigued, inquired, "It seems you are also a practitioner, but I am curious. How did you recognize me?" "During my time in Lingtian City, I never ventured out of the palace, and my reputation was hardly notable. Even among the servants within the palace, few knew my name." A glimmer of nostalgia appeared in Longyue's eyes as she gazed at the river, softly saying, "Winter is approaching. You left during the winter, did you not?" Her words drew Li Changxiao's thoughts back, reminding him of that year of amnesty. Li Changxiao was destined to reclaim his title as prince, yet he was thwarted by unseen forces and, for reasons unknown, was demoted to a commoner and exiled for 30,000 miles. The timing was particularly harsh, as it occurred in the depths of winter. The streets were desolate, blanketed in white snow, and Li Changxiao endured the biting cold and hunger, lacking even a decent pair of shoes. Had it not been for the dream of eternal life, he would not have survived that frigid winter. As he walked on foot from prison, he beheld for the first time the grandeur of Lingtian City. Just as he was about to leave the city, he encountered a woman wrapped in a fox fur coat. It was merely a fleeting glance, and Li Changxiao hurriedly lowered his head and continued on his way. In retrospect, The resemblance between that woman and the current Miss Longyue was striking. Unbeknownst to him, that brief encounter had sown the seeds for their meeting today. Li Changxiao inquired, "Are you the one from that day?" Longyue gently pushed a cup of brewed tea toward him and nodded in affirmation. "Why?" he asked. "Has it been nearly a millennium? Why do you still remember a nameless person like me?" "Because I used your sachet," Longyue replied candidly. "My curiosity led me to seek you out." Suddenly, she smiled charmingly and asked, "Might you share your experiences from these years, sir? Since my arrival in Lingtian City, I have never ventured beyond it. What worth is there in recounting trivial matters?" Li Changxiao shook his head and looked at Longyue, suggesting, "I am but a guest. Should it not be you who shares?" Longyue, with a hint of resignation, replied, "In that case, what would you like to hear?" Li Changxiao, his gaze profound, suggested, "Let us discuss the affairs of Lingtian City, both great and small." The following day, a small red boat docked. Li Changxiao scoured Lingtian City and finally found an inn with 2 vacant rooms. However, the price was somewhat steep. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed to the innkeeper whether he could barter with a beautiful dream as payment. The innkeeper scoffed and was on the verge of anger when Li Changxiao quickly produced silver coins, prompting the innkeeper to instantly switch to a jovial demeanor. Finally settled, Li Changxiao entered his room and fell into a deep slumber, waking only by midday the next day, spending his time drinking and wandering leisurely. Half a month passed, and as the centennial celebration drew nearer, more and more people flocked to Lingtian City. Wanderers, merchants, farmers, and even cultivators arrived in numbers. There was a palpable sense of gathering storm clouds. Longyue, as the celebrated courtesan, graced the red boat pavilion every few days to perform enchanting melodies. However, in subsequent visits, none were permitted to board that red boat, which made sense, for she was a practitioner of the arts. How could she deign to associate with mere mortals? The chasm of lifespan alone served as an insurmountable divide. The fleeting joys of day and night were already a pinnacle of experience. On the eve of the centennial celebration, a mystical bird flew into Li Changxiao's room, clutching a letter in its claws. It was pinned by Longyue, expressing her desire to meet him that evening. True to her word, Li Changxiao arrived, and this time, the two boarded an inconspicuous gray boat, drifting along the Lingtian River. A gentle breeze, a bright moon, a solitary boat, and 2 individuals. The hazy moon seemed to have loosened its grip, revealing to Li Changxiao that her true name was not actually Hazy Moon, but rather Fu Tao, a name she adopted only upon arriving in Lingtian City. She further confided in Li Changxiao that her fondness for the sachets he crafted stemmed from their resemblance to the fragrance of the Bayou flower. Amidst their conversation, a cannon fired into the sky, erupting into a shower of brilliant sparks. Li Changxiao, seated at the bow of the boat, cradling his Qingping sword and sipping wine, gazed vacantly at the fireworks, saying nothing. The surface of the Lingtian River mirrored the lights of countless households, yet beneath it, turbulent currents flowed unseen. Fu Tao appeared lost in thought, her mind adrift, as she requested a cup of wine from Li Changxiao, which she downed in one gulp, her eyes widening in surprise. "This is dreadful," she remarked. "I have never tasted such bitter wine before." The following day, the centennial celebration commenced. The entire nation rejoiced, as the populace was granted a rare 3-day respite to slaughter chickens and sheep. Moreover, taverns offered promotions, where those with the greatest capacity for drink would enjoy their libations free of charge. Li Changxiao had long awaited this event, eagerly stationed at the tavern's entrance. And upon its opening, he dashed inside, meticulously selecting the most exquisite wines. The proprietor, bewildered, thought he was a competitor from a neighboring winery attempting to sabotage their event. The civil and military officials, along with the 3,000 women of the imperial harem, shared a royal vessel with the reigning emperor, all partaking in the splendor of the Lingtian River. It was rumored that this royal ship had once been a formidable artifact, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, even capable of vanquishing cultivators at the void refinement stage. Alas, as spiritual energy waned and the formation faltered, it had been reduced to an ordinary vessel. Nevertheless, as it navigated the Lingtian River, it still evoked an unparalleled sense of awe. Spanning 700 meters in width, the Lingtian River bore the majestic royal ship, which appeared as a colossal entity, while countless citizens lined the banks to witness the spectacle. The approachable officials greeted the onlookers with smiles. The reigning emperor stood at the ship's prow, his regal robes billowing, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Such a festive occasion naturally included a variety of entertainment. Hazy Moon's renowned piece, Chu Shui Lan Ting, was especially invited for a performance aboard the royal ship, captivating the civil and military officials, as well as the 3,000 women of the harem and the multitude of citizens on either side. Of course, she was the grand finale of the evening. Chapter 6. The Festival of Incense and the Centennial Celebration, where the emperor and the people revel together. The inaugural performance features a wandering hero who skillfully wields his sword upon the imperial platform, his movements as graceful as a soaring swan, accompanied by enchanting melodies. The audience erupts in applause. In the center of the grand platform, a man clad in royal attire takes his seat. Over the past 3 centuries, a subtle wrinkle has formed at the corner of his eye. The imperial platform is vast, accommodating officials and 3,000 members of the imperial harem, with proximity to the royal figure denoting one's elevated status. Additionally, some officials' families, along with princes and princesses, are also present aboard this majestic vessel. The royal figure appears disinterested, showing little enthusiasm for the folk performances. The strategy of uniting public sentiment through a centennial celebration is indeed clever. A pair of masters and disciples, both women clad in exquisite silk garments, approach the exalted sovereign. Their beauty radiates an ethereal aura. The court, filled with nobles and dignitaries, quickly recognizes this pair as practitioners of the mystical arts, with considerable cultivation. Particularly striking is the elder woman clad in a black and white Taoist robe, adorned with a white jade hairpin and holding a whisk in her left hand. Despite her concealed prowess, she emanates an implicit sense of pressure, suggesting she has reached the pinnacle of the refining void stage. The path of cultivation encompasses various stages: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, refining void, harmonization, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Even in an era rich in spiritual energy, those at the divine transformation stage are considered masters, while those at the refining void stage can establish their own sects. With a lifespan extending to 5,000 years, the exceptional can multiply their longevity manifold. In contrast, the disciple, dressed in a pale yellow gown, exhibits a significantly weaker aura, likely at the peak of divine transformation. However, it is noteworthy that they have maintained such cultivation levels 3 centuries after the depletion of spiritual energy. This indicates their extraordinary talent and solid foundation. Even in a splendid era, they would not have been insignificant figures. The royal figure observes the duo without displaying any anger at their presumptuous approach. His gaze shifts from the elder to her disciple, undoubtedly the esteemed student of Master Muqin. "Your Majesty, I have met the emperor." The disciple, Si Nian, gracefully bows. Her encounter with Li Changxiao at the Panlong sect was driven by her own destination, the Ling Tian dynasty. What a remarkable talent, the royal figure muses, nodding repeatedly before sighing deeply, lamenting the unfortunate timing of her birth. Master Muqin, holding her whisk, speaks coldly. "Your Majesty, is there still utility in this?" The royal figure's gaze deepens. There is utility, yet it is limited. Gathering national fortune and public support may slightly delay the depletion of lifespan, but to pursue cultivation in this era is nearly impossible. With the current exhaustion of spiritual energy, even if one refrains from action, the day of inevitable decline will eventually arrive. Having embarked early on a quest for reform, Muqin witnesses the fall of the celestial sects, yet the dynasty persists. Inspired, she delves into the imperial court, observing for nearly a century. In conclusion, the reason the dynasty has not perished lies in the support of popular sentiment and the assistance of fortune. If these 2 elements can prolong the life of the dynasty, why should they not also benefit the cultivation of the practitioners, extending their lives as well? Thus, she approached the Ling Tian dynasty, speaking of her thoughts to Emperor Li Shanha. Upon hearing her, he was deeply intrigued and decided to organize a centennial celebration, hoping to gather the people's hearts and assess the validity of Muqin's assertions. The outcome revealed a slight effectiveness, albeit minimal. Muqin furrowed her brow, but it offered a glimmer of hope. "Your Majesty, I kindly request the fulfillment of your previous promise at your earliest convenience. Rest assured, after the centennial celebration, I shall select nearly 100 cities to erect temples for you and your disciple, crafting narratives and illustrations to receive the offerings of incense, Li Shanha replied. The incense of the mortal realm is indeed a form of public sentiment. Even if it cannot be utilized for cultivation, it can certainly mitigate the decline of one's lifespan, which has been proven true. Muqin nodded in satisfaction, stating, "In that case, I shall not disturb your majesty's enjoyment with the people." Li Shanha nodded, then added, "By the way, if you discover anything regarding the path of longevity, you must inform me." His gaze was profound and commanding. Muqin acknowledged this with a nod. Departing with her disciple, Xin Yan, the pair held little interest in the centennial celebration, instead opting for a small boat to traverse the Lingtian River, reaching the riverbank. With their cultivation, they could easily fly, yet they were reluctant to deplete their spiritual energy. "Disciple, what has become of the Panlong sect?" Muqin inquired. "As you predicted, master. It has been obliterated," Xin Yan responded. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, she asked, "Master, can we truly rely on gathering public sentiment and offerings for our cultivation?" Muqin shook her head, uncertain. "We can only delve deeper into the path of incense once the temples are established and the offerings are consolidated." As she spoke, she lifted her gaze to the heavens, hoping for a favorable outcome. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the direction of the royal vessel they had just departed. The two turned to look, witnessing flames soaring into the sky. "Let us not meddle," Muqin said coldly. Her spiritual energy was intricately linked to her lifespan, and she would not carelessly expend even a trace. Xin Yan gazed in astonishment at the royal vessel, observing dozens of practitioners soaring through the air, charging towards the grand royal ship. Aboard the royal vessel, clad in ceremonial robes, Li Shanha would never have hurriedly arranged a centennial celebration if it were not to rally public support. The royal vessel had traversed more than half of the Lingtian River when, at last, the melody of Lantingi Su began to play. With eyes closed, she began to perform before all present. Suddenly, figures emerged from both banks, soaring through the air, disregarding the consumption of their spiritual energy as they rapidly ascended to the royal vessel, engaging in combat with the soldiers and commanders aboard. "Your Majesty, prepare to meet your end." At the same moment, beneath the river, a resounding roar echoed. Bang! Immediately afterward, splashes erupted as a figure surged forth from the depths, delivering a powerful punch that struck the imperial wheel with tremendous force. In an instant, the imperial wheel shattered into fragments. Chapter 7. Weaving Nightmares. The imperial wheel, a symbol of authority, was shattered before the eyes of the public, flames soaring skyward as the citizens on both banks of the river fled in sheer terror. Divine beings, exclaimed many wandering heroes, gripped by fear. Such a monumental structure could not have been destroyed by mere mortals. Was it not the work of deities? Though whispers of immortals had circulated throughout the ages, most remained skeptics. As the imperial wheel sank to the riverbed, officials and nobles, along with the 3,000 from the imperial harem, were swept away by the raging waters. The elite soldiers on both banks were taken aback by the audacity of the assailants and plunged into the river, battling fiercely against the sudden attackers. Numerous civil officials shouted hoarsely, urging for the protection of the emperor. Meanwhile, the ethereal musician, Long Yu, continued to play the piece Chu Shui Lan Ting, but this time, the melody concealed an insidious danger and rampant spiritual energy. After centuries of practice, she had prepared for this very moment. The haunting notes resonated, captivating the assembly. As Long Yu, once the gentle Su Tao, now emanated an aura of unwavering resolve, pouring her life force into the performance with reckless abandon. Though her cultivation was only at the nascent stage, during an era of abundant spiritual energy, she would have struggled even to approach the court officials. Yet now, in this age of depletion, her rendition of Chu Shui Lan Ting held the power of collective control. To break free from its grasp would require a substantial amount of spiritual energy, which was inherently tied to one's lifespan. Would the officials, steeped in power, hesitate even for a moment? This hesitation starkly contrasted with the resolute determination of the assassins, granting them an opportune moment. Suddenly, a man erupted from the depths of the river, bellowing as he charged directly toward Li Shanha. Li Shanha's countenance darkened, forcing him to unleash his spiritual energy. A majestic imperial presence surging forth like a dragon soaring into the heavens. On the riverbank, Li Changshao stumbled out of an inn, reeking of alcohol. his expression a tapestry of complexity. He stepped into the river, his gaze fixed upon a particular spot amidst the scattered remnants of the imperial wheel. The trio of 1,000 from the imperial harem was merely a faade. In truth, there were far more than 3,000. Yet only a select few were ever permitted upon the imperial wheel. One noble concubine, having fallen into the water, unleashed a torrent of curses, blaming her attendants for their failure to protect her, threatening that should she catch a chill, the entirety of their kin would pay dearly. The attendants, trembling in fear, dared not retort and hastily sought a piece of wood to assist the exalted woman. Though she possessed some cultivation, it was merely for sustaining life, not for combat. Yet, even in her current plight, she was reluctant to show any vulnerability, floating in the water like an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, a small boat arrived, dispatched by the officials, to rescue the noblewoman. Incompetent fools, all of you, she continued her tirade, kicking one of the soldiers who assisted her into the water, and, feeling unsatisfied, she sent several eunuchs plummeting into the depths as well. She raised the oar used for rowing and struck fiercely at the heads of several individuals, commanding them to neither dodge nor scream, lest their entire clan face annihilation. Soon, even the soldiers who had rescued her were left bloodied and submerged in the depths of the river. The noblewoman, still holding her breath, turned to gaze at the group of assassins. Once the chaos subsided, she would certainly demand a few of them from His Majesty to torment and ultimately craft into leather goods for sale. You remain as ferocious as ever. A voice suddenly emerged from behind. The noblewoman turned to find a man at the stern of the boat, clad in white. Seated comfortably with a gourd of wine in hand, his gaze playfully fixed upon her. Furrowing her brow, she exclaimed in anger, "Who dares to board the same vessel as me, a vagabond from the rivers and lakes? Do you seek death? Zhou Guifei, have you forgotten me after merely a millennium?" Li Changshao replied nonchalantly. His words caused her pupils to constrict. Li Changshao continued, "If you have forgotten, then allow me to assist you in recalling. The Ling Tian Empire boasted 3,000 beauties in its harem. Each, regardless of status, was entitled to learn the art of phoenix breath cultivation. This technique was a method of cultivation that stabilized one's breath, prolonged life, and enhanced beauty. If I recall correctly, you once clandestinely altered the operational mantra of this technique, dooming a concubine of humble origins to a lifetime of stagnation in her cultivation, hastening her aging and diminishing her lifespan. Did you not?" Beneath his calm voice lay a deep-seated resentment that had yet to be resolved. Over the course of a decade, he had watched his biological mother grow older, and had she not been concerned for him, she might have chosen an early demise. "Oh," the noblewoman laughed, "so you have come for that wretched woman. I wondered who it could be. It is you, the little bastard. Who would have thought you would still be alive after all these years? What is it? Do you still harbor hopes of returning to the Ling Tian Empire, perhaps to become a prince?" She placed her hands on her hips, scoffing. Her phoenix eyes filled with derision. "You certainly know how to pick your moments. With the emperor under attack now, your attempt to rescue him might indeed allow you to return to the Li family." Observing her demeanor, Li Changshao let out a deep sigh, uncorked the gourd, and began to drink deeply of the intoxicating liquid. "Look, it appears that quite a few soldiers are swimming this way." He pointed towards the river's surface, then turned to the noblewoman and inquired, "Do you think they can save you?" The noblewoman's confident expression faltered. "What do you mean? If you face the palace and bow 3 times in honor of my mother, I could grant you a swift death," Li Changshao stated blandly. "Humph, you little bastard. Do you truly believe that being in the depths of the palace has prevented me from learning a few defensive techniques?" The noblewoman sneered coldly. "I merely do not wish to expend my spiritual energy on someone like you. When I disposed of your mother, it took but a single word. To eliminate you now would require only a single slap." Her words trailed off. Her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as she lowered her gaze to her abdomen. The scene before her eyes shifted. Unbeknownst to her, Li Changshao had swiftly appeared before her from the stern of the boat, thrusting his long sword mercilessly into her belly. The noblewoman of the Zhou family, unable to comprehend, covered her abdomen, feeling the vital energy within her dissipating at an alarming rate. Her cultivation plummeted drastically. With this strike, Li Changshao severed her foundation and shattered her path to enlightenment. More tragically, she had no inkling of when he had drawn his sword. Despite her usual arrogance, her disdainful demeanor and haughty tone belied a constant vigilance towards Li Changshao. Yet, it was futile. She had long been ensnared in a dreamlike state. With a nonchalant expression, Li Changxiao withdrew his Qingping sword, sitting at the edge of the boat to cleanse it in the river. The once imperious woman now slumped at the bow, her complexion ashen. She understood that her fate was sealed. In this era, with her path to enlightenment destroyed, she would scarcely live beyond a century. Moments later, Li Changxiao sheathed his sword, extending his index finger to gently touch her brow. He planted the long-cultivated seed of a nightmare within her. A century from now, I shall return to seek you out. May you fully experience the tribulations of this mortal realm in the meantime, he remarked, before stepping onto the water and departing. Chapter 8. The Exchange of Lifetimes. Antspite Man. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side reached a fever pitch. A burly man laughed heartily, his voice resounding. I, Fu Nantian, exchange my cultivation for the Emperor's longevity of 800 years. With that declaration, he struck his adversary aside, igniting his own essence, heedless of the consequences, and charged towards the robed figure of Li Shanha, infused with the aura of a dragon. Then, self-detonation. A thunderous roar erupted, billowing clouds of dust into the air. Li Shanha's countenance soured to the utmost degree. Yet, this was not the end. A woman followed suit, shouting to the heavens, I, Fu Yu, exchanged the Emperor's longevity for 700 years. She, too, ignited her essence and life, akin to a moth drawn to the flame, soaring towards the true Dragon Emperor. Once more, a violent explosion resounded. I, Fu Lai, exchanged for 1,000 years. I, Fu Jiu, exchanged for 5,000. Figures emerged, igniting their lives in pursuit of the reigning emperor. This harrowing scene, coupled with the haunting strains of Chu Shui Lan Ting, appeared all the more tragic. Luo Yu, or perhaps it would be more fitting to call her Fu Tao, stood in the center of the river, her eyes brimming with tears. Li Shanha hovered in the air, unscathed, yet each explosion consumed vast amounts of his spiritual energy. What a remarkable 100 Ghosts dynasty. What a valiant Fu family indeed. Li Shanha suddenly laughed heartily. Come forth. Bring as many as you can. I shall endure them all. Indeed, no wonder he was known as the emperor of a continent. The man who had been holding Li Shanha in check now shone with golden light in his eyes, proclaiming, I, Fu Rang, today exchanged for 40,000 years. As his words echoed, golden light enveloped him, charging towards Li Shanha, erupting in a cataclysmic uproar. The mountains trembled in response. Li Shanha spat a mouthful of blood, the dragon aura surrounding him dissipating slightly. Li Changxiao sat atop a tower, silently observing this scene. The only thing he could do was drink. Indeed, all he wished was to drink. As the final notes of Chu Shui Lan Ting faded, the last voice of the Fu family resonated through the heavens. I, Fu Tao, today exchanged for 3,000 years. Then, the renowned courtesan of Lingtian City, the enchanting Luo Yu, whose alluring legs had ensnared countless souls, resolutely surged towards Li Shanha. Li Shanha's complexion darkened, his temples graying, lines of age etched deeply at the corners of his eyes. With a deafening crash, brilliant sparks lit up the sky. The fragrance dissipated, beauty extinguished. Li Changxiao silently drank, a soft sigh escaping his lips. The only one in Lingtian City who remembered him had also departed. Unable to contain himself, he softly hummed the tune of Chu Shui Lan Ting. This sudden yet meticulously plotted assault, years in the making, had come to a close. Just a fleeting moment in the cadence of Chu Jiang Lan Ting, akin to the fireworks of the previous night, brilliant yet ephemeral. As Li Shanha descended to the riverbank, a throng of ministers, generals, and palace attendants surrounded him. I, a humble minister, failed to protect your majesty. Please bestow your punishment. A man clad in iron armor knelt on one knee. The issue does not lie with you. Li Shanha shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that he had failed to realize the world had changed. The charges they launched at the cost of their lives and cultivation could not be halted in this era, where spiritual energy was depleted and magical artifacts could not be summoned. To evade, he would have to employ his agility, which would still consume a significant amount of spiritual energy, yielding the same outcome. In an age of abundant spiritual energy, such an assassination would undoubtedly spell absolute failure. Yet, in the present context, it became a tragic move, one that could not be undone. The underlying intention was to sap Li Shanha's spiritual energy. He felt weary. His body and mind were exhausted, and the remnants of his spiritual energy were dwindling. Without the nurturing essence of spiritual energy, his lifespan would swiftly decline. Hence, The people of the Fu family referred to it as exchanging longevity. In this era, even an ant's bite could inflict considerable pain. Snow began to fall. Another year, another blanket of snow. Year after year, snow falls, blood spills. Li Changxiao sat atop the tower, drinking quietly, gazing at the gradually calming river, reluctant to depart. The snow fell heavier, gradually enveloping the world in a silvery shroud. The day before, Li Changxiao had posed the same question to Fu Tao. Why did she remember him? This time, he sought the truth. Fu Tao revealed that she found the young Li Changxiao pitiable, devoid of cultivation, yet exiled 3,000 miles in the dead of winter. The journey was nearly a death sentence, and a prince dying in exile would likely go unnoticed, ungrieved, and forgotten. At that moment, Fu Tao resolved to remember him herself. Thus she did. Nothing more. Li Changxiao couldn't help but chuckle at that time. She also shared with him that the Bai Yuhua was a rare flower from her homeland, blooming only in winter, capable of gathering the fragrances of all flowers, unable to thrive elsewhere. She took special care to divulge her true name, requesting in return that Li Changxiao remember it as well. That night, Fu Tao seemed to open up, sharing many thoughts with Li Changxiao, leaving him little opportunity to interject. Fu Tao, I shall remember you. Li Changxiao smiled gently, throwing the remnants of his drink into the air. As spiritual energy waned, some rejoiced while others mourned. For cultivators across the land, the path to immortality was severed. Yet for the Fu family lurking in Lingtian City, it presented an opportune moment for revenge. In truth, he and the Fu family bore some resemblance. Had he not possessed that body of everlasting life, he might have acted similarly. Li Changxiao was not a carefree individual. Often, he merely feigned such nonchalance. Otherwise, he would not have so many burdens from the past 700 years of cultivation. Alcohol seeped into his sorrowful heart. Li Changxiao remained sober. With a flash, he appeared on the Lingtian River. The Qingping sword slipped from its sheath. Amidst the swirling snow, he grasped the hilt, unleashing a roar akin to that of a river python. A massive serpent materialized behind him. With a gentle wave, the river surged backward, like a ferocious python crossing the waters, causing mountains to tremble and seas to roar. Subsequently, it stirred 1,000 layers of waves, among which a hint of green flickered. He reached out and grasped a vibrant green bamboo flute, the very instrument used by the ethereal Menghua. His figure was like a dream, seemingly traversing 1,000 miles with a single step. By the time the officers arrived, all they could perceive were the surging river waters and the whispering white snow. Li Changxiao had already manifested upon the street, a green bamboo flute now adorning his waist. The flute, held gently in his hand, felt as smooth and warm as jade, eliciting a smile from Li Changxiao. In truth, there was a fragment of accuracy in Su Tao's words. During his exile of 30,000 miles, Li Changxiao often pondered whether anyone would remember him if he were to perish along the way. Although he possessed a body of eternal life, it was merely longevity, not immortality. 30,000 miles was a daunting distance, fraught with countless unforeseen perils. The fears and frustrations of that bygone era still lingered vividly in his memory. If only he had known then that a fleeting glimpse of a woman would remember him for nearly a millennium, it might not have been so disheartening. Thus, Li Changxiao contemplated the significance of this remembered affection. Chapter 9. The Hundred Ghosts Dynasty. Regarding the Hundred Ghosts Dynasty, Li Changxiao harbored some recollections. It was not a particularly formidable dynasty. At that time, the Ling Tian dynasty sought to unify the continent, leading 300,000 iron cavalry to conquer and annex neighboring nations. Ultimately, they were merely one step away from subjugating the Hundred Ghosts Dynasty. With Li Shanhua personally leading the charge, the Hundred Ghosts Dynasty was scarcely able to withstand the onslaught. In the end, the nation fell, and its lands were rendered desolate. It seemed that Su Tao and her companions had been harboring thoughts of vengeance and restoration since that time. Had it not been for the depletion of spiritual energy, they would have had no opportunity. Suddenly, a chirping sound captured Li Changxiao's attention. He turned to see a spirit bird soaring towards him. Extending a finger, he allowed the bird to perch, retrieving the envelope tied to its claw. Upon opening it, he discovered a letter from Su Tao. Young Master Changxiao, I am from the royal family of the Hundred Ghosts Dynasty, as you may have already surmised. The world knows us for the abundant Hundred Ghosts flowers. Yet they remain oblivious to the true prowess of our dynasty, the Hundred Ghosts technique. This technique enables the manipulation of the undead and spectral entities. a marvel that has eluded my family for generations. Had my father mastered this art, he might not have fallen to the iron cavalry of Ling Tian. Death extinguishes the light, and rather than let the 100 ghosts technique lie dormant with us, it would be better entrusted to you, young Master Changshao. If you follow my guidance, you shall be able to acquire this profound technique. Lastly, if you would be so gracious, might you visit my brother? If all goes well, he shall be the last scion of the old Su family. Thus concludes my correspondence. The envelope bore a faint scent of rouge. Li Changshao tucked the letter away. Very well, with nothing pressing to attend to, I shall assist you in this matter, he murmured to himself. Upon returning to the inn, Li Changshao's consciousness descended into the realm of dreams. Once more, the central tree bore a dream fruit, a vengeful dream, in the depths of the palace. He had never ceased in his quest to uncover the cause of his mother's waning lifespan. Ultimately, through the whispered conversations of several eunuchs, he learned the truth. From that moment, he planted a seed of vengeance, a dream of retribution. He intended to make the favored consort, Zhou, suffer a fate worse than death. Thus, Li Changshao expended his cultivation, implanting a nightmare seed within her, ensuring that for the remainder of her life, sleep would bring her endless torment. The dream he had once sown was now coming to fruition. He plucked the newly ripened dream fruit and took a decisive bite. A surge of spiritual energy flooded into his body, cleansing his limbs and marrow, while the infant spirit within him flickered with a ghostly light. This time, his cultivation soared rapidly, the tumultuous spiritual energy surging forth like a mighty army, charging towards the threshold of the mid-stage Yuanying. Ultimately, it came to a halt at the city gate. Figuratively speaking, he had attained the qualification to breach the gate, yet his forces were insufficient, his weaponry lacking, and his steed too gaunt. He needed further accumulation. Peak of the initial stage of Yuanying. Li Changshao mused to himself. Moreover, he discovered that the dream realm had expanded to 15 cubic meters, and the spiritual energy within it was no longer so sparse. Upon emerging from the dream space, Li Changshao gazed out the window and noticed that the snow had intensified. The once bustling street now had only a few merchants peddling their wares. He lingered for several more days. The innkeeper, with a fawning expression, knocked on his door, subtly hinting that it was time for Li Changshao to settle his rent. Li Changshao produced a few coins, but the innkeeper quickly chuckled and remarked that times had been tough lately, with land taxes significantly increasing, and naturally, rent would follow suit. Taken aback, Li Changshao added several more coins to appease the innkeeper. He descended from the inn and made his way to a tavern, intending to purchase a few measures of fine wine, only to be surprised to find that prices had risen even for alcohol. Out of curiosity, he inquired about the reason, and the tavern keeper, eager to chat, explained that the price hike was due to the increased land taxes. Then, lowering his voice conspiratorially, he leaned closer to Li Changshao and cautiously murmured that ever since the assassination attempt, his son had forsaken the imperial examinations, insisting on seeking immortality instead. With a proud look, the tavern keeper contrasted the lofty pursuit of immortality with mundane worldly fame, suggesting that the former was far more refined. Furthermore, he spoke of great powers, such as severing rivers with a single hand and shattering ships with a punch, which stirred admiration in the hearts of many. Seeking immortality is not an easy path. It might be better than the imperial examinations, Li Changshao thoughtfully cautioned. Bah, what do you know, you drunken fool? A mere wanderer in the world is no more than an ant before an immortal, retorted the tavern keeper, his mood soured, as he summoned several burly men to throw Li Changshao out. He even declared that he would never sell wine to him again. Standing at the entrance of the inn, Li Changshao shouted, "Ignoring good advice will lead to imminent misfortune." He then dusted himself off and departed. The snowfall in Lingtian City grew heavier, and the common folk relished the warmth of wine in the tavern, listening to storytellers weave tales of bizarre adventures. The assassination attempt had become the subject of many stories, circulating through every alley and street. But soon, the implicated taverns were sealed one by one, and the storytellers were publicly executed. In the cold of winter, an air of grimness pervaded the atmosphere, and Li Changshao observed all of this keenly as he navigated through the mortal realm. Days passed, and Hangzhou Fong was also sealed. The heavily perfumed matron had received the news early and fled with her family. On the day of the seal, Li Changshao went to the scene and witnessed the officials burning all the flower boats, including the renowned Chu Shui Lan Ting, which was collectively incinerated, becoming a forbidden tune. Anyone who sang it would be punished with the annihilation of their 9 clans. Fortunately, Fu Tao had previously gifted Li Changxiao the sheet music, stating that Chu Shui Lan Ting was not merely a song, but something much more profound. Before long, Li Changxiao received the news he had been waiting for, the revelation of the destruction of the cultivation of the favored consort, Zhou, had caused her status to plummet by 3 ranks. Were it not for having borne a royal son, she would likely be on the brink of the cold palace. Simultaneously, the Ling Tian dynasty was enraged and issued a warrant for the arrest of the commoner Li Changxiao. In an instant, portraits of the white-clad swordsman spread throughout Ling Tian city, plastered across every corner. The innkeeper happened upon a wanted notice and was instantly taken aback, hastening to the authorities to report the matter. However, upon their arrival at the designated room, it was found to be utterly vacant. The individual had already departed. Furthermore, rumors circulated throughout Ling Tian city. Li Shanha had begun to delegate power. The once resplendent celestial dynasty, no matter how glorious, must yield to the tides of time and transform into a secular monarchy. He relinquished a portion of his authority to several princes. It was said that the increase in land taxes was the doing of one such prince. On this day, the white-clad swordsman, sought by the entire city, strolled alone down the street, imbibing strong liquor and laughing heartily. That year, Ling Tian city lost its courtesan. At the swordsman's waist, a bamboo flute now hung gracefully. Chapter 10. Seeking immortality in a quaint village, a swordsman arrived, clad in a flowing white robe, with a sword hung at his waist, a wine gourd by his side, and a vibrant green bamboo flute in hand. He rapped gently on a door, but after a few moments, only complaints emerged from within, lamenting the intruder disturbing their slumber on such a snowy night. Nevertheless, the occupant relented slightly, opening the door a crack. The fierce wind and snow rushed in, causing the fire within to flicker precariously to one side. "What is it?" the man inside inquired, furrowing his brow. "Esteemed sir, might I trouble you for a place to stay for the night?" Li Changxiao replied with an awkward smile. "The storm is quite severe, and I find myself unable to proceed." The man's brow tightened further as his gaze fell upon the long sword at Li Changxiao's side, prompting an immediate refusal as he hastily shut the door. "Seek shelter elsewhere." His voice filtered through the narrow gap, mingling with the howling storm outside. Li Changxiao could only smile wryly. Since departing from Ling Tian city, the weather had grown increasingly frigid, and upon passing through this village, a blizzard had begun to rage. As a nascent soul cultivator, he was not deterred by the harsh conditions. Yet, the relentless journey offered neither scenic views nor comfort, and the wine in his gourd had lost its allure. After some contemplation, he resolved to find a home to rest for a few days until the storm subsided. Thus, he proceeded to knock on door after door, only to be met with uniform rejection. In such foul weather, only a fool would open their door to a swordsman. Unperturbed, Li Changxiao approached the last door with a gentle knock. If met with yet another refusal, he would have no choice but to continue his journey. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a trembling young boy's head. "Where are your parents?" Li Changxiao inquired. The boy shook his head, his eyes reflecting a maturity beyond his years. "There are no adults here. You've come for shelter, haven to you?" "Indeed." Li Changxiao was taken aback. The boy continued. "I heard the commotion earlier. Please, come in." With that, he swung the door wide, inviting Li Changxiao inside. Li Changxiao hesitated, regarding the boy with curiosity. "Aren't you afraid I might be a villain?" The boy shook his head resolutely. "A bad person wouldn't he knock so many times." He then firmly shut the door, poured a cup of warm tea, and offered it to Li Changxiao to help warm his bones. He then settled by the fire, rubbing his hands together and blowing warm breaths into them, seeking comfort from the flames. Li Changxiao took a seat beside him, intrigued by the child's demeanor. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly asked, "Do you drink? It warms you up quickly." The boy looked up, "Yes." Li Changxiao chuckled, finding amusement in the exchange, and poured a little wine, handing it to the boy. The child downed it in one gulp, only to grimace as the taste registered. Seeing his reaction, Li Changxiao erupted into laughter. "Hey, it's really not cold anymore?" the boy queried, astonished. "Indeed, why would I deceive you?" Li Changxiao responded. "Could you be an immortal?" The young boy's eyes flickered as he suddenly inquired. Li Changxiao paused momentarily and quickly replied with a smile. "What deity?" "Merely an unnamed wanderer of the rivers and lakes." He then curiously asked, "Pray tell, have you truly encountered a genuine immortal?" "Indeed," the boy nodded eagerly. "Not only have I seen one, but I must tell you, many from our village have successfully entered the mountain's gate." The flickering firelight danced in the boy's eyes, illuminating them with an extraordinary brightness. He envied those fortunate souls who would one day soar through the skies, liberated from the daily toil of farming for sustenance. The boy turned to Li Changxiao and remarked, "That immortal possesses a kind of water, which, when consumed, amplifies one's strength several-fold, making the labor of tilling the land effortless, truly miraculous. The wine you gave me warms me instantly. Though it cannot compare to that immortal's water, it still possesses a certain wonder. Alas, you are not an immortal, otherwise. It would be splendid if you could accept me as your disciple." Upon uttering these words, the boy's countenance dimmed. Li Changxiao maintained his composure, yet a sense of unease stirred within him. In this day and age, it was nearly impossible for anyone to take on disciples. Merely preserving one's own existence was already a significant accomplishment. He inquired, "How often does that immortal accept disciples?" "Why, do you also wish to seek an immortal?" the boy retorted, sizing up Li Changxiao before shaking his head. "That won't do. You are far too old and carry too much of the world's burdens. An immortal would not favor you." "Nay, I merely wish to have a glimpse," Li Changxiao responded, shaking his head. "The immortal descends every 3 years to accept disciples." The boy's expression grew somber as he realized that in just 3 days, it would be that time again. He sighed deeply, gazing vacantly at the flickering flames, uncertain whether fate would smile upon him. Li Changxiao remained silent, pondering why there had been an upsurge of seekers recently. The assassination in Lingtian City had undoubtedly revealed to the world that immortals truly existed. Naturally, this had stirred the hearts of many, prompting them to inquire far and wide, ultimately discovering that this village held traces of the divine. In the celestial realm, a single day equates to a year in the mortal world. For cultivators, a century passes in the blink of an eye, yet for mortals, it constitutes a lifetime. Perhaps even 2. Li Changxiao reflected deeply. Cultivators had always existed, but due to the brevity of human life, the passage of decades could erase many memories. Thus, in the realm of mortals, the existence of immortals remained an uncertain enigma. 3 days passed under the snow's gentle fall. Li Changxiao resided in the boy's home during this time. The boy, named Zhang Tian, appeared mature beyond his years, as if he had endured considerable hardship, yet at heart, he remained a child. He confided in Li Changxiao that his parents had been hunters, but a year prior, they had ventured into the mountains and never returned. Shortly thereafter, his mother also passed away, leaving him alone. He spent his days assisting the villagers with various tasks in exchange for meager rations, barely managing to survive. As winter set in, the villagers generously provided him with ample provisions, securely stored in the cellar, sufficient for a solitary month's sustenance. In a gesture of kindness, he descended into the cellar, retrieved a dry cake, and divided it in half, offering one portion to Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao, with a bemused shake of his head, accepted the dry cake without hesitation and began to eat. The arrival of Li Changxiao did not repel the young boy, known as Zhang Tian. After spending a day together and becoming familiar with each other, Zhang Tian observed Li Changxiao's white attire and long sword, which bore a striking resemblance to the heroic figures depicted by the town's storytellers. Consequently, he presumed that Li Changxiao must possess considerable knowledge of the world beyond. He persistently urged him to share tales of his adventures. Li Changxiao, somewhat exasperated by the child's enthusiasm, reluctantly recounted a few of his earthly experiences, artfully embellished, to captivate the young boy's imagination. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed. The heavy snow finally abated. Early in the morning, the village's young men rose to clear the accumulated snow from the roadside. Those with aspirations of seeking enlightenment arose even earlier, dousing their faces with snow to invigorate their spirits. Around 10 o'clock, the immortal, as described by Zhang Tian, truly arrived. He was a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, wielding a whisk, and indeed possessed the semblance of an otherworldly being. Upon catching a glimpse of the immortal through a slightly opened window, Li Changxiao furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chapter 11. The dream of ascension shattered. The villagers warmly welcomed the arrival of the immortal, demonstrating their enthusiasm by clearing a path for him early in the morning. It was said that for a family, Having a descendant who could embark on the path of immortality was an immense blessing, bringing with it the protection of fortune and a life of peace and safety, devoid of significant troubles. Among them was a young gentleman from the town, who also arrived at the village, shedding his opulent garments for humble attire, fearing that the immortal might perceive them as incapable of enduring hardship. The immortal, stroking his beard, began to select disciples from the crowd, casually showcasing a few techniques that left the villagers in awe and ignited the enthusiasm of the children. However, at that moment, a discordant voice pierced through the atmosphere. A middle-aged wanderer, seeing through the immortal's tricks, boldly criticized him and proceeded to reenact those very illusions. Instantly, the crowd cast skeptical glances at the immortal, who, in turn, revealed a flash of coldness in his eyes and admonished loudly, warning against comparing mere tricks of the mundane world with his celestial prowess. He then approached the wanderer, gently touching his forehead. The wanderer's gaze became vacant, and he fell lifeless to the ground. The seekers of immortality knelt in terror, while the immortal murmured, "Disrespecting the immortal master is a crime deserving of death." Li Changxiao, concealed within a dwelling, observed the unfolding events with a slight furrow in his brow. The wanderer's words rang true. The immortal was indeed an immortal, and regrettably, he had crossed paths with him before. If Li Changxiao recalled correctly, this immortal was named Song Xian, a prodigy from the Panlong sect, entering the sect nearly simultaneously with him. Once filled with pride, he had boasted of the heavens being too low and the seas too shallow. Yet, that was not the most critical aspect. The crux of the matter was that this man had once humiliated Li Changxiao, openly mocking him as a worthless individual and warning him to tread carefully in any secret realms where he might be present. Furthermore, he had persistently sought to trouble Li Changxiao until, as Song Xian's cultivation soared while Li Changxiao stagnated, the former lost interest in harassing him. Eventually, Li Changxiao departed from the Panlong sect to forge his own path elsewhere. A faint smile graced his lips as he thought, "Song Xian, who would have imagined encountering you here? However, what surprises me is that the once arrogant you would resort to mundane tricks to deceive the common folk, only to be exposed." Furious and humiliated at having his ruse unveiled, Song Xian eliminated the wanderer. "You, who are destined to be with the immortals, do you wish to follow me in cultivation?" Song Xian's gaze settled on Zhang Tian, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. "Yes, yes." Zhang Tian eagerly nodded, never expecting to be the first to receive the immortal's favor. "I knew it. Zhang Tian will surely achieve great things in the future. Zhang, my family prepared a large pancake for you. Have you finished it? If so, Aunt will make you another to sustain you on your journey to immortality." The villagers continued to offer their congratulations, subtly attempting to build rapport. Zhang Tian responded with smiles, feeling as though he was experiencing a pinnacle moment in his life. And so, half an hour passed. After the selection of the immortal was completed, those chosen were allowed to bid farewell at home. Zhang Tian, having no family, felt there was little to say. However, a sudden memory of the swordsman who had entertained him with stories for 2 days surfaced. He seemed to be dozing peacefully at home. Thus, he decided to return and inform him of his impending ascension to immortality. Excitedly, he rushed home, pushed open the door, and called out to the slumbering Li Changxiao, proclaiming his future as a deity. He was so animated that he danced with glee, while Li Changxiao nodded in agreement. Though inwardly he sighed repeatedly. "I believe I shall become a renowned practitioner of the celestial arts," Zhang Tian mused. "When we meet again atop the old Pan Mountain, I shall regale you with tales from the world of cultivation." Filled with anticipation for the future, he declared, "It's settled," and, clutching the travel bag he had prepared earlier, rushed outside. Li Changxiao's gaze deepened. He murmured to himself, "Must one be so insistent on cultivation?" He then shook his head with a chuckle, realizing he had no right to judge others. In the youthful Zhang Tian, he saw a reflection of his former self, who had once sought enlightenment at the Panlong sect. However, on another note, Li Changxiao's expression sharpened as he recalled his enmity with Song Xian, who had once attempted to take his life during a martial competition. Had it not been for the immense power of his dream of eternal life, he would have perished at Song Xian's hands. Now, in light of their impending meeting, he felt compelled to settle old scores. Moreover, during this time of dearth in spiritual energy, Song Xian's recruitment of disciples seemed suspicious, and Li Changxiao was keen to investigate. With this in mind, he prepared some wine, concealed his cultivation level, and trailed behind the group without drawing near. As twilight descended, Song Xian led a group of 10 to 20 individuals along the mountain path, struggling through the snow. Zhang Tian perceived this as a test from the immortal and refrained from uttering a complaint. Ahead lay the abode of the immortals, Song Xian stated blandly. The group arrived at a cave, and Zhang Tian and the others furrowed their brows. This was not in line with their expectations. Shouldn't a practitioner of the arts dwell in grandeur, soaring through the heavens, rather than languishing in a dark cave? Song Xian, disinterested in providing explanations, entered the cave, declaring it the domain of the Zhilong sect. Within, they were instructed to wash away their impurities in the mountain spring before commencing their cultivation. He ushered the group of 10 to 20 into the cave, disappearing from Li Changxiao's sight. Once inside the abode, the mountain spring came into view. Song Xian commanded them to strip and cleanse themselves. One young woman, the daughter of a prominent family in town, began to wail, adamantly refusing to participate and pleading for her parents to take her home. In a fit of rage, Song Xian unsheathed his blade without hesitation and severed her arm. Blood sprang forth. The others were terrified, hastily shedding their garments to wash in the modest spring pool. The frigid water was bone-chilling, and after washing, they felt half-frozen. Song Xian, flashing a grin, led the group deeper into the cave. Upon entering a chamber reminiscent of a prison, a dozen individuals were already confined within its confines. Song Xian callously locked each person inside, where the space measured a mere 2 square meters, barely sufficient for a person to recline. He provided each of them with a book, instructing them to cultivate according to the principles inscribed within. Failure to comply would result in a severe beating. An immortal master? Why? One individual inquired, bewildered. Brother, do not be foolish. This man is nothing but a madman, replied a gaunt figure, whose haggard appearance suggested he had languished in captivity for an extended period, his face etched with despair and regret. The series of abrupt changes had left Xiao Zhang pale with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, the dream of ascension lay shattered. Chapter 12. The former prodigy Li Changxiao did not recklessly enter the cave. Although the spiritual energy had been depleted, Song Xian's cultivation remained intact. Getting too close would undoubtedly attract attention. He was curious about Song Xian's intentions and, with a sudden inspiration, devised a plan to enter the realm of dreams. As long as the individuals inside fell into slumber and began to dream, Li Changxiao could infiltrate their dreams and manipulate the dreamscape to extract information from within. Soon, someone began to dream. It was a woman, one who had lost an arm and was bleeding profusely. In her final moments, she was caught between sleep and wakefulness. Li Changxiao entered her dream and witnessed the entirety of her life, the final scene frozen in time as Song Xian wielded a great blade, striking towards her. Through the dream, Li Changxiao observed the terror etched on the faces around her, as well as the interior of the cave. Gongquan. He took note of a spring within the cave, known as Gongquan, specifically used for cleansing sacrificial offerings. Soon, another individual fell into a dream. Song Xian returned to his chamber, kneeling reverently before a black Buddha statue, murmuring strange incantations. After a moment, he rose, retrieving a heart wrapped in oil paper from his bosom, devouring it with ravenous haste. What a grotesque sight! Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Startled, Song Xian recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it. He chewed vigorously, swallowing the chewy, blood-soaked heart before wiping his mouth and turning slowly. There stood a swordsman clad in white. Instantly on guard, Song Xian thought, a practitioner? His cultivation at the early stage of spirit transformation had already nurtured his soul's power, and with a mere thought, he could sense everything within several miles. However, after 200 years of spiritual energy depletion, he had sealed all of that power deep within himself, living as a mere mortal. Thus, he remained unaware of Li Changxiao's arrival. Li Changxiao, too, had discerned this through the dreams of others, which emboldened him to take the plunge. Li Changxiao? Song Xian quickly recognized him, drawing his great blade from behind. He assumed a defensive stance, a smirk on his lips. What a coincidence, Li Changxiao. Who would have thought that after 300 years of spiritual energy depletion, we would meet again? I thought you would have long since withered away. Indeed, a remarkable coincidence, Li Changxiao replied with a nod, continuing. I never anticipated that the once resplendent Song Xian would resort to dark sorcery for longevity. You, Li Changxiao remarked coolly. You have become even more despicable than before. What do you know? Song Xian's expression suddenly twisted into one of rage. The great way has perished. I seek a new path. I am a pioneer. I am a prodigy. I am a star among the multitude. You, a mere mediocrity, will eventually wither into dust, while I shall remain the Song Xian that draws the world's gaze. He brandished his blade before him, coldly declaring, "Leave. My cave is not a sanctuary for you." Li Changxiao scoffed lightly. The heart-devouring longevity technique, the rumored immortal sorcery. What is its current state? Extending one's life by a century is already the limit, isn't it? In this moment, does your lifespan bear even the slightest alteration, no matter how much you devour your heart? Such dark arts, in an era abundant with spiritual energy, could indeed yield the fruit of longevity. Nevertheless, all of this is predicated upon the foundation of spiritual essence. Spiritual energy is the cornerstone of all existence. Once it wanes, the capacity for such longevity practices reaches an absolute limit of merely 100 years. Although Li Changxiao's cultivation is not particularly high, he possesses an acute sensitivity towards the matter of lifespan. It is as if he has been innately aware of his identity as a great dream longevity body since birth, a form of primal intuition. As if struck at his core, Song Xian's expression grew increasingly deranged, and he collapsed into tears, unable to bear the truth. Li Changxiao, with but a few words, had brutally torn away the veil of self-deception he had wrapped around himself. There are no pioneers here, merely a coward afraid of death. Tears streamed down Song Xian's cheeks as he wept openly before someone he once looked down upon. A wave of despair and helplessness enveloped the space. Only today did he realize the depths of his fear of mortality, watching once seemingly inexhaustible years dwindle day by day. That sense of powerlessness, despair, and helplessness continuously consumed him from within. In the early stages of spiritual energy depletion, the leader of the Taoist sect had prophesied that this decline would last only a century. He believed it, while everyone else remained confined, striving to conserve spiritual essence. He chose to defy the tide, challenging stronger prodigies and venturing into secret realms in search of treasures, convinced it was a rare opportunity. During this period, he expended vast amounts of spiritual energy, while the world's spiritual essence diminished with each passing day, leaving him with no means of replenishment. Yet, a century later, spiritual energy had not revived. On the contrary, it had decreased to a point of near extinction. Only then did he realize the magnitude of his grievous error. With insufficient spiritual energy within and the world's essence exhausted, all laws withered, and his lifespan rapidly declined. Panic-stricken, he sought out his master, but his master, unable to safeguard himself, merely left behind a phrase of self-preservation and vanished. From that moment forth, the pace of his lifespan's decline showed no sign of abating. For an ordinary person, a year equated to the consumption of a year of life. Yet, due to the severe lack of spiritual energy within him, despite his cultivation level, he could not retain his lifespan. In fact, even his realm began to regress rapidly. Thus, he found himself expending 10 years of lifespan for every single year. This meant that his 1 year was equivalent to a mortal enduring a decade. This elucidates why practitioners dare not utilize spiritual energy. The duality of spiritual essence and realm is essential to enjoy a corresponding lifespan. Otherwise, it would swiftly diminish to the level of a mere mortal. Fear gripped him, robbing him of sleep as memories of past dark arts resurfaced, leading him to embark upon the sinister path of longevity enhancement. This endeavor continued for decades, as he secluded himself in this cavern, subsisting on heart consumption until this very day. Why? Why can a mere dregs of the nascent soul stage outlive me, while I am condemned to endure the agony of my dwindling lifespan? Song Xian roared in anguish. He dared not meet Li Changxiao's gaze, fearful of the derision he would find reflected in those eyes. For reasons unknown, he found himself particularly attuned to Li Changxiao's gaze at this moment. Yet, there was no mockery in Li Changxiao's eyes, only a sense of lamentation. Song Xian, rather than struggling in vain, it would be better to conclude this here. Li Changxiao sighed. Do you wish to kill me? Song Xian suddenly erupted in laughter. Indeed, once, you were like mud beneath my feet, and now, witnessing my downfall. You seek revenge. Li Changxiao, you have always been worthless. Song Xian shouted furiously, his voice laced with hysteria. However, as a flash of sword light flickered by, He found himself rendered speechless. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy for defense, but that pitiful amount was instantly shattered. The sword light grazed his throat. Desperately clutching at his neck, his hands became stained with blood, and his eyes reflected boundless fear and resentment. Li Changxiao stepped closer, gently patting Song Xian's shoulder, and spoke softly, "Indeed, I am indeed worthless. In terms of cultivation talent, I cannot compare to you. In the lineage of teachings, I am even further behind. Yet, amidst the gathering of stars, I remain. As the stars fall, I still endure. Even as the sun and moon cycle, and the stars once again fill the sky, I shall still be here." Chapter 13. The Snowbound Mountains. Death and darkness. Li Changxiao gently polished the Qingping sword, meticulously wiping away the traces of blood. He cast a glance at Song Xian, lying in a pool of crimson, and sighed softly. His lament was not for Song Xian, but for the reflection of countless cultivators within him. A cultivator deprived of spiritual energy is akin to a mortal deprived of oxygen, or a fish bereft of water. With a flick of his sword, he unleashed a surge of sword intent, shattering the idol of the malevolent deity that Song Xian had worshipped into a myriad of fragments. Zhang Tian found himself enveloped in a dream. In this ethereal realm, he stumbled into a paradise, where a celestial being imparted wisdom, granting him the freedom to traverse the heavens. He even encountered his parents, discovering they were alive, having embarked on their own path of cultivation. The dream felt so vivid and joyful that he hesitated to awaken. It was not until the biting cold wind seeped through the cracks of the window, striking his face and making him shiver, that he reluctantly roused from slumber. However, upon awakening, a memory as starkly contrasting as the dream surged within him. Chosen by the celestial, subjected to a bone-chilling cleansing, confined within a cramped cell. A chill, colder than the snowstorm, instantaneously spread from his tailbone throughout his entire being. The stark juxtaposition between dream and reality made him acutely aware that the allure of cultivation was merely a figment of his imagination. The yearning for immortality dissipated in an instant. A sense of melancholy washed over Zhang Tian, accompanied by a flicker of curiosity. Who had rescued him from that cave? Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of something new upon the old wooden table. He approached to discover a piece of silver. In an instant, his mind erupted with realization, prompting him to rush outside. Nothing awaited him but a solitary trail of footprints, soon to be blanketed by the snow. Only the wine remained. The snowbound mountains lay silent. A solitary swordsman, clad in white, heedless of warnings, ventured into the tempest. He addressed the bystanders who cautioned him, proclaiming that a mere blizzard could be easily countered with a few cups of strong liquor. The onlookers scoffed, dismissing him as one of those stubborn souls they had encountered before, lacking in capability, merely obstinate. They foretold that come spring, he would be nothing more than a frozen corpse by the roadside, destined to become a restless spirit in a forgotten grave. Unfazed by their scorn, the white-clad swordsman laughed heartily as he strode deeper into the snow-laden mountains, his silhouette a picture of carefree defiance, taking generous swigs of his liquor. The onlookers, realizing their words had fallen on deaf ears, erupted in insults, lamenting that such a handsome visage was being squandered in reckless disregard for life. They shook their heads in dismay, muttering to themselves before turning away. That white-clad swordsman was, of course, Li Changxiao. Though he was reviled, his spirits remained high, as he gifted the onlookers a beautiful dream that was priceless. He continued to drink deeply until his gourd was empty, feeling the effects of intoxication wash over him. And then he collapsed, surrendering to slumber beside him. The wind and snow raged on. Days passed, and soon the heavy snowfall concealed him entirely. His intent was to journey southward, to seek out the last remaining descendant of the Su family, the rightful owner of the verdant bamboo flute. "Miss, there is someone over there." A convoy of horse-drawn carriages approached, led by a spirited woman with a long braid, who turned back and spoke. She raised her hand slightly, causing the convoy to halt, her keen gaze fixated on Li Changxiao, who lay in the snow. The foremost carriage, crafted from exquisite black wood, revealed a head peering out, bright eyes observing the scene outside. Her attention also fell upon Li Changxiao, as she remarked with a hint of warmth escaping her lips. Could this be a traveler frozen to death? The heavy snowfall had sealed the mountains for days, only recently lifting. The spirited woman shook her head, stating, "This person still breathes." To my eyes, he appears more like a drunken fool, collapsed by the roadside. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of an ambush. However, I, Zhuoqiyue, am no novice in the realm. I have an impression of every notable figure. This individual is either freshly emerged from the world or merely a commoner. Amidst the swirling snow, Zhuoqiyue's braid flowed with the wind, her posture upright, exuding a vigor that set her apart from other women. She turned to look at her mistress, pondering how to deal with this inebriated guest, awaiting her decision. The curtain of the black wooden carriage was drawn back, unveiling a woman clad in a luxurious fur coat. She was the mistress referred to by Zhuoqiyue, Xiaomei. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, and her breath quickly vaporized in the frigid air. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired of Zhuoqiyue, "What are the chances this individual is an ambush?" Zhuoqiyue responded candidly, "Less than 1 in 10. A martial artist, while possessing inner strength and unbothered by the cold, will inevitably suffer numbness after prolonged exposure to snow. Moreover, this man reeks of alcohol, suggesting authenticity in his state." Upon hearing this, the fur-clad Xiaomei furrowed her brows, ordering the attendants to clear the snow from Li Changxiao's body. Her gaze then settled on his slumbering face, and she smiled. "He possesses quite a handsome visage." At that moment, a nearby mounted man, equally unimpressed, interjected, "What use is a handsome face? In this world, one must rely on strength. Enough of that. There is still some space at the back of the carriage. Let us arrange for him to be accommodated there," Xiaomei declared. The mounted man frowned. "Mistress, is it truly wise to take in a stranger?" Xiaomei replied with a sweet smile. "But you are here, are you not? With the renowned red leaf blade, Zhuoqiyue, and the fearsome clear wind sword. Wen Tianyu, our safety is assured." Wen Tianyu appreciated her words, feeling reassured and refraining from further protest. The convoy resumed its journey, leaving a series of tracks in the snowy path. The fur-clad woman assigned 2 attendants to care for Li Changxiao, using warm water to cleanse his body. However, upon returning with the prepared warm water to the rear carriage, they discovered that Li Changxiao had already awakened and was indulging in a drink. In truth, although he had been sleeping, he was aware of the surrounding circumstances. Sensing no ill intent from them, he had chosen to disregard their presence and return to his slumber. On the contrary, sleeping in this carriage is far from as comfortable as resting on the snowy ground. Any slight jolt along the way rouses him from his slumber. It is not that he is incapable of sleeping. Indeed, he could slumber soundly even amidst molten lava if he so desired. However, he adheres to a principle. He strives to sleep in utmost comfort. Chapter 14. The golden body in the river. As the snow fell, the group traveled intermittently. Upon learning that Li Changxiao had awakened, Xiaomei arrived at the last carriage with Zhuoqiyue and Wen Tianyu to visit him, bringing along 2 steaming flatbreads. Li Changxiao graciously accepted the flatbreads, expressing his gratitude before washing them down with strong liquor. Zhuoqiyue, observing this, quietly murmured a few words, deeming him a drunkard. In the world of rivers and lakes, many were fond of alcohol. Though Zhuoqiyue indulged occasionally, he never partook while engaged in serious matters, fearing that drinking might lead to negligence. Such a large merchant caravan traveling in heavy snow was a rare sight, piquing Li Changxiao's curiosity, prompting him to casually inquire about it. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaomei deemed it harmless to share their circumstances. She explained that they were compelled to travel in such weather due to circumstances beyond their control. Originally a merchant from Lingtian City, she had prospered. But recent imperial decrees had empowered the princes and princesses of the court to showcase their capabilities. Consequently, taxes on land and transport had surged, accompanied by a barrage of new regulations. Many businesses found themselves on the brink of collapse amidst this turmoil. Although the Xia family was well off and could endure a while longer, the situation was untenable in the long run. Thus, it was necessary for her, as a daughter of the Xia family, to venture southward to establish a foundation and secure an escape route should Lingtian City become untenable in the future. After recounting the background of their plight with a deep sigh, Xiaomei confided in Li Changxiao that the road ahead would likely become increasingly congested with travelers. Li Changxiao revealed that he too intended to journey south, which immediately drew Zhuoqiyue's sardonic remarks, implying that he was merely seeking a free ride. Li Changxiao candidly acknowledged such intentions, nodding in agreement, expressing that it would be even better if he could enjoy more liquor along the way. The remark incensed Zhuoqiyue, causing his chest to heave with indignation, exclaiming how could someone like him be so audacious. Xiao Mei chuckled softly, covering her mouth, but then stated, as a merchant, I do not engage in unprofitable transactions. How about this? I observe that you possess a long sword, which suggests you have some martial skills. If we encounter danger, such as bandits, would you be willing to lend a hand? Wen Tianyu, standing nearby, was not pleased, interjecting, Miss, do you doubt my swordsmanship? With me present, there is no need to hire an unknown swordsman. Individuals from the rivers and lakes were often fiercely competitive, and Wen Tianyu, having secretly admired Xiao Mei for some time, could not tolerate such insinuations. Xiao Mei, aware of his feelings, had indeed contemplated hiring another swordsman, as her initial act of saving Li Changxiao from the snow had served a dual purpose, subtly creating distance from Wen Tianyu. Li Changxiao smiled and agreed to her proposition. As night fell, the group gathered around a fire to rest. The air was frigid, and Xiao Mei, clad in a thick mink coat, shivered despite her warm attire. The servants, wearing only thick cloth garments, huddled together, relying on each other's body heat to manage a semblance of sleep. Li Changxiao sat beside the flickering fire, pouring a fine wine, aptly named Drunken Dreams, into a teacup and placing it over the flames to warm. Once heated, he blew gently across the surface before indulging in a delightful sip. The enticing aroma of the wine caught the attention of Wen Tianyu, who approached, seeking a taste to warm his body. Reluctant to share, Li Changxiao bluntly declared the wine to be exceedingly precious. Wen Tianyu scoffed at this, deriding him as an insignificant figure who could hardly afford such luxury. The humiliation ignited a spark of anger within him, making the cold seem less biting. Li Changxiao, with a smile, remarked, See, this trick proves far more effective than merely drinking wine, does it not? Wen Tianyu rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him while instead practicing his swordsmanship nearby. As a martial artist, his internal energy provided him with a much greater resilience against the biting cold compared to ordinary individuals. His swordplay was seasoned and fierce, though named Gentle Breeze. It unleashed ferocity akin to crashing waves. With a resounding clash, his final strike sent snow flying 10 meters away. Xiao Mei, observing the spectacle, displayed a hint of regret in her eyes. Wen Tianyu was indeed a master, yet his narrow-mindedness led him to harbor grievances against himself, making her hesitant to engage with him. Meanwhile, Zhuo Qiyue, after exclaiming her approval, brandished her long blade and demonstrated her own martial skills. Her technique was as elusive as falling leaves, alternating between rapid and slow movements, showcasing a solid foundation. After her display, she felt invigorated, but the excitement she garnered was not easily quelled. Turning to Li Changxiao, she inquired, Why not join us and reveal your skills? My abilities are but those of a novice. I shall refrain, Li Changxiao replied, shaking his head. Xiao Mei's eyes flickered with displeasure, perceiving Li Changxiao's naivety regarding the intricacies of the martial world. In the realm of martial arts, it was customary for peers to exchange insights. After a moment's contemplation, Li Changxiao reconsidered. Perhaps it would be wise to ride on the coattails of the prevailing winds. Avoiding any semblance of exceptionalism, he patted the hilt of his sword, drew it from its sheath, and executed a cursory display of his skills. Wen Tianyu understood immediately, gleaning insight into Li Changxiao's level of proficiency. He was not entirely inexperienced, but rather constrained by his innate talent, struggling to grasp the essence of the martial arts he practiced. It was no wonder he resorted to daily drinking. His future appeared bleak. Zhuo Qiyue, no longer focusing on Li Changxiao, turned her attention back to Wen Tianyu, proposing, Brother One, how about we engage in a friendly spar? Wen Tianyu laughed heartily, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Mei, and responded with enthusiasm, Very well. Thus, the two engaged in combat, while Li Changxiao sat nearby, occasionally offering words of encouragement. Li Changxiao, what brings you south? Xiao Mei inquired as she settled beside him. To visit an old acquaintance, he replied, glancing at her with a sudden grin. What? Are you disappointed? I am not the deeply concealed master you might have imagined. Xiao Mei shook her head, then nodded slightly, perhaps a little. But why do I feel that you are hiding your true prowess? Nonsense, my martial skills are indeed as modest as I claim, Li Changxiao asserted earnestly. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon the ongoing duel. The martial arts of the mortal realm appeared to be quite commendable. The following morning dawned with rare fine weather. The servants had prepared a bowl of hot porridge, which he consumed before embarking on his journey early. Once they traversed this mountain path, the road ahead would become more agreeable, allowing for the choice of traveling along the canal or taking the official road. Fortunately, their journey proceeded smoothly, although they encountered a few mountain bandits along the way. However, the skills of these brigands were rudimentary at best, inferior even to those of Li Changxiao. Wen Tianyu, disinterested in intervening, naturally left the task to Li Changxiao. Reluctantly, Li Changxiao, a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, found himself reduced to the role of a mere enforcer among mortals, yet he took pleasure in the endeavor. Each time he acted, Xiaomei rewarded him with a bit of silver, contributing to his modest treasury. In this era, silver and gold proved far more useful than spirit stones. Li Changxiao accepted without hesitation, thinking of the fine wines he could purchase in town. Before long, the group arrived at a small town. After Xiaomei made contact with a prominent local merchant, the latter promised to assist in coordinating transportation to the canal port, allowing them to descend southward via the Grand Canal the following day. However, when the goods were loaded onto the ship the next day, they suddenly received alarming news. At the bottom of the canal, a dazzling golden light suggested the emergence of a treasure. The authorities promptly sealed the river and dispatched personnel to investigate, only to discover two golden statues, two female figures in gold. Chapter 15. Farewell to Xinyan Master. Why do you not opt for a populous city, but instead choose this small town? At a tavern by the canal, two ethereal maidens sat by the window. The townsfolk, upon hearing the news, hurried to the canal's edge to observe. After the authorities had closed the river, prohibiting the passage of boats, they summoned more than 10 skilled swimmers to dive in and retrieve the golden body. Fortunately, this canal is temperate in winter and cool in summer. Otherwise, no amount of money offered by the officials would entice anyone to undertake such a perilous task. Mu Qin replied, though the incense offerings in a large city are abundant, the literati are numerous and likely skeptical of such phenomena. The sudden appearance of the golden body would inevitably be scrutinized. In contrast, this small town, while its incense offerings are modest, is populated by the Na'vi. They would perceive the sudden emergence of the golden body as a celestial omen. Furthermore, this town is connected by a canal, facilitating the flow of people, making it the most suitable origin for our incense offerings. Xinyan nodded in understanding. Mu Qin, reflecting further, continued, I have considered that once our golden body is discovered in the river, the court will likely fabricate a narrative for us, along with the conferred divine status and the construction of temples, all aimed at ensuring the safety of water transport. To establish a temple, 3 essential elements must be in place. First, the recognition of the ruling court. This has already been negotiated by Mu Qin. Second, the origins of the object of worship must be clear. The populace seeks protection from the deities they venerate, and without a clear lineage, who would dare to worship? This can be easily resolved by crafting relevant narratives and disseminating them widely. Third, a suitable golden body is necessary. With the court's cooperation, achieving these 3 points will be straightforward. Having determined the divine direction, the next step is to proliferate and gather as many incense offerings as possible. Mu Qin turned to Xinyan and said, thus, I require you to head south swiftly to lay the groundwork for our incense offerings. Recently, my spiritual energy has been somewhat overflowing. I need to retreat and focus on research to ascertain the proper course for our incense path. Xinyan comprehended Mu Qin's intent and nodded. Most northern canals have frozen due to climatic conditions. As a deity safeguarding the safety of water transport, the temple must naturally be constructed in areas of frequent water traffic. Mu Qin added reassuringly, do not worry. Li Shana has sent a prince to assist you. He is expected to arrive in a few days, and at that time, you can conveniently travel south via this canal. Mu Qin paused before continuing, if fate permits. It may turn out to be a favorable destination. Xinyan maintained a stoic expression, gazing out of the window. Ah, young Master Changxiao. It seems we must wait a few more days, Xiaomei remarked with a wry smile. The populace does not contend with the authorities. She was powerless against the river's closure. Not to worry. This is indeed an intriguing affair, Li Changxiao commented. The golden body in the river, quite fascinating. Could it possibly be yet another ploy by that practitioner? The Xia family merchant group disembarked from their vessel, standing at the shore to observe. Under the summons of the authorities, several men emerged from the crowd, bare-shouldered, engaging in warm-up exercises with lively jumps. Although the canal had not yet frozen, The biting cold remained relentless. Subsequently, with a series of splashes, they plunged into the river, descending to its depths. After a few moments, 3 sturdy men surfaced, hoisting a golden figure that was nearly half their height. Their eyes were wide with astonishment, fixated on the exquisite statue. They had never encountered such a stunning woman, a vision that could easily be described as celestial. At the same time, the county magistrate present felt a spark of insight. As an official of the court, he had received prior intelligence. The instant he beheld the golden figure, he immediately understood the course of action he must take. Soon, the 2 golden figures were retrieved and laid flat upon the riverbank. The populace surged forth, their curiosity piqued, while word spread through the nearby villages. The beauty of the golden statues was undeniable. Many scholars and merchants became entranced merely by gazing upon them, while a few passing monks, nearly breaking their vows, repeatedly chanted Amitabha. When Tianyu also found himself lost in thought amidst the crowd. Even after the golden figures were brought ashore, the canal did not promptly reopen. Instead, it remained sealed for 3 days, during which divers were dispatched to explore the riverbed for any remnants. Li Changxiao Xiaomei and their companions could only rent a floor in a nearby tavern to rest for a few days. The following day, Li Changxiao set out early to procure some wine, drawn by its enticing aroma to a deserted alley in search of fine spirits. Meanwhile, Zhuoqiuya and Xia Mei ventured to purchase various items for women, as Xia Mei's journey south was for trade, and she was well prepared with funds. By day's end, they had acquired a considerable amount of silk, spices, and cosmetics, and even made a special trip with Zhuoqiuya to the town's renowned weapons shop to procure a long knife. In the evening, Li Changxiao returned reeking of alcohol and, while walking, encountered a familiar face, Xin Yan, one of the golden figures from the river. Their meeting in this narrow alley was not unexpected for either. Li Changxiao had witnessed the golden figure being retrieved, surmising that Xin Yan was likely in this town. Xin Yan, spotting Li Changxiao amidst the throng, had sought him out but found herself at a loss for words upon locating him. Li Changxiao remained silent, gulping down his drink as they brushed past each other, his gaze not lingering on her. This brief encounter came to a quiet end. Xin Yan's expression was complex. In that fleeting moment, her heart was stirred once more, memories resurfacing vividly. Upon returning to the tavern, Li Changxiao learned that Zhuoqiuya and Wen Tianyu had attended a gathering in the martial arts community, likely to spend the night there. Their goods remained at the port under the watchful eye of the authorities, providing them with an opportunity to relax a while. Xia Mei did not oppose this, as Zhuoqiuya and Wen Tianyu, though addressing her as Miss, were guests of the Xia family rather than mere servants. However, Xia Mei often observed those wandering knights indulging in drink, and curiosity stirred within her, prompting her desire for a cup of wine. "Miss, this wine is quite expensive," Li Changxiao remarked earnestly. "Expensive?" Xia Mei chuckled. "I shall purchase it." She was left with naught but coins. "Very well," Li Changxiao mused. "Considering that this transaction was not a loss, but you may only have a small cup. Hey, I did save you from the snow." Xia Mei rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Must you be so stingy?" "I am not being stingy," Li Changxiao insisted seriously. "This wine, when consumed by immortals, drives them to madness. For mortals, it bestows longevity." "All right," Xia Mei thought, skeptical of such exaggerations, having heard many before. Yet, seeing the earnest expression on his face, she could not help but smile. Li Changxiao poured a modest half cup and handed it to her. She inhaled the aroma, finding it sharp upon her throat, wondering how it could possibly be enjoyable. However, considering Li Changxiao, who had been nursing the gourd throughout the day, taking sips now and then, she pondered if it could truly be so unpalatable if it enchanted him so. Thus, she closed her eyes and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, her delicate features contorted as if on the verge of tears. The spiciness brought forth tears, igniting a warmth within her heart. "Ha ha!" Li Changxiao erupted in laughter. "And you dare to laugh?" Xia Mei retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at the man opposite her, who had caused her such embarrassment. "Alas, this wine is so bitter. It seems I have made a regrettable investment." Xia Mei could not help but relax, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. "Not a loss, not a loss. Fine wine paired with sweet dreams. Perhaps tonight, you shall have a delightful dream," he said. "By the way, let us settle the payment for the wine." Li Changxiao extended his hand for the coins. "Humph," Xia Mei huffed, handing over a piece of broken silver. This silver is enough for you to purchase wine for 2 years. Chapter 16. Ambush. The following day, Zhuochuya and her companion returned. Upon entering the inn, Zhuochuya spotted Li Changxiao, slumped in a chair, indulging in wine, his brow furrowed as he stretched his long legs to depart. She was tall and athletic, her legs strong and powerful, and as she walked, her long hair flowed gracefully, exuding a remarkable vigor. Li Changxiao had been traveling with the merchant caravan for some time, primarily interacting with Xiaomei, hence he was not well acquainted with Zhuochuya. Therefore, during yesterday's gathering of the martial world, she had not invited him. Considering that the attendees were all renowned figures, and she felt he lacked the necessary credentials. After a brief tidying up, around midday, the caravan received news that the canal had been reopened. The port regained its former bustling atmosphere, with numerous laborers in coarse cloth shouting for 15 copper coins a day, merely for their meals. The port, a place rife with intrigue, was where information circulated swiftly. As Li Changxiao and the others passed through, they overheard no fewer than 8 or 10 pieces of gossip. Among them, one particular piece caught Li Changxiao's attention. The county magistrate intended to erect a temple along the canal's edge for the 2 golden corpses found in the water, to ensure safe navigation. However, Li Changxiao dismissed it from her mind, for even if they were to establish a nation, it bore little relevance to her. The past was already behind her. Xiaomei's caravan had hired 4 cargo ships to journey downstream along the canal. When Tianyu gazed at the surface of the river, lost in thought, the boats gradually drifted away from the small town. Li Changxiao procured a bamboo pole, attaching a fine string to its end, and sat at the edge of the boat to fish. "Do you think you can catch anything like this?" Xiaomei approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I have no idea," Li Changxiao replied with a smile. The two sat at the boat's edge, engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, the fishing line tightened, and the rod jerked unexpectedly. Li Changxiao was taken aback, astonished that she had indeed hooked a fish. "Quick, pull it in." "Oh, I'm so anxious," Xiaomei exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she eagerly patted Li Changxiao's shoulder. Her exhilaration was palpable, her small fists clenched tightly, fixated on the river's surface. With a swift tug, Li Changxiao pulled up a small golden fish that leapt from the water, glimmering in the sunlight. Xiaomei cradled the fish in her hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, revealing a radiant smile that was quite rare for a woman who had grown up in trade. Meanwhile, when Tianyu observed this scene, gritting his teeth in jealousy and discontent, at the same time, a vague determination began to form in his heart. "Look, its head is slightly protruding." Xiaomei marveled at the small fish in her hands, utterly astonished. Li Changxiao furrowed her brow ever so slightly, feeling a hint of confusion. If she was not mistaken, this fish bore a trace of dragon essence. Although its spiritual energy was depleted, its connection to the dragon was sufficient for it to navigate the seas. It should not have appeared in this river, nor should it have taken the bait, unless it was startled, unable to fathom the reason. Li Changxiao dismissed the thought and suggested, "Why not release it?" "Absolutely. It's so beautiful, I could never bring myself to eat it." Xiaomei chuckled softly, fishing for goldfish. "It seems my journey is blessed with good omens. Damn it, why does the young lady regard that mysterious fellow with such favor after only a few days?" When Tianyu felt a surge of anger swelling within him. He had accompanied the young lady on numerous trading ventures, yet he had never seen her this joyous. Consumed by resentment, he found himself increasingly envious of Li Changxiao. Had he known it would come to this, he should have dealt with him in the snow long ago. He withdrew a gray bird from his bosom and, finding a secluded corner, quietly released it into the night. The canal resembled a complex network of veins, with numerous branches weaving intricately. As the merchant caravan sailed forth, the surrounding vessels dwindled in number. Night fell, and aside from a few servants on watch, the rest had succumbed to slumber. In the distance, a flicker of flame suddenly illuminated the darkness, as if a signal had been ignited, followed by a second, a third, until the 11th flame appeared. Each flame signified a ship. Across the wide river, boisterous laughter echoed, gradually intensifying, as the 11 vessels approached the merchant caravan. Zhuochuya was the first to sense something amiss. She sprang from her bed and hurried to the deck, peering intently at the approaching ships. Her brow furrowed, and her eyes sharpened like those of a hawk. In the next moment, realizing the intent of the newcomers was hostile, she shouted for the helmsman to change course. If they were surrounded by these 11 ships, the situation would become dire. The helmsman, an elderly man, was witnessing such a formation for the first time. He was momentarily paralyzed by fear, making several errors in haste, but ultimately managed to turn the ship without calamity. However, upon successfully redirecting, he collapsed to his knees. His legs weakened. Behind them, a dozen more vessels blocked their escape. What was happening? Xiaomei awoke from her reverie, her gaze falling upon Zui Chiyue's grave expression. Zui Chiyue shook her head, unsheathing her crimson leaf blade, and said, "Miss, the approaching party means us harm. If they possess any sense of honor. Given my reputation alongside Wen Tianyu, a little bloodletting and some coin should suffice to ensure our safety. But if they are bloodthirsty, we may have to fight for our lives tonight." She was prepared to risk everything. Xiaomei's delicate brows knitted together, her bright eyes filled with concern. Perhaps they are merely attempting to intimidate us? Li Changxiao emerged from his quarters. Humph! Zui Chiyue cast him a sidelong glance. In such dire circumstances, he was still making impractical jokes. When Tianyu stepped forward, addressing Li Changxiao, "Brother Changxiao, you appear remarkably composed, as if you anticipated this all along." Instantly, this seemingly casual remark aroused Zui Chiyue's suspicion, her gaze shifting warily towards Li Changxiao. When Tianyu continued, "Look at these ships. They have clearly been waiting here for some time. By the time we noticed, they had already formed a blockade, as if they had foreseen that our merchant vessel would inevitably arrive here. If one were to assert that there are no traders aboard our vessel, I find it difficult to believe." No sooner had the words been uttered than the hired ruffians encircled, their expressions dark as they cast ill-favored glances at Li Changxiao. Yet, Li Changxiao remained unfazed, his demeanor tranquil as he regarded Wen Tianyu with a glint of amusement, recognizing the clever ploy at play. He then turned his gaze to Xiaomei and inquired with a smile, "As the leader of this merchant caravan, what is your perspective?" After a moment's hesitation, Xiaomei stepped forward, addressing the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, with a formidable enemy at our doorstep, unity is of utmost importance. I firmly believe that young Master Changxiao is not a traitor." Wen Tianyu's countenance twisted into a grimace. "Miss, even at this critical juncture, you still defend him? His suspicious behavior has been glaringly evident to me from the outset. Faced with such a dire threat, I propose we eliminate this scoundrel to bolster the morale of our brethren." "Enough," Xiaomei interjected sharply. "Tianyu, your narrow-mindedness is unbecoming. I have accompanied my father in trade since the tender age of 11 and can discern character adeptly. Young Master Changxiao does not strike me as one of that ilk." "Humph," Wen Tianyu retorted coldly. "The young lady appears to be ensnared by folly. If that is the case, I shall act decisively." With that, he drew his long sword, aiming it at Li Changxiao, who maintained an enigmatic expression throughout the unfolding drama. Chapter 17, Arrival at Dragon City, a fateful reunion. "How dare you?" Xiaomei exclaimed urgently. Little did she know that her attempts to intervene only intensified Wen Tianyu's murderous intent. At that moment, Wen Tianyu's internal energy surged forth, crashing towards Li Changxiao like an avalanche, repelling all the snowflakes within 3 meters of his sword. With his formidable skills, there was no way Xiaomei could thwart his intent to kill. The only one capable of stopping Wen Tianyu was the formidable Zui Chiyue wielding the red leaf blade. Unfortunately, this strikingly bold woman showed no inclination to take action. Wen Tianyu stood firm, within a breath span after unsheathing his sword. He closed the distance to Li Changxiao with 3 great strides. His long sword sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Li Changxiao's neck. As if rehearsed countless times in his mind, he was determined to deliver a swift and decisive blow to end Li Changxiao's life, who, astonishingly, was still leisurely sipping wine. As blood seemed imminent, some timid bystanders let out shrieks. Yet, in a remarkable display, Li Changxiao merely shifted his body to evade the lethal strike. The Qingfeng sword, despite its name suggesting a light and ethereal quality, was rendered ineffective due to the excessive ambition and narrow-mindedness of its wielder. Li Changxiao shook his head nonchalantly, his gaze locking onto Wen Tianyu, a flicker of dreamlike blue light shimmering in his eyes. In the next instant, Wen Tianyu turned and charged towards Zui Chiyue. His aura brimmed with murderous intent, and his swordplay was fierce and relentless, each strike aimed at vital points. Zui Chiyue found herself hard-pressed to defend against him, retreating continuously toward the edge of the boat. "Have you lost your mind, Wen Tianyu?" Zui Chiyue admonished, frowning. To outsiders, it appeared she was at a disadvantage, struggling against Wen Tianyu's ferocity. Yet, in reality, his seemingly formidable attacks lacked finesse and were riddled with openings. Should Zhuo Qiuyue choose to, ending Wen Tianyu's life would be but a single stroke. Wen Tianyu was not insane. Rather, he was ensnared in a dream, manipulated by Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao, disinterested in engaging with such a person, relied on Zhuo Qiuyue's intervention. As for the flaws in Wen Tianyu's attacks, they were intentionally left for Zhuo Qiuyue to exploit. If you do not relent, do not blame me for being merciless. A flash of determination flickered in Zhuo Qiuyue's eyes. Anyone subjected to relentless strikes aimed at vital points would inevitably feel resentment. She was a decisive individual. Seeing Wen Tianyu persist, she deftly flicked her long blade, deflecting Wen Tianyu's sword, and in a swift motion, slashed across his throat. Wen Tianyu's eyes briefly regained clarity. He attempted to utter something, but found his throat cut, blood surging forth and choking his windpipe, rendering him speechless. Ultimately, he collapsed weakly into a pool of his own blood. Meanwhile, the instigator, Li Changxiao, remained quietly sipping his wine, silently orchestrating Wen Tianyu's demise through Zhuo Qiuyue's blade. As they gazed at Wen Tianyu, lying lifeless on the ground, the onlookers were engulfed by a complex mix of emotions, Zhuo Qiuyue included. Wen Tianyu, possessing a narrow-minded disposition and an overwhelming sense of jealousy, has brought about this unfortunate outcome upon himself. What are those ships? Suddenly, a servant noticed the fleet that had formed a blockade, abruptly turning away. Li Changxiao jested. See, I told you they were merely attempting to intimidate us. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped all present. After all this commotion, only Wen Tianyu lay dead. Time to rest. Li Changxiao yawned. Xia Mei observed the retreating figure of Li Changxiao, a subtle glimmer of intrigue flickering in her eyes. As he departed, he cast a glance at Wen Tianyu's lifeless body. Though others remained unaware, Li Changxiao was acutely aware of the man's actions. At that gathering in the martial world, he had inadvertently revealed Xia Mei's merchant convoy. A wandering swordsman, intrigued by the prospect, approached Wen Tianyu, proposing a scheme to collaborate, promising to take only a portion of the wealth without taking lives. Initially, Wen Tianyu had declined, but after some contemplation, he acquiesced, leading to the scene of the encirclement. As for the ship's sudden withdrawal, the explanation was simple. They too had been ensnared in Li Changxiao's dream, falling under his influence. On this wintry day, the vessel docked. The snow fell in thick, feather-like flakes. Xia Mei, draped in a fur cloak, felt several snowflakes alight upon her long lashes. This marked the final destination of her journey, Longqing, the grand city of the south, a confluence of talents and resources, rivaling even Lingtian City in some respects. Zhuo Hongye was busy directing the servants to unload the cargo from the ship. Regarding Wen Tianyu's demise, Xia Mei had already penned a letter informing her father in Lingtian City. Upon learning the details, he expressed only regret. He urged Xia Mei to generously compensate Wen Tianyu's elderly mother, suggesting that if possible, she should bring her to live at their estate. Furthermore, he insisted that Zhuo Qiuyue should not be punished, and the incident surrounding Wen Tianyu's death should be attributed to an attack by rogue ships, erecting a monument in his honor for loyalty and righteousness. To merchants, the notions of right and wrong are often inconsequential. What truly matters is the ability to discern opportunities within any circumstance. The Xia family could potentially leverage Wen Tianyu's death, utilizing his prior reputation to garner favor among the martial guests of Longqing, thus solidifying their foothold. However, this required careful maneuvering and considerable effort. One misstep could yield adverse results, an issue that weighed heavily on Xia Mei's mind. Upon arriving in Longqing, it was also the day of parting for the two. While the workers busily unloaded the cargo, Xia Mei summoned Li Changxiao to the deck, watching the industrious laborers. Several times, she opened her mouth to speak, only to hesitate. As Xia Mei remained silent, so did Li Changxiao, both awaiting in contemplative quietude. After a considerable time, as the snowfall intensified and a thin mist rose over the river, Xia Mei thought that if she did not speak soon, the young master might depart without her. Thus, she ventured, "Might you consider becoming my guest scholar to assist me?" Li Changxiao's gaze was peculiar, quietly observing, discerning the unspoken implications. Xia Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment and annoyance. There was an ulterior motive at play, beyond mere invitation, subtly laced with the sentiments of a young maiden. In the letter she had penned to her father, she mentioned Li Changxiao, describing him as a mysterious figure, hinting at her fondness for the young gentleman. Her father's reply assured her that matters of marriage would respect her wishes and would not impose any unwarranted arrangements. The young woman on the deck appeared either flushed from the cold or lost in her own thoughts, exuding the charm typical of a young lady. However, Li Changxiao's expression gradually turned grave as he confided in Xia Mei that he was destined to wander the world, and thus could not become her honored guest. Xia Mei's countenance fell. Silence enveloped the deck once more. Feeling parched, she longed for a drink, and thus produced a few coins to purchase a cup of wine from Li Changxiao. After savoring the beverage, her demeanor regained its composure. She expressed her regret over his rejection, stating that should he seek her in the future, she would still welcome him as her guest. As Li Changxiao drank, he disembarked, exclaiming about the journeys through mountains and waters, pondering where in life one does not encounter others. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Xia Mei watched his retreating figure, snowflakes accumulating upon his shoulders. After an indeterminate time, she sighed softly and echoed, "If fate allows, we shall meet again." Chapter 18. The Dragon's Aroma Tavern. Li Changxiao's destination was also launching. As he walked along the road, indulging in drink, he suddenly felt fatigued and decided to seek refuge in a tavern. He ordered several plates of fennel beans and a few pounds of cooked beef. During his time with Xia Mei, he had amassed a considerable sum of silver, and thus he spent generously. The waiter, draped in a white sweat towel, called out as he served the dishes, saying, "Please take your time, esteemed guest," before moving on to another table. Li Changxiao picked up a fennel bean and savored its crisp and delectable flavor. With a sip of wine and a bite of meat, he relished the moment. Just then, a man pushed open the door, causing the swirling snowflakes to rush into the tavern, and the temperature dropped a few degrees. The man surveyed the room, noting that all the seats were occupied, and he cursed, "What are you all doing holed up in here on such a snowy day?" At that moment, a fellow from the martial world slammed his sword onto the table and retorted, "If you wish to enter, then enter. If not, then leave. Quickly close the door." The man, sensing the other's imposing demeanor, dared not utter another word and closed the door, finding only the option to share a table with someone. He plopped down across from Li Changxiao and nodded in acknowledgement, which Li Changxiao returned in kind, before resuming his meal. Before long, he had nearly finished the plate of fennel beans, with only a few slices of beef remaining. Although it was winter, the tavern was filled with the pungent odors of foot, sweat, and body odor, mingling with the cold air, which was quite piercing. This tavern was not of high quality, and the food was far from exquisite. Its only merit lay in its affordable prices. Many laborers, having earned some money, would come here to enjoy a drink, often in boisterous groups. Li Changxiao lingered for a while, finding amusement in the boastful tales of the burly men around him, tales of Zanlongtai and the 17 cities, and so forth. It was not until evening that he decided to depart. As the waiter busied himself clearing the table, he muttered under his breath, disparaging Li Changxiao for being a miser who, having ordered only a few plates of fennel beans and a small amount of beef, lingered from day to night. Accidentally overhearing, Li Changxiao turned back and offered a few extra coins as an apology. Instantly, the waiter's demeanor changed dramatically. He praised Li Changxiao's remarkable appearance, likening him to a celestial being descended from the heavens, exclaiming that he resembled the handsome Pan. As Li Changxiao left the tavern and turned a corner, he spotted the man who had sat opposite him, sprawled in a snowbank. It seemed he had been beaten by another traveler. Li Changxiao summoned the waiter again and offered him a few more coins, instructing him to drag the man inside the tavern to prevent him from freezing to death. The waiter approached, checked the man's breath, and, seeing he was still alive, realized that if he were to die nearby, it would bring trouble. He thus agreed to the request. Walking along the snow-covered streets, Li Changxiao, clad in white, appeared somewhat fragile. He glanced at the talisman flute at his waist, reflecting on the letter he had received. In her correspondence, Su Tao conveyed that her clan's younger brother was an unparalleled genius, the last hope of the Su family. Any member of the family could perish, but he must not. Furthermore, to acquire the 100 Ghost technique, a drop of heartfelt blood from her younger brother was essential. According to the Ling Tian laws, on frigid days, officials were permitted to disperse for a half-hour respite. However, today was an exception. As dusk approached, the officials of Dragon City found themselves unable to rest, instead waiting eagerly at the port. Rows of soldiers cordoned off the nearby roads. driving the local populace away for several miles. The common folk, though discontented, dared not resist the authority of the officials. "What manner of individual warrants your personal reception, my lord?" inquired a robust man donned in a flying fish robe, who had been waiting at the port for half an hour, his frustration simmering beneath the surface as he directed his query to a middle-aged man clad in official attire. This middle-aged man, Huang Tingsheng, the prefect of Dragon City, was intently observing the river. "They have arrived," he uttered, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as his words fell, a small black appeared in the distance. As it drew closer, it gradually took on the shape of a vessel, ultimately revealing itself to be the royal yacht. "It is the royal entourage," he announced. After a brief wait, the ship gently approached the shore. "Miss Xinyan, please," a remarkably handsome man gestured courteously. "You are too kind, young master," Xinyan replied with a polite smile. Prefect Huang Tingsheng approached with several strides, indicating that he had prepared accommodations and meals for the two of them. His arrangements were meticulous, leaving no room for criticism, yet his demeanor remained neither subservient nor obsequious, maintaining an air of dignity even in the presence of royalty. "Miss Xinyan, what are your plans moving forward?" Li Tianlei inquired. Upon hearing his question, Xinyan furrowed her delicate brows. Her primary objective was to establish and promote a temple dedicated to herself and her master. With the support of the government, this endeavor was not insurmountable. Her role would primarily involve oversight and follow-up. On a snowy winter day, a swordsman clad in white appeared in Dragon City. Strikingly handsome, he wandered the snow-laden streets with a wine gourd in hand. Despite his thin attire, he felt no chill, a sword dangling at his waist. Resembling a wanderer from the martial world. When the swordsman paused to rest, passers-by often remarked that he did not seem to be a local and inquired about his purpose in Dragon City. He would typically respond with a smile, stating he was searching for an old acquaintance. "Have you found them? How do you intend to search?" they would ask. He would fall silent for a few moments before revealing that he had not yet devised a plan, but the person he sought was named Su Run. Thus, the swordsman spent a month in search. Though he did not locate the individual, he had thoroughly explored the various taverns of Dragon City. This man particularly enjoyed music, and his presence became a familiar sight in many lively establishments, gradually earning him a modest reputation in the realm. Another month passed. The swordsman lay sprawled by the roadside, lost in slumber, when a group of beggars spotted him and stealthily pilfered his coins. Consequently, he found himself the unwilling guest of a fierce landlady, known colloquially as Mother Tiger, who insisted he pay for his meal with labor. His sword was confiscated, and she declared that he must wash dishes for at least a month before she would consider releasing him. The swordsman's pleas fell on deaf ears as Mother Tiger, her fierce gaze fixed upon him, berated him fiercely, exclaiming, "You little wretch! Do you not inquire who dares to dine at Yang Xiuhua's establishment without consequence in Dragon City?" Her once enchanting visage was now contorted with fury, glaring at the drunken outsider. With hands on her hips, she slammed the table, exuding an aura that silenced the assembled guests of the martial world, compelling them to lower their heads and resume their meals. Thus, the famously peculiar wandering swordsman, known for his penchant for both drink and adventure, found himself with a temporary abode at the Longlai Xiang restaurant. Chapter 19. The Marvel of Tides. The detained swordsman, of course, was Li Changxiao. Embracing a mindset of acceptance, he became a proud dishwasher. With the break of dawn, he was roused from his slumber by the proprietress, donning his sheep gut gloves to commence his dishwashing duties. During moments of respite, he was summoned to the dining hall to serve meals. The Long Lake Xiang restaurant thrived daily, bustling with patrons, while Yang Xiuhua herself was perpetually occupied. As night descended and customers dwindled, she stood at the counter, diligently calculating the day's earnings with her abacus. The sound of the counting beads was soft yet distinctly clear. It marked Yang Xiuhua's happiest moments, prompting her to hum a well-known tune from Longqing. Seated at a guest table, Li Changxiao could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, "Madam, have you never considered hiring more workers?" Yang Xiuhua looked up, furrowing her brow, and retorted, "Are you already complaining about the toil? If you find it burdensome, how dare you order that century-old daughter's red?" The thought of her prized wine being wasted by him made her grit her teeth in frustration. "How about I trade you my wine for yours?" Li Changxiao suggested, only to receive a dramatic eye roll from Yang Xiuhua. "With that inferior wine of yours, who would want it?" she replied, returning her attention to the abacus. "Madam, have you never thought about marrying a man to assist you?" Li Changxiao suddenly inquired, observing how tirelessly she managed the restaurant with impeccable organization. Indeed, she earned a substantial fortune, yet had no time to enjoy it. Despite her youth and beauty, in a few years, she might well turn into a weary matron. Yang Xiuhua's gaze dimmed momentarily, then she scoffed. "Pa, not a single one of you men is reliable." Li Changxiao's inquiry tarnished her good mood, prompting her to tap her abacus and retreat to her room. Watching her retreating figure, he muttered, "Truly a tigress," before pouring himself another drink until dawn. The following day, he was again hastily summoned to work. Word had spread that a distinguished guest would dine at Long Lake Siang, prompting Yang Xiuhua to meticulously groom herself early in the morning, closing the restaurant to external patrons. Naturally, Li Changxiao was relieved from dishwashing duties and took the opportunity to thoroughly clean the establishment. Yang Xiuhua joined in, embodying her usual vigorous spirit, rolling up her sleeves and working with fervor. By evening, the restaurant gleamed anew. Noticing Li Changxiao's presentable appearance, she instructed him to change into a fresh outfit so they could greet the esteemed guest together outside. They braved the wind and snow, waiting for an extended period. At long last, a sedan chair approached. The distinguished guest had finally arrived. Yang Xiuhua gently nudged Li Changxiao, urging him to be alert, then forced a smile as she hurried to welcome the guest. However, from the opposite dining hall emerged another figure, adorned with a sycophantic grin. Rushing to the side of the esteemed visitor, Yang Xiuhua, still a couple of meters away, was intercepted by a constable. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she seemed poised to utter something. The distinguished figure who had just descended from the sedan glanced at Yang Xiuhua and her companion before diverting his gaze and following the obsequious man towards the restaurant across the street. Known far and wide as the Mother Tiger, Yang Xiuhua stood frozen in place. Li Changxiao observed that her eyes were unexpectedly brimming with tears. That evening, Yang Xiuhua wept profusely. Li Changxiao wondered if it was truly warranted. After all, such was the nature of business, and it was entirely normal for prominent figures to indulge in new experiences from time to time. Yang Xiuhua's tears flowed freely as she berated Li Changxiao for his lack of understanding, accusing him of merely offering cold comfort. The following day, upon inquiring further, Li Changxiao discovered that the owner of the restaurant across the street was, in fact, a former beggar whom Yang Xiuhua had compassionately taken in. As time passed, Yang Xiuhua, recognizing the man's honest nature and in need of assistance, imparted some of her family's culinary secrets to him. After mastering the craft, the beggar, with the support of a wealthy patron, established his own eatery, aptly named Tiger's Aroma. Yang Xiuhua felt a deep sense of guilt for having allowed her family's traditions to leak out, fearing that upon her eventual demise, she would have no face to present to her father. The distinguished figure was a government official from Longqing, a good friend of Yang Xiuhua's father. Now, seeing him dine at Tiger's Aroma only deepened her sorrow and despair. Yet, despite her grief, she dutifully rose the next day to attend to her clientele. However, Tiger's Aroma experienced an upsurge in business. Rumors began to circulate among the wandering souls that the renowned dishes, such as dragon emerges from the sea and mandarin ducks playing in the water, actually originated from Tiger's Aroma, with Dragon's Aroma being an imitation. This news nearly overwhelmed Yang Xiuhua with indignation. With her fiery temperament, she could hardly contain herself and erupted in a commotion right outside Tiger's Aroma. Alas, her outburst only earned her the reputation of a shrew, yielding no benefit. In truth, Yang Xiuhua was not lacking in beauty. Her curvaceous figure was alluring, and even in coarse fabric, she exuded a captivating charm. In her youth, she had attracted numerous suitors. However, as a woman managing such a large eatery, a certain fierceness was requisite for effective management. Moreover, with ill-intentioned individuals spreading rumors, she eventually became known as the infamous Mother Tiger of the street. That night, Li Changxiao witnessed Yang Xiuhua silently weeping, lamenting her inability to preserve the family legacy. An idea struck him. He proposed to Yang Xiuhua that he could act as an undercover agent, infiltrating Tiger's Aroma to sample their fine wines. Yang Xiuhua's eyes lit up, and she bestowed upon him a few taels of silver, instructing him to order some dishes and return to share his impressions. Li Changxiao hurried into Tiger's Aroma, only to be promptly ejected. The establishment's owner, brow furrowed, had hired several skilled martial artists for protection and was unperturbed by this half-hearted swordsman. He declared that Tiger's aroma did not welcome Li Changxiao. Defeated, Li Changxiao returned to Long's aroma to report on the situation. Yang Xiuhua, frustrated by his failure, chided him. Could you not disguise yourself beforehand? Several days passed. The business at Hulai Xiang has improved somewhat, and its temper has gradually escalated. A wooden sign has been erected at the entrance, proclaiming that neither dragons nor dogs are permitted within. One day, Li Changxiao observed Yang Xiuhua gazing at the sign, lost in thought, her silence betraying an inner contemplation. Li Changxiao sighed softly, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. At the very least, he would no longer have to wash so many dishes. During this time, Li Changxiao learned that the breathtaking tidal phenomenon in Longcheng was about to commence. Nestled by the sea, Longcheng witnesses this magnificent spectacle at the close of winter each year. It is a sight of extraordinary beauty. Many literary figures and poets are drawn here, eager to craft verses that compare the towering tides to their own lofty ambitions. Longcheng possesses a unique structure, comprising a city and 18 counties. The city refers to the very town where Li Changxiao resides, while below lie the 18 counties, all of which belong to Longcheng. The tidal phenomenon occurs within one of these 18 counties. Chapter 20. Dreaming of finding someone. Each sweeps the snow before their door. The snowy landscape is indeed enchanting. However, the act of clearing it reveals the true meaning of vexation. Li Changxiao has already spent several days removing the accumulated snow from before his doorstep. He considers himself somewhat experienced, yet he still perceives this task as a burdensome chore. The most exasperating aspect is that the establishment across the street, Tiger's Fragrance, rises early each morning to deliberately sweep their snow onto the entrance of Dragon's Fragrance. Li Changxiao has confronted the proprietor on several occasions regarding this matter, but all his efforts have proven futile. To make matters worse, they have a savage dog tethered at their door, which barks furiously at the slightest approach of Li Changxiao. Occasionally, it even howls at night, disturbing the peaceful slumber of others. Li Changxiao looks down upon such unscrupulous competitive tactics. However, with the companionship of wine, he remains largely unaffected, though it does trouble the proprietress, who often suffers from insomnia. While Li Changxiao typically remains indifferent to these matters, he occasionally retaliates, finding some solace in helping the proprietress vent her frustrations. He might weave dreams for that vicious dog, allowing its innocent heart to grasp the concept of unrequited love. Or he could secretly orchestrate a few wayward souls to give the Tiger's Fragrance owner a sound thrashing. At such times, he would sit outside on a stool to watch the spectacle unfold, with the proprietress bringing her own seat to join him, kindly offering him a handful of sunflower seeds. Dragon's Fragrance is an esteemed eatery in Longcheng, passed down through generations. Its dishes are exquisite, yet reasonably priced. Most importantly, many officials, before rising to prominence, frequented Dragon's Fragrance. Thus, while it appears merely as a dining establishment, it harbors a history of connections with numerous officials. However, the times have changed. Li Shanha has relinquished power, setting the stage for a contest of succession among the princes and princesses, each eager to establish their own legacy. Countless officials have been replaced, resulting in a tumultuous political landscape. The modest reputation of Dragon's Fragrance has dissipated amidst this conflict devoid of warfare. Yang Xiuhua is unaware of these underlying shifts. She only observes that Tiger's Fragrance is thriving while failing to understand the root cause. Each day, she remains preoccupied with devising better dishes to win back lost patrons. On this particular day, the proprietress resolves to take charge of the kitchen personally. She is notably particular about her ingredients, insisting they must be fresh. Rising early, she rouses Li Changxiao to accompany her to the market. When he inquires why she insists on his presence, she furrows her brow, struggling to articulate a reason. After much contemplation, she finally offers a rationale. She feels that having Li Changxiao by her side would provide an added sense of security. Despite his lack of prowess, he is still a swordsman of sorts. Perhaps, on a subconscious level, Yang Xiuhua has sensed the subtle changes in the prevailing circumstances. The world is shifting, akin to how a rat might instinctively know an earthquake is imminent. Li Changxiao readily agrees, and Yang Xiuhua casts a glance at him. To speak candidly, there are moments when she truly cannot comprehend the thoughts of this swordsman. He somewhat subverts her rigid stereotypes of wandering heroes. Typically, those who indulge in drink possess somewhat irascible tempers, do they not? Yet, This swordsman exhibits an extraordinary patience, his lips perpetually curved into a gentle smile, aligning perfectly with his name. The two of them strolled towards the bustling market, where the cacophony of voices remained as lively as ever. However, the prices had surged considerably, and in the corners, there appeared a number of ragged beggars. It was said that they were villagers from a fishing community, forced to flee their inundated homes. As they passed by, Yang Xiuhua felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, as if more than a dozen eyes were piercing into her. Fortunately, the swordsman behind her cleared his throat lightly, causing the beggar's gazes to shift away. She let out a soft sigh, only to be struck by a sense of sorrow, realizing that as a solitary woman, she remained powerless in the face of many adversities. After wandering through the market for quite some time, Yang Xiuhua meticulously selected a variety of ingredients, intending to concoct new dishes upon her return. Li Changxiao expressed great anticipation, offering to serve as a judge. Just as they engaged in conversation, several beggars sitting on the ground exchanged glances and approached them. "Please, we haven't eaten in days," implored the leader of the beggars, his face a portrait of despair. Yang Xiuhua furrowed her brow, reluctant to get embroiled in their troubles, and pulled out her remaining coins, distributing them among a few of them. Unexpectedly, after receiving the coins, the beggars merely stared at one another, refusing to leave. Instead, they attempted to encroach upon Yang Xiuhua. One of them remarked, "You are truly kind-hearted, Mississippi. I have heard that the renowned Long Lake Siang dining hall nearby is managed by you. Would it not be better for you to let us stay for a few days?" The beggars advanced step by step. Yang Xiuhua's complexion darkened, her anger flaring. "How ungrateful! If I count to 3, you had better be gone." They laughed heartily. Though she projected a fierce demeanor, her heart raced with trepidation. As a frail woman, she found herself at a loss should the beggars decide to resort to force. With this thought, her legs trembled slightly. Nevertheless, she mustered her bravado, ready to roll up her sleeves and fight if they dared to come closer. At that moment, Li Changxiao, wielding a wooden stick, strode towards the beggars without a word and took action. With a sharp crack, the stick struck one of the beggars across the face, leaving a crimson mark. Subsequently, with swift and precise movements, he dispatched the rest of the beggars, their anguished cries echoing in the air. With casual ease, Li Changxiao resolved the situation. He then turned back, casting a playful glance at Yang Xiuhua. What are you doing?" She feigned indignation. Li Changxiao chuckled. "Nothing much. Just curious to see if the proprietress is equally fierce with everyone." "You are asking for trouble." Yang Xiuhua, incensed, delivered a punch to Li Changxiao's chest, feeling as though he had seen through her facade of strength. The two of them crossed paths with the refugees and made their way back to the Long Lake Siang dining hall. Yang Xiuhua, simmering with frustration, entered the kitchen to prepare some dishes. Meanwhile, the group of refugees, disheveled, rose from the ground and stealthily slipped through the back door into the Hulaixiang dining hall. Had they succeeded? The proprietor of Hulaixiang was a young man with narrow eyes and slightly protruding lips, named Lu Ba. The refugees shook their heads in dismay, and the leader spoke up. "That white-clad swordsman possesses formidable skills. With just a branch, he incapacitated several of our brothers. Boss, your plan may well be in jeopardy." Lu Ba furrowed his brow, pondering, "This shouldn't be. If that fellow is truly so powerful, I should have anticipated his strength when I expelled him." With a cold smirk, he continued, "The world is descending into chaos. If this attempt fails, we shall merely await the next opportunity. No matter how fierce Yang Xiuhua may be, she is still just a woman. I, Lu Ba, have not only the backing of wealthy patrons." Li Changxiao, enticed by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen, felt his appetite stir. He took a few sips of water to cleanse the taste of alcohol from his mouth, for he held great admiration for Yang Xiuhua's culinary skills. Though he had been detained here for partaking in a free meal and had squandered her family's cherished vintage wine, he found contentment in the daily meals provided, feeling it more substantial than mere currency. Just as the fragrant dishes filled the air, Li Changxiao suddenly paused, a glint of realization sparking in his eyes. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Li Changxiao had been searching for Fu Run, the brother of the elusive Fu Tao, albeit through unconventional means. He sought him through the realm of dreams. Now, it seemed, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 21. The completion of the River Mother Temple and the Temple Fair recently. Rumors have been rampant in the city. The tax grain has seen a significant increase each month. Thus, even with the approach of the Spring Festival, the streets remain bustling with merchants and laborers. The government has decided to construct a temple in the southern and western parts of the city, where water transport is accessible. The scale of these temples is modest, lacking grandeur, yet they demand considerable manpower and resources. Those engaged in the construction can reduce their tax grain for the following year, along with receiving 2 meals a day provided by the government. Consequently, numerous individuals have eagerly signed up, with strong young men clamoring to join. Even some displaced refugees have joined in, hoping to earn a meal and survive the harsh winter. It is indeed difficult. An elderly man, having passed his 60th year, has set a small wooden stool in front of his door, observing the hurried passers-by and lamenting. At this time last year, his family was joyfully reunited. Now, his entire family is scattered and struggling outside. "Old man, why are you sitting out here in this weather? It's about to snow," called out a robust young man who emerged from the opposite old house, his cheerful demeanor contrasting with his thin clothing, his muscles well-defined. I am old now. With little hope left, merely waiting for my children to return," the old man sighed heavily. The young man nodded in greeting before turning to leave. After he had walked away, another man dressed in white passed by and greeted the elderly gentleman. "Sir, how long have you been living here?" The man in white was quite familiar, sitting beside the elder on the ground, propping himself up with his hands, exuding a faint scent of alcohol. Unbeknownst to him, the old man felt a warmth envelop him. The old man glanced at the man in white and replied, "I have grown up in Long City since childhood." "Oh." The man in white raised an eyebrow and gestured to the house across the street, asking, "What do you know about the family residing there?" The old man slowly responded, "They are old neighbors. This house has been passed down through generations without interruption, and their family is thriving, which I find enviable." "Indeed," the man in white continued. "Do you know what that young man is doing out in this frigid winter?" The old man scrutinized the man in white, sensing no ill intentions, especially since he was well acquainted with the family across the street, who were impoverished and had nothing to gain. He answered, "What else could he be doing? He is out to help build the temple, which is quite a noble endeavor. There is no farming in winter, but participating in the construction can reduce next year's tax burden, easing the pressure significantly." The man in white nodded, taking a few swigs from his flask, the sharp scent of alcohol causing the old man to grimace slightly. The man then stood up, smiling. "Sir, you should come inside. It's rather cold out here." After saying this, he waved his hand and departed. The old man was momentarily taken aback, pondering the suggestion, and eventually decided it made sense. He picked up his small stool and walked inside. As Li Changxiao pushed open the door to Long Lake Siang, he was met with the fierce glare of Yang Xiuhua. Her hands on her hips, she demanded to know, "Where have you been?" "I just went out for a stroll," Li Changxiao replied. "It's not like the doors were open today. I finally managed to take a day off." For a moment, Yang Xiuhua was speechless. She had intended to scold him, but realized her position was untenable. Frustration and unease washed over her as she pondered the sudden disappearance of Li Changxiao. Is the food ready?" Li Changxiao asked, noticing the dishes spread across the table. He approached, eager to sample the fare. "Get away," Yang Xiuhua exclaimed, shoving him aside as she lifted her newly concocted dish, retorting, "My food is not for you, you filthy man." She was fierce, like a mother tiger guarding her cubs. Though Li Changxiao was adept at entering dreams and not particularly high in cultivation, he could discern much with a single glance. The proprietress of Long Lake Siang, perceived by outsiders as a fierce woman, was, in truth, a sensitive and insecure young lady who had yet to marry. Having experienced betrayal once, it seemed to have left a profound impact on her, making her wary of trusting others, yet increasingly dependent on them. Li Changxiao rubbed his stomach and chuckled, "Boss lady, if you don't feed me, I might just starve tonight." Yang Xiuhua rolled her eyes, but for some reason, the anger within her had diminished considerably upon seeing his demeanor. Ultimately, she feared that Li Changxiao might betray her just as Liu Ba, from Hulaixiang, had done. Yet, in that moment, clarity washed over her. Li Changxiao was merely a petty thief of a meal, not someone from her circle, so the notion of betrayal was misplaced. "I'm sorry, I was just overwhelmed with emotion," Yang Xiuhua said. The two sat around the table. Li Changxiao picked up a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth, savoring the aromatic flavors. He had tasted many exotic delicacies and rare fruits nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, but to him, The most soul-stirring and palate-tingling dishes emerged from the smoke and fire of this earthly realm. "Delicious," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Yang Xiuhua feigned anger and swatted his hand away, yet inwardly, she was filled with delight. She had prepared 4 dishes, each visually appealing and exquisite in flavor. Seeing Li Changxiao enjoy his meal brought her a sense of satisfaction. She contemplated introducing the dishes to the public the following day. Long Laxiang served food, but did not offer lodging. With only a handful of staff, including Li Changxiao, there were just 4 of them in total. Yang Xiuhua worked as the chef during the day and handled the accounts at night, and before Li Changxiao's arrival, she was also responsible for cleaning. It was not that she couldn't find help. Rather, she had been burned too many times. With her parents having passed away early, she was left alone. Had she not inherited some skills from her parents, she might have long since succumbed to poverty. This business was a challenge not just for a woman, but even for a burly man. Yang Xiuhua had grown accustomed to doing everything herself. After they had devoured a substantial portion of the feast laid before them, she rarely indulged in a day of relaxation and retired to her bed early to sleep. The following day, Yang Xiuhua spent a few coins to hire some laborers to announce the new dishes with drums and gongs. Li Changxiao, upon receiving the order, rushed outside to attract customers. Remarkably, his efforts bore fruit, and Long Laxiang regained its former vibrancy. Time passed in this manner, with the business at Long Laxiang fluctuating between bustling and quiet. On this particular day, while delivering vegetables, Li Changxiao overheard patrons discussing the completion of a temple in the western part of the city, which was set to hold a fair the next day. Notably, the governor of Longcheng, Huang Tingsheng, would be in attendance. Li Changxiao felt indifferent. However, this news reached Yang Xiuhua, who immediately resolved to visit the temple the following day. Li Changxiao, perplexed, informed her that the temple in question was the River Mother Temple, dedicated to ensuring safe water transport, not a god of wealth temple, rendering her visit futile. Yang Xiuhua, undeterred, insisted on visiting, believing it would bring her good fortune. Moreover, she insisted on bringing Li Changxiao along, arguing that his excessive drinking might lead to trouble in the future, and thus he should pray for safety. Li Changxiao retorted that whether he encountered misfortune was of no concern to Yang Xiuhua, and cautioned her against developing feelings for him, making it clear that he could not work for her forever. He spoke earnestly while sipping his drink. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuhua's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated such thoughts from him. Angered and embarrassed, she seized a broom and chased after Li Changxiao in a fit of rage. After a prolonged commotion, the Long Laxiang dining hall finally returned to tranquility. Yang Xiuhua went back to sleep, leaving Li Changxiao alone to gaze out at the falling snow. He sighed deeply, feeling a sense of foreboding about the impending day, knowing he would encounter old acquaintances once more. Chapter 22. A reunion of brothers. The temple fair was bustling with activity. The townspeople brought their own incense to the Himu temple in the west of the city, lighting candles and praying for blessings. The golden statue of the River Mother was exquisite, yet no one dared to harbor any nefarious thoughts. Among the crowd were a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, clad in a flowing black robe, while the woman wore a delicate veil that obscured her face, though her figure was striking. The two were none other than Prince Li Tianlei and the incense-imbued Xin Yan. A slender golden line appeared between Xin Yan's brows, a testament to the incense offerings she had received. "How do you feel, Miss Xin Yan?" Li Tianlei inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Xin Yan shook her head. She sensed a change, but could not articulate the feeling. Even to this day, she remained uncertain about the feasibility of the incense offerings. "Oh well, let us stroll and observe. As a prince, I rarely indulge in such simple pleasures among the common folk," Li Tianlei remarked with a smile. However, as he spoke, he suddenly uttered a soft gasp, his gaze drawn to a man and woman walking side by side in the distance. More precisely, his attention fixated on the man. Xin Yan followed his gaze, and her expression momentarily froze. In that fleeting instant, Li Tianlei hastened toward them. Xin Yan furrowed her brow, but quickly followed suit. "Are you really not going to go in and pay your respects?" Yang Xiuhua asked. "No," Li Changxiao replied with a gentle shake of his head. Yang Xiuhua sighed. "Very well, you wait for me here. Once I finish my prayers, I will look around." With that, she waved and made her way toward the Himu temple. As she departed, Xin Yan and Li Tianlei arrived before Li Changxiao. Li Tianlei began, pointing at Li Changxiao, struggling to recall his name. Changxiao. Li Changxiao interjected with a smile. Ah, yes, yes, Li Tianlei nodded repeatedly. Li Changxiao. With a playful glint in his eyes, Li Tianlei regarded Li Changxiao. If I am not mistaken, you should still be under a bounty, correct? You are not mistaken, Li Changxiao shrugged nonchalantly. But so what? The Ling Tian dynasty is struggling to maintain itself. Do they truly have the energy to deal with a minor character like me? Then, Li Changxiao turned his gaze to Li Tianlei, stating plainly, or are you suggesting that you, who can barely be considered my half-brother by blood, would be willing to expend your own lifespan to capture me? Upon hearing this, Xin Yin was momentarily taken aback, casting a look of confusion toward Li Tianlei. He offered a resigned smile, acknowledging the truth of the matter, albeit reluctantly. Indeed, Li Changxiao does qualify as my half-brother. Yet, regrettably, he is not included in the family lineage. His name is merely a casual one, whereas my name and those of our clan's siblings were bestowed by our father, belonging to the Tian generation. Upon hearing this, Xin Yin's gaze shifted to Li Changxiao, noting his calm demeanor, which stirred a complex array of emotions within her. Li Changxiao, on the other hand, appeared utterly indifferent. He is not an easygoing individual, yet he exhibits no particular reverence for the lineage of the Ling Tian dynasty. Li Tianlei did not intentionally come to flaunt his superiority. He merely encountered an old acquaintance and felt a twinge of curiosity. From afar, a commotion arose. A group of patrolling soldiers was driving away the destitute who had wandered into the temple fair. Among these unfortunate souls were both the elderly and the young, clad in threadbare garments on this frigid winter day. Observing this scene, Li Tianlei remarked blandly, life is as ephemeral as a mayfly, and fortune is scarce, while fate is shallow. Li Changxiao took a sip of wine and candidly replied, I believe the root of the matter lies in the inadequacies of your Ling Tian dynasty. Li Tianlei turned to him sharply, his eyes gleaming with an oppressive intensity born of his high status. Li Changxiao spoke plainly, declaring, the decline of the Ling Tian dynasty is an inevitability. This celestial dynasty, which has endured for countless generations, is riddled with ignorance concerning governance, from those in lofty palaces like Li Shanhe to the princes wielding authority like yourselves. Who among you truly understands the art of ruling a nation? How well do you grasp the intricacies of systems, legalities, and the welfare of the populace? In the past, when spiritual energy was abundant, strength was paramount. Even ordinary individuals who had never practiced could achieve a cultivation level of 4 or 5. The wilderness teemed with spiritual herbs, and the common folk did not suffer from hunger. But what of today? His tone was devoid of emotion. It was unclear how much of this Li Tianlei truly absorbed. As he sharply reprimanded Li Changxiao, how dare you speak my father's name so freely? What punishment do you deserve for such insolence? Li Changxiao scoffed, that is your father. Do you wish to impose punishment? Would you dare? His voice resonated like an ethereal dream, leaving Li Tianlei feeling as though he were ensnared in a reverie. Although Li Changxiao was merely at the nascent soul stage, he felt no fear towards Li Tianlei, for he understood these lofty princes all too well. Moreover, should conflict arise, he could always flee. The value that others placed on spiritual energy held no significance for him. The atmosphere grew tense, with Li Tianlei clearly incensed while Li Changxiao remained impassive throughout. Changxiao, may we converse? At that moment, Xin Yin spoke up, hesitantly uttering the name Changxiao. Li Changxiao turned his gaze towards her, his expression neutral, as though she were a stranger. Neither Li Tianlei nor Xin Yin could stir any emotional ripples within him. Xin Yin had many thoughts she wished to convey to Li Changxiao. She felt she owed him an apology from every conceivable angle. Furthermore, the memories of their previous encounters resurfaced in her mind, stirring not a stagnant pool in her heart. However, at that instant, Yang Xiuhua finished her incense offering and called out Li Changxiao's name, announcing that there was a wishing well behind the temple and inviting him to make a wish. Li Changxiao parted ways with the two and approached the well, where throngs of people were gathered, each there to make their own wishes. Yang Xiuhua wrote on a slip of paper, "May business flourish in the coming year," placed it in a bamboo tube, and cast it into the wishing well. She then slightly turned her head, stealing a glance at Li Changxiao's wish. He wrote down, "May I have sweet dreams," placed it in the bamboo tube, and likewise cast it into the well. Yang Xiuhua frowned, chastising Li Changxiao for his lack of ambition. She had expected him to compose tales of chivalry and a peaceful world. Li Changxiao replied with a smile, asserting that these matters did not concern him. The temple fair was bustling, and the two did not linger, hastily returning to the long Lake Siang dining hall. Li Changxiao, feeling listless, counted the snowflakes by the window. With strong liquor warming his insides, he contemplated the necessity of approaching Su Tao's brother. Indeed, the man who had ventured out to assist in the temple's construction was none other than Su Ren, Su Tao's sibling. Li Changxiao, employing his ability to manipulate dreams, silently pinpointed his location. However, he had yet to make contact. Initially, he intended to observe from a distance. Simply knowing that Su Ren was alive would suffice to fulfill his promise. There was no need for direct interaction. As for that precious drop of heart's blood, Li Changxiao possessed countless methods to acquire it discreetly. Naturally, he would not take it without compensation. He could offer a few cups of wine or a series of beautiful dreams in exchange, an endeavor that would undoubtedly yield a profit for Su Ren. Yet, upon returning from the fair, he found himself reconsidering his approach. Chapter 23. The theft of incense. The vibrant festivities of the temple fair seemed to melt away the lingering frost and snow. In stark contrast to the bustling fair in the western part of the city, the He-Mu Temple in the northern district was only half constructed. With merely a foundation laid in bricks, tiles, and stones piled haphazardly nearby. Today, the He-Mu Temple in the west was hosting a grand celebration, and the officials had graciously permitted the laborers a day of respite to partake in the festivities, offering their incense and homage. Naturally, the laborers were overwhelmed with joy, expressing their gratitude profusely to the officials. On the construction site, only a few soldiers remained, gathered around a bonfire in a makeshift thatched hut, engaged in a game of drinking and dice. Occasionally, a soldier would peek out and, upon spotting a passerby, would shout a warning for them to quickly depart. One soldier, having lost a wager, downed a cup of liquor in one gulp, wincing in pain and exclaiming his discomfort. At that moment, a flicker of movement caught his eye. He turned to see a figure approaching the site. As he leaned out to call out a warning, he suddenly locked eyes with the stranger. A flash of blue light passed between them, leaving him momentarily dazed. At the construction site of the northern He-Mu Temple, Li Changxiao surveyed his surroundings. His gaze settled upon a certain spot where a middle-aged man was digging in the earth. The middle-aged man soon noticed Li Changxiao and slowly rose to his feet, speaking in a flat tone. "Brother, this is a construction site. It would be best for you to leave quickly. If the higher-ups see you, you may face a few lashes at best, or worse, imprisonment." Li Changxiao shook his head, indicating it would be futile. The middle-aged man paused, unable to comprehend the other's reasoning. Leaning against a wooden post, Li Changxiao pointed to the soft earth at the man's feet and reiterated, "It is useless." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Changxiao anew. "What do you know?" he asked. Li Changxiao replied, "The incense is of no benefit to you." The man's pupils constricted sharply, and he let out a cold laugh. "Ah, so you are also a practitioner?" Li Changxiao nodded and cautioned, "Fu Run, heed my words. Do not meddle with the incense. The way of incense is beyond what a mere foundational cultivator like you can withstand. Moreover, your actions constitute the theft of incense. Such ill-gotten gains will not only fail to extend your lifespan, but may very well become a death warrant." Li Changxiao's demeanor grew increasingly solemn, for he had observed everything. The man named Fu Rin was not engaged in the construction of the He-Mu Temple to alleviate the tax burdens of the coming year. Instead, he sought to emulate the actions of the deity and secretly entomb his own essence beneath the statue of He-Mu, hoping for some semblance of sustenance in return. Fu Rin's expression shifted rapidly as he grappled with the truth of the man's words. "If that were the case, we share no ties, so why warn me?" he retorted coldly. Li Changxiao did not respond directly. Instead, he countered with a question. "Do you think you are the only one to deduce that the golden statue of the River Mother is, in fact, a means for a certain practitioner to seek longevity? You, merely at the foundation establishment stage, can see through such matters. Do you believe that the hidden cultivators within Long City are oblivious to it? If so, why have they not followed your lead, secretly burying their golden statues to siphon off the incense?" After taking a hearty swig of turbid wine, Li Changxiao spoke with profound significance. Upon hearing this, Fu Rin's pupils constricted sharply. Witnessing this, Li Changxiao's figure gradually faded away. Fu Rin gazed at the place where the other had vanished. His expression twisted into an unprecedented grimace. He had thought he glimpsed a sliver of hope, only to find himself once again disillusioned. He struck the ground with his fist, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Once a prodigy, a secret genius of the Hundred Ghosts dynasty, he had once received a decree from the dynasty proclaiming that as long as he existed, so too would the Hundred Ghosts. From the moment of his birth, celestial phenomena had unfolded. The heavens rained down ancient ice for 10,000 years, encasing him within. For a full 700 years, he remained frozen, and upon breaking free, he officially embarked on his cultivation journey. Relying on the aura of ancient ice that had nurtured his roots for 7 centuries, he ascended rapidly, his talent rivaling that of stars in the sky. Alas, fate was unkind to him. Shortly after establishing his foundation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth ran dry. His unwillingness, fury, and helplessness ultimately transformed into silence. Fu Ren dug into the earth, retrieving a 2-inch golden figurine. With a heavy sigh, he turned and left the construction site. The following day, Fu Ren feigned illness and declined what seemed to others a lucrative opportunity. Li Changxiao nodded in approval. This lad was somewhat receptive to advice. What could a drop of heart's blood truly yield? Li Changxiao reclined by the window, observing the snowy landscape, lost in thought. Business at Longlai Incense had become increasingly lackluster. It was precisely for this reason that Li Changxiao found himself with the time to daydream by the window. A drop of heart's blood, a tome of 100 Ghosts magic. His slender, fair fingers traced aimlessly along the window ledge. Glancing at the talisman peach flute hanging at his waist, his thoughts drifted. Perhaps it would be more fitting to entrust this flute to Fu Ren. Life returned to its mundane routine. Behind the scenes, unseen hands stirred the waters, causing business at Hulai Incense to flourish while Longlai Incense continued to languish. Li Changxiao frequently observed Yang Xiuhua weeping in secret. However, whenever he approached, she would immediately glare at him, scolding him to get back to work. It was said that the River Mother Temple safeguarded safe water transport, and many merchants would light incense there before embarking on their journeys. As the spring festival approached, the city grew increasingly bustling. The number of refugees in the city swelled, gathering at the governor's door, beseeching him for a chance at survival. Huang Tingsheng, the governor of Long City, was considered a good official, rising each dawn and dusk to have his subordinates prepare a large pot of clear gruel outside the residence. The destitute gradually found sustenance and settled into a semblance of stability. However, this tranquility proved ephemeral, as Huang Tingsheng's provisions dwindled. Consequently, he summoned the prominent families within the city, demanding they contribute a portion of their wealth. These esteemed households, united by their shared interests, were reluctant to bear such losses. They exchanged banter, attempting to evade responsibility, leading to further delays. Gradually, the displaced populace grew restless once more. Although Li Changxiao seldom ventured away from the Long Lake Xiang dining hall, he remained acutely aware of all that transpired within Longqing. Each night, he observed the myriad dreams of countless souls. The prince, Li Tianlei, had arrived in Longqing ostensibly to assist Xin Yan, yet he harbored his own ulterior motives. On one hand, he pursued Xin Yan with fervor, placing great importance on the incense offerings. On the other, he discreetly fortified his own loyalists within the city. Li Changxiao discerned the multitude of desires at play. Perhaps one's lifespan might wane alongside the dwindling spiritual essence, yet avarice remained ever steadfast. Fu Ren was not alone in Longqing. In fact, he was accompanied by 13 companions, all of whom shared a similar level of cultivation, banding together for warmth in an era of fading methods. Chapter 24. Dragon Pearl. The depletion of spiritual energy is a harsh reality, particularly for those who have only recently embarked on the path of cultivation. Their shallow understanding and limited lifespan render them insignificant in the face of this cataclysm. Over the course of 3 centuries, many cultivators have perished. Near Dragon City, there once thrived a formidable sect known as the Dragon-Slaying Sect. Following the destruction of the 100 Ghosts dynasty, a young man named Fu Ren, who had been encased in ice, was secretly transported to the Dragon-Slaying Sect. 7 centuries later, Fu Ren was born, revealing his extraordinary talents. However, after the depletion of spiritual energy, the Dragon-Slaying Sect disbanded, and Fu Ren, once a prodigy, became worthless overnight. His master, the sect leader, was unable to protect himself and had no energy to attend to Fu Ren's plight. They could only huddle together for warmth. At this moment, in Fu Ren's old residence, 13 individuals were gathered. Some were advanced in age, while others were in the prime of their lives. Among them were both men and women, and from their appearances, it was difficult to discern that they were once contemporaneous geniuses. Brother Fu, does the incense offering still hold any value? One woman, whose grace had not yet faded, inquired. Aside from the completed Mother River Temple in the west of the city, construction has only just begun in the north and south. Moreover, it seems the local government intends to construct Mother River temples in several counties beneath Dragon City. If it proves useful, we could emulate the Mother River and secretly embed a golden statue within the temple to pilfer some incense. Fu Ren shook his head gently. Our cultivation levels are too low. Incense offerings will not be effective for us. We must seek alternative paths. Suddenly, an elderly man, somewhat stooped, slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly. No use. On what grounds do you make such a conclusion? Are you attempting to monopolize the incense for yourself? His eyes were filled with anger and desperation, reflecting his unwillingness to accept the harsh truth. His lifespan was dwindling, evident by the signs of aging upon him. The others shared a somber expression, not out of suspicion towards Fu Ren, but out of regret that the incense offering method was no longer viable. Fu Ren recounted his experiences to a few of them, and the atmosphere grew icy. The 13 cultivators present had long concealed themselves within Dragon City, publicly claiming to be siblings. They would convene periodically to discuss methods of prolonging life and exploring new avenues. In truth, there had initially been far more than 13. However, the majority had succumbed to the ravages of time. The silence deepened, as those struggling against the current of fate were no better off than the ignorant common folk. A middle-aged man with graying temples cleared his throat softly. He pressed his fingers together, lightly tapping the table, producing a rhythmic sound that drew the attention of the others. After a prolonged contemplation, he surveyed the faces before him and slowly spoke. Fu Ren, you are from the dragon-slaying sect. Have you ever heard the origin of the sect? Naturally. Fu Ren nodded and remarked. It is said that millennia ago, this place was plagued by several malevolent flood dragons. A Taoist priest, having traveled through this land, vanquished these vile dragons, their blood staining the earth for hundreds of miles and turning the sea crimson. With the formidable power gained from slaying the dragons, the priest established the dragon-slaying sect in this region, and from that moment forth, every creature born here possessed a chance of inheriting a trace of dragon aura. Fu Ren's words drew the thoughts of the assembly back to the past. The grandeur of the dragon-slaying sect 300 years ago was unparalleled. The renown of the dragon-slaying Taoist was not insignificant even across the vast expanse of the Fuyo world. Had it not been for the depletion of spiritual energy, such a formidable force would not have waned, be it after 300 years or even 300,000 years. The 13 individuals present shared a similar level of cultivation with Fu Ren. Each had once been a superlative talent within great powers, just beginning to reveal their potential. Indeed, a silver-haired man nodded, affirming the historical account of the dragon-slaying sect. However, Fu Ren's account lacked depth. I have been diligently investigating this history for some time. The silver-haired man's voice wavered slightly, as if he was striving to maintain control. He continued, we commenced our cultivation only to encounter the exhaustion of the heavens and earth, our fortunes proving unfavorable. In truth, our understanding of cultivation is woefully inadequate. Yet, a fortuitous encounter a few months ago led me to the tomb of a powerful being, a thief of dragon pearls who succumbed to grave injuries, and, coupled with the depletion of spiritual energy, passed away with resentment. Thief of dragon pearls? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, having never heard such a title before. The silver-haired man nodded and elaborated. A thief of dragon pearls refers to one who steals, with pearls denoting the dragon pearls themselves. Dragon pearls. Fu Ren's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be? Indeed, the man affirmed, the dragon-slaying Taoist had slain 8 flood dragons in his time. The dragon, a divine entity of heaven and earth, commands the winds and rains. In a one-on-one confrontation, cultivators of equal rank would find it nearly impossible to contend with a flood dragon. Even the dragon-slaying Taoist could only achieve the slaughter of 8 dragons under the suppression of his own realm. And those 8 flood dragons had already formed dragon pearls. As his words fell, the assembly began to grasp the implications. Though their cultivation time was brief, they had heard of the formidable power of dragon pearls. The quintessence of a flood dragon's strength is nearly all encapsulated within the dragon pearl. Securing a single dragon pearl could grant us 100 years of longevity. Should it not be a daunting task? The man's tone was resolute. "And I know that one such dragon pearl lies hidden within the nearby South Sea." The room fell into silence. Fu Rin furrowed his brow. The risks of this endeavor seemed considerable, perhaps necessitating the use of their cultivation. Should they fail, it could very well cost them the remaining decades of their lives. An elder rose and declared, "Humph, my lifespan is already waning, and our cultivation is shallow. It is nearly impossible for us to forge a new path in our practice. The incense path holds no value for us. This time, I wish to stake everything." A beautiful woman, her expression wavering, remained indecisive. The closer one approaches death, the more one tends to fear it. Once, armed with formidable prowess, I would boldly venture into treacherous realms, even those fraught with peril, driven solely by the pursuit of the path that resonated within my heart, ever striving for loftier heights. To hear the truth at dawn was worth facing death by dusk. Yet now, after wandering through the mundane world for 3 centuries, as I inch closer to the inevitability of death and come to grasp its profound weight, hesitation has taken root within me. The 13 individuals, each with divergent opinions, found themselves embroiled in disputes as night descended. Ultimately, their views converged. They would disguise themselves as a merchant caravan and traverse the canal towards the South Sea for reconnaissance. They resolved not to employ their powers until the Dragon Pearl was uncovered. The South Sea lies not too far from Dragon City. After deliberation, the 13 decided to set forth on the morrow, perhaps returning in time to celebrate a joyful spring festival. Chapter 25. A visit to the River Mother as the year draws to a close. The River Mother temples in the northern and western parts of the city have been completed. Each day, the incense offerings are unceasing. With the impending rise in taxes and grain, the pressure on the common folk has intensified, compelling them to labor even in the dead of winter. The men venture out as merchants, while the women weave at home, often gathering with neighbors to visit the River Mother Temple, praying for the safety of their husbands who toil away from home. On a crisp morning, before dawn breaks, a light snow begins to fall. A few women pass by the entrance of the Long Lake Siang, carrying small baskets filled with offerings of fruits and date cakes. Their expressions are urgent as they hasten towards the River Mother Temple. Glancing at Li Changxiao as they pass, they hurry on without a word. Li Changxiao observes their retreating figures in silence, then picks up a broom to clear the snow accumulated at the entrance. Barking fiercely, the vicious dog from Hulaixiang bares its teeth at Li Changxiao, lunging as if to attack. Had it not been restrained by a chain, it would surely have pounced. This dog seems to harbor a particular disdain for Li Changxiao, barking ferociously whenever it spots him. Yet, Li Changxiao remains unfazed, continuing to sweep the snow and occasionally taking a sip of liquor. As his broom encounters an unusual object, he brushes aside the snow to discover a woman, frozen to death by the roadside. He calls out to the proprietress, and Yang Xiuhua, not daring to delay, rushes to the nearby government office to summon 2 coroner's assistants. After a cursory glance at the body, they inform Yang Xiuhua that the woman died from exposure, assuring her that it would not implicate her or Li Changxiao. As dawn breaks, Long Lake Siang officially opens its doors, but business remains lackluster. Recently, the sight of frozen corpses near Long Lake Siang has deterred patrons, leading them to frequent Hulaixiang instead. It is not uncommon to discover frozen bodies each year, victims of drunkenness who succumb to the cold while lying on the streets. But this year, the numbers have swelled alarmingly due to the influx of refugees into Longqing, driven by the raging seas. The annual spectacle of high tides has turned into a harbinger of death, as surging waters have engulfed several coastal fishing villages. Rumors abound that the tide continues to rise, forcing ever more refugees to seek shelter in Longqing, resulting in an increasing toll of frozen corpses. Not long ago, it was reported that a renowned poet, heedless of warnings, ventured out to witness the tides and was swept away by the waves, vanishing without a trace. As evening descends, the chill in the air deepens. After closing Long Lake Siang, Yang Xiuhua devises a plan to purchase incense offerings and, with Li Changxiao in tow, heads to the nearby River Mother Temple. With great reverence, she prays, not for herself, as she does not need to toil outside, but for the welfare of the city. Kneeling before the golden statue of the River Mother, she murmurs a plea, asking the River Mother to intercede with the sea god, urging him to quell the tumultuous tides that have brought so many refugees to Longqing. Li Changxiao kindly reminds her that the River Mother cannot speak. Her dominion extends only over the river. Yang Xiuhua was unconvinced. The river was filled with water. The sea brimmed with it. Yet how could the river mother remain silent? After bowing for half an hour, the two returned to the Long Lake Siang dining hall. The night watchman, bearing a lantern and a copper gong, reminded them to secure their doors and windows to avoid the chill. Days passed in this manner. In Li Changxiao's room, there lay a small wooden plank, marked with 17 horizontal bars. Each bar represented a day, and upon accumulating 30, his debts from dining without payment would be considered settled. At that point, he would depart from Longcheng. He calculated the days and realized he could remain in Longcheng to celebrate the Spring Festival and linger a few more days thereafter. A few days later, a sudden sound of suona echoed from a house near Long Lake Siang. Inside, a woman's heart-wrenching cries filled the air. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that her husband had tragically drowned while engaged in trade. With the rising tide, the canal connected to it could hardly remain calm. The woman cursed the heavens for their injustice and lamented the river mother's inaction, weeping for her 3-year-old child, exclaiming, "What shall become of us?" The unpredictability of life manifested itself. The following day, Yang Xiuhua rose early to prepare 2 bowls of hot noodles, instructing Li Changxiao to deliver them to the grieving mother and child. After a prolonged knock on the door without response, Li Changxiao gently pushed open the ajar door. He found the woman cradling her child, asleep against the coffin. Perhaps she had dreamt sweetly the night before. When Li Changxiao awakened them and offered a bowl of warm noodles, their spirits lifted slightly. As the Spring Festival approached, the number of refugees in Longcheng continued to swell. The tide remained on the rise, and it was possible that it might even reach Longcheng. Huang Tingsheng, the governor of Longcheng, called upon the young men to dig channels outside the city to divert the water, so that if the tide indeed encroached upon Longcheng, they might be prepared. One day, while clearing the snow from the entrance, they stumbled upon a frozen corpse, a child, curled up, with a faint smile lingering at the corner of its mouth. Yang Xiuhua stared blankly for a long while, her fists clenched, as if she had made a momentous decision. She informed Li Changxiao of her intention to open a porridge shop, promising to prepare a certain amount of hot porridge each morning to aid the refugees. Li Changxiao raised no objections. Long Lake Siang belonged to Yang Xiuhua, and she could run it as she pleased, while he was merely an employee. However, he kindly cautioned her that with Long Lake Siang's resources, they could not sustain this endeavor for long. Moreover, in these turbulent times, self-preservation took precedence over aiding others, which was not a prudent course of action. Yang Xiuhua acknowledged her awareness of this, yet insisted that Long Lake Siang had never merely been a profit-driven establishment. Thus, the following day, a throng of refugees lined up before the porridge shop at Long Lake Siang, all yearning for a taste of the warm porridge. Across the way, Lake Siang observed with disdain, their lips curling into a sneer, deriding Yang Xiuhua's compassion as folly that would lead to her demise. Li Changxiao found himself so busy that he scarcely had time to drink. Another grim piece of news arrived. The tide had surged alarmingly high. The momentum surpassed all that had come before. This time, it did not merely inundate the villages, but rather submerged an entire county beneath Dragon City. The incident occurred suddenly, and within the entire jurisdiction, at least 80% of the population perished. The suffering was unimaginable. Upon learning of this calamity, Huang Tingsheng's expression grew exceedingly grave, prompting him to dispatch additional personnel to excavate new channels. Furthermore, he sent 2 cultivators to investigate the cause of the rising tides. Days later, Dragon City was beset by hail. The cacophony of crashing sounds shattered the roofs of the common folk's homes. Coupled with the biting cold, the people faced both external and internal calamities. Consequently, the number of individuals visiting the temple to offer prayers increased significantly. They beseeched the River Mother to manifest her divine presence, imploring her to quell the tumultuous seas, so that they might enjoy a peaceful spring festival. One evening, just as Long Lake Siang was closing for the day, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Yang Xiuhua called out that they had closed and were not accepting guests. The knocking paused momentarily, only to resume gently a few moments later. Li Changxiao sat impassively on a wooden chair, observing the scene with an expressionless demeanor. Yang Xiuhua speculated that perhaps it was a famished refugee, glancing towards the kitchen where half a warm bun remained. She quickly retrieved it and swung the door wide open. A frigid gust of wind swept in. The visitor was not a refugee, but rather an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Yang Xiuhua was taken aback. and a sense of familiarity washed over her, as if she had seen this woman somewhere before. The woman smiled, her gaze settling on Li Changxiao behind her, and inquired, "May I come in for a moment?" "Oh, yes, of course," Yang Xiuhua nodded in response. Chapter 26, Cataclysm. Seeking the dragon pearl, the visitor was none other than Xin Yan, who had come specifically to find Li Changxiao. After closing the door, a considerable amount of time passed before the dining hall gradually grew warm. Xin Yan seated herself before Li Changxiao. Although Yang Xiuhua, the proprietress, was of a higher status and well known for her fierce demeanor, she chose not to interfere in their conversation at this moment. Recognizing the situation, she retreated to her room. However, out of curiosity, she pressed her ear against the wall to eavesdrop. "My master has come to seek me," Xin Yan stated gravely, getting straight to the point. "Is it that esteemed Master Mu?" Li Changxiao inquired. Xin Yan nodded. "In the days when spiritual energy was abundant, my master's reputation far surpassed mine. Now, as the energy has waned, countless master-disciple pairs have parted ways." Li Changxiao reflected on this, noting, "Indeed, a master like Mu is a rarity. Even though I have not been in contact with him since the depletion of spiritual energy, I can discern a thing or two from the Mother River Temple. Master Mu has always taken great care of me," Xin Yan affirmed. "Yes," she continued, "to be accepted as a disciple under my master is truly an honor." At this point, her brow furrowed. "Changxiao, it would be prudent for you to leave Long City as soon as possible." Her demeanor was serious. "Oh," Li Changxiao regarded her with curiosity. Xin Yan elaborated, "A great catastrophe is imminent in Long City. In any case, it is best for you to depart." As she spoke, she glanced out the window, seemingly pressed for time, and abruptly stood up. Turning to leave, she earnestly reiterated at the door, "Leave Long City at once. You must heed this. I would never wish you harm." With that, she gently closed the door behind her. Li Changxiao remained silent, unsure whether he would heed Xin Yan's words. After Xin Yan exited the dining hall, she had not wandered far when she encountered her master. Under the moonlight, Mu Qin stood there, her whisk glimmering with a silver sheen, resembling a celestial being who had descended into the mortal realm. "Master," Xin Yan greeted with a respectful bow. Mu Qin replied coolly, "Have you spoken with that young man? This is a breach of celestial secrets. Although punishment is not guaranteed, it would be wise to refrain from such actions in the future." Xin Yan nodded earnestly. "Master, I shall not do so again. It is just, out of sentiment, I cannot bear to see him caught in such turmoil." Mu Qin sighed softly. "Disciple, when you were pursuing the path of enlightenment, you were not so indecisive. Even if it pains you, the departure of an old acquaintance is inevitable. You must prepare yourself mentally." Xin Yan responded respectfully, "Yes, master." As Mu Qin walked ahead, she spoke slowly. "Long City has established the Mother River Temple to gather the incense offerings of the people. To this day, I have yet to decipher how to harness the power of this incense. However, after the establishment of the Mother River deity, I have developed a subtle sensitivity to the changes in the rivers. Thus, I came out of seclusion to seek you." In the night, the master and disciple strolled through the snow together. Xin Yan inquired, "Master, is the impending catastrophe in Longqing related to the river?" Mu Qin shook her head, replying, "It is connected to the sea. I merely sense the approaching anomaly through the river waters." Suddenly, Xin Yan recalled the recent tidal phenomena in Longqing, which had transformed into deadly surges, submerging numerous villages and towns. "What exactly it is, I cannot say," Mu Qin continued. "But the first course of action is to depart from this place of strife." "Master, what about the people?" Xin Yan hesitated before asking. Mu Qin cast a glance at him, sighed softly, and allowed 2 drops of blood tears to fall from the golden statue in the River Mother Temple, a warning for what was to come. "Afterward, each shall rely on their own fortunes." She expressed her deep sense of helplessness. In the past, she would have quelled the waves with ease, but now, a calamity, she murmured, gazing towards the South Sea, uttering the words with a hint of resignation. Yang Xiuhua stepped out of her room, an unsettling feeling lingering in her heart, though she could not pinpoint its source. She observed Li Changxiao with great curiosity about his origins, but then reconsidered. After all, he was merely a laborer repaying debts, and it might not be appropriate to inquire too boldly. As thoughts swirled in her mind, a sudden crash echoed from the kitchen, followed by the sound of tiles falling. Without a second thought, Yang Xiuhua rushed to investigate, discovering that hail had created a hole in the rooftop, cold winds pouring in. Frowning, she realized that in the dead of winter, failing to repair it could lead to dire consequences. As a woman, she could manage cooking and household affairs. But she was utterly at a loss when it came to roofing. Just as despair settled in, Li Changxiao stepped forward, offering to take on the task. However, he had a request. He wished to sample the century-old daughter's red wine once more. As he spoke, the memory of the rich, fragrant wine made him swallow hard. Yang Xiuhua placed her hands on her hips, her anger flaring at the thought that after all this time, he still harbored intentions toward the daughter's red. The wine was a family secret, known to few. On that day, the swordsman in white had visited their establishment, specifically requesting the century-old vintage. Yang Xiuhua had assumed he was an old friend of her father and had obliged. To her dismay, after indulging in the meal and drink, he could not produce a single coin for payment, instead suggesting he could repay the debt with dreams. Every time she recalled this, she could not help but scold him in her heart, as if he had the power to manipulate dreams. Very well, Yang Xiuhua thought, her mind racing, ultimately nodding in agreement. This swordsman had indeed been of great assistance to her in recent times. All right, Li Changxiao, invigorated, set up a ladder and began to mend the rooftop, focusing on the gaping hole above. It is known that the disturbances were not caused by hail, but rather by human interference. However, he refrained from mentioning this, fearing that Yang Xiuhua might stir trouble at Hulexiang again, which would certainly ruin their peaceful night. The South China Sea surged with relentless waves, and 13 small boats drifted upon its surface, carrying Fu Ren and his companions. Brother Fu, it appears the rumors hold truth. This place is likely to conceal a dragon pearl. A woman exclaimed, struggling to maintain the balance of her small vessel, her voice rising above the tempest. I suspect the tides here are indeed connected to the dragon pearl. Legend has it that the dragon clan possesses the power to summon wind and rain. Thus, the hiding place of the dragon pearl must inevitably be a realm of tumultuous weather. An elderly man, seemingly on the brink of old age, declared, his eyes gleaming with renewed hope. I was previously concerned that the depletion of spiritual energy would render the dragon pearl a mere trinket. But it seems the essence of the dragon pearl remains intact. The 13 individuals engaged in spirited conversation amidst the storm, transforming once more into the formidable prodigies they once were, daring to confront the elements themselves. Fu Ren furrowed his brow, pondering the depletion of spiritual energy. Each use diminished their reserves, and as mere foundation cultivators, their supply was already scant. Thus, the quest for the dragon pearl necessitated a judicious conservation of energy. Otherwise, even if they were to find it, it would serve little purpose. He devised a plan. The 13 would pair off, one securing a rope around their waist and plunging into the sea to search, while the other remained on the boat, holding the rope to ensure their safety. They resolved to avoid using even a trace of spiritual energy unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 27. The campaign against the dragon with a series of splashes. Several individuals leapt into the sea, plunging into the depths below. As they battled the relentless ocean currents, they divided their focus, searching for the elusive dragon pearl. Lacking the ability to harness spiritual energy, they were only marginally stronger than mere mortals. Had it not been for the coarse hemp rope tied around their waists, they would likely have been swept away by the tides, compelled to resort to their spiritual powers. Yet even so, their search was akin to finding a needle in the vast ocean. Fueled by unwavering determination, they had no thoughts of surrender. However, after several days of fruitless searching, a chilling dread enveloped their hearts, a wave of immense panic crashing against their spirits. They had not located the dragon pearl. Instead, they stumbled upon a sealed dragon, a serpentine creature. At the bottom of the ocean, 19 pillars of the divine sea stood tall, black chains coiling around them, each as thick as a thigh, firmly binding a nearly 1,000-meter-long dragon to the seabed. More terrifying still was the fact that this dragon was very much alive. Not only alive, but also thrashing in a frenzy. Each struggle sent the waters into a tumult and stirred fierce winds in the sky. Several black chains had already been shattered. The group dared not linger. They turned and fled, and upon finally reaching the shore, they were still shaken to their core. One woman faltered, collapsing onto the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. The dragon, the serpentine dragon, even at the height of spiritual energy, such creatures were exceedingly rare. It was her first encounter with a living specimen. How could she not be astonished? What is happening? Was it not said that all dragons had been slain? An elder's face contorted with rage. The rumors were false. A middle-aged man, his expression grave, interjected. I recall a rumor I heard long ago. It was said that there were 9 serpentine dragons in this region. The dragon slayer had dispatched 8. But when it came to the 9th, even with the suppression of power, it was nearly impossible to vanquish. For this one is a prodigy among serpentine dragons, with a high likelihood of transcending to true dragonhood during the Thunder Tribulation. The dragon slayer, left with no other recourse, could only seal it away. After the middle-aged man spoke, he cast a glance at his companions, noting their faces filled with uncertainty. They had come seeking the dragon pearl, not a dragon. One woman pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, I may know the origin of that serpentine dragon. At her words, all eyes turned toward her. She continued, Have you heard of the star ranking? Indeed, came the response. Fu Rin's expression was complex. During the era of abundant spiritual energy, the exceptional talents were as numerous as the stars in the sky. The sacred land of Fuyao had established a ranking that encompassed all its prodigies. Those who made the list not only gained renown, but were also awarded a star from the heavens. As she spoke, he instinctively gazed upward. The sight of the myriad stars shining brilliantly was truly breathtaking. He had once sworn an oath to secure a star that belonged solely to him. The others around him felt the same. The woman continued, It is rumored that within the South China Sea dwells a dragon, which has also made its way onto the list, holding a commendable rank. The malevolent dragon star, known as the Dragon Tyrant, occupies a prestigious position among the celestial elites. Regrettably, this being, notorious for its nefarious deeds, has mysteriously fallen silent. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Could it truly be of such high celestial standing? Those who aspire to greatness often liken the weight of the stars to the worth of prodigies. A celestial elite of such caliber is indeed a rarity among billions. Yet, the thought sent a chill through the hearts of the assembly, for that dragon beneath the waves had severed numerous chains. Return and inform Governor Huang. Fu Rin realized the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Huang Tingxing received a confidential letter. He was overwhelmed with the recent tidal surge. Grappling with the immense scale of the undertaking, facing a shortage of funds, and waiting endlessly for the appropriations he had requested from the court. Additionally, the influx of refugees into the city posed a significant challenge for resettlement. Just as he managed to steal a moment of respite, another secret missive appeared on his desk. He sighed, opened the letter, and his brow furrowed with concern. Zhua Qiuya, renowned as the Red Leaf Blade in the martial world, had been enjoying a life of luxury since her arrival in Dragon City, while the common folk struggled for sustenance. She received a stipend from the Xia family and was free to devote herself solely to her martial training. Recently, she had made a breakthrough in her Red Leaf Blade technique, wielding her blade with such ferocity that she could strike from 5 meters away. The Xia family had firmly established their foothold in Dragon City. In recent days, several prominent families had hosted lavish banquets, seeking various excuses to invite her to their homes. Zhua Qiuya typically declined, but occasionally there were invitations she could not turn down, such as this morning's. The Jia family, anticipating the approach of the Spring Festival, held a banquet under the guise of welcoming spring, inviting local officials, notable landowners, esteemed martial artists, and scholars. The Xia family was among those invited. However, due to prior commitments, Xia Mei sent Zhua Qiuya in her stead. At the banquet, the Jia family had engaged the renowned chef from Hulaixiang, and each table was graced with several exquisite dishes. As the revelry heightened, a poet arose to compose verses in celebration. As the event drew to a close, a fine wine was presented, and all expressed their satisfaction. What began as an ordinary feast took an unexpected turn when the chef from Hulaixiang suddenly burst into tears. The guests, taken aback, inquired about his distress. Seizing the opportunity, the chef lamented his woes, recounting how Hulaixiang, once a thriving establishment in Dragon City, had suffered since a few years prior when a woman pretended to befriend him, deceiving him emotionally while stealing his ancestral culinary techniques. As he recalled his sorrowful tale, the man wept openly in the biting winter air, his emotions pouring forth with sincerity. He lamented that if it were merely that, it could be endured, but crucially, she had also absconded with the secret recipe for their family's traditional brew, preserved for generations. As he spoke, the man even contemplated ending his own life, but was restrained by the martial artists present, who, having imbibed several cups of wine, acted impulsively. A voice erupted in outrage, condemning the existence of such a malevolent woman. Intent on vandalizing the establishment of her adversary to avenge the chef's grievances. The chef, however, repeatedly declined to disclose the name of the offending eatery. Yet, it wasn't long before another voice emerged, revealing to the assembly that it must surely be the Dragon's Aroma restaurant. This commotion gradually transformed the banquet into a gathering of retribution. Zhuo, renowned in the martial world, was not only formidable in combat, but also striking in appearance. At the outset of the gathering, the esteemed elder Jia bestowed upon her a generous red envelope, lauding her as the chivalrous heroine of the realm, proclaiming her presence at the banquet as a source of honor for the Jia family. Upon hearing of the chef's unjust plight, she found herself unable to remain aloof. A throng of martial artists, brimming with righteous indignation, made their way towards the Dragon's Aroma restaurant. Chapter 28. The raucous hall. The Long Lake Siang dining hall, which had been rather desolate in the morning, experienced an inexplicable surge of business in the afternoon. Over 10 patrons suddenly poured in, each displaying a lavish demeanor, ordering exquisite dishes and fine wines. Yang Xiuhua, who had been operating her porridge shop for some time, had been struggling with losses daily. At this moment, the opportunity for recuperation had finally arrived, and she was determined not to let it slip away. She rolled up her sleeves, donned her coarse apron, and ignited the stove. As the waiter, Li Changxiao, found himself equally burdened, he busied himself serving wine and tea. After several trips, he noticed that today's guests seemed particularly difficult to please. They often raised their voices in anger, seemingly intent on creating trouble. The other waiters, unlike Li Changxiao, were visibly intimidated by the booming reprimands. Some trembled in fear, while others appeared dazed and struggled to articulate their words. The boisterous demeanor of these patrons was genuine, their hands stained with the blood of past conflicts. Seeing the waitstaff cower, the rowdy guests erupted in laughter, mocking them as cowards, claiming they would be embarrassed to have such waiters as sons, hurling insults that were as crude as they were plentiful. Amidst the uproar, the sounds of clattering emanated from the kitchen. Yang Xiuhua, with a fierce expression, emerged from the kitchen, having overheard every word. Faced with the ruffians, she stood her ground, furrowing her brow and demanding that they leave, declaring that the Long Lake Siang would not serve their kind. "How dare you, thieving wench, pretend to be virtuous?" One patron shouted, slamming his hand down on the wooden table, splintering it. As he rose to berate Yang Xiuhua, she was momentarily taken aback, her confidence wavering. The dining hall erupted in laughter, the patrons jeering and hurling more insults at her, their words foul and unbearable. No matter how fierce Yang Xiuhua might be, she could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Dazed and at a loss, she shook her head repeatedly, muttering protests of denial, but her words fell on deaf ears. Across from Long Lake Siang, the instigator observed the scene with keen interest. The commotion attracted a number of onlookers from the street, who gathered outside to witness the spectacle. The ruffians remained relentless in their pursuit of Yang Xiuhua, and seeing that the tables and chairs were insufficient for their raucousness, Zhuo, amidst the crowd, cleared his throat twice. The room fell silent in an instant. Zhuo slowly rose, as if to draw a conclusion to this farce. He instructed Yang Xiuhua to shut down Long Lake Siang and to return the brewing method of the famed daughter's red to Hu Lake Siang. Yang Xiuhua, now a mere shadow of her former self, trembled and wept, yet when she gazed across at the tall woman, she refused to yield even an inch. Shutting down Long Lake Siang was out of the question. The legacy of Long Lake Siang had been passed down through generations, and there was no truth to the claims of theft. Zhuo frowned slightly, his gaze drifting to a figure in white in the corner, seemingly lost in a reverie. She had never anticipated encountering Li Changxiao at this place. Instead of attending to her duties at the Xia family's guest house, he had chosen to work as a waiter in a modest dining hall. Soon, she regained her composure and called for Liu Ba, the chef from Hu Lake Siang, instructing him to confront the head of Long Lake Siang. However, despite her intentions, the opposition was already prepared with their arguments, twisting the truth, rendering Yang Xiuhua unable to articulate her reasoning. Long Lake Siang represented Yang Xiuhua's unwavering boundary, and there was no way she could allow its closure. An irate wanderer of the martial world could no longer restrain his fury. He seized a large blade and charged at Yang Xiuhua. This notorious figure, known as the Thunderblade, was once a renowned escort, but after discovering his wife's infidelity, he had, in a fit of rage, executed her and her family. Since then, he had developed a profound disdain for women, particularly those of striking beauty. As the blade whistled towards her, Yang Xiuhua stood frozen in terror. At that moment, Li Changxiao, who had been momentarily dazed, gradually regained clarity. He was not merely a spectator. He had just discerned something intriguing. Why were these wanderers so impulsive? Li Changxiao shook his head, observing his surroundings. He picked up a broken branch and, with a few swift strides, positioned himself before Yang Xiuhua, promptly launching an attack. His movements, pointing, stabbing, flicking, and deflecting, flowed like water, repelling the thunderblade in mere moments. It was him. Yang Xiuhua recognized her paramour, who, possessing some martial prowess, had repeatedly caused disturbances at Hulexiang. Lu Ba, the chef and head of Hulexiang, who was in opposition to Yang Xiuhua, immediately reprimanded Li Changxiao upon witnessing his intervention. Oh! His voice instantly captured Li Changxiao's attention. A knowing smile graced his lips. He had some recollection of this man. However, the latter's petty schemes and calculations appeared to him as the antics of a child. While he might have felt a twinge of disdain, there was no anger or resentment. He did not belong here. He was merely a passerby, viewing the conflicts of the marketplace as a mere spectacle. He maintained a distance from everyone, even from the innkeeper, who was closest to him, close in proximity, yet distant in essence. Yet, having inadvertently stepped into the fray, he could not ignore the plight of the innkeeper. A flash of blue light flickered in Li Changxiao's eyes as he cast an intangible dream technique, subtly aiding the innkeeper while ensuring that Lu Ba would taste the bitter fruit of his own actions. How bold! How dare you commit acts of violence in our presence? A wanderer of the martial world snapped back to reality, preparing to retaliate. However, he was halted by Zhuqiuya. Brother Changxiao, do you truly wish to assist tyranny? Zhuqiuya coldly inquired. Right and wrong will reveal themselves upon further examination, Li Changxiao replied with a smile, turning his gaze towards the window, returning to his own affairs. What more is there to discuss? The facts are already laid bare. Indeed, do you think that your pitiful swordplay can intimidate us? They scoffed, deriding him as an unknown figure wielding unremarkable skills. Lu Ba declared, Humph, Lu Ba, act with integrity and sit with dignity. What harm is there in confronting this matter once more? A flicker of an unusual blue hue flashed across his eyes. Just moments ago, he had been ensnared in a dream woven by Li Changxiao. Deep within his subconscious, he was already under Li Changxiao's influence, though he remained blissfully unaware. Madam Boss, do perform well. Li Changxiao smiled at Yang Xiuhua, then withdrew from the affair. He settled by the window, gazing at the falling snow outside. After taking a sip of strong liquor, he sighed softly and turned his gaze westward. At the western city gate of Lancheng, amidst the heavy snowfall, a man of average stature, clad in coarse linen garments, pushed a small cart, cheerfully hawking tofu. Feeling the chill, he rubbed his hands together in an attempt to warm them. Unsatisfied, he retrieved a bowl of tofu from his wooden barrel and began to eat. Just as he lifted the bowl, a sudden flash of blue light flickered in his eyes. He had been drawn into a dream. The man set the tofu down and turned his head, his gaze landing on a distant group of exactly 13 individuals. Chapter 29, Retribution at the West City Gate. 13 individuals gathered, poised to depart. The matter concerning the malevolent dragon had been reported to Governor Huang, and it was time for us to leave. Fu Ren glanced back at the town that had cradled their existence for centuries, his emotions a tumultuous blend of nostalgia and despair. A collective sigh escaped the group, imbued with profound resignation. Their quest for the dragon pearl had culminated in failure, and among them stood the eldest man, his sunken eyes reflecting a profound stillness, signaling an end to their efforts. With their spiritual energy depleted, they had relentlessly sought new paths to extend their lifespans, only to meet with perpetual disappointment. Now, mere years remained to them, and acceptance of their fate loomed large. I refuse to accept this, exclaimed a burly man with a dark complexion, his body trembling as he spoke. Rather than succumb to the inevitability of death, I would choose to perish in the pursuit of the great way. His eyes flickered with determination as memories of the past surfaced. Enough, interjected a slightly plump middle-aged woman, her tone laced with cynicism. The great way has long since perished. What worth is there in chasing after a phantom? Each day we survive is a victory. Once, I was a flawless foundational cultivator, hailed as a paragon among my peers. Her expression bore a mix of disdain and pride. Immediately, another voice chimed in. Bah! Your flawless foundation is nothing compared to my mastery of the residual sunlight's purple aura, which forged towering structures as my foundation. Had you encountered me back then, you would have surely been defeated. Enough of your boasting. These are merely inferior techniques. Far beneath my own. My supreme foundation, forged from the quintessence of the 5 elements in the form of a pagoda, is unparalleled. Nonsense. My purple aura foundation is the strongest. Clearly, the flawless foundation reigns supreme. Do not forget, you all once sought my favor. I have established a foundation of all beasts, embodying their essence to rend all asunder. The 13 engaged in a heated exchange, their faces flushed with fervor, unwilling to yield to one another. In an unforeseen turn, a brawl erupted, with hair being pulled and eyes poked. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, pondering how these elder gentlemen could devolve into such folly. Unbeknownst to them, someone alerted the authorities. 2 constables approached with purpose, prompting the 13 to hastily cease their scuffle and flee through the city gate. Once they had sprinted a few miles and exchanged glances, laughter erupted among them. Farewell, one waved, leading the way as a chorus of goodbyes followed. The 13 dispersed in various directions, their paths severed. After 3 centuries of struggle, they no longer wished to fight. Yet, as they departed, their expressions bore the weight of complexity. Meanwhile, a tofu vendor stood bewildered, the blue light in his eyes fading. He paused, contemplating whether he had merely dozed off. Glancing down, he discovered that the bowl of tofu before him had remained untouched, now frozen solid as if it were a brick. How peculiar. However, it seemed that the chill in his body had somewhat dissipated. The man muttered to himself and resumed his cries to sell tofu. Meanwhile, Li Changxiao retracted his consciousness, silently sipping his drink. Just moments ago, he had entered the dream of the tofu vendor, observing every movement of Fu Rin and the others. It is indeed a relief to leave this place, a den of iniquity, Li Changxiao murmured to himself. At that moment, the confrontation between Long Laixiang and Hu Laixiang was drawing to a close. As anticipated, Yang Xiuhua emerged victorious this time. Not only that, but Lu Ba, under some inexplicable compulsion, unwittingly divulged many of his inner turmoils. He was astonished at his own behavior today, realizing too late that some words should never be spoken. Little did he know that he was being manipulated by Li Changxiao. His current state resembled that of hypnosis, compelling him to articulate his true thoughts. The expressions of the onlooking heroes grew increasingly grim as they comprehended that they had been used as pawns. You deceitful Lu Ba, how dare you trick us? If we do not teach you a lesson today, what face will my thunderblade retain? Humph. As a woman, Yang Xiaogui manages the household with great difficulty, yet you, a villain, dare to act so wickedly. Brothers, today I shall dismantle your Hu Laixiang. Such a harmful entity. The heroes surged with fury, akin to enraged bulls. They raised their mighty blades and cleaved the entrance of Hu Laixiang in twain, even striking the guard dog with a couple of slaps. Lu Ba knelt before the door of Hu Laixiang, weeping profusely and pleading desperately, yet to no avail. In the world of martial arts, one possesses internal strength. In a fit of rage, the dining hall quickly became a scene of devastation. Ultimately, one man, wielding a great blade, let out a mighty roar, channeling his inner energy, transforming it into a blade's aura that struck the wall, leaving 2 deep gashes. After these acts, the fury of the heroes was somewhat appeased. However, the Thunderblade advanced towards Lu Ba. In Longcheng, killing was forbidden, yet the Thunderblade, born of the wilds, valued 2 things above all, strength and reputation. Lu Ba's mockery left him no choice but to respond. Otherwise, what reputation would he have left? What face would he retain? Thus, he approached Lu Ba, his countenance filled with murderous intent. Lu Ba, paralyzed with fear, soiled himself. Spare me, great hero. I beg for mercy, Lu Ba implored, casting aside all semblance of pride in a desperate plea, yet the other remained unmoved, hastily scanning the surroundings for assistance. The style of the Thunderblade was broad and fierce, lacking refinement, and was considered weak among the assembled heroes. As long as someone was willing to intervene, they could certainly halt the Thunderblade. However, the onlookers were more interested in the spectacle than in intervening. Merely remaining silent was already commendable, let alone taking action. In his despair, Lu Ba suddenly caught sight of Li Changshao. Recalling the scene where Li Changshao subdued the thunder knife felt akin to grasping a final lifeline. He disregarded everything and desperately rushed towards Li Changshao, shouting for help. However, the latter's expression was one of amusement. The great blade whistled through the air, severing Lu Ba's right arm with a single stroke. The malevolence in the thunder knife's eyes surged as the blade's edge veered, slicing across Lu Ba's left cheek and leaving behind a grotesque scar. Daring to mock me, the thunder knife? To take your life would only be a favor. The thunder knife coldly remarked, leaving Lu Ba alone, cradling his severed limb and wailing on the ground. The ghastly scar on his face revealed glimpses of white bone. Blood mingled with tears, painting a scene of utter despair. This sight startled Yang Xiuhua, who instinctively leaned closer to Li Changshao. Li Changshao remained unfazed, displaying little emotional response. Water can both support and overturn a boat. If the common folk represent water, then these wanderers of the martial world are merely the ripples of varying sizes. Lu Ba had indeed summoned the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's courage to dare deceive them in such a manner. Chapter 30. The Secret Vault of Xuanwu. Apologies, Miss Yang. Zhuo Qiuya bowed deeply, his expression sincere. Yang Xiuhua, outwardly tough, yet inwardly gentle, wore her harsh demeanor merely as a protective facade. In the face of the apologies from the gathering of martial artists, she displayed great magnanimity, though she firmly insisted that the costs of the meal and drinks must still be covered. Anyone daring to dine and dash would be required to stay and work a few days. This was a matter of principle. As she spoke, she subtly turned her head to glance at the figure clad in white leaning against the window. The martial artists exchanged their payments and departed, unable to bear lingering any longer. Zhuo Qiuya, however, approached Li Changshao and engaged him in a few words. Their acquaintance was shallow. Yet Zhuo Qiuya felt an inexplicable oddity about Li Changshao. Brother Changshao, I hope you won't take offense, Zhuo Qiuya said, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. It is only human nature. Li Changshao smiled nonchalantly in response. After a moment's hesitation, Zhuo Qiuya continued, Brother Changshao, if it weren't for you, we might have made a grave mistake, unwittingly aiding the wicked. To express my regret, I wish to share a piece of information with you. At this juncture, she gathered her inner strength, her voice coalescing into a thread. Have you ever heard of the secret vault of Xuanwu? Oh. Though Li Changshao was not particularly interested in the vaults of the martial world, he feigned astonishment out of courtesy. Zhuo Qiuya pressed on. The secret vault of Xuanwu was left behind by a master a century ago. It is said to contain numerous martial arts techniques and the master's lifelong insights. As she recalled this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Was that master exceptionally powerful? Li Changshao inquired, curiosity piqued. More than just powerful. During his lifetime, his martial prowess ranked among the top 10. Zhuo Qiuya's enthusiasm soared. He could manifest his inner strength externally, forming a Xuanwu that supposedly could withstand arrows and bolts. Most astonishing was his cultivation technique for nurturing energy. It is rumored he lived to nearly 200 years. Realizing she had perhaps become too animated, Zhuo Qiuya quickly composed herself and added, as a fellow inhabitant of the martial world, should you find the secret vault of Xuanwu intriguing, seek me out in 3 days. The location of the vault is highly sensitive. Do not divulge it, lest it invite calamity. After casting a deep glance at Li Changshao, she departed. In the martial world, even a single word about the secret vault of Xuanwu could be worth a fortune. Zhuo Qiuya's extensive disclosure to Li Changshao was motivated not solely by a modicum of regret. More so, she had recognized his character and believed in the discernment of her own mistress. She needed a reliable ally, even if this ally's capabilities were modest. For every additional hand added strength. The secret vault of Xuanwu? After Zhuo Qiuya's departure, Li Changshao's expression began to shift into something peculiar. A vague suspicion stirred within him, and a smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, practitioners of the martial arts were seldom at rest. Xuanwu. Li Changshao unscrewed the cap of the bottle, pouring the exquisite wine named Intoxicated Dreams into a bowl. He sprinkled a pinch of coarse salt evenly into the liquid. Taking a small sip, he found the sharpness of the wine oddly complemented by the saltiness, creating an imperfect yet intriguing blend. The taste was hard to describe. It was peculiar. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he had a sudden inspiration and ventured into the kitchen to procure a half-spoonful of white sugar, which he added to the wine. After another sip, He wiped his lips clean and remarked, "This flavor is rather difficult to assess." He spoke with an unexpected depth, as if recognizing an old acquaintance. With those words, a sinister smile crept across his face. In the blink of an eye, the establishment known as Xiong had collapsed. A beggar now occupied the street, a one-armed man, bearing a grotesque scar on half of his face. He kept his head bowed, too ashamed to reveal himself. The beggar attempted to approach the Jia family, but was met with harsh rejection, leaving him disheartened. Realizing that his dreams were but illusions, and he remained empty-handed. He touched the area where his right arm used to be, thankful that the heavy snowfall on that fateful day had spared him from bleeding to death. However, the bitter cold, coupled with the agony of his severed limb, left him gravely ill. When he awoke, he found himself in a refuge for the homeless. Upon inquiry, he learned that it was these destitute souls who had rescued him. He was familiar with such vagrants. During his tenure at Xiong, he had once deliberately poisoned several of them, leaving them to freeze to death at the entrance of Xiong. The notion of begging was not alien to him, for he had been a beggar himself. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. In his current state, arm missing, face marred, he mused that he held a certain advantage in the art of begging. If he were to solicit on another street, his earnings might surpass those from his previous life as a beggar. He dragged his weary body away. After several days of begging, he discovered the current situation was grim. With increased land taxes, most households had little spare change to offer. Lu Ba, starving for days, could no longer endure the hunger. By chance, he learned of a local establishment that served hot porridge every morning, free for the homeless. Weak and disoriented from hunger, Lu Ba found himself drawn back to that alleyway. On that fateful morning, he smeared mud from the ground on his face, creating a dark mask that obscured his features, and tousled his already disheveled hair further. He joined the throng of vagrants, waiting for the morning porridge. Gradually, he made his way to the front of the line, where the swordsman named Li Changxiao offered him a bowl of steaming porridge. Lu Ba hastily accepted it, concealing his face as he departed, thinking he had gone unrecognized. In a swift motion, he gulped down the scalding porridge, feeling a painful burn in his esophagus. His haste stemmed from a fear of being identified, worried that the hot porridge, earned after an hour of waiting, might be snatched away. Having filled his belly, he felt emboldened enough to steal a glance back. The swordsman seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look, causing Lu Ba to quickly avert his eyes. Had he been recognized? It seemed likely. Lu Ba reminisced about the gaze of the latter. Indeed, his clumsy disguise could only deceive himself. The swordsman's eyes held no compassion, no disdain. They merely observed. Yet, the more he felt this, the more discomfort he experienced. He considered himself to have once been a notable figure, even if subjected to some criticism. After the serving of hot porridge concluded, Li Changxiao clapped his hands to signal the end of the workday. Following the closure of Xiong, Xiong's business gradually began to flourish. During the midday break, Yang Xiuhua untied her apron and inquired, "Aren't you a person of the martial world? Why did you not attend the gathering?" A few days prior, Zhuoya had once again sought him out, asking if Li Changxiao intended to partake in the martial gathering. Referring, of course, to the matter of the Xuanwu secret vault. Li Changxiao declined. Zhuoya expressed his regret, but did not press the issue further. "I could go, but merely in my dreams would suffice," Li Changxiao remarked. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuhua furrowed her brow, mistakenly believing that Li Changxiao was indeed eager to attend, but had reluctantly declined due to the demands of Xiong. She cleared her throat a couple of times and proposed, "How about this? I will grant you a 3-day leave, and you shall return to assist us afterward." She counted on her fingers and realized there were not many days left. A month was fast approaching. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her expression tightened, and she added, "However, your precious sword must remain in my possession. Otherwise, what if you abscond?" With only a few days left until the month's end, she continued. Recalling something, from within her bosom, she produced a red silk pouch and placed it in Li Changxiao's hand, saying, "Tomorrow marks the Spring Festival. This is a red envelope. Do not say I have treated you poorly." Li Changxiao found himself both amused and exasperated. Just as he intended to explain, Yang Xiuhua hastily ushered him out of the dining hall of Xiong. Chapter 31. Tears of the River Mother as the Spring Festival approached. Xiong closed its doors for a few days. Nevertheless, each morning, it continued to provide warm congee. Countless displaced souls relied upon this humble bowl for sustenance. Since being expelled and forced to take a 3-day respite, Li Changxiao withdrew his copper coins from his pouch and turned his attention to the entertainment district. In the realm of mortal pleasures, there is no place more enchanting, more enticing to linger in than this land of fireworks. Li Changxiao had an affinity for flowers. The more vibrant and resplendent they were, the more he adored them. Regardless of the duration of their bloom, each flower in full glory was singularly exquisite. He found no vulgarity in this appreciation. For 3 consecutive days, he remained in this vibrant locale, engaging in conversation with a woman who had once been the daughter of a wealthy merchant in Long City, now reduced to a life in a brothel due to her family's downfall. To the outside observer, their interactions might suggest otherwise, yet they never indulged in carnal pleasures. Instead, they delved into discussions about the arts, with Li Changxiao earnestly seeking wisdom about melody and rhythm. When the conversation grew tedious, he listened intently to her tumultuous tales. Having navigated the complexities of this realm for years, this woman found it a novelty to encounter such an unusual patron. She recounted her story to him, revealing that her father had once been a preeminent merchant in Long City, possessing over 30 merchant ships. Each spring, their vessels would sail north and south, casting shadows across numerous towns and cities accessible by canal. However, her family's fortunes waned, her parents succumbed to despair, their vast wealth dissipated, leaving her burdened with an inexplicable debt. Fortunately, her upbringing included the arts, music, chess, literature, and painting, combined with her striking beauty, which earned her a reputation far and wide. Many affluent young men sought to take her as a concubine, but she steadfastly refused, preferring the life of a courtesan to that of a secondary wife. Although she sold her artistry, her body remained her own, yet entertaining guests was inevitable, and her unique status attracted many admirers. Not all was bleak, however. Observing her patron, she discerned that he was markedly different from the other lustful men. Coincidentally, she lacked a confidant and found herself sharing her innermost thoughts with him. In this venue of power and desire, she fortuitously met a sincere man who embraced her past and vowed to earnestly work to free her from her bondage. After several years of mutual effort, they had nearly cleared her debts, and with the passing of this spring festival, she anticipated the prospect of liberation and a stable life. Yet, as she spoke, a shadow of concern crossed her face as she gazed toward the southern part of the city. The tides had become uncontrollable, surging rapidly and unpredictably. The governor had summoned the townsfolk, dividing them into 2 groups, one to excavate drainage channels in the lower counties, and the other to construct flood defenses outside Long City. He was among them, hoping for safety, uncertain of when they might meet again. The woman silently prayed, fully aware of the rarity of finding a companion with whom to share her life amidst the tumultuous changes of the world. Li Changxiao chuckled softly, suggesting that perhaps they would meet in dreams that very night. The woman stifled a laugh, charmed by his jest. Li Changxiao's gaze drifted southward. He relished listening to tales. Beyond mere amusement, it was his aspiration to weave dreams that fueled his interest. His dream-weaving ability, known as the great dream of eternal life, was not merely a fabrication of fantasies. Instead, it drew from the essence of reality, originating from thoughts and transcending them. In other words, the myriad stories and experiences would serve as the raw materials for Li Changxiao's dreamscapes, forming the very foundation of his path. In his earlier years, he had little time for idle chatter, and few were inclined to converse with someone of mediocre talent. However, with the depletion of spiritual energy, he found himself with ample leisure, and those willing to share their stories would gradually increase. Yet, despite being an immortal, Li Changxiao himself had yet to fully comprehend the essence of life. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to a specific direction. "Young master? Young master?" The woman tentatively called out twice. Not receiving a response, she waved her hand before him. Li Changxiao snapped back to attention, a flicker of blue light shimmering in his eyes. The woman felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her, and soon she rested her head upon the table, drifting into slumber. Even emitting soft snores, Li Changxiao's figure began to fade, eventually vanishing entirely. Meanwhile, the River Mother, long revered by the citizens of Longcheng, was discovered in the morning, leaving behind 2 trails of blood tears. In truth, these tears had already flowed long ago, obscured by the thick incense smoke. Moreover, It was considered disrespectful to gaze directly at the River Mother, and few dared to lift their eyes to scrutinize her divine visage. Some children who accompanied their parents to pay their respects were curious enough to glance around, perhaps having noticed the tears earlier. Yet, whenever they reached out to point, they were swiftly reprimanded by their mothers, silencing their voices thereafter. Overall, upon the discovery of the River Mother's blood tears, a wave of panic swept through Longqing, interpreted as a dire omen. Soon, fortune tellers emerged, claiming that the River Mother wept for the citizens of Longqing, foretelling impending calamities. Coupled with the tidal wave heading toward Longqing, the populace was gripped with fear. However, being a large city, many remained skeptical. Scholars even arose to counter the claims, arguing that the blood tears could signify a blessing rather than a curse. In any case, a singular event could be interpreted from multiple perspectives. Huang Tingsheng, the governor of Longqing, decisively cut through the chaos, ignoring the objections from various noble families, and appointed 2 officials from humble backgrounds as flood control officers. These 2 officials held the second highest authority in flood management, second only to Huang Tingsheng himself, in the face of this natural disaster. Any interests or personal connections require concessions. The day after the discovery of the River Mother's blood and tears, he issued an order for the evacuation of the elderly, weak, women, and children from Longqing, announcing to the world that a great flood was imminent. Upon the release of this news, Longqing was thrown into turmoil. However, to Huang Tingsheng's surprise, the populace's willingness to evacuate appeared rather low. Firstly, Longqing boasts a history of over 300 years without experiencing a flood. Even though Huang Tingsheng held the esteemed position of governor, his words were not necessarily deemed infallible. Secondly, other local governments had not registered the evacuees, leading them to be regarded as refugees. Apart from these 2 reasons, there were undoubtedly some machinations at play from affluent families and aristocratic clans. Rumors began to circulate that Huang Tingsheng was deliberately acting to alleviate the population pressure in Longqing. Infuriated by these various rumors, Huang Tingsheng's lips twitched with fury, his chest heaving, as he slammed his palm onto the pear blossom-patterned mahogany table, splitting it in 2. Yet, he found himself powerless. He had visited the prominent families of Longqing, urging them to evacuate first. Only if these esteemed local families departed would the common folk believe in the impending flood. However, these clans exhibited an astonishingly unified front, showing no intention of leaving. They declared that if a flood were indeed to occur, they would share the fate of Longqing. Huang Tingsheng's heart burned with indignation at the audacity of these aristocrats, wishing he could strike them down all at once. To share the fate of Longqing? If only that were the case, for they had already prepared their carriages for a clandestine evacuation, eager to keep the commoners in the dark. Such treachery! Moreover, due to the incident involving the 2 flood officials, Huang Tingsheng had embarrassed them, serving as a lesson. Without the support of the aristocracy, even a governor of high rank would find it challenging to advance, and governance would be obstructed. That night, amidst the flickering lanterns, Huang Tingsheng's gaze wavered as he faced a significant decision. After a moment's contemplation, he gradually calmed himself. Leaving behind a letter, he pushed open the door to the stable and patted his beloved steed. He intended to head north. If he took the expedited official road, he could arrive in 2 days. Chapter 32. Directly to Dragon City, if Li Changxiao's intuition serves him correctly. Zhua Qiuyue and her companions should be nearing their destination, the Xuanwu secret vault. Li Changxiao's figure materialized amidst the dense thicket. With a casual flick, he plucked a lotus leaf, and with a soft pop, uncorked his wine gourd, pouring the liquor into the leaf. Each droplet fell like pearls. As he reached into a small cloth pouch at his waist, pinching a handful of salt to sprinkle into the wine. The combination of strong liquor and salt was peculiar at first sip, yet it evoked a strange sense of nostalgia thereafter. After savoring a small taste, Li Changxiao continued his advance. Before long, he stumbled upon a dark, concealed passage. The sides were neatly cut, bearing the marks of a shovel's toil. This, indeed, marked the entrance to the Xuanwu secret vault. Li Changxiao slightly bent his body and entered the passage. After traversing approximately 100 meters, the surroundings suddenly opened up, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Zhua Qiuyue trusted few. She had brought along only 3 companions. One was a robust man, his hands large and calloused, known as Old Iron, a disciple of the Kaishan sect. The Kaishan sect, originally known as the Chanshan sect, belonged to the lower echelons. Their skills in combat were mediocre, just enough for self-defense. However, when it came to mountain excavation, they were undeniably adept. The sect's tasks were varied, straddling both the light and dark, often dealing with officials and tomb raiders alike. Their presence could be observed in the flood discharge channels outside Dragon City. The second companion was a petite woman, with a gray marten perched on her shoulder, sniffing the air as if searching for something. Lastly, there was a scholar-like youth. All four were seasoned veterans of the world. Though they trusted one another, they were acutely aware of the adage that men die for wealth and birds die for food. Thus, they remained cautious of each other. Fortunately, thus far, everything had proceeded relatively smoothly. Suddenly, the gray marten on the petite woman's shoulder let out a sharp cry. The secret vault was just ahead. Zhuo Qiuyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Directly ahead, the earth appeared in a rich brown hue. The sturdy man from the Kaishan sect stepped forward, wielding his iron shovel to dig into the soil. In less than half an hour, a resounding clang echoed as the shovel struck a solid object, an ancient bronze door. The bronze door, adorned with intricate Xuanwu engravings, confirmed their suspicions of having found the Xuanwu secret vault. The scholarly youth gently waved his folding fan, nodding in acknowledgement. Together, the four exerted their strength to push open the ancient door, revealing a straight passage paved with blue stones. On the ground, several large characters were etched: Xuanwu trial. Pass the trial to obtain the secret vault. The scholar understood and smiled confidently. It seemed reasonable that the venerable master Xuanwu would not wish for his legacy to fall into the hands of the inept. A glint of shrewdness flashed in the scholar's eyes. The four exchanged glances, then stepped into the trial together, gradually enveloped by darkness. Once the four had ventured far, another visitor approached the bronze door. Li Changxiao casually discarded the lotus leaf, scrutinizing the ancient bronze door intently. Its material was ordinary, merely common bronze, unrelated to the realm of cultivation. However, the engraved patterns of the Xuanwu evoked a profound familiarity in Li Changxiao. The menacing serpent's tail within the engraving pulled his thoughts back. Perhaps the dream once sown would find fruition here. Li Changxiao murmured softly. In Longqing, the two appointed flood control officials, tasked by Huang Tingsheng, commanded laborers to excavate flood diversion channels 3 miles outside the city. This was a grand undertaking involving tens of thousands of citizens, and progress was relatively smooth. Ordinary floods were no longer a threat to Longqing. In addition to the flood channels, a protective embankment had also been constructed. It was an unremarkable day, much like any other, save for the slightly heavier rainfall. Ding ding ding. At midday, the sound of copper bells echoed, signaling mealtime. Seizing the opportunity during lunch, the two flood officials, one clutching a warm steamed bun accompanied by pickled vegetables, surveyed the state of the flood channels as they ate. Both were dressed in simple homespun garments, exuding modesty. One was named Wang Shui, the other Zhou Wen. Wang brother, do you truly believe that the flood can reach Longqing? Zhou Wen inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. I'm not certain, but this year does seem rather unstable, Wang Shui replied. Suddenly, Zhou Wen asked, where has Governor Huang gone? Wang Shui, exasperated, responded, Governor Huang has gone to the capital. I must say, when you become busy, you seem oblivious to the whereabouts of our superiors. At that moment, Wang Shui appeared to recall something, his expression turning peculiar, as if he hesitated to speak further. Zhou Wen urged him, if there is something on your mind, do not hesitate, my lips are sealed. Wang Shui glanced around to ensure they were alone, and then spoke slowly, Zhou brother, a few days ago, I had a close conversation with the governor. He shared many things with me, some of which might shatter your understanding. Wang Shui pointed to the sky. Do you believe in the existence of immortals? Zhou Wen scoffed, what? Even you, Wang brother, have begun to believe such nonsense? It's merely fabrication. If there were immortals above, there would be no suffering in the mortal realm. Wang Shui continued, but such beings do indeed exist. Take the Ling Tian dynasty as an example. Do you know that the former officials differed greatly from those of our present time? Governor Huang mentioned that in the past, to serve in the court, one had to cultivate the dragon method. Upon achieving great merit, in addition to rewards of gold and land, the reigning emperor could bestow upon them cultivation levels. Wang Shui's eyes sparkled with yearning as he recounted. The governor once encountered a man who was an ordinary citizen of Lingtian City, yet after a decade of arduous study, he passed the imperial examination. At the emperor's command, He was conferred with the status of a Yuan-ing cultivator. In that very moment, he transformed into a powerful being, gaining nearly 1,000 years of lifespan, his appearance shifting from middle-aged to youthful. As Wang Shui spoke, a look of longing adorned his face. What a prosperous era that was. The emperor's decree could even bestow cultivation. In those times, the seas were tranquil, and floods could be quelled with a mere gesture. Is there truly such divinity? Zhou Wen questioned, skepticism etched across his features. Wang Shui nodded, while Zhou Wen, perplexed, remarked, if the Son of Heaven possesses such prowess, then the realm would surely. He paused, covering his mouth. Wang Shui understood the implication and replied, it is not difficult to comprehend. It is akin to appointing local deities such as the Earth God and the Water God. Each dynasty holds such authority. However, as the sovereign, one must wield this power judiciously, otherwise, chaos would ensue. Suddenly, a cacophony of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. A drenched soldier galloped towards them, exclaiming, the flood has surged unexpectedly, with waves reaching 40 zhang. Those digging diversion channels at the front have all been swept away. Moreover, the towns beneath Longsheng have been completely submerged, and the flood is racing towards the city. Within a day, no, at this rate. It won't even take half a day. The messenger soldier, having journeyed for days, was utterly exhausted. Mid-sentence, he collapsed from his horse with a thud. What? Wang Shui dropped the bun in his hand, his eyes widening in shock. Is it true? The counties below have genuinely been inundated? Zhou Wen's eyes glistened, and he helped the messenger to his feet. Indeed, the soldier affirmed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I was sent back to procure grain due to a shortage at the front, yet scarcely an hour had passed when the flood erupted behind me. The soldier trembled. The horrifying scene etched in his memory for eternity. Quick, Zhou Wen bellowed, gather all personnel. We must construct a flood defense line with utmost urgency. Lao Wang, you must evacuate the populace. Chapter 33. The Perilous Dragon City. In the span of a single night, floodwaters inundated over a dozen counties beneath Dragon City. Waves surged upon one another, relentless and overwhelming. Zhou Wen and Wang Shui, having delved deeply into the study of hydrodynamics, once served as attendants to their master, exploring flood-prone regions for first-hand assessments. Floods are unpredictable, yet they must adhere to certain limits. This erratic deluge struck them like a thunderclap. They had neither witnessed nor heard of such a phenomenon before. Casting a glance back at Dragon City, an unshakable sense of melancholy enveloped them. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. However, inaction was not a viable response. Wang Shui spurred his horse onward, guiding the elderly, women, and children from the city toward higher ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen rallied all available hands to establish a flood defense line. Zhuo Qiuye and his 3 companions faced numerous adversities. Yet, through mutual cooperation, they successfully navigated one trial after another in the Xuanwu tests. It was a close call. Had it not been for my recent breakthrough in inner strength, I fear we would not have passed the previous challenge, Zhuo Qiuye reflected, a chill running down his spine. Even after years of traversing the martial world, the experience had left him in a cold sweat. The 4 travelers eventually halted before a stone door, ancient and imposing. Measuring 4 inches thick, its surface weathered. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Push this door open with inner strength, and you shall receive my legacy." Exchanging glances filled with resolve, Zhuo Qiuye and his companions nodded in unison, crouching slightly to lower their center of gravity as their inner strength began to coalesce. With a unified shout, all 4 placed their palms firmly against the stone door, their garments fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. Blood surged through their veins, and their faces flushed with exertion. The door felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. It would take at least a dozen ordinary adult men to move it. Yet the 4, with their profound inner strength, managed to shift the stone door back by half an inch after several minutes of strain, a testament to their remarkable power. In the shadows, Li Changshao observed this scene, nodding to himself. Inner strength may be invisible and intangible, yet it undeniably exists. In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, even practitioners would hesitate to provoke formidable figures in the martial realm. Otherwise, if compelled to wield their cultivation, the consequences could be dire. As they spoke, exhaustion overcame Zhuo Qiuye and his companions, prompting them to sit and catch their breath. This stone door is too heavy. We have no idea how long it will take us to push it open with just the 4 of us, remarked the scholar-like youth. Enough of this chatter. The Xuanwu's secret treasure lies ahead. Even if it means moving mountains, I shall clear the path, declared the iron-willed member of the Kaishan sect. Zhuoqiya unscrewed his water flask, taking several deep swigs before settling down to meditate and restore his inner strength. After half an hour, the four resumed their effort to push the stone door. Unexpectedly, a mere prefect of Dragon City possesses such audacity. Within the inner city of Lingtian City, a lady sat in a rocking chair, cradling a warming stove while observing the snow fall in the garden. "Your Highness, do you wish to?" inquired the maid in white beside her. "This is indeed a spirited steed," Li Tianxiao replied, shaking her head. "My brother intends to recruit this individual during his visit to Dragon City. Regrettably, the outcome is all too apparent. Failure has ensued. This individual appears impervious to reason. Yet, it cannot be said that he is entirely unyielding. He has offered the requisite flattery and spoken the auspicious words, but remains obstinate in establishing a mutual interest." The white-clad maid remarked, "Your Highness, do you believe that Governor Huang has little faith in Li Tianlei, which is why he hesitates to submit to him?" Li Tianxiao shook her head, then nodded. It was both true and false. A local official daring to venture into Lingtian City, risking death to offer counsel, is hardly a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, he may not survive the impending natural calamity, rendering any investment of effort in this individual futile. Li Tianxiao's slender fingers gently tapped the armrest. The maid softly rocked the chair. Just days prior, Huang Tingxing had made quite a stir in the court, offering his life in counsel, pleading for the dragon's sword to protect Long City from the looming flood. The crisp sound of her tapping resonated in the air. Suddenly, Li Tianxiao opened her eyes, as if struck by an idea, and inquired softly, "By the way, I recently discovered some intriguing small items. In times of abundant spiritual energy, I paid little mind to them, but now, as the aura wanes, we must live as mortals, tending to our daily needs. For instance, those silver mirrors and soap. Such items have brought immense convenience to our daily lives. I recall these inventions seemingly did not exist in my childhood. Whose creations are they? If they were still among us." Her eyes sparkled slightly. With the current relinquishment of power by His Majesty, she is poised to showcase her talents. If these items were to proliferate across the realm, a fortune could be amassed. The white-clad maid replied, "Your Highness, you have encountered this person before. Do you recall Prince Li Changxiao?" Li Tianxiao paused. Could it truly be him? She furrowed her brow. She had seen Li Changxiao in her youth, technically a distant cousin. However, their statuses were vastly disparate, and their interactions were limited. Indeed, the maid affirmed. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenzheng commanded the construction of flood defenses. Suddenly, he felt dampness beneath his feet and looked down to find the water had risen to his ankles. Moreover, it was climbing rapidly. At this rate, Long City would soon transform into a waterlogged realm. "Hurry, move swiftly." Zhou Wenzheng disregarded all else, hoisting a bag filled with sand and stones, stacking it upon the flood barrier. Concurrently, Wang Shui, responsible for evacuation, realized that such blind retreat would lead only to a dead end. He bent down, scooping up water that barely reached his ankles, and tasted it with his tongue. His expression turned ashen. Salty, very salty. This indicated that the water was seawater, and the flood was indeed approaching Long City. In a moment of inspiration, his gaze fixated on several towering structures in Long City. "Quick, follow me up the tower," he bellowed, leading the throngs of people towards the heights. Each step was taken upon the frigid and piercing sea water. Long City is adorned with 4 towering spires, dedicated to the preservation of sacred texts. Yet, in the face of calamity, all is rendered futile. Soon, all 4 towers became filled to capacity. Yet many women and children remained unable to ascend. The water level was perilously close to the waists of the children. Wang Shui made a bold decision. He cast aside the prayer beads and scriptures, urging as many people as possible to ascend the towers. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the southern city gate. A colossal wave crashed against the flood barrier. Fortunately, it withstood the onslaught. "Hurry, ascend the towers," Wang Shui exclaimed, snapping back to reality. "Women and children first." Boom! Another massive wave struck. The flood barrier trembled, the bags filled with sand and stones teetering ominously. Then, yet another wave surged forth, towering an astounding 100 feet high. With a whoosh, it engulfed even the flood barrier. "Brother Zhou," Wang Shui's eyes widened in horror. The tumultuous sea surged into Long City, and in an instant, countless homes collapsed. Those who had failed to reach the pagodas were swept away in a heartbeat. A scene of utter devastation unfolded. Chapter 34. The essence and origin of internal power. Yang Xiuhua was exceedingly fortunate. She successfully squeezed her way into the Buddhist tower, and just as she stepped inside, the woman behind her was swept away by the raging flood. A purple bruise marked her right hand, and the hem of her garment was torn. That woman had clutched her desperately before being carried off by the torrent. With a resounding thud, Wang Shui and several men collaborated to shut the heavy door of the tower, subsequently moving a statue to firmly block it. Afterward, they stripped off their garments to fill the gaps around the door, preventing the seawater from seeping in. The occupants within the tower could finally catch their breath. The tower stood 9 stories tall, with a window on each level, and it was overcrowded, primarily filled with women clutching children. Yang Xiuhua managed to ascend to the 6th floor, finding a spot by the window to sit and peer down below, her expression sorrowful. The long Lake Siang dining hall had been scattered by that recent surge of floodwater. She hugged a coarse bag against her chest and called out several times for Li Changxiao. Thanks to her years of honed assertiveness, her voice resonated clearly amidst the chaos of the tower, yet no one responded. Her expression dimmed as she glanced at the sword of the white-clad swordsman she had forcibly detained. Her eyes glistened with moisture, yet she could not refrain from cursing. "You heartless wretch! I told you to pay your respects to the River Mother, but you refused. Now look, you've been swept away by the flood." Wiping her tears, she continued her tirade. "What pretense is this of being a swordsman? I've inquired, and your skills are merely a joke, enough to deceive ordinary folks. But many could easily best you. You are destined to wander aimlessly." Suddenly, the Buddhist tower trembled violently, as though a flood was violently assaulting its structure. If only she had heeded the governor's advice and evacuated earlier. But what would evacuation achieve? For common folk like them, without roots, it was a path to certain death. She would rather perish in Long City. Sighing, she reflected on her recurring dreams of floodwaters, waking each day with a sense of unease. Yet what could be done? Where could they, the commoners, possibly escape to? Inside the tower, a cacophony of voices erupted. At last, Zhuqiuye and his companions managed to push open the heavy stone door. The scene that unfolded before them brought joy to their hearts, for their gaze was immediately drawn to the scriptures engraved upon the stone walls. The characters were somewhat hastily inscribed, reminiscent of ancient script from the Ling Tian dynasty a century prior, to be read from top to bottom, line by line. The scholar-like youth focused on the first 4 characters, spending a few moments deciphering the script before slowly articulating Xuanwu divine art. The eyes of the 4 brightened as they perused the scriptures step by step. Suddenly, the youthful scholar seemed to have stepped on something and bent down to retrieve it. The petite woman produced a fire stick, gently blowing on it, the flame illuminating their surroundings, allowing them to see what lay in the young man's palm. It was a ring, deep blue in hue, inscribed with the character for emptiness at its center. The ring seemed vaguely familiar to the scholar. "Are you not known as the all-knowing sage? How is it that you are unaware of certain matters?" The seasoned warrior from the opening mountain sect scoffed. "Humph, do not provoke me. If I were aware, I would certainly disclose it without reservation," the scholar replied coolly, examining the ring in his hand with meticulous scrutiny. He was certain that it belonged to the martial world, yet he could not recall its significance at that moment. The 4 continued their journey along the stone wall. The joy on Zhuqiuye's face grew increasingly vivid. If her assumptions were correct, the inscriptions on the wall were, in fact, a form of remarkably potent mental discipline. After traversing 4 or 5 steps, the inscriptions came to an end. The wall behind them was smooth and blank, leaving Zhuqiuye slightly disappointed. However, after taking a few more steps forward, the inscriptions reappeared, as if segmented. The scholar, already prepared, had taken out paper and pen to meticulously transcribe the inscriptions they encountered along the way. What is the essence and origin of internal energy? At this moment, Bai Shaoxing paused, slightly taken aback, and looked up at the other 3. They exchanged glances among themselves. The martial world is vast, perhaps in times of abundant spiritual energy. It does not compare to the elite circles of celestial beings atop the mountains. Yet, when it comes to the mingling of diverse factions and the myriad of paths, it is undoubtedly not inferior to the realm of cultivation. The scholar, often referred to as the martial world's informant, was well-versed in all sects and had eyes and ears in every corner. He was familiar with various schools, yet no one had ever pondered the essence of internal energy. A fierce curiosity ignited within him, compelling him to delve deeper. As the four continued onward, they encountered a plethora of intricately carved characters. Undoubtedly, internal energy is distinct from mere brute force, and it undeniably exists in reality. The wall bore the conjecture of Master Xuanwu, who proposed that the essence of internal energy is a form of refined energy, the specific source of which remains unclear. Given the chaotic nature of the martial world and the divergent methods of cultivating internal energy, nonetheless, it is certain that within any sect, the muscle located 3 inches to the right of the left chest, 2-finger depths deep, would tremble violently when internal energy is activated. The master who inscribed these characters referred to this phenomenon as regular rhythmic trembling, which may imply some underlying principle, though he had yet to uncover it. Furthermore, 3 inches above the navel, at a depth of half a finger, would emit substantial heat during the circulation of internal energy. The master speculated that this heat could very well be a manifestation of internal energy. The deeper they ventured, the more an indescribable sensation settled in their hearts. Suddenly, with a thud, the warrior at the forefront collided with something, toppling backward and landing squarely on the ground. Gasping in surprise, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet. No one laughed at his fright. The petite woman illuminated the path ahead with a torch. The four were immediately engulfed by terror. Before them dangled a figure, or rather, a humanoid form. He was tall, his chest gently rising and falling, seemingly still alive. Yet in his current state, perhaps death would have been a kinder fate. This man had iron hooks piercing through his shoulders, resembling the flesh of livestock prepared for sale. But what was even more horrifying was that he lacked skin. His muscle fibers lay exposed before the gaze of the four. The young man, known as the 6-fingered empty demon, felt a tempest of emotions as his eyes fell upon the palm devoid of skin, with muscle fibers clearly visible. He swiftly retrieved the ring he had just found and exclaimed, "It is the 6-fingered empty demon." Upon hearing this name, the suspended figure's breath quickened noticeably, as if he were straining to open his eyes. This movement undeniably confirmed his identity as the 6-fingered empty demon. A chill surged through Zwichioya and the others, racing from their spines to their foreheads. Hadn't the 6-fingered empty demon retreated from the world of martial arts? How could he appear here in such a dreadful state? Who could be responsible for this? The 6-fingered empty demon was a master of the martial world, capable of killing with the sound of his zither. Who possessed such power? Those Zwichioya and her companions had witnessed bloody scenes before. They were now filled with fear. What chilled them to the core was the realization that the 6-fingered zither demon was still alive. Coupled with the scriptures on the stone wall, a terrifying thought simultaneously invaded the minds of the four. Chapter 35. The Battle with the Dragon. Cough. From the dimly lit path ahead, a sound of coughing echoed. The four individuals braced themselves, sensing an imminent threat. Seasoned by years of wandering the martial world, they realized that this place was far from merely a trial ground for inheritance. An ominous aura lingered in the air. Out of the darkness emerged an elderly man, hunched and frail, with hair like silver and hands clasped behind his back, adorned with a cap of longevity. "A visitor has arrived," he grinned, his smile initially appearing benevolent. "Follow me." Before his words faded, he turned and ambled deeper into the passage. The four exchanged glances, their hearts filled with hesitation, unable to take a step forward. "Having come this far, shall we simply turn back?" The old man's voice resonated from the depths. No longer plagued by doubt, Lao Tai followed the elder's lead into the shadows. The young scholar, dressed in traditional garb, cast a glance at the pitiful figure of the 6-fingered empty demon, suspended in midair. The latter shook his head. The scholar's uncertainty grew, yet his curiosity proved irresistible, compelling him to follow suit. Among the two women, the petite one felt a pang of trepidation, but her small weasel, perched on her shoulder, pointed back along the path, chattering insistently. Her complexion turned pale as she leaned in to whisper something to Zwichioya. With a furrowed brow, Zwichioya touched the hilt of her red leaf blade. The two women exchanged a knowing look and ultimately decided to follow. Unbeknownst to them, the heavy stone door behind them had closed silently. As the four traversed the secret passage, the flicker of a firebrand was their sole illumination. "You may call me Master Xuanwu," the elder declared, leading the way. "I once refrained from this title, feeling unworthy of such a name. To the outside world, I was merely known as Elder Xuanwu. However, I no longer wish to bear that name. It feels ill-fated and makes me seem far older than I am. Zhuoqiuya inquired, Elder, what is your age? Master Xuanwu frowned, scolding, You mischievous girl, why must you bring up such matters? Upon reaching a particular location, Master Xuanwu suddenly grew animated, guiding them through an exhibition-like chamber. Inside lay numerous human forms, some adorned with silver needles, others enveloped in iron cages, and some exhibiting a ghastly separation of flesh and bone. Master Xuanwu elaborated on each individual, revealing that they were all martial masters, possessing profound internal energy. The erudite young scholar trembled, recalling the legendary figures who had once graced the world but had mysteriously vanished. The atmosphere was peculiar, yet under Master Xuanwu's guidance, they continued their exploration. They navigated through one exhibition room after another, as the elder spoke passionately of his noble aspiration to amalgamate the systems of cultivation and martial prowess. Though internal energy and spiritual energy are fundamentally distinct, both bestow extraordinary power upon humanity. With spiritual energy dwindling, the old paths have become obsolete. Might it be possible to delve into the realm of internal energy? Yet, before embarking on this endeavor, one must first discern the true essence of internal energy. Thus, he spent a century meticulously laying traps, making an indelible mark in the mundane world, establishing a legacy, and arranging trial grounds. Periodically, he would release news of these heritage sites, attracting a continuous influx of formidable warriors. Those who succeeded in the trials were seasoned masters of martial arts, perfect subjects for his inquiries into the essence of internal energy. As the old man of the black tortoise spoke, the four companions trailing him grew increasingly chilled, as if enveloped in an overwhelming terror. Suddenly, the old man turned, revealing a sinister smile. A tremendous surge of internal energy erupted forth, manifesting as an invisible pressure that firmly held the four in place. Cold sweat streamed down Zhuoqiuya and her companions as they realized the sheer strength of the old man. He was a practitioner who, after depleting his spiritual energy, spent over a century studying the martial arts of the mortal realm. The profundity of his internal energy was beyond measure. Thus, even without employing his full cultivation, the four of them were no match for him. Child, if I am not mistaken, your internal energy is the most formidable. Let us begin with you. The old man fixed his gaze upon Zhuoqiuya, retrieving a skinning knife from a nearby wooden table. Zhuoqiuya's pupils dilated in horror, her mind conjuring images of grotesque figures that barely resembled human forms. The thought of becoming one of them sent a chill through her, compelling her to consider self-destruction instead. The old man drew closer step by step. The thunderous roar of floods mingled with torrential rains. Fields lay submerged, homes swept away. In addition to the terror of facing catastrophe, those within the Buddhist tower were burdened with the sorrow of lost loved ones. Outside Long City, none of those who constructed the flood defenses returned alive. Tragically, humanity appeared so insignificant before the forces of nature. An endeavor involving tens of thousands crumbled before a few surging floods. Inside the Buddhist tower, the sound of sobbing filled the air. Yet at that moment, the flood surged once more against the tower. With a resounding crash, the great door was forced open, creating a gap through which yellow-brown seawater, mixed with debris and stones, rushed violently inside. Quick, ascend. Wang Shui's pupils widened as he was the first to rush out, attempting to block the opening with his body. Unfortunately, his efforts proved futile. Yang Xiuhua also heard the commotion. Startled, she hurriedly ascended to higher ground. The flood engulfed the first, second, and third floors before its momentum began to wane. The citizens within the Long City Buddhist tower became utterly isolated, cowering in the dark, awaiting divine mercy, praying not to be utterly annihilated. Wang Shui, drenched, was fortuitously pulled back up by several capable swimmers. Thunderous roars echoed as the flood continued to batter the tower. The structure began to tilt. Some women and children slipped, tumbling into the water below, their fates unknown. Yang Xiuhua lost her footing. The tower's steep angle threatened to send her directly into the raging waters below. At this critical juncture, Wang Shui swiftly intervened, assisting in righting the situation. Before Yang Xiuhua could express her gratitude, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The raging flood ceased its roar, and the rain halted abruptly. Suddenly, A piercing sound sliced through the air as a golden longsword descended from the northern skies, plunging into the floodwaters. In response, the surrounding torrents seemed to retreat in sheer terror. Following this, a middle-aged figure emerged from the heavens, landing beside the golden sword. With a mighty roar, he declared, "Evil dragon, come forth and meet your demise." Brandishing the dragon-suppressing sword, he ascended into the sky. Amidst the thick, ominous clouds, a colossal dragon revealed itself, the very architect of this chaos. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the air as the man and the dragon engaged in fierce combat. Huang Tingxing unleashed the full force of his cultivation, which had been sealed for over 3 centuries, reaching the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The malevolent dragon was formidable as well, capable of easily conjuring towering floods. It had long ago attained the void refinement stage. However, years of sealing and a depletion of spiritual energy had diminished its strength significantly, rendering it much weaker than before, yet still superior to the peak of the transformation realm. Nevertheless, the dragon-suppressing sword possessed an inherent advantage over dragonkind, leading to a stalemate in their confrontation. Huang Tingxing managed to sever one of the dragon's claws, while the dragon retaliated by biting off both of Huang Tingxing's legs, leaving a gruesome scene. The survivors within the pagoda trembled in fear at the sight. Chapter 36. The request to slay the dragon. Evil dragon, what benefit do you derive from your nefarious deeds? Huang Tingxing, though battered and broken, stood defiantly against the towering evil dragon. With the great path extinguished, what purpose does my existence serve? I harbor resentment. I loathe the dragon-slaying Taoist. I despise everything in this world. The voice of the dragon reverberated from the heavens. Thunder rumbled as lightning cleaved the sky. It is said that the dragon kind commands clouds and rain, noble denizens of the waters, and those gifted with extraordinary talents can wield thunder and lightning. The evil dragon, sealed for such a long duration, helplessly watched as spiritual energy dissipated, completely severing its path to cultivation. The accumulated resentment is beyond imagination. Ha ha! The evil dragon suddenly cackled. Huang Tingxing, is it? I have heard of you. A mere prefect, you cannot thwart me. If you wish to impede me, summon forth the celestial beings from above. Let the dragon-slaying sect come forth. Do not hide. I know you are concealed within Dragon City. The dragon's voice boomed like thunder. The citizens within the Buddhist pagoda were utterly paralyzed by fear. Yang Xiuhua, clutching her pouch, trembled, cursing the foul swordsman who was likely to perish in the flood, then turned to curse her own father, berating him for his ill-fated naming of dragon fragrance, which now proved to be a harbinger of doom. Today, I shall end you. Huang Tingxing brandished his sword and charged forward. Meanwhile, the elder Xuanwu drew closer to Zhuqiuyue and the others, a sinister smile betraying his success in scheming. He grasped Zhuqiuyue's shoulder, poised to unleash the bone-splitting technique to disrupt her sinews and skin. Yet, the scene before him abruptly transformed. The Zhuqiuyue he held transformed into a man clad in white. Was it an illusion? No, it was not an illusion, but rather a technique that produced a similar effect. Elder Xuanwu's pupils constricted. Elder Xuanwu, may you be well, Li Changxiao remarked with a smile. With fingers poised, he condensed his sword intent and swiftly pierced the opponent's abdomen. Blood gushed forth. Elder Xuanwu was compelled to utilize his cultivation to mend his flesh, retreating several steps in shock. A cultivator? Rage and astonishment flooded Elder Xuanwu. To have been outmaneuvered after a lifetime of caution was intolerable. However, Li Changxiao had no intention of granting him respite. The early-stage nascent soul cultivation erupted with a thunderous roar as he combined his fingers, unleashing the Jiangmeng sword intent in a furious onslaught. With a sweeping strike, the once-dim tunnel was cleaved in twain. Sunlight poured in. Zhuqiuyue trembled, her gaze fixed in awe upon the might of that sword strike. She looked at the white-clad figure ahead and couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Just moments ago, when she was rendered immobile under Elder Xuanwu's internal pressure, Li Changxiao had appeared behind them, rescuing them. He had drawn a circle on the ground, instructing them to remain within its confines lest they perish. Debris fell around them, yet the protective circle shielded the four, leaving them unscathed. However, their attention was not on this, but rather on the battle ahead. Divine deity. The old comrade was so frightened that his tongue nearly tied itself in knots. Upon seeing Li Changxiao's profile, the usually languid winesword wanderer, his sword-like brows slightly furrowed, finally revealing a glimmer of brilliance. An indescribable feeling surged within Zhuochuya's heart. It turned out he was an immortal. Her eyes sparkled, for she had never yearned for something so fervently. She never denied her admiration for the powerful. In the sight of the four, the swordsman in white brought his fingers together, swiftly unleashing a second strike. As the clouds dispersed and the skies cleared, mountains trembled and rivers flowed backwards in indescribable might. Subsequently, the old Xuanwu fled, with Li Changxiao in pursuit. 2 strikes cleaved 8 mountains. This the youth dressed as a scholar counted the shattered mountain peaks and extended 8 fingers. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. Zhuochuya gazed at the direction in which Li Changxiao had departed, lost in thought for a long time. Fellow Taoist, we have no grievances or enmities. Why must you press me so? Moreover, this course of action brings you no benefit. Your cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul can unleash such a breathtaking sword strike. You must have been an exceptional talent in your youth. Not one to exchange lives with an old man like me, the old Xuanwu shouted, cursing his misfortune inwardly. It was likely yet another old enemy. He had once been an alchemist, fond of capturing people to test his potions, and this swordsman in white was likely one of those victims. Otherwise, he would not have exchanged lives with him. Old man, you have misunderstood one thing. Killing you would indeed be of great benefit to me, Li Changxiao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the old Xuanwu realized that reconciliation was impossible today. He immediately erupted with a desperate determination, ceasing to flee and turning to engage in battle. The old Xuanwu's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul. In an era rich with spiritual energy, if Li Changxiao were a waste, barely better than a chicken or duck, then the old Xuanwu was even inferior to them. After over 2,000 years of cultivation, he had barely reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul, rather pathetic. As for their enmity, it was quite simple, a typical case of killing and treasure snatching. Li Changxiao had not perished, so he casually planted a dream, believing that in such a vast world, they would never cross paths again. Yet, fate is often so ironic. I will fight you with all I have. With my pinnacle nascent soul cultivation, I refuse to believe I cannot best you. An early-stage nascent soul. The old Xuanwu, cornered, turned with bloodshot eyes and threw a punch. The mountain-shattering fist, capable of pulverizing mountains into dust. Unfortunately, this punch did not land. It struck only Li Changxiao's phantom. Li Changxiao stood at a distance, his eyes gleaming with blue light, meticulously weaving a dream, luring out the old Xuanwu's remaining spiritual energy. The old Xuanwu was like a turtle in a jar, easily manipulated. When the time was ripe, Li Changxiao would unleash another sword strike, blood splattering 3 feet, and a head would roll to the ground. At the same moment in the realm of dreams, a vibrant crimson fruit once again bore its presence. Li Changxiao was a man who harbored grudges, unable to recall precisely how many dream fruits he had sown. In any case, he would pluck them whenever encountered. He seized the fruit and sank his teeth into the sweet, succulent flesh, feeling his spirit ascend. Despite wielding the dragon-suppressing sword, Huang Tingxing was still no match for the malevolent flood dragon. The fighting prowess of the flood dragon was formidable, earning it the title of invincibility within its realm. This particular malevolent dragon was a paragon among its kind, a genius within the ranks of the celestial realm, a formidable presence on the star ranking of the sacred land of Fuyao. Even after being sealed for a millennium, it could not be shaken by a mere provincial governor. Huang Tingsheng felt a bitter pang in his heart, yet found himself powerless to change the situation. In truth, within the Ling Tian dynasty, there were still many capable of subduing flood dragons. His journey to the capital was intended to seek assistance. However, he was met with various excuses and refusals to intervene. Thus, he was compelled to resort to desperate measures, sacrificing his life to obtain this dragon-suppressing sword, once a formidable weapon of the Ling Tian dynasty. As the battle raged on, the spiritual energy within him dwindled. Huang Tingsheng, among the 3,800 officials of the Ling Tian dynasty, found many who stood higher and gazed further than he, yet they dared not obstruct him. What right did you have? The malevolent dragon unleashed a roar like rolling thunder. Governor. At that moment, Wang Shui's head emerged from the window of the pagoda, his voice hoarse from shouting, Brother Zhou one has already perished, with approximately 10,000 souls, including the elderly, women, and children, within the 4 pagodas. He called out loudly, Beyond the pagodas, survivors can be found on Dragon Blood Mountain and White South Mountain. Huang Tingxing glanced back, nodding with a sense of relief, murmuring to himself, I arrived a bit late, but thankfully not the latest. He gently caressed the long sword, his gaze gradually transforming into one of determination. Alone, he truly could not halt you. But he gripped the sword hilt tightly with one hand, while the other grasped the blade's tip, raising the dragon's suppressing sword high. The malevolent dragon's pupils constricted in disbelief. Are you mad? You will be condemned to eternal suffering. Though the great way may perish, the cycle of reincarnation endures. Huang Tingxing remained unfazed, his hands straining as he silently recited an incantation, then exerted force to snap the sword in two. With a resounding crack, the dragon's suppressing sword shattered. Immediately after, Huang Tingxing called out, Gentlemen, please slay the dragon. Gentlemen, please slay the dragon. Chapter 37. The Prodigy of the Ling Tian Dynasty. A thunderous upheaval. A mournful dragon's cry emanated from the ancestral land. Subsequently, torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, dense dark clouds shrouding the sky above Ling Tian City. Indeed, it has come to this juncture. Li Tianxia sat in a rocking chair, extending a hand to catch a drop of rainwater that dripped from the eaves. He had indeed shattered the dragon's suppressing sword. Li Tianxia sighed softly. Dragon City. In the instant the dragon's suppressing sword fractured, Huang Tingxing's form transformed into scattered starlight, utterly dissipating into the cosmos. Even his soul was obliterated by an unseen force. Simultaneously, the vile dragon's body rapidly diminished, ultimately reduced to a mere 100 meters. Its aura plummeted swiftly. Though still terrifying, it was now at least bearable to behold. Huang Tingxing, wagering his very life, had snapped the dragon's suppressing sword, allowing its latent power to permeate the entire realm. Consequently, the vile dragon, as a serpent dragon, was subjected to the utmost suppression of its strength. Almost at the moment of the sword's fracture, the dragon's aura plummeted below the refinement void realm, and it continued to decline rapidly. This transformation was visible to the naked eye, even to ordinary onlookers. Roar! The resounding dragon's roar echoed. Thunder roared mercilessly. The vile dragon, though diminished several-fold, still coiled ominously amidst the dark clouds, lightning crackling around its form. Its eyes radiated an unquenchable hatred, gazing towards the direction of Huang Tingxing's disappearance. It emitted a voice reminiscent of humanity, laced with mockery and a hint of admiration. Huang Tingxing, you are far too naive. Do you believe that suppressing my power would deter anyone from daring to strike against me? Ha ha ha. I, the Dragon Overlord, stand here. Who would dare to slay me? Who dares to slay me? As the words fell, the floodwaters of Dragon City surged, rising 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters. The inhabitants within the pagoda found themselves in peril. It dawned on them that Huang Tingxing's desperate plea, esteemed ones, please slay the dragon, was not a command but a request born of utter helplessness, imploring the practitioners hidden within Dragon City to eliminate this vile dragon, even diminished tenfold. The dragon remained beyond the reach of mere mortals. Only the practitioners stood a chance. Ha ha ha! Dragon Slayer, come forth. Let us battle once more for 800 rounds. The vile dragon laughed maniacally, the thunder growing ever more fearsome. Its resentful voice echoed far and wide. Do you not claim to be righteous, accusing me of stirring chaos and bringing calamity? Should you not slay me for my deeds? Now, I, the Dragon Overlord, have returned, drowning an entire 17 cities of mortals. Will you not emerge to confront me? Ha ha ha. In the end, you merely covet my dragon pearl. The vile dragon flaunted its might, deriding Huang Tingxing's sacrifice as utterly meaningless. Even with its power drastically reduced, even if the Dragon Slayer could suppress it with a mere flick of a finger, even with numerous cultivators present within Dragon City. Alas, a full incense stick's time had passed, yet silence reigned. The malevolent dragon wreaked havoc, rising to the heavens and plunging into the seas, occasionally unleashing torrents that battered the stupa and mercilessly assaulted the struggling populace. Despite its unrelenting tyranny, no one emerged to intervene. Wang Shui clenched his fists tightly, climbing out of the stupa's window and braving the storm to ascend to the pinnacle, slipping perilously close to the flood below on multiple occasions. With a resounding voice, Wang Shui implored, I beseech the elder to strike and slay this dragon. Esteemed gentlemen, please. Before he could finish, a towering wave surged forth. Wang Shui was engulfed by the sea, lifted into the air. The malevolent dragon, with a mocking expression, declared, "If you swallow your final words, I shall allow you to depart." Enraged, Wang Shui resolutely uttered the last two words, "Slay the dragon." With a flick of its tail, the dragon cast Wang Shui into the flood, erupting into uproarious laughter, a cacophony of scornful mirth. It seemed as though the dragon had struck upon a particularly amusing notion. Reveling in the moment, the water level surged rapidly, submerging the rooftops of homes. Just then, a streak of violet light appeared on the horizon. The dragon, upon focusing, beheld an elder walking slowly through the flood, holding a precious stupa, an aura of vitality radiating from him, as his visage gradually transformed into that of youth. An elder hidden within the stupa, eyes wide in astonishment, pointed towards the elder bearing the stupa, exclaiming, "It's that old man from across the street. No wonder his lineage thrives. He is an immortal." Instantly, the elder clapped his hands in delight, joyfully announcing, "The immortal has arrived. We are saved." The emotions of those within the stupa were stirred to life in an instant. Yang Xiuhua wiped away her tears, exhaled in relief, and gathered her strength. Squeezing to the window, eager not to miss the forthcoming, unparalleled battle against the dragon. The elder's face continued to youthfulize, his handsome brows like peaks. As he held the 9-tiered stupa, chuckling ruefully, who would have thought that in my twilight years, with less than a decade left, I would still have the chance to shine once more? With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "O malevolent dragon, you have merely been born a few centuries before me and practiced for a bit longer. Had it not been for the depletion of my vital energy, this 9-tiered stupa in my hands would surely have subdued you. Now, I wager my life to see if I might exchange it for a single scale of yours." His voice, imbued with a blend of arrogance and self-mockery, resonated like that of a once promising youth, suppressed for centuries, finally radiating brilliance in his final moments. As he spoke, the stupa expanded infinitely, adorned with intricate carvings of rare creatures. He charged towards the dragon. Then, seemingly recalling something, he erupted into laughter once more, exclaiming, "Furthermore, esteemed gentlemen, slay the dragon." A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens. The stupa shattered layer by layer, and a scale from the dragon's belly fractured. The youth aged rapidly, his form plummeting from the heights, but as he beheld the shattered scale, a satisfied smile graced his lips. With a carefree laugh, he proclaimed, "Ha ha, I am Su Changle," boldly challenging the illusory flood dragon at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Truly a peerless genius. Yet, what a farce it was. In a moment of distraction, the spotlight was stolen from him. A middle-aged man stood upon the ocean's surface, exuding an aura of vitality, his visage gradually rejuvenating. He cursed vehemently, his eyes betraying an irrepressible sorrow. Ultimately, he could not overcome his inner turmoil and retreated back to Dragon City, where he had initially vowed to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Cherishing his remaining days, with a single stride, he summoned forth a torrent of purple energy, declaring, "My purple energy foundation is the most formidable." The path to immortality had been severed, and rather than cling to the last vestiges of his lifespan, he resolved to squander it one final time. A thunderous sound erupted as the flood dragon was forced back 3 meters, a single dragon whisker severed. As the man plummeted, he cursed, "I damn well know that apart from Fu Run, I am the strongest." Perhaps the genius was loath to fade into obscurity. Or perhaps he truly could not bear to witness the suffering of sentient beings. The 13 who were meant to depart from Dragon City, under unspoken agreement, returned with determination. However, despite their tragic sacrifices, those lurking in the shadows showed no inclination to intervene. "Master, when the spiritual energy was depleted, you abandoned me. Now, as chaos reigns, are you still unwilling to extend even a modicum of assistance?" The Dragon Slayer? Huh. Fu Ren's countenance was filled with sorrow as he watched his former friends one by one implore the powerful to act, even at the cost of their lives, yet receiving not a shred of response. When a somewhat plump middle-aged woman transformed into her youthful, enchanting self, radiating her final brilliance, Fu Ren began to stride across the waves. Having coexisted with these 13 for centuries, there was an unspoken rule: never compete with Fu Ren, for he was too formidable. With the heavens establishing foundations and the essence of profound ice enveloping him, Fu Ren chose to take action. lest he be blamed by those behind him for stealing their thunder, a fate that would haunt him even in death. At this moment, he walked upon the waves, leaving a trail of 1,000 years of profound ice in his wake, frost accumulating on his lashes. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, within the Buddhist tower, the Qingping sword cradled by Yang Xiuhua trembled slightly. Simultaneously, a gentle hand rested upon Fu Ren's shoulder. Chapter 38. Slaying the Dragon in the Realm of Heaven and Earth. A figure clad in white mysteriously appeared. This white-clad guest placed a reassuring hand upon Su Ren's shoulder, compelling the dissipated spiritual energy to return to his body. Without uttering a word, he stepped past Su Ren, treading upon the waves as he gradually approached the dragon. Simultaneously, the dragon turned its gaze upon him. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Yang Xiuhua's sword, cradled in her arms, began to tremble violently before it was propelled from her embrace, soaring through the window with a swift whoosh. A look of disbelief crossed her face as she fixated on the sword, which ultimately landed in the hands of the white-clad man. Her pupils contracted sharply, and for a moment, she forgot to breathe. The notorious swordsman had not perished. As he grasped the sword, the swordsman's aura intensified, becoming razor-sharp in an instant. A tremor of unease rippled through the crowd, who sensed a distinct change in momentum. This individual, perhaps he truly has come to slay the dragon. The swordsman gazed upon the colossal dragon soaring in the heavens, exclaiming, "This is precisely why I detest such creatures." Before he could finish his thought, he demonstrated his resolute nature. Spiritual energy surged towards the skies, and a river python materialized behind him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the python let out a thunderous roar and lunged at the dragon. Sword intent. The dragon scoffed, dismissing it with a laugh. Inferior sword intent. In my prime, I devoured countless sword cultivators. None achieved comprehension that surpassed what you possess. With a contemptuous flick of its tail, the enraged python clashed with the suppressed dragon. Su Ren shook his head. The dragon, one of the most formidable beings in existence. Even though he had reached the foundational realm of the heavenly path, facing an adversary of the same caliber as the dragon posed a significant challenge. Not to mention the peril of confronting a foe of a higher tier. Despite his limited cultivation, he could perceive the vast disparity between the white-clad swordsman and the malevolent dragon. The swordsman's cultivation hovered around the early stages of the nascent soul, while the dragon, though restrained, could unleash power equivalent to the initial phase of the transformation realm. The difference represented a substantial gap in levels. What could he possibly employ to combat this? As Su Ren anticipated, the roaring python that surged toward the sky was effortlessly dispersed by the dragon's tail. Following this, the dragon let out a fearsome roar and charged at the swordsman, opening its gaping maw. This battle was particularly harrowing for Yang Xiuhua, who watched in horror as tears, no larger than beans, streamed down her cheeks. Even when suppressed, the dragon emanated a terrifying ferocity. The swordsman, sword in hand, remained undaunted as he advanced directly toward the dragon. The ocean swirled violently, forming a colossal river python that enveloped him, colliding fiercely with the descending dragon. Boom! The thunderous clash echoed, mingling with the roar of thunder. The swordsman's sword shrieked as he fearlessly aimed for the dragon's eyes. Just as he was about to strike, the dragon's overwhelming spiritual energy sent him crashing into the river, sending splashes soaring to heights of 100 feet, a testament to the sheer magnitude of its power. The dragon, with a disdainful tone, remarked, "How utterly dull, truly uninspiring. You are far inferior to the individuals I encountered earlier. Though their cultivation was modest, they were still regarded as prodigies. Yet you, as a swordsman, possess a mediocre sword intent, a lackluster sword technique, and a pedestrian combat awareness. Engaging with you is nothing short of a waste of my spiritual energy." The dragon, a creature of unparalleled pride, held a deep contempt for the ordinary. In his eyes, Li Changshao embodied the essence of mediocrity, a sentiment he harbored for himself. A splash of water erupted as the swordsman resumed his path across the waves, the brilliance of his long sword unwavering. What was wrong with being ordinary? Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, there was an indescribable elegance about him. He laughed heartily, relishing the ease of life, free from the burdens of competing with these prodigies and devoid of troublesome matters. "Humph," the dragon scoffed. "The path is meant to be contested. It is in this struggle that true enjoyment lies, a concept far beyond the grasp of someone as ordinary as you." With that, the dragon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a terrifying breath of flames that enveloped Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao chuckled. To me, the path is merely a series of dreams. As his words resonated, they began to dissolve into the ether. The dragon suddenly felt a chilling prickling along its spine as the scene before it shifted. In its left eye's view, a sword tip grew increasingly magnified, followed by an agonizing sting. With a sickening sound, the Qingping sword pierced its eyeball. Damn it! When did this happen? The dragon writhed in torment, perplexed as to how Li Changxiao had managed to strike its eye while being surrounded by its own flames. Suddenly, a dreadful thought crossed its mind as it retraced the events of the battle. Its extensive combat awareness revealed a startling truth. The swordsman had enchanted it with an illusion the moment he aimed for its eye. Everything that followed, the forceful blow that sent him reeling, the taunts, and the fiery breath, had all been mere figments of its imagination. In reality, during those fleeting moments, it had failed to act against the swordsman. Illusion? No, that couldn't be right. What was it? The dragon, increasingly alarmed, pondered deeper. The swordsman, clad in white, stood not far away, taking a swig of strong liquor, casually appraising himself. Li Changxiao, with a grin, inquired, "How do you find this delightful dream?" Before the dragon could respond, the Qingping sword was drawn horizontally, a flash of light slicing through its vision. Once again, the dragon was unknowingly pulled into a realm of dreams, utterly unaware. It was only when Li Changxiao's sword carved into its flesh, leaving a wound deep enough to reveal bone, that the dragon jolted awake from its nightmarish reverie, cold sweat cascading down its form. Indeed, throughout its life, the dragon had endured hundreds of thousands of battles, winning most and losing few. Yet, never had a confrontation ever compelled such a profusion of cold sweat from it in mere moments. It was not fear of death that stirred it. Had it feared death, it would never have stirred up monstrous waves. Rather, it was a profound sense of horror. The swordsman before it exuded an aura of sheer terror. Nevertheless, he did not lose his sanity. Reflecting on the two instances of hallucination he had experienced, it seemed that both were triggered by the glint of the opponent's sword light striking his eyes. Resolute, he tore his dragon's eye with his dragon claw. "Come forth, swordsman." With a roar, the flood dragon summoned the wrath of the heavens, and multiple bolts of lightning struck it, as if adorning it with a formidable armor of thunder. Li Changxiao smiled. This was no illusion. It was a dream technique that required no vision. After a series of swift maneuvers, the flood dragon was already marred with sword wounds, its crimson blood staining half of Dragon City. Li Changxiao moved like a specter, his swordplay elegant, as if he were gliding through a dream, ethereal and graceful. With another strike, the flood dragon crashed into the river. The dragon's scales were exceptionally resilient, its hide tough and its flesh thick. Yet, Li Changxiao was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul, and his attacks felt only like a gentle scraping. However, the scraping was exceedingly rapid, and moreover the opponent could not recover. A flash of determination crossed Li Changxiao's eyes as he formed a sword seal, intending to deliver the final blow to the flood dragon. His long hair danced in the wind, and his gaze was ensconced in a dreamlike azure. From his fingertips, blue threads emerged, weaving together in the air as if crafting something wondrous. In no time, countless blue threads intertwined to form a colossal sword. The giant sword appeared surreal, reminiscent of a mirage. With a focused gaze, Li Changxiao solidified the giant sword, which materialized out of thin air, swiftly descending upon the flood dragon submerged in the tumultuous waters. With a single strike, the flood dragon met its demise, its head severed from its body. Chapter 39. The path is narrow, the debt is settled. This battle, viewed from the outside, may not seem particularly grand or thrilling. The common folk could only witness the ferocious dragon transformed into a mere target, subjected to the whims of the swordsman. However, it would be inaccurate to say it was merely a ravaging. The dragon's counterattacks were indeed formidable, albeit often misguided. As the combat progressed, it appeared that the dragon's spiritual energy was waning significantly. Within the Buddhist tower, the crowd was enveloped in excitement, finally believing they had been saved. They murmured their gratitude, invoking blessings from the deities. A middle-aged man clad in brocade, tears streaming down his face, expressed profound admiration for the dragon-slaying swordsman upon learning of the dragon's demise, suggesting that once the flood receded, Funds should be allocated to erect a statue in honor of this celestial figure. The townsfolk readily agreed. Yet they lamented that they could hardly recall the swordsman's visage, much like fleeting dreams that fade upon waking. Li Changshao approached the lifeless form of the dragon. The severed head of the malevolent beast fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of this star-level prodigy, powerful enough to evoke despair. Had it not been for the depletion of its spiritual energy, he feared he would never attain the qualification to engage with such a formidable being in his lifetime. Another star had fallen. Li Changshao gazed toward the horizon, where the radiance of a star gradually dimmed. His ability to challenge the dragon, having ascended a significant realm, was laden with elements of opportunism. The most crucial factor was that the dragon lacked spiritual replenishment, rendering it unable to unleash many of its formidable techniques as the battle wore on. In contrast, Li Changshao possessed the dream realm, a continuous source of spiritual energy. Moreover, having recently consumed a dream fruit, his own energy was brimming to the point of overflow. With the interplay of these factors, the river ran thick with the scent of blood, compelling Li Changshao to take several swigs of strong liquor to mask the odor. With the dragon's demise, the flood channels excavated at the cost of countless lives began to function, allowing the waters to recede slowly. Dragon's blood, once worth a fortune, now even unfit for brewing. Li Changshao poured out the remnants of his intoxication into the river, his garments billowing elegantly. Master, do we truly deserve the offerings made to the deities? Atop a certain mountain, Xin Yin murmured this query. A gentle breeze rustled through her sleeves. Laced with an unshakable chill, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling a twinge of cold. Disciple, do you recall the words I spoke upon your initiation? Mu Qin's expression remained serene, betraying no emotional fluctuations. With gain comes loss. The path of the great Tao is narrow and cannot accommodate excess. Indeed, Xin Yin's gaze reflected a complex tapestry of thoughts. Yet where lies the great Tao? Her eyes revealed an unprecedented bewilderment. This question had lingered in her mind for 3 centuries, waiting for an answer. The Grand Avenue. Mu Qin hesitated, words unspoken, ultimately succumbing to silence. It was he who had made his move. Xin Yin suddenly interjected. Mu Qin subtly nodded, cognizant that the he referenced by Xin Yin was none other than a particular individual. Master, you are mistaken, Xin Yin chuckled. Indeed, Mu Qin candidly conceded, I have indeed underestimated him. He is no less than any prodigy, with his innate roots, mortal physique, and comprehension, to have reached this day, and even to have slain formidable foes at higher levels. My master, it seems I truly misjudged him. With the master's acknowledgement, Xin Yin's eyes sparkled, and she added, Yet, he remains rather foolish. Upon saying this, she seemed to reminisce about the days when she first joined the Panlong sect. Their initial encounter resembled the heroic rescue of a damsel in distress as depicted in novels. At that time, Xin Yin thought that this elder brother, of mediocre talent and average understanding, who lacked the elder's approval, was undeniably handsome, an inexplicable charm. Later, upon meeting Mu Qin, she hastily became his disciple. Her mentor informed her that within the vast realm of cultivation, countless individuals surpassed Li Changshao in both talent and character. However, none are worthy of you, for you are my disciple, Mu Qin. Mu Qin further remarked that it would be difficult for Li Changshao to ever leave the Panlong sect, and if you were to hold affection for him, it would merely be youthful ignorance and a lack of experience. Only after you have traversed a myriad of flowers and looked back will you discern whether your feelings hold true. Subsequently, Xin Yin was persuaded to leave. Or rather, it was not entirely persuasion. At that moment, she too yearned for broader horizons and sought the path of enlightenment, unwilling to be ensnared by emotions. Now, upon encountering him again, he remained as handsome as ever. She silently mused that it was not merely a lack of insight, but a genuine affection, only to realize that after experiencing myriad blooms, the one she cherished most had already been plucked away by another. Dragon City welcomed a new governor. Transferred from the neighboring Qing city, he arrived with vigor, leading the survivors to clear the streets, plan fields, and construct homes. In the marketplace of Dragon City, tens of thousands of corpses lay waiting for identification. Officials dispatched from Qing City, initially finding the task cumbersome, suggested burying them all at once. Otherwise, they would soon begin to rot, leading to widespread disease and further fatalities. Mere moments after this proposal, a large group of irate individuals stormed the government offices. The uproar persisted until the newly appointed city lord personally visited each household to apologize, thus managing to quell the unrest. A woman clad in coarse hemp garments approached to claim a body. She was the same woman who had confided in Li Changxiao. The floods had wreaked havoc. The brothel had collapsed, the matron swept away, debts rendered moot, and her man had perished. The woman dragged the corpse out of the city, never to be seen again in Dragon City. Months passed, and the citizens of Dragon City began to emerge from their sorrow. Farmers returned to tilling the land. Traders resumed their commerce. Otherwise, the tax burden for this year would remain unpaid. The dynasty faced numerous calamities. The northwest was plagued by locusts, leading to a severe grain shortage, and taxes had risen once more. On this day, with the support of the neighborhood, the Long Lai Xiang restaurant has reopened its doors. The proprietress, with her last remaining coins, purchased 2 long firecrackers. Placed at the entrance, they were ignited with incense, filling the street with the crackling sounds of celebration. Children, drawn to the festive atmosphere, quickly gathered around. The local community showed their support, and the restaurant's reopening was met with great enthusiasm, resulting in bustling daily business that kept the staff busy. As the proprietress fretted over managing the cleaning, cooking, and overall operations alone, a swordsman clad in white gracefully entered the establishment. He adeptly gathered the dishes and retreated to the back for washing. Their eyes met briefly, and they exchanged an understanding smile, silently returning to their respective tasks. This newcomer, agile and sporting a gentle smile, bore a long sword at his waist, resembling a wandering hero. Whenever patrons inquired about the striking young attendant, the proprietress would smile knowingly and mention that he was merely a rogue who had dined and dashed, soon to depart once his debts were settled. 3 days later, Li Changxiao marked the final tally in his room, precisely 30 strokes. He savored a sip of rich liquor and, under the cover of night, stepped out to leave. Armed with only his sword, he traversed the modest snowfall. The following day, the once thriving Long Lai Xiang unexpectedly closed its doors for the day. Chapter 40. Approaching a breakthrough, slaying Muqin. As winter yields to spring, life awakens in accordance with the rhythms of nature. One day, a white-clad swordsman was spotted, sprawled beside a babbling brook, utterly inebriated and fast asleep, half of his body soaked. A few children, drawn by curiosity, approached and, in a playful spirit, plucked a twig to poke at the swordsman's face from a distance. When he remained undisturbed, their courage swelled. 2 of them seized the swordsman's legs, lifting his feet, while one of them exerted all his strength to pull off the swordsman's boot. The mischievous child leaned in to sniff the boot, astonished to find it was not foul-smelling. He had experienced the odor of his father's straw sandals multiple times, nearly losing his senses from the stench. He had assumed that all feet in the world must carry the same odor as his father's. The children grew ever more emboldened in their play. Eventually, one reached out to touch the long sword that hung at the swordsman's waist. Suddenly, the swordsman awoke, grasping the child's hand and yawning. "Little brother, you must not touch this sword. It may become angered." The children were startled, wriggled free from the swordsman's grasp, and fled towards the village in a panic, fearful of the swordsman seeking retribution later. Li Changxiao, observing their retreating figures, burst into hearty laughter. He uncorked his wine gourd and took another swig before returning to his slumber. One of his principles of sleep was to avoid contact with his sword and wine. As long as he stayed away from those two, he would remain undisturbed, even if his wealth were stolen. As the saying goes, time is more valuable than gold. And this adage fit him remarkably well. No one could ascertain how long the swordsman had slept by the brook, but as winter transitioned to spring, the ice melted away. The once gentle stream transformed into a roaring river, sweeping both the swordsman and his sword downstream. After drifting for several days, he eventually found himself in a small county town, where officials fished him out of the river. They were on the verge of launching an investigation when, much to their surprise, the swordsman awakened on his own. Thus, within this nameless county town, an unsolved mystery emerged. Li Changxiao remained oblivious to the fact that he would become the nightmare of all the local children, who would be warned by their mothers that if they misbehaved, the river ghost would come to snatch them away. Comfortably slumbering, Li Changxiao set forth on his journey once again. In truth, he had no fixed itinerary. He was merely curious about the 100 Ghosts Empire and its enigmatic 100 Ghosts technique, and wished to explore it. With a flicker of thought, a slender vial appeared in his palm, containing a red liquid, Symbol Rin's heart's blood. After slaying the dragon, he had sought out Symbol Rin for a conversation, and in exchange for a dragon pearl from an evil beast and a green bamboo flute, he procured several drops of this precious blood. As they parted ways, the two exchanged final words. Li Changxiao earnestly advised him that, if conditions permitted, he should find a woman to marry and bear a child for the Fu family. Li Changxiao recalled that immediately after he uttered these words, Fu Ren, a man who appeared to be approaching middle age, unexpectedly flushed with embarrassment. This amused Li Changxiao immensely, prompting him to tease Fu Ren, questioning whether he was still a virgin, which simply would not do. A man ought to ride forth with vigor. As Li Changxiao continued on his way, he occasionally heard tidings of old acquaintances. For instance, the Long Lakexiang restaurant was flourishing, and the proprietress had even employed several waitstaff. However, she consistently proclaimed that if anyone wished to return for a drink, the fine daughter red wine aged for over 100 years would be in plentiful supply, though the cost of the wine was non-negotiable. Additionally, the Xia family from Lingtian City ultimately relocated to Long City. The governor of Long City, upon learning this news, was overjoyed and promptly visited the Xia family, for during the city's reconstruction, such a renowned family of merchants could contribute significantly. Before the flood arrived, Xia Mei performed a noble deed. Upon hearing from Huang Tingxing that Long City would face a deluge, she led several groups of Long City citizens to safety. This act fortified the Xia family's standing in Long City and provided them with the confidence to make the move. One day, the wandering swordsman, who often oscillated between wakefulness and slumber, took over a month to reach the outskirts of Long City. Upon climbing to the summit of a hill, he gazed back and faintly discerned the 4 crooked pagodas, the throngs of pedestrians at the entrance of Long Lakexiang, and the curling incense smoke inside the River Mother Temple. He drank deeply from the cup of inebriation, laughed heartily, and walked away without a backward glance, murmuring something about deities and turtles scattered everywhere. In the realm of Fuyo, within the verdant expanse of Qingyu and the lands of Lingtian, in times when spiritual energy flourished, there existed a great nation that dominated the continent. Beyond the extraordinary talents of its princes and princesses, there was also the perilous terrain known as the Hengtian Abyss, one of the 18 dangers of Fuyo. However, as the spiritual energy dwindled, the once menacing energy surrounding this treacherous land dissipated. Consequently, this former danger, due to its unique geographical features, caught the attention of mortals and transformed into a gathering place for rogue sects, the Tianyuan sect. Within the Lingtian dynasty, the Tianyuan sect was a notorious super-rogue sect. The leader of the sect, draped in a black robe and donning a fearsome Rakshasa mask, gathered all the members for a meeting. They spoke of the impending battle between the righteous and the evil, declaring that victory was assured and that they would elevate the might of their sect. Afterward, the second-in-command of the rogue sect leaked crucial intelligence to the righteous sections. The impending battle between good and evil was shaping up to be overwhelmingly one-sided, with the ranks of the Earth Demon 72 stars rapidly dwindling. The righteous sect is determined to eradicate the Tianyuan sect in one fell swoop, advancing relentlessly to its very doorstep. The Tianyuan sect fights valiantly in resistance. Li Changxiao senses that he is on the brink of a breakthrough, nearing the pinnacle of the early Yuanying stage. Beneath the imposing city gate, known for its mid-Yuanying status, an army of thousands has amassed, sharpening their blades in anticipation. With a mere command from Li Changxiao, this multitude of soldiers would charge forth on his behalf. It seems that the mid-Yuanying stage is within his grasp. However, Li Changxiao is acutely aware that he is still far from achieving it. In this era of depleted spiritual energy, the vast quantity required for a breakthrough can only be drawn from the dream realm, where spiritual energy is sparse. Li Changxiao estimates that to achieve his breakthrough, he would need to slumber for at least a decade. A decade is ample time for the world to transform utterly. He resolves that after acquiring the 100 Spirits technique, he shall prepare for his ascension. According to the information provided by Fu Tao, the 100 Spirits technique resides in the perilous terrain of Hengdianyuan. Atop the mountain peaks, a white-haired man sits cross-legged beside a chessboard, holding a black piece as he engages in a game with the gentle breeze. After a considerable time, an elderly figure slowly approaches along the mountain path. The newcomer, an aged man with flowing long hair, exudes an aura of immortality. He takes a seat opposite the white-haired man, scrutinizing him closely, and inquires, "What brings you here?" "It is nothing of great import," replies the white-haired man with a faint smile. "I merely wish to borrow your god-slaying needle for the purpose of taking a life." The elderly man's pupils constrict at the mention of murder, but he soon bursts into hearty laughter. "Ah, if the divine calculator seeks to slay, he has never missed his mark. Very well, very well. Given the depletion of spiritual energy, my treasured artifact will eventually lose its luster. I might as well lend it to you for one last brilliant display." The elder then asks, "But I must admit, I am curious. Whom do you intend to slay?" A smile curls at the corners of the divine calculator's mouth. "The one I seek to eliminate is Muchin, the esteemed Musien." At these words, the elder trembles, raising his gaze to meet the confident smile of the white-haired man. He strokes his beard thoughtfully, realizing that this time, Musien is indeed facing an inescapable fate. As long as the divine calculator is granted sufficient time to lay his trap, no one shall escape its grip, unless. There are no unless. The divine calculator interjects. Chapter 41. Into the perilous realm, encountering the demon in the long span of 7 centuries dedicated to his cultivation. Li Changshao spent less than 100 years in Ling Tian continent, during the zenith of the Ling Tian dynasty. It stood as a luminous beacon throughout the Fu Yao realm and the entire cultivation world, for it was indeed a remarkable feat to rule over a continent, with only 2 dynasties in the entire cultivation world capable of such. However, Li Changshao harbored no fondness for the Ling Tian dynasty, prompting his departure from both the dynasty and the continent, embarking on his adventures across Fu Yao. Eventually, he even ventured beyond Fu Yao to several other realms of equal renown. Though his cultivation was modest, he traversed numerous lands and encountered a multitude of prodigious talents. Not long ago, he vanquished a notorious evil serpent, a celebrated figure in Fu Yao. Yet, Li Changshao had witnessed beings far more formidable. Having encountered the resplendent saints and sages of the sacred land of Fu Yao, as well as a prodigious genius emerging from the snow-capped mountains, and a striking monk amidst the flickering light of ancient lamps. The heavens were adorned with countless stars, and the past era of gallant heroes was indeed magnificent. Li Changshao had crossed paths with many influential figures, albeit mostly in the capacity of a menial laborer, servant, pawn, or cannon fodder. None would remember him, nor did anyone harbor hopes for his future. At times, he would ponder how these great individuals would react to the current depletion of spiritual energy. He would then chuckle at himself, acknowledging it bore no relevance to him. Continuing on his journey, regardless of the waning spiritual energy, his pace remained unwavering, whether brisk or slow. As the sun and moon exchanged their dominion, Li Changshao finally recognized that his funds were nearly exhausted. With dwindling resources, he found himself unable to indulge in wine or savor the culinary delights of various locales, rendering his existence dreary. Thus, upon passing through a quaint town, he decided to linger for a few days to acquire some silver. Noticing that the town possessed a canal, serving as a resting place for passing merchant vessels, he volunteered to demonstrate an impressive display of swordsmanship before a shipowner, claiming to be a somewhat renowned swordsman in the martial world. The shipowner, a shrewd merchant who valued amiability, observed the swordsman's extraordinary demeanor and, convinced of his goodwill, hired him to assist in watching over the ship for a few days. After a few days, as the shipowner departed, Li Changshao found himself with a handful of copper coins. Delighting in his fortune as he ventured into the depths of an alley in search of a tavern, he devised a new method for enjoying his libations. Arriving at an inn, he requested a large white bowl, 3 slices of ginger, a small handful of granulated sugar, a small handful of coarse salt, and a small bottle of vinegar, along with a fragrant duck leg. Li Changshao first set the duck leg aside, using the ginger slices to rub the bottom of the bowl, extracting the ginger juice. He then poured in a concoction of intoxicating spirits, followed by the vinegar, sugar, and salt, mixing them thoroughly with chopsticks. Observing this peculiar behavior, the waiter hurried to inform the innkeeper of the unusual customer, only to receive a reprimand as the innkeeper scolded him to focus on ensuring the comfort of the patrons rather than gossiping behind their backs. Otherwise, should one be struck down by a sword, I would be powerless to intervene. The innkeeper nodded repeatedly, engrossed in his tasks, yet unable to suppress his curiosity, stealing glances at the swordsman's peculiar manner of drinking. The swordsman relished a strange brew, accompanied by a savory duck leg, indulging in a feast that left the innkeeper bemused, wondering if such a combination could truly be delightful. Once the swordsman tossed a few coins and departed, the innkeeper hastened to the spot, dipping a finger into the remnants of the drink and tasting it with a whisper, "It's not particularly enjoyable." The swordsman, undeniably handsome and clad in pristine white, possessed an odd palate. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed the swordsman had already vanished into the forest. Since leaving the Dragon's Aroma Tavern, Li Changxiao had ceased to count the days, thus unaware of how long he had traveled. All he knew was that upon reaching the abyss of the horizontal sky, it was night, a gentle breeze wafting through the air, mingled with an unshakable stench. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he beheld a fierce clash not far away. Two factions engaged in battle, one clad in black, the other in white, representing the forces of righteousness and malevolence. The righteous warriors, fervently delivering impassioned speeches, vowed to eradicate the demonic sect and restore clarity to the realm. Li Changxiao felt an unsettling familiarity with this scene, recalling a grand purge that had once transpired in the cultivation world. The demonic sect, brimming with murderous intent, fought with a ferocity that suggested they were trading lives for lives. Yet, they were losing. From the looks of it, the demonic sect had been besieged by the forces of righteousness for days, deprived of sustenance and water, and were making a desperate last stand, though it proved futile. The leader of the demonic sect, masked in a fearsome visage, was forced to retreat to the very edge of the abyss. With a loud, mocking laugh, he leaped into the depths of the horizontal sky. Li Changxiao held no interest in the so-called battle of good and evil, thus paid little heed to the tumultuous fray. Instead, he sought the entrance to the abyss while pondering the legends surrounding this treacherous locale. The abyss of the horizontal sky was once among the 18 perilous spots, having claimed numerous prodigies, and served as a crucible for many others. It was said that within the abyss, countless spirits roamed, and any cultivator who dared to enter would be torn to shreds in an instant. Once belonging to the ancient Hundred Ghost dynasty, it now lay under the dominion of the Ling Tian dynasty. Some physical cultivators regarded this abyss as a crucial threshold. Only those who traversed it would be worthy of leaping through the Dragon Gate. Speaking of physical cultivators, the depletion of spiritual energy profoundly impacts them, more so than ordinary cultivators. Physical cultivators must seal their bodies, or else their spiritual energy would rapidly diminish. Akin to a muscular individual whose energy expenditure far exceeds that of an average person, Li Changxiao finally discovered the entrance, a winding, rugged path leading down into the unfathomable depths. As he descended, he found it intriguing that the stone walls flanking the path were inscribed with various oaths voiced by practitioners. After climbing for an entire day and night, sunlight seemed to be a distant memory, engulfed by darkness. After downing his last sip of alcohol, he leaned against the stone wall and succumbed to slumber as the wind howled fiercely around him. Li Changxiao's body tilted as he fell from the narrow and rugged path into the abyss below. With a resounding thud, he landed at the bottom, the immense impact causing him to yawn and stretch lazily, returning to slumber. Awaking naturally, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Thus, he kindled a fire and grasped a torch, reminiscing about the location of the 100 Ghosts technique. To the east, for several days, he would encounter the altar, where the royal blood could grant him the 100 Ghosts technique. Once Li Changxiao had determined his direction, he set off, not neglecting to enter the dream realm to refill the wine gourd. With torch in hand, he traversed the abyss, noticing the scattered bones around him. Had the spiritual energy been abundant, the fallen prodigies could have transformed into abyssal souls. Embarking on the path of ghost cultivation could be considered a rebirth. However, the depletion of spiritual energy indicated that ghost cultivation remained inseparable from it. Li Changxiao pondered this thoughtfully. Suddenly, a sound of stones rolling came from his left. He turned his gaze and beheld a tall figure adorned with a Rakshasa mask, intently observing him. Chapter 42. The ultimate mastery of the 100 spirits. The leader of the demonic sect, adorned with a fearsome Rakshasa mask, emerged from the abyss shrouded in darkness akin to hell itself, appearing far more terrifying than the most malevolent specter. Particularly striking was his towering stature and the palpable aura of bloodlust that enveloped him. The two exchanged a fleeting glance, yet remained motionless. Li Changxiao quickly averted his gaze, continuing his journey eastward. The flickering light of the torch illuminated the surroundings, revealing the damp and shadowy depths of the chasm. After traversing the expanse for an entire day, Li Changxiao located a relatively flat area. He secured the torch in the ground and scoured the vicinity for combustible materials such as twigs and dry grass. After considerable effort, he managed to construct a modest fire. Lying beside the blaze, he glanced back, gesturing to the ever-present leader of the demonic sect, inviting him to join in warming himself. He had left a space open for him. The mask worn by the leader remained intimidating, his gaze unwavering as he silently regarded Li Changxiao, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Did he suspect Li Changxiao to be a righteous cultivator intent on his destruction? It did not seem so. With a sense of perplexity, Li Changxiao succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Li Changxiao resumed his trek eastward, torch in hand. After only a few steps, a thought struck him. He retrieved a coarse flatbread from his pocket, breaking it in half. One piece for himself and the other tossed casually to the leader of the demonic sect. Initially reluctant to accept, the leader could not resist the pangs of hunger. He took the flatbread, inhaled its aroma, and took a hearty bite. The bread, seasoned merely with coarse salt, was sufficiently flavorful. In response, Li Changxiao produced a small cloth pouch from his garments, cautiously opening a corner. He pinched a handful of salt between his fingers and sprinkled it over the flatbread, then glanced at the leader, inquiring if he desired some. The leader shook his head. Once satiated, Li Changxiao continued his eastward expedition, replacing his spent torch with another. The abyss remained an expanse of impenetrable darkness, devoid of anything of interest, compounded by the presence of the menacing figure trailing behind him. As time elapsed, on the fourth day, while preparing to rest by rekindling the fire, the leader of the demonic sect finally approached him of his own volition. Thus, the two strangers found themselves seated around the fire. While adding firewood, Li Changxiao suddenly remarked, "You have but 2 days left to live." His tone was flat, as though engaging in casual conversation. Any ordinary person would have reacted with indignation. Yet the leader of the demonic sect not only refrained from retorting, but also nodded gently in acknowledgement. "You head east, and so do I." Li Changxiao mused after a moment's reflection. "I have a purpose. You must have one as well, do you not?" The leader nodded again, and this time, he spoke, revealing, "To the east lies an ancient treasure left behind by our forebears, and only by acquiring it may I find a sliver of hope." The Tianyuan sect, situated directly above the abyss, had likely already conducted a thorough exploration of the depths. He had previously encountered an altar on the eastern side of the chasm. "Oh," Li Changxiao remarked, "if I am not mistaken, you have fallen victim to the deadly and malevolent poison palm, which is reputed to be incurable." From Left Chioya, Li Changxiao had gleaned a wealth of knowledge about the martial world. The infamous poison palm was indeed well known to him. The leader of the demon sect bore an expression of calmness, yet there lingered an inscrutable emotion within. For what was deemed hopeless by the mundane world might very well be a treasure left behind by immortals. Upon hearing this, Li Changxiao began to comprehend that their destinations were likely aligned. With a serious demeanor, he earnestly informed her that the immortal's treasure was nothing more than a worthless tome of spells, devoid of any miraculous elixirs for healing. The atmosphere plummeted to a frigid silence. The demon sect leader gazed at the flames, her face obscured by the mask of a Rakshasa, lost in her thoughts. "Regret?" Li Changxiao blinked and suddenly spoke. "I mean, you had better choices in the past." His intention was not to intrude upon her dreams or pry into her privacy, but rather, this individual was so entrenched in her obsessions that her dreams were on the verge of manifesting. He had gleaned a glimpse into her past. The leader of the demon sect was indeed a tragic figure, a martial genius who could master any technique with a mere glance, yet had stumbled onto her current path. "You are indeed no ordinary person," the demon sect leader said with a bitter smile. "Regret? How could I not?" At this juncture, she suddenly clutched her chest, blood pooling in her mouth. She tore away part of her mask, spitting blood onto the ground, revealing her crimson lips and pale chin. Nonchalantly, she replaced her mask, losing the desire to converse any further. The following day, Li Changxiao resumed his journey, with the demon sect leader steadfastly trailing behind. Another day passed, and the leader collapsed to the ground, her breath faint, the poison having spread throughout her body. The distance to the immortal's treasure was still great, and she could go no further. The poison had seeped into her very bones, akin to thousands of needles wreaking havoc within her. She gasped for air. blood seeping from the edges of her Rakshasa mask. Struggling to maintain her composure, she leaned against the stone wall, silently accepting her fate as she watched Li Changxiao's receding figure. Suddenly, the white-clad swordsman, who had seemed to drift away, reappeared in her line of sight. Approaching her once more, the demon sect leader looked up, witnessing the swordsman halt before her. He poured a small half-cup of wine, gently placing it before her. Before turning to leave, Li Changxiao had offered her but a modest half-cup of fine wine, and within it, a fragment of a dream. This poison of the mundane world, he could easily dispel with a mere gesture. Yet, having peered into her dreams and learned of her past, he concluded that the leader of the demon sect could hardly be deemed a good person. At most, she was a pitiable soul. Whether rescuing her was right or wrong remained a perplexing dilemma. Ultimately, he decided that the grievances of the mundane realm ought to be resolved within it, and thus he refrained from intervening. And so, he continued on his way for yet another day. Li Changxiao finally arrived at his destination, a circular altar with a diameter of approximately 500 meters. Surrounding it was a circle of mysterious inscriptions, exuding an air of sophistication. If Li Changxiao's observations were accurate, this should be a concealed grand formation. With the depletion of spiritual energy, the formation had lost its efficacy, and thus this altar had materialized. He let the collected heart's blood drip at the center of the altar, then infused it with spiritual energy. The surface of the altar shimmered, and silvery white threads emerged from the ground, weaving intricately in the air. Ultimately, they coalesced into a scroll. On the surface of the scroll were inscribed 3 ancient characters, Baiyu Shu, rendered in the archaic script of the Baiyu dynasty. Naturally, Li Changxiao could not decipher the ancient characters of the Baiyu dynasty. He retrieved the musical score of the Chu Shui Lan Ting from his dream space, as the letter from Fu Tao had informed him that this score could be utilized to unravel the contents of the Baiyu Shu. Chapter 43. The Rakshasa's Servant Once. The abyss of Hengtian was a realm rife with malevolent spirits. It was suffused with a peculiar energy, causing most of the prodigies who perished here to transform into abyssal souls, retaining their memories from life and continuing their cultivation in the guise of specters. However, a significant limitation imposed upon them was the inability to leave this place at will. Li Changxiao had just acquired the 100 Specters technique when he was suddenly enveloped by a chilling aura, as if some entity had taken notice of his presence. A ghostly cultivator? Li Changxiao murmured, moving toward the source of the coldness. He infused spiritual energy into the torch in his hand, although the flame did not grow larger. Its brightness intensified several-fold. Turning a corner, he finally encountered the origin of the chilling sensation. It was a grotesque specter, its form horrifying. If one were to overlook the 7 hands, 8 heads, and 12 legs adorning its body, it could barely be classified as humanoid. Li Changxiao, possessing a fair amount of knowledge, quickly discerned how this specter had come to be and resolved a lingering question in his mind. Why? After days of wandering in the abyss of Hengtian, had he not encountered a single ghostly cultivator? The answer was simple. The depletion of spiritual energy meant that the myriad ghostly cultivators within the abyss would not remain passive. Powerful specters would undoubtedly devour their weaker counterparts to bolster their own strength. If only a few were consumed, it might be manageable. However, should a significant number of ghostly cultivators be devoured, an overwhelming influx of memories, coupled with the exhaustion of spiritual energy, would lead the consuming specter into a state of confusion, transforming it into a mindless wraith governed solely by instinct. Over time, if the consumption continued excessively, the specter's essence would mutate, resulting in the abomination before him, neither human nor ghost. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, the specter let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Li Changxiao. Regrettably for the specter, which may have once been formidable, it now appeared to Li Changxiao merely as a ravenous beast devoid of reason. With a flicker of azure light in his eyes, Li Changxiao gently guided the myriad memories within the specter, eliciting a tumult of anguish. The specter clutched its head, crouching low, and began to wail in torment. Countless anguished faces manifested upon its form, their cries of despair, shrieks, and curses erupting simultaneously. Li Changxiao perceived a soul struggling to escape, and then, with a resounding explosion, the specter disintegrated. Countless souls burst forth from its body, swiftly dissipating into the ether. A lustrous, transparent orb fell to the ground. Upon picking it up, Li Changxiao's pupils constricted, A soul pearl. To think I would encounter a soul pearl. He was astounded. Even 3 centuries ago, soul pearls were rare treasures, valuable yet elusive, and their emergence invariably sparked contention. The primary function of the soul pearl is to absorb and nurture the soul, serving as a luxurious abode for the celestial souls. Its allure to ghost cultivators is immense. It appears to have just been birthed. Li Changshao observed it meticulously. This soul pearl was extraordinarily translucent and pure, devoid of any impurities. He pocketed this unexpected treasure and soared out of the horizontal sky abyss on his sword. Upon leaving the abyss, Li Changshao held the 100 Ghosts technique in one hand and a musical score in the other, engrossed in his studies. His innate talent for cultivation was mediocre. His martial skills were average, and his comprehension could hardly be deemed exceptional. His sole advantage was the abundance of time he possessed. The 100 Ghosts technique, concerning the spirits of the deceased, was profoundly esoteric, touching upon the mysteries of life and death. Even during the era of the 100 Ghosts dynasty, one could not fully delve into its depths. Thus, it was needless to say that Li Changshao, who had only recently embarked on this path, was still a novice. As time passed, approximately a month later, Li Changshao had memorized the musical score of the Chu Shui Lan Ting and subsequently stored it within his dream space. Through this score, he began to decipher the ancient characters of the 100 Ghosts dynasty and some secret phrases within the 100 Ghosts technique. He spent his days engrossed in the study of the technique, oblivious to the eventual destination of his journey. Regardless, he continued to traverse this path, reading as he walked. About 2 weeks later, he discerned a semblance of understanding. The 100 Ghosts technique allowed one to master the spirits of the deceased, manipulate souls, and establish contracts with them, thus transforming them into one's spectral servants. Notably, ghost cultivators in the realm of cultivation manifested in the form of souls, making the 100 Ghosts technique a potential nemesis for all ghost practitioners. Li Changshao delved deeper into his studies for over half a month and discovered that the 100 Ghosts technique resonated profoundly with him. He pondered the possibility of merging this technique with his own dream-manipulating powers. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that, after nearly 1,000 years on the path of cultivation, the 100 Ghosts technique was the most profound and high-level art he had ever encountered. The techniques he had employed previously, whether sword techniques or cultivation methods, were rudimentary at best, certainly not the lowest tier, but undoubtedly of an inferior class. Thus, the 100 Ghosts technique represented not merely an art form to him, but also broadened his horizons, revealing myriad applications and possibilities for his dream powers. The benefits derived from this exploration far exceeded the mere practice of the 100 Ghosts technique itself. Days passed, and Li Changshao became increasingly eager to embark on his journey with the 100 Ghosts technique. The first step in mastering this technique was to cultivate the 100 Ghosts eyes. The spirits of the world exist in the form of souls. Only those who possess innate spiritual apertures with yin-yang eyes or cultivators who have reached a certain level of attainment could perceive them. The purpose of the 100 Ghosts eyes was to enhance the cultivator's sensitivity to these spirits. Following the prescribed methods, Li Changshao burned his eyes with ghostly flames daily at noon, enduring immense pain without faltering, and continued until dusk, at which point he would drop 2 drops of yellow spring water into his eyes. This process would persist for 27 days, culminating in the awakening of the 100 Ghosts eyes. The ghostly flames were a type of formless, unaffiliated fire. The waters of the underworld are an extreme chill found in the depths of the earth. 3 centuries ago, both this and the other were exceedingly rare, necessitating a national effort to procure them. Thus, it is said that the 100 Spectres technique is exceedingly difficult to master. Li Changshao could only substitute with items possessing similar medicinal properties. A month later, a rudimentary version of the 100 Spectres eye was achieved. The next step was to seek out spirits, forge contracts, and enlist them as ghostly servants. However, where could one find such spirits? In this age of dwindling spiritual energy, the souls of the deceased swiftly dissipate into the ether. Even those of cultivators are not exempt. Only those with profound obsessions linger a little longer in the mortal realm. Suddenly, he sensed something. He retrieved a crystal-clear soul pearl. With his nascent 100 Spectres eye, his sensitivity to spirits had increased several-fold. Upon observing this soul pearl, he detected a faint, weakened soul residing within. This soul had persisted all along. It was not the soul of a cultivator. Could it belong to that demonic sect leader? After a thorough assessment, Li Changxiao speculated that it was indeed the soul of the sect leader, lingering behind after death. When the soul pearl had fallen, it had instinctively entered, nourished by the pearl's essence, hence it had not dispersed. To gather is indeed a form of fate. Li Changxiao mused. You may choose to enter the cycle of reincarnation or to become my ghostly servant. Reincarnation leads to oblivion in this world. Becoming a ghostly servant, however, may not necessarily be inferior to reincarnation. His eyes shimmered with a blue light. The 100 Spectres technique, combined with the power of dreams, coalesced into an intangible contract, penetrating the consciousness of that soul. It awaited the soul's remaining awareness to either accept or decline. To Li Changxiao's surprise, as soon as the contract entered the soul's consciousness, it was signed without a moment's hesitation. Around the soul pearl, thick black mist began to rise, coalescing into a towering figure in midair. Its face bore a terrifying Rakshasa mask, instilling a sense of dread. The ghostly servant knelt before its master, the ghostly aura accentuating the mask, giving it an almost lifelike quality. It should be noted that in this narrative, the protagonist is the sole entity capable of attaining immortality. All else shall be eroded by time. Chapter 44. The past of the Jade Rakshasa. Beneath the mask of the Rakshasa, a previously concealed visage bore a complex expression. It was unexpected that she would return in such a manner. However, her identity was no longer that of the feared leader of the demonic sect, but rather that of a ghostly servant, a celestial servant. After a moment of contemplation, Li Changxiao gently stroked his chin and declared, "You shall be called Jade Rakshasa." As the words left his lips, the shadow of the ghostly figure solidified at a remarkable pace. Following the establishment of their pact, it was time for a name to be bestowed. A flicker of gratitude illuminated her eyes as she replied, "Jade Rakshasa, I thank you, master." Li Changxiao turned his gaze towards her and, after savoring a sip of fine liquor, inquired with curiosity, "It seems you harbor some profound obsession." He furrowed his brow, aware that a soul burdened by deep-seated desires could linger longer in the mortal realm, yet also had a heightened risk of transforming into a vengeful spirit. To be honest, yes, Jade Rakshasa replied, her form blurring like a shadow that appeared both real and illusory, trailing behind Li Changxiao. This was not unusual. Nodding in understanding, Li Changxiao asked, "What do you wish to do?" "Whatever master commands," she replied in a subdued tone. Li Changxiao smiled refreshingly and replied, "Let us find a suitable place where you can recount your experiences to me. I shall discern the truth." He clapped his hands, adding, "We need to procure some wine and meat, along with half a pound of fennel beans. As the leader of a demonic sect, your life experiences must surely pair exquisitely with wine." With this thought, he strode purposefully towards the nearest market. Upon entering a tavern, he ordered several pounds of beef and fine wine. However, mid-conversation, he suddenly patted his pocket and discovered he had no coins. Thus, the swordsman dashed out the door, with the tavern's attendant hot on his heels, shouting threats of retribution should he return. After running several miles, Li Changxiao finally paused to catch his breath, murmuring to himself that he was fortunate to have concealed his face, thus avoiding embarrassment. "Master, I can slay them for you." Jade Rakshasa's figure emerged, her voice icy. The foul-mouthed attendant suddenly felt a chill run through his body, shivering involuntarily. No, that won't be necessary," Li Changxiao hastily declined. Jade Rakshasa, puzzled, wondered why a master of such strength would fret over a mere handful of silver, or allow himself to be chased by a tavern attendant. Li Changxiao chuckled as he explained, "To bully the weak merely because one possesses great power cannot truly be considered strength." At the entrance of the small town, he paced back and forth, instructing Jade Rakshasa to withhold her story until he earned enough to buy suitable food and drink. Yet, he was troubled. The town had only 2 streets, and opportunities for work were nearly non-existent. After much deliberation, he resolved to explore another town, grumbling about how difficult it was for a hero to find even a penny. Jade Rakshasa floated behind him, contemplating whether such peculiarities were typical of celestial beings. After several days of following Li Changxiao, she began to gain a new understanding of her master. The master appeared to be anything but a celestial being. He resembled a nameless, down-and-out swordsman, often indulging in slumber. On several occasions, he narrowly escaped having his treasured sword and wine gourd stolen, relying solely on his own wits to scare off the thieves. Nevertheless, he was always amiable and friendly towards everyone. As another fortnight slipped by, Li Changxiao finally gathered enough funds and eagerly entered the tavern, ordering the renowned fragrant beef and crispy fennel beans. He instructed the young waiter to wrap the beef and beans in oil paper, then ventured to the neighboring street to purchase a few candied fruits. Having completed his errands, Li Changxiao hurried towards an uninhabited, desolate mountain outside the town. Beneath the shade of a locust tree, where the view was unobstructed and a gentle breeze caressed him, he unveiled his snacks, uncapped the wine gourd, took a hearty swig, and proclaimed, "Let the festivities begin." After speaking, he gazed at the ethereal form of the jade spectre, lamenting, "Alas, you cannot partake in wine or meat. Though I enjoy drinking alone, it inevitably grows somewhat tedious. True companions are hard to find." The jade spectre, known for her aloof nature, could not be described as cold. Rather, she had simply never encountered someone like Li Changxiao and was at a loss for how to respond. In her uncertainty, she opted to share her own tale. As she recounted her past, a wave of emotion washed over her. It had been a considerable time since she became a ghostly servant. Observing her master's mundane and carefree existence, she found herself gradually coming to terms with much. Li Changxiao listened with rapt attention as his wine and the remnants of beef and fennel beans dwindled. The sun began to set, casting a warm glow. With a gentle sigh, Li Changxiao reflected on the treachery of the world and the unpredictability of human nature. The experiences of his ghostly servant were far more riveting than any martial arts novel. The Jade Spectre, originally the eldest daughter of the righteous sect, Hucking, was named Yuhuazhong. She possessed extraordinary martial talent, mastering any technique with a mere glance. Unfortunately, being a woman, she was destined not to inherit the sect. At the age of adolescence, the son of the Martial Arts Alliance leaders sought her hand in marriage, bringing with him countless scriptures and an abundance of golden silks. Although she was initially reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced. Within a mere fortnight, her husband succumbed to madness, driven by demonic desires, and began to slaughter villagers daily. The truth could not be concealed. Once the deeds were exposed, the Martial Arts Alliance leader, seeking to preserve his reputation, shifted the blame for his son's heinous acts onto Yu Huazhong. Despite her impressive martial prowess, he convened a martial arts assembly and publicly declared her culpability before the world. Naturally, she refused to accept such an accusation, but in her youth, she had been deceived. The alliance leader privately spoke with her on several occasions, lamenting the difficulties he faced, emphasizing how many covet his position, and warning her of the chaos that would ensue should he lose it. He would weep profusely during these heartfelt discussions. Ultimately, he assured her that accepting the blame was merely a temporary measure, promising that in his capacity as the alliance leader, he would ensure her safety and that her losses would be compensated in due time. After much contemplation, she inexplicably agreed to his proposition. When the martial arts tournament arrived, she bore the sins alone, facing the outcry of the entire Jianghu. The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, selfless and just, sentenced the notorious Yu Luocha to the most severe punishment, confined in the foul Blackwater prison during the day, where the stench of the murky waters rose to her chest, and cast into the Valley of 10,000 Eagles at night, enduring the torment of relentless attacks from the birds. Ultimately, after 3 years, she was to be publicly executed. The cries of jubilation from the Jianghu rang out. Upon the judgment's pronouncement, Yu Luocha sensed something amiss as she glanced at the leader, only to meet a gaze as cold as ice. Immediately, a sharp pain struck her neck, and she collapsed. When she regained consciousness, she found herself crippled, suspended in the Blackwater prison. It dawned on her that she had been deceived, and the one who had betrayed her now sat comfortably in the position of the martial arts leader, basking in a reputation of selflessness. Her screams echoed, yet despair did not consume her entirely. She held on to the belief that her father would come to rescue her. Unfortunately, days later, the leader brought forth a letter severing their father-daughter bond. The handwriting was unmistakably her father's. Subsequently, her husband, driven to madness yet unable to bear the sight of her suffering, attempted to plead for her, but upon being discovered by the jealous second wife, she was dragged from her cell and subjected to a brutal beating. In a final act of cruelty, they seared a red-hot iron mask onto her face, ensuring that her husband would never again find her visage appealing. In the wake of these events, the eldest son of the martial arts leader, Yu Luocha's husband, visited her once more. Upon seeing the iron mask upon her head, he turned away and never returned. The rapidity of these changes left her in utter despair. Fortunately, endowed with exceptional martial prowess, she discerned the technique to strike the eagles while enduring their assaults in the Valley of 10,000 Eagles. Thereafter, she mastered the art of controlling them, and with great fortune, discovered an unnamed scripture inscribed upon a stone wall in the valley. After diligently practicing, her inner strength surged, and the severed tendons of her feet and hands reconnected. She remained patient and resilient until 2 years later, she soared from the valley, utilizing her exquisite lightness of body to escape. The first thing she sought upon her escape was her father, eager to reveal the truth. However, she inadvertently overheard a conversation between her parents. To her dismay, they had long been aware of the truth, but, lured by the martial arts leader's generous bribe, chose to sacrifice her for the advancement of the Huaqing sect. In that moment, Yu Huarong perished. Enduring excruciating pain, she removed the iron mask from her head. Bloodied and torn flesh exposed, Yu Luocha realized her appearance must be horrifying. She donned the rascal mask, becoming cold and merciless, dedicating herself to the slaughter of righteous individuals. Deeming weakness as the original sin, she claimed the lives of countless individuals, none of whom could be deemed innocent, becoming a fearsome leader of the demonic sect. The Jianghu imparted upon her the harshest truths, which she repaid with the cruelest of measures. Chapter 45. The Art of Capturing Souls, the Craft of Porcelain. A world of suffering. As the tale concluded, Li Changshao crumpled the oiled paper used for packaging into a ball and incinerated it with spiritual fire. Watching the tendrils of black smoke rise, he inquired, "Thus, your obsession is revenge?" "Yes, Master," Yu Luocha nodded. "If it is revenge, it is best executed by one's own hand for a swifter satisfaction." Li Changshao yawned, having finished his meal and listened to the story. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he reclined beneath the locust tree, stating, "Very well, you may seek your vengeance, but do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. I shall sleep here for 3 days awaiting your return." As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and upon uttering the last word, he drifted into slumber. Yu Luocha's eyes glimmered. 3 days later, Li Changshao awoke, unconcerned by the turbulent world around him. Stretching comfortably, he brushed the dirt from his body. "Master, where shall we go?" Yu Luocha floated out from the soul pearl, her form becoming increasingly translucent. However, the obsession that once consumed her had dissipated. Nowhere in particular. Well, not entirely aimless. "There are countless things I wish to accomplish, but for now, I lack a specific destination," Li Changshao replied with a smile. "So, wherever we wander is where we belong." Yu Luocha slipped back into the soul pearl. As the saying goes, humans have their fates, and spirits have theirs. Yu Luocha, now a ghostly servant, did not imply immortality. Rather, it signified a mere transformation of existence. Moreover, as a spirit, each second spent in the external world would incur significant depletion. If the spiritual energy were not exhausted, such losses could be replenished by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, as it stood, the spiritual energy had indeed dwindled. Every fraction lost meant a fraction less remaining. Thus, Yu Luocha often chose to slumber within the soul pearl, relying on its properties to nurture her spirit. She would only emerge when Li Changshao required her presence. Having traversed countless miles, Li Changshao could not ascertain how much time had truly passed. Finally halting at a rustic village. This settlement was modest in size, with the nearest town a good 7 or 8 miles away. 3 miles to the west of the village stood a towering woodpile, exuding an extraordinary aura. From afar, Li Changshao spotted the woodpile and approached, only to discover the village nestled nearby. At the village entrance sat an elderly man puffing on a pipe, who, upon seeing Li Changshao, struck up a familiar conversation. The old man informed Li Changshao that this village was called Mud Figurine Village, known for its porcelain crafting. Thanks to this trade, every household managed to get by reasonably well. Li Changshao's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked the old man whether the craft of porcelain making was taught to outsiders. As he wished to learn, the old man, noticing the long sword at Li Changshao's waist, chuckled. "With that appearance, you seem to be a swordsman." "A swordsman who crafts porcelain? Now that is indeed a rarity." He did not take the remark seriously, merely believing that this swordsman was jesting. Li Changshao sincerely wished to learn and smiled as he remarked that having multiple skills would never be a burden. With some coins remaining in his possession, he considered them suitable for tuition. During their conversation, A young man approached, pulling a wooden cart along the muddy path. Upon noticing the elder, the young man grinned and offered a friendly greeting. "Ah, you wish to learn a craft, right? This lad here is an apprentice to our village's clay master. You can seek him out." The elder waved his hand dismissively and resumed his leisurely smoking. Perched upon a large stone at the village entrance, the elder exhaled clouds of smoke, his gaze drifting into a haze. The young man turned to Li Changxiao, his expression skeptical, as he did not appear to be genuinely interested in mastering the art of pottery. Nevertheless, he offered a friendly smile and led Li Changxiao into the village to meet his master, the clay king of the village. The clay king was an elderly gentleman in his 50s. Despite his age, one could still discern the sinewy strength in his arms, suggesting he had been robust in his youth, possessing formidable strength. Under the clay king's tutelage were more than a dozen apprentices, and he had a notable trait. He accepted anyone willing to pay. The more one offered, the more skills one could learn. But the extent of one's learning depended on their aptitude. Ultimately, the most valuable skills were reserved for his future son-in-law, who would be chosen from among the apprentices. The clay king's daughter was quite lovely, radiant, and cheerful, having captured the hearts of many young men in the village. Almost all of the apprentices harbored feelings for her. Upon seeing Li Changxiao's appearance, the clay king paused, initially contemplating whether he might be a distant relative visiting. However, after Li Changxiao clarified his intentions, the clay king was astonished to learn that this swordsman sought to learn the craft of pottery. Such oddities were indeed plentiful in these times. The clay king, taken aback, lightly tapped the table, pondering his predicament. Although he typically accepted apprentices for a fee, he usually dealt with local youths. It was evident that Li Changxiao was not from the area. Observing the clay king's hesitation, Li Changxiao promptly presented all his money with both hands. The clay king gave him a cursory glance, weighing his options before accepting the scattered coins and some lesser silver. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "Let me be frank, the amount you pay will determine the skills you acquire. With this sum, you might barely learn the basics." Li Changxiao quickly reassured him, "That's of no concern, I can pay gradually." Li Changxiao's desire to learn pottery was not a mere whim, but rather linked to the art of the 100 ghosts. This esoteric technique, which pertains to the soul, particularly mentioned porcelain. It is widely known that spirits cannot inhabit earth. However, if clay is transformed into porcelain, the circumstances change. Within the 100 ghosts technique lies a branch known as soul prison, which involves extracting a person's soul and confining it within a piece of porcelain. The character for porcelain is not unfamiliar to those who practice the arts related to the spirit and soul. In fact, they often engage with it. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that it is also a matter of boredom. Li Changxiao donned a coarse linen garment. Each day, at the crack of dawn, he would rise to assist his senior apprentices. The craft of porcelain firing is laborious and demands an exceedingly precise control over the heat. To master the art of creating exquisite porcelain, one must possess not only skill but also an acute sensitivity to the nuances of temperature. Every month or so, the master potter, known as Mud King, would personally demonstrate how to regulate the heat and produce quality porcelain. The apprentices in the kiln did not hold Li Changxiao in high regard, as they were all from the same village and knew one another well. Strictly speaking, he was the sole outsider among them. Furthermore, despite all being apprentices, there existed an underlying competition, for each aspired to become Mud King's son-in-law. However, there was one exception, a young man named Lu Han, who greeted Li Changxiao with warmth and generously shared small techniques while he assisted. As time passed, the two grew familiar with one another. When Li Changxiao inquired how long Lu Han had been there, he replied that he had spent a full 7 years in training. Lu Han confided in Li Changxiao that he had secretly pledged himself to Zhang Qiuzi, eagerly awaiting the approval of Mud King so that they might wed. When he spoke of this, he resembled a victorious rooster, chest puffed with pride. Coincidentally, Zhang Qiuzi, who had stealthily come to deliver food, overheard him. Enraged, she struck her chest with her fists several times, then abandoned her tray and fled, covering her face. Li Changxiao grinned broadly, sincerely congratulating the pair, and promised that when they wed, he would craft a pair of porcelain figurines as a gift. Lu Han laughed heartily, recognizing that among all the apprentices, only Li Changxiao genuinely wished the couple well. Chapter 46. The Apprentice's Dilemma. Aging hard on this day, Master Zhang, known as the King of Clay, summoned all apprentices to place the porcelain they had fired throughout the month upon the ground for his inspection. Soon, the area was filled with a myriad of porcelain pieces, some ruined, some half-finished, and others of mediocre appearance. As Zhang scrutinized each piece, his brow furrowed, revealing his dissatisfaction. However, upon reaching Lu Han, he paused, picking up a porcelain figurine to examine it from all angles. Gradually, his expression softened, and he nodded approvingly. A hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He praised Lu Han repeatedly, even giving him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Lu Han, flushed with excitement, felt as though he could leap for joy. His beloved, Zhang Qiuzi, watched this exchange and stifled a giggle behind her hand. Once Zhang departed, the radiant young woman approached her beloved, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, you are truly remarkable. My father is exceptionally strict about porcelain, and you are the first to receive such praise." "Not at all," Lu Han replied modestly, gripping the back of his head and struggling to suppress a grin. The other apprentices looked on with a mix of envy and resentment. Following the customary protocol after the inspection, 2 apprentices were designated to take the porcelain to the town for sale. The profits were to be split evenly, half to Master Zhang and half among the apprentices. The following morning, Zhang and Li Changshao meticulously selected the more appealing pieces of porcelain and carefully arranged them on a wooden cart. Once the cart was full, they secured the load with ropes and coarse cloth before setting off towards the town. Master Zhang's porcelain craftsmanship was well renowned in the vicinity. Upon their arrival, after barely 2 hours of shouting and hawking, the wares were sold out. Lu Han sighed, a shadow of worry crossing his brow. Curious, Li Changshao inquired about Lu Han's troubles. Lu Han recounted that when he first became an apprentice 7 years ago, the porcelain he crafted was in high demand. Li Changshao questioned, "Isn't it still sought after? So many pieces sold out in under 2 hours." It is not the same," Lu Han replied. "In the past, these porcelain pieces did not even need to be taken to town for sale. Wealthy patrons from the town would visit our village to purchase them directly. Yet, around 3 years ago, selling porcelain has become increasingly difficult, with each month presenting greater challenges." Concern etched on Lu Han's face, he pondered the situation, concluding that the escalating taxes might be the culprit. On the return journey to the village, Lu Han treated Li Changshao to a bowl of hot noodles, prepared with a broth simmered for 10 hours, fragrant and inviting, topped with a sprinkle of scallions. Satiated, the 2 apprentices hurried back towards the village, aware that nightfall brought with it the threat of wolves. Along the way, Lu Han noticed a vividly colored flower and, thinking of his sister eagerly awaiting dinner at the porcelain kiln, decided to pick one to bring home. As they plucked the flowers, the 2 hastened their pace, finally returning to the village of clay figurines before the sun dipped below the horizon. The earnings were to be divided, half going to the clay king and the other half distributed among the apprentices. Generally, those with more experience and skill would receive a slightly larger share. Once the coins were distributed, discontent arose immediately. "Lu Han, did you not pocket some for yourself? How could you possibly have so little?" one apprentice exclaimed. "Indeed, I received 8 coins less than last month. How did you allocate this?" Another chimed in. "Are you trying to play tricks on us, Lu Han?" Anger surged among the apprentices, who had long held grievances against Lu Han. Zhang Han frowned, addressing the group. "You all know the current situation. The price of porcelain has risen and sales are sluggish. I, Zhang Han, have not taken a single extra coin. Brother Changshao can vouch for me." Li Changshao immediately raised his hand in affirmation. "What sort of testimony is that?" An apprentice retorted, pointing accusingly at Li. "He's an outsider. Who knows if he's in cahoots with you? I suspect the 2 of you are colluding." This statement incited agreement from the others. "Yes, colluding indeed. How could Qiuzi be so blind as to choose someone like you? I suspect Qiuzi isn't any better." One apprentice even went so far as to denounce Qiuzi herself. Upon hearing this, Lu Han's expression turned menacing as he raised his fist and struck the offending apprentice. With a thud, the apprentice's nose bled profusely. Witnessing this, the others turned against Lu Han. Even Li Changshao was not spared from their ire and was also targeted for a beating. However, within mere seconds, Li subdued the group of over 10 individuals present. As they lay defeated, the apprentice who had attempted to strike Li suddenly remembered that he was a seasoned fighter with martial prowess. What transpired? Zhang Huichai arrived tardily. Upon learning the details, he scolded the apprentices for their pettiness, lack of magnanimity, and heavy suspicion, declaring they would never achieve greatness and would never produce fine porcelain. Master Zhang, you are not without fault. Have you not also succumbed to greed? How much silver did Lu Han give you that you would even sell your daughter to him? One apprentice boldly retorted. Perhaps having honed his craft sufficiently, or perhaps realizing his dreams with the radiant girl were futile, he spoke with utmost disdain. Zhang Huochai, incensed, nearly lost his breath and ordered the apprentice to leave. The apprentice, fierce-eyed, strode out defiantly, deliberately shouldering Lu Han as he passed. Yet, when he approached Li Changxiao, he tempered his demeanor, fully aware that this man could incapacitate him in a heartbeat. A chuckle escaped Li Changxiao, unable to contain his amusement. Not long after the first apprentice departed, the second, third, and fourth apprentices soon followed suit. Ultimately, only 4 individuals remained within the kiln: Li Changxiao, Lu Han, Zhang Qiuzi, and Zhang Huochai. Zhang Huochai trembled uncontrollably, murmuring, "Wolves in sheep's clothing, all of them." He had long discerned the mutual affection between Zhang Qiuzi and Lu Han, which had progressed to the point of discussing marriage. The continuous delays were merely an attempt to ascertain whether any other apprentices might still have a chance. Little did he anticipate that his well-intentioned concern would yield such disheartening results. Zhang Huochai's form stooped, as though he had aged significantly in an instant. "Qiuzi, you and Lu Han should choose an auspicious date. As for Lu Han, I shall completely relinquish my skills to you," Zhang Huochai declared. "Father." Lu Han felt Zhang Qiuzi pinch his arm and quickly amended, "I will treat Qiuzi well, I promise." "With your assurance, I can rest easy," Zhang Huochai nodded, then turned his gaze to Li Changxiao. "As for you, while I impart my knowledge to Lu Han, you may observe from the sidelines. Learn what you can. Your progress will be your own merit, and I shall not demand additional payment." It was evident that Zhang Huochai harbored genuine feelings for those apprentices. Their departure left him with a palpable sense of desolation. Some say that physical aging is not true aging. It is the heart that truly ages. Li Changxiao felt this sentiment resonated profoundly within Zhang Huochai. In those fleeting minutes, he witnessed a man transition from middle age to the threshold of old age. Chapter 47. A breakthrough after the depletion of spiritual energy. A decade in the blink of an eye. The following day, before the sun had risen, a crowing rooster from the neighboring poultry farm broke the silence. Zhang Huochai donned his coarse linen attire and proceeded to the porcelain kiln, where he would personally impart the cherished craft to his future son-in-law, Lu Han. He cautioned Lu Han that this skill should not be divulged lightly, for porcelain is a mysterious entity, steeped in numerous taboos. Moreover, the creation of exquisite porcelain comes at the cost of one's lifespan. Lu Han, however, remained noncommittal, neither disputing nor wholly believing these assertions. Zhang Huochai continued, explaining that in a lifetime, crafting just a few pieces of fine porcelain would suffice to establish one's reputation. He recounted his own journey through the porcelain world, having produced only 3 remarkable pieces. The first, a porcelain bowl, earned him early acclaim after he gifted it to a local official who cherished it dearly. The second piece, a floral dish, was likewise given away, this time to a wandering poet who, wrapped it in white cloth, dared not touch it, fearing that his mortal desires might tarnish such a flawless creation. As for the third piece, Zhang Huochai led Lu Han into the bedroom. There, resting by the window, was the exquisite porcelain vase, seemingly unremarkable, yet cloaked in dust from years of neglect. As Lu Han approached, he was instantly captivated. The vase's natural patterns and gentle contours rendered it nothing short of perfection. With the display complete, Zhang Huochai rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Lu Han the family's secret techniques. Li Changxiao, fortunate to be present, observed closely, secretly absorbing the intricacies of the craft. The reason Zhang Huochai permitted this outsider to observe was twofold. He was confident that Li Changxiao, a newcomer to porcelain, had yet to establish a solid foundation and would glean little from mere observation. Furthermore, he was weary and ready to conclude his work, preferring not to dwell on what lay ahead. Li Changxiao immersed himself in the learning process, discovering joy in the endeavor. He realized that creating true porcelain, from the initial selection of clay to the final product, demanded an unimaginable investment of effort and focus. While many techniques eluded his understanding, he committed the majority to memory, believing that perhaps, at some future moment, they would reveal themselves to him. Thus, the days passed, one after another. Zhang Qiuzi summoned the village matchmaker to assist in selecting auspicious dates, her days filled with radiant smiles. She and Lu Han often raced to the village fields, chasing each other beneath the stars and moonlight. Li Changxiao also taught Lu Han many romantic phrases, leaving him in a cold sweat, pondering the genius of their creator. A true lover at heart, Lu Han felt fortunate for having acted swiftly, especially when he used the phrases taught by Li Changxiao to elicit a blush and a gaze full of affection from Zhang Qiuzi, his admiration for Li Changxiao flowing like a relentless river. He couldn't help but grow curious about Li Changxiao's experiences, incessantly asking whether he had many beautiful confidantes outside. Whenever this topic arose, he would furrow his brow and earnestly caution, "Brother Changxiao, we must not be indecisive or straddle two boats." Li Changxiao shook his head, chuckling softly, and reassured him that his imagination was running wild. Indeed, he had encountered many stunning women in the world, but alas, few held him in high regard. Upon hearing this, Lu Han breathed a sigh of relief, nearly succumbing to jealousy of Li Changxiao. Life meandered on at a leisurely pace. One day, Lu Han had fully inherited the mantle but did not intend to follow in Zhang Huochai's footsteps by taking on numerous apprentices. Instead, he sought to delve deeper into his craft. After purchasing several fine pieces of porcelain in the town, he picked up a jar of marinated duck and a few pounds of beef on his way back to the village. Before even stepping through the door, he shouted, "Dinner's ready. We're having a feast today." Li Changxiao gazed at the table laden with delectable dishes and murmured, "Such a feast deserves wine." He then inquired if Lu Han drank. Lu Han shook his head, declaring that alcohol dulls the senses, and he never partook. Reluctantly, Li Changxiao took out his treasured wine and began to drink to his heart's content. Lu Han's wedding with Zhang Qiuzi was set for early August, and preparations were underway both in and outside the village. On the joyous day, Zhang Huochai, with a reasonably substantial family wealth, hosted over a dozen tables, delightfully slaughtering pigs and sheep. Li Changxiao sat at the banquet table without a hint of restraint, tearing off a chicken leg and stuffing it into his mouth, alternating between sips of wine and bites of meat. The groom offered to toast, and they entered the bridal chamber. A moment spent in the spring night was worth 1,000 gold coins. Under the night sky, Li Changxiao sat on a large stone at the entrance of Mudman Village, having unknowingly changed into a white garment. From a destitute apprentice who toiled at the porcelain kiln, he had transformed into a disheveled swordsman reeking of wine. Though he was a wanderer without a destination, his lingering in Mudman Village was not solely for learning the art of porcelain making. He harbored another purpose. His attention was drawn to the nearby Chai Mountain, 3 miles away. Upon first sighting Chai Mountain, Li Changxiao sensed its extraordinary nature. The atmosphere hinted that it had been forged from a hidden realm, merging seamlessly with the earth. For cultivators, the environment plays a crucial role, particularly during breakthroughs. More specifically, practitioners of fire-based techniques, possessing a fire affinity, would benefit from breakthroughs in areas rich in fire elements, significantly increasing their success rates. On a grander scale, if one were to break through in a place teeming with spiritual essence and profound resonance, they could be blessed by that locale. In the future, as one's cultivation flourished, the spiritual energy would reciprocate to that land, while simultaneously, that very land would invisibly bolster one's fortune and even enhance combat prowess. This is not mere fanciful thinking, but a tangible reality. Ideal locations for breakthroughs include, but are not limited to, secret realms, paradisiacal caves, and the esteemed grounds of top sects and trial sites. Li Changxiao's journey from qi refinement to the nascent soul stage spanned over 7 centuries, during which he entered a secret realm only once, and that was at a tremendous cost to secure a spot. Moreover, he had not achieved a breakthrough within that realm. Upon encountering Chai Mountain, he recognized its illustrious past, yet now it lay barren of spiritual energy. He pondered the current state of this once magnificent secret place and whether it still held its former charm or offered any advantages for his breakthrough. The answers eluded him. After nearly a year of crafting porcelain, on the day of Lu Han's wedding, a sudden impulse to break through seized him, inspired by the celebratory atmosphere. Without a word, he departed, embarking alone towards Chai Mountain. The mountain path was shrouded in darkness, with the occasional howl of wolves piercing the silence. Li Changxiao dug a shallow pit, nestled himself within, and gazed up at the full moon, letting out a deep sigh. He was uncertain when he would awaken again. He informed Yu Luocha that he would venture outside every few months to gather information, to which she nodded lightly in acknowledgement. With a wave of his hand, he buried himself in the earth and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the city gate of the mid-nascent soul realm, a great army surged forward. Without the replenishment of external spiritual energy, they relied solely on the meager essence from the dream realm. This was destined to be a long and arduous process. Nevertheless, compared to those cultivators who still fretted over their lifespans, Li Changxiao found himself in a far better position. To desire too much would only appear avaricious. The following day, Lu Han opened his door to discover a red wooden box on the floor, adorned with two interlinked characters for joy. Upon opening the box, he found two small porcelain figures, one male and one female. Their appearance was rather ordinary, yet the sentiment was heartfelt. Lu Han smiled knowingly and murmured a phrase about meeting again by fate before striding towards the porcelain kiln. As spring gave way to autumn, a year passed. Rumors began to circulate that Chime Mountain was haunted, with tales of a woodcutter encountering a fierce-looking demon. Lu Han scoffed at this news. He had never believed in ghosts or monsters. He immersed himself in the kiln, promising his wife that the first exquisite porcelain piece he crafted would be solely for her. Zhang Qiuzi, a newlywed, found herself flustered by his sweet words, playfully inquiring where he had learned such charming flattery. Life in the village of mud people was tranquil. When spring arrived in the second year, Lu Han finally produced a fine piece of porcelain, a heartlock. True to his word, he reserved it exclusively for his wife. Zhang Qiuzi also blessed him with a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, and their household brimmed with joy. Time flowed like a fleeting horse, and before long, a decade had passed. Chapter 48, a decade of transformation. As dusk descended, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. A man, burdened with a stack of firewood, fled down the mountain in a panic, muttering to himself, "Goodness, there truly are ghosts." Not far behind him, Li Changxiao emerged from a pit, looking somewhat helpless, having inadvertently frightened the man. "Master," the ethereal figure of Yuluocha materialized. "How long has it been?" Li Changxiao brushed off the dust from his clothing. 10 years, Yuluocha replied. Li Changxiao was taken aback, having assumed only a year or two had passed. Time indeed flies, like a fleeting dream, he reflected, gazing down the mountain path. "What has become of Niren village?" "It has been deserted," Yuluocha explained. "In the 4th year of your slumber, a plague swept through Niren village, claiming many lives, including Zhang Huochai." "And Lu Han and his wife?" Li Changxiao inquired. "They have moved away," Yuluocha answered. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Master, the world outside has undergone significant upheaval during your 10-year slumber. The Ling Tian dynasty is beset by chaos. The vastness of this land renders the dynasty's control precarious." She paused before adding, "The Ling Tian dynasty has fractured." Li Changxiao's pupils constricted. Yuluocha continued, "Moreover, numerous small nations have emerged in the surrounding areas. The Ling Tian dynasty now faces not only natural disasters and human calamities, but also the scourge of bandits and warfare." At this, Li Changxiao could no longer restrain himself and let out a profound sigh. Yuluocha appeared poised to elaborate further, but he waved his hand dismissively and made his way down the hill. In the realm of cultivators, a decade is but a fleeting moment. One closes one's eyes and opens them again. Yet in the world of mortal kingdoms, 10 years can suffice to alter the course of history. Arriving at the former Niren village, he found the large stone at the entrance still standing. Though many houses had collapsed, he wandered into the porcelain kiln, surveying the surroundings. Aside from decaying wood and scattered debris, it was barren. Li Changxiao sat in the kiln, lost in thought for several hours. He had anticipated that upon awakening, he could return to teach Lu Han a few tender words or impart some practical pottery techniques, perhaps even share a drink. However, he never imagined that time would prove so relentless. "They are gone," he murmured, making his way toward the small town. He sought out an inn, refraining from ordering food, instead focusing solely on gleaning information about Lu Han's whereabouts. A month later, Li Changxiao arrived at a thatched cottage and gently knocked on the door. A middle-aged man with a beard opened it, reeking of alcohol. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked, rubbing his eyes with impatience. "I am looking for Lu Han," Li Changxiao replied. "Looking for me?" Lu Han exclaimed angrily. "I've told you. I have sold out all my fine porcelain." "Sold out." With that, he gripped the doorframe and forcefully attempted to close the door. Li Changxiao grasped his wrist, his voice imbued with a hint of nostalgia and melancholy. I am not here to sell porcelain. The man was taken aback, and only then did he scrutinize the gentleman in white before him. Upon closer inspection, a wave of familiarity surged within him, as if he had encountered this individual before. A vague silhouette in his mind gradually became clearer. His eyes widened in astonishment as he blurted out, pointing at Li Changxiao, "You are." Li Changxiao nodded. Lu Han initially felt a surge of joy. A spark of life appeared on his otherwise lackluster face, marred by stubble. However, this was quickly replaced by a look of confusion. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" Li Changxiao inquired with a smile. Lu Han, feeling embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and ushered Li Changxiao into the room, pouring him a cup of hot water. A decade had passed. Lu Han had undergone a significant transformation, almost unrecognizable as two entirely different individuals. "Changxiao, you have aged remarkably well. You look just as you did 10 years ago, not a bit older," Lu Han exclaimed heartily, pouring another cup of water. Li Changxiao accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp, affirming, "Indeed, not a bit older. By the way, where is Qiu Xi?" Li Changxiao asked. Lu Han's expression darkened. "She has passed away. Her father succumbed to the plague, and she contracted the illness as well. Although she eventually recovered, her vitality was severely diminished, and in the end, she too left us." "I am sorry." Li Changxiao sighed. "Oh, what does it matter?" Lu Han replied with a carefree smile. "It's just that those few lines of love poetry you taught me, I no longer know to whom I might recite them." Yet, there was a glint of moisture in his fierce eyes. "Are you in dire need of money?" Li Changxiao swiftly changed the subject. "Money." Lu Han took a deep breath. "How could I not be in need? When Qiu Xi was alive and required money for treatment, I sold every piece of fine porcelain I had. At that time, Qiu Xi and I had a quarrel, the only one we ever had. You know, for us porcelain makers, to sell high-quality porcelain is to tarnish our reputation, but I didn't care. I needed to do something." At this point, Lu Han paused, turning away to discreetly wipe away a tear. Li Changxiao remained silent, serving merely as a listener. Lu Han spoke at length. His love for Qiu Xi was genuine, as was his passion for porcelain. Because of his decision to sell fine porcelain, many artisans in the vicinity looked down upon him, even harboring intense disdain. They would often leave excrement at his doorstep. Moreover, as Lu Han aged, he could distinctly feel the truth in what Zhang Huochai had once said. For every exquisite piece of porcelain crafted, a portion of one's lifespan is indeed forfeited. In his youthful arrogance, driven by the urgent need for funds for treatment, he had produced 7 exquisite pieces. He self-deprecatingly remarked that perhaps one day, he would suddenly perish. Li Changxiao, possessing the profound understanding of longevity, was acutely aware of the matter of human lifespan. He could sense that Lu Han's life force was indeed rapidly waning. Yet this was unrelated to the fine porcelain he had previously crafted. "Are you still making fine porcelain?" Li Changxiao furrowed his brow and inquired. "Do you wish to throw your life away? Cease this at once. You could at least live until 60. If you are in need of money, simply go earn it. After all, currency is the least valuable commodity in this world." A glimmer of determination appeared in Lu Han's eyes as he nodded. "I, Lu Han, have devoted 2 decades to the art of porcelain firing. Upon completing this final piece, I shall retire." "Why must you?" Li Changxiao did not fully comprehend, yet he found a semblance of understanding. With a deep sigh, he conceded, "Very well, let us go. I shall treat you to lamb soup noodles this time." Lu Han regained a hint of his youthful exuberance, laughing heartily as he reminisced about the days of selling porcelain in the town. Chapter 49. The Birth of Exquisite Porcelain. Departing after a decade, many things have vanished, yet many endure. On the west side of the small town, there exists a famed noodle shop renowned for its lamb soup noodles. Li Changxiao and Lu Han entered the establishment, seeking a table where they ordered 2 servings of the celebrated dish. The rich lamb bone broth was poured over the noodles, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions, and adorned with shreds of chicken and a leafy green. The simplicity of the presentation belied the delectable aroma that made one's mouth water. Li Changxiao took a sip of the broth to moisten his throat before eagerly slurping the noodles. In mere minutes, his bowl was empty, not a drop of soup remaining. Lu Han, who had not indulged in noodles for quite some time, consumed his meal even more rapidly. "Boss, the bill, please," Li Changxiao called as he placed a few coins on the table. Exiting the noodle shop, the two strolled along the street. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Lu Han suddenly declared, Brother Changxiao, this is where we part ways. Li Changxiao furrowed his brow, contemplating a response, yet he swallowed his words. May we meet again, Lu Han said, turning down the diverging path. Li Changxiao watched his silhouette fade before he himself chose another route. He had traversed countless paths, encountered myriad individuals, and witnessed the specter of death on numerous occasions. He did not fear death, for it is the inevitable conclusion for all, himself perhaps not being an exception. Yet he harbored a hope that some souls might find a peaceful end. Thus, Li Changxiao departed the small town, returning to the village of clay figurines. He fetched several buckets of water to cleanse Zhang Huochai's porcelain kiln, discarding the collapsed timber into another room. The following day, he ascended the woodcutting mountain, utilizing the gathered firewood to reconstruct the kiln's roof. On the third day, he ventured to gather clay, reigniting the kiln's fire to commence the porcelain-making process. As anticipated, his innate talent for the craft remained unremarkable. The porcelain he produced lacked the harmony of Zhang Huochai's creations and the finesse of Lu Han's works. On the fourth day, he crafted a small porcelain figure, yet due to improper firing, one side of its face emerged charred, rendering its features unrecognizable. Discarding the flawed piece, he molded a new porcelain blank, this time forming a small bowl. Recalling Zhang Huochai's techniques and teachings, he placed the blank into the kiln. After 6 hours, the porcelain bowl was finally complete. Although a corner had cracked during the intense heat, Li Changxiao perceived it as a beauty in imperfection. He utilized the bowl immediately, pouring in a drink of intoxication and consuming it in one gulp before succumbing to slumber right there. Upon awakening, he resumed his porcelain-making endeavors. Despite possessing a remarkable memory as a nascent soul cultivator, having committed Zhang Huochai's and Lu Han's methods to memory and visualizing them repeatedly, he still struggled to grasp the essence of the craft. This predicament brought to mind Zhang Huochai's earlier assessment of him. Although he learned swiftly, his natural aptitude for porcelain-making paled in comparison to that of other disciples. Yet, perhaps diligence could compensate for his shortcomings? Thus, he continued to fire porcelain for another fortnight, managing to produce 2 pieces that bore an acceptable appearance. Yet, the exquisite porcelain described by Zhang Huochai remains a distant dream. Alas, Luocha, do you truly believe our innate talent is so lacking? Li Changxiao, feeling deeply disheartened, retreated to the rooftop to indulge in solitary drinking. Master, you are an immortal. How could your talent possibly be deficient? The ethereal figure of Yu Luocha materialized. Spare me the flattery. What does it matter if one is an immortal? It is merely a matter of possessing certain celestial arts. Li Changxiao earnestly inquired. I implore you to speak the truth. Is my talent truly poor? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Yu Luocha reluctantly nodded, confirming that it was indeed somewhat lacking. This revelation plunged Li Changxiao into deeper melancholy, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. He wished to assess Yu Luocha's porcelain-making abilities. The next day, Yu Luocha joined him in the craft of porcelain-making. In her past life, she was a martial arts prodigy, and through constant exposure, she was not entirely unacquainted with the art of porcelain. The pieces she produced surprisingly exhibited an admirable aesthetic. Li Changxiao was compelled to accept this reality, and, mindful of the toll on her spiritual essence, permitted Yu Luocha to rest within her soul pearl. After several more days of porcelain making, an idea struck him one day. What if he were to harness spiritual energy to assist him? Perhaps he could create truly fine porcelain. Resolute in his decision, he recalled every action Zhang Huochai had executed while crafting porcelain. The model of the clay body, the duration of the firing, and the techniques employed during the process. He replicated it meticulously from beginning to end. Although he lacked certain nuances, he believed that a perfect imitation would yield equivalent results. 5 hours later, the latest porcelain emerged from the kiln. It was stunning, its surface adorned with a faint halo, as if imbued with celestial energy. At first glance, it even appeared to surpass the fine porcelain described by Zhang Huochai. Yet, Li Changxiao understood that it still fell short of true excellence. A discerning eye could easily identify its flaws. His brow furrowed. Despite perfectly mirroring Zhang Huochai's methods and controlling the fire with precision, the results were disappointingly distant from what he aspired to achieve. Why was this the case? He attempted once more, adhering to the same flawless imitation. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He was left with a piece that possessed an ethereal quality and impeccable appearance, but still lacked the essence of the fine porcelain Zhang Huochai spoke of. Thus, Li Changxiao endeavored for several more days, yet continued to face failure. One day, as dawn broke and the rooster crowed, he rose, sweeping meticulously both indoors and outdoors. Once the space was rendered immaculate, he exited the porcelain kiln, gently closed the door, and secured it with an iron chain. Today, he would not venture to the mountains for clay nor engage in porcelain making. Instead, he turned in the opposite direction, heading towards the bustling little town near the clay figurine village. The town was abuzz with excitement, as if a grand event were underway. Indeed, there was a significant occasion. The town had a profound love for porcelain, and whenever exquisite porcelain was unveiled, its inhabitants would gather to revel in the splendor. Li Changxiao mingled among the crowd and approached the section dedicated to the exhibition of porcelain. From a distance, he caught sight of a porcelain vase placed prominently at the highest point. Upon inquiry, he learned that this vase possessed an extraordinary lineage, hailed by connoisseurs as a rare gem that emerges only once in a millennium. It transcended the realm of ordinary ceramics, embodying the pinnacle of artistry. Further questioning revealed that it was the creation of the esteemed potter Lu Han, who tragically passed away at home shortly after its completion due to a fit of laughter. When he asked for the name of this exquisite porcelain, onlookers unanimously declared it to be simply autumn. As Li Changxiao gazed at the vase from afar, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him regarding his inability to produce fine porcelain. It was not merely the notion that one must imbue their work with emotion, an idea more enigmatic than the path of cultivation. Rather, it was the realization that he was not an ordinary mortal. Such exquisite porcelain could only be crafted by the hands of the mundane. The common man lacks the acute sensitivity to flames, the delicate dexterity in their hands, and many other attributes. Yet, it is precisely through the flawed and even frail vessel of humanity that porcelain imbued with an ineffable beauty is forged, deserving of the title of fine porcelain. Indeed, the mundane holds qualities that even immortals cannot surpass. Upon grasping this profound truth, Li Changxiao smiled knowingly, his heart's desire fulfilled. His stay in the village of clay figurines, dedicated to the art of porcelain, was but a waiting game. He yearned only to witness the birth of fine porcelain before departing once more. Chapter 50. The celestial battle and the woman in the river. The sky was ominously overcast, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Throughout the realm of Fuyo, one could easily notice this unsettling change. The elderly summoned the children playing outside, trembling as they shut their doors, peering through the windows skyward. A child inquired of his grandfather if rain was imminent. The grandfather, with over 70 years of life experience, reassured the child that this was not a harbinger of rain, for he had witnessed far greater storms, and the heavens did not appear thus in such cases. The child, filled with curiosity, pressed on with another question: why had the sky darkened? After a moment of contemplation, the elder, digging deep into his thoughts, finally revealed to his grandson that this was the wrath of the celestial beings, engaged in a fierce conflict. The disintegration of the Ling Tian dynasty was, in truth, inevitable, for it was far too vast, encompassing an entire continent. In times when spiritual essence was abundant, it could be governed effectively. However, as the essence waned and chaos erupted, even the highest mountains and longest rivers became beyond the reach of the court. What is bound to unite will eventually part. Yet today, amidst this land gradually engulfed by war, an unexpected armistice had taken hold. The entirety of Fuyo was shrouded in the heavy, oppressive sky, plunging into an absolute silence. Perhaps it was not only Fuyo that felt this stillness. The celestial beings were indeed embroiled in battle. Li Changxiao glanced upward at the heavens, reveling in the misfortune, and called out gleefully. Time passed, though it was hard to tell how long, until the sky finally cleared once more. Li Changxiao then made his way into a town. In truth, the sumptuous lamb soup noodles he had treated himself to with Lu Han had exhausted all his savings. He needed to acquire some funds. He entered a porcelain shop and inquired if they purchased porcelain. The shopkeeper, a short and slender man with shrewd, narrow eyes, exuded an air of extreme opportunism. He frowned, sizing up the newcomer, and said, "Begone. A stinking swordsman like you has no porcelain worth my time." Li Changxiao, insulted, muttered about the shopkeeper's ignorance and turned to enter the porcelain shop across the street. The proprietor of this establishment was a young man, clearly a recent entrant into the business. Li Changxiao surveyed the wares, noting that the quality was mediocre. A porcelain shop without a single fine piece to showcase would struggle to thrive. He asked the young shopkeeper if he purchased porcelain. The shopkeeper approached and replied that he did, although the current market was poor and prices would not be high. Li Changxiao nodded and produced several pieces of reasonably appealing porcelain. After some negotiation, they settled on a price of 1 coin. Li Changxiao was not one to retain wealth. Whenever he came into money, he would swiftly spend it before considering earning more. He found a tavern, ordered a few exquisite dishes and fine wines. But by the time he finished, he was left with no funds for lodging. Thus, he ventured outside the city, seeking a picturesque spot to rest. Leaning against a willow by a small river, he took a swig of strong liquor, embraced his chinkping sword, and curled up to drift into slumber. Despite his seemingly aimless and languid wanderings, he harbored many ambitions. He yearned to scale towering peaks, meet notable figures, engage in philosophical discourse, and delve into profound mystical arts. His desires were numerous and varied. At this moment, amidst the vastness of the heavens and the earth, slumber reigned supreme. Time passed unnoticed until he finally opened his eyes, his gaze swiftly captivated by the river before him. A figure floated by. Li Changxiao leapt into the water, pulling the person ashore, only to discover it was a woman of remarkable beauty, her features delicate and enchanting. A practitioner, he mused, noting her ethereal physique, indicative of prolonged immersion in spiritual energy. Moreover, there was an air of quiet authority about her, suggesting her cultivation was considerable, albeit her demeanor appeared somewhat aloof. Yet, she seemed injured, gravely so, her complexion pale and blood trickling from her lips as she slipped into unconsciousness. It seemed she had survived a fierce battle, only to fall into the river and be swept away to this very spot. Coughing violently, she furrowed her brow as she regained consciousness, quickly covering her mouth. Dark blood seeped through her fingers, falling to the ground. "Are you all right?" Li Changxiao stepped back, maintaining his distance. At that moment, the woman noticed his presence, her pupils dilating as she exclaimed, "Li Changxiao?" Now it was Li Changxiao's turn to furrow his brow. This woman recognized him, yet he had no recollection of her. She then offered a bitter smile, seemingly taken aback by his presence. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Who are you? Were you fighting in the sky just now?" "I." She hesitated, contemplating the whims of fate, surprised that her savior from this peril was none other than him. Li Changxiao, puzzled, asked, "Have we met before?" The woman, her face pallid, nodded faintly. Li Changxiao's brow furrowed deeper. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they possess an impeccable memory. Upon entering the nascent soul stage, past recollections can be summoned at will. Yet, he had no recollection of this woman. 3 possibilities arose. First, she had once been significantly more powerful, intentionally obscuring her identity from him, which would render any memories of her vague. Second, she might have indeed been someone he had encountered, yet disguised herself. However, such a disguise would surely require spiritual energy, making this scenario unlikely. Third, she could be lying, but how could she know him? After all, he was hardly a prodigy and held no notable reputation. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, yet Li Changxiao remained self-aware. The affairs of great beings are beyond my humble concern. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Wait. The woman interjected urgently, her expression complex. Only you can assist me. Me? Li Changxiao responded skeptically. He had always preferred to extend kindness to others, yet this inclination was reserved for mortals. In the world of cultivation, he was known for his detachment, selfishness, and a tendency to remain uninvolved in matters that did not directly concern him. Having been deceived to the point of trepidation and possessing limited capabilities, he felt no twinge of compassion for the woman, despite her pitiable demeanor. In fact, he regretted not departing immediately. The woman continued, offering in return the secrets of longevity or anything else he might desire. Should he remain apprehensive, she proposed to extract her life source, the heart vein, and entrust it to his care, thus granting him dominion over her fate. As her words lingered in the air, her complexion paled further, and from her brow emerged a red-glazed gem, the life vein itself, an assurance of submission from a cultivator, a means to cede control of life and death to another. The woman manipulated the gem to float toward Li Changxiao, her gaze lingering upon him. "Why must you go to such lengths?" Li Changxiao furrowed his brow, refraining from reaching for it. "I am but a minor cultivator and cannot assist you. Especially given your unwavering trust in me. I have stated it clearly. Only you can aid me," the woman reiterated, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. What she withheld from Li Changxiao was the knowledge that she not only recognized him, but also shared a profound connection with him. Perhaps Li Changxiao was familiar with her other identity, that of Mu Qin, the master of Xinyan. Chapter 51. The Predicament of Mu Qin. A promising talent, Mu Qin bit her lip, never anticipating that she would find herself in such dire straits. Over the past decade, she had devoted herself entirely to the path of incense offerings. Li Shanhe had kept his word, indeed selecting hundreds of great cities to construct temples. The daily influx of incense offerings was ceaseless, yielding evident results. Within the rivers of Ling Tian continent, she developed an inexplicable awareness, as if she had truly ascended to the divine rank, transforming into a spirit of the rivers. Moreover, the potency of the incense offerings had reached a level where its effect on prolonging her lifespan was unmistakable. Yet, the method of utilizing this power for cultivation remained elusive, still far from her grasp. What she had not foreseen was the subsequent division of the Ling Tian dynasty, with the Li Tian and Qi Tian dynasties each claiming their territories, resulting in a tripartite standoff. By that time, her temples were already widespread throughout Ling Tian continent. The Qi Tian dynasty sought to recruit her as their official celestial being to swiftly win the hearts of the people. She declined their offer, not out of loyalty to the Ling Tian dynasty, but rather from a disinclination to entangle herself in such troublesome matters. The Qi Tian dynasty mockingly remarked, "Though you, Fairy Mu, possess great prowess, you are well aware of the multitude of enemies you have garnered during your peak. The present is not what it once was. You wish to enjoy the incense offerings, yet refuse to fully align with the court. Such fortune is hardly attainable. What is your name?" Li Changxiao inquired. "Zhao Qing," the woman replied. In truth, Zhao Qing was her real name. However, she was often referred to as Fairy Mu Qin by outsiders. The name Mu Qin carried significant weight. The character Mu was a bestowed title from an extraordinary power, while Qin, derived from the four arts of Chinese culture, represented both talent and strength, denoting her as a paragon in both realms. She had long since distanced herself from that formidable power, yet her reputation had already soared to great heights, leading the outside world to commonly address her as Fairy Mu Qin, a name she was gradually forgetting. At this moment, for reasons she could scarcely articulate, she did not wish for Li Changxiao to uncover her true identity. Although Li Changxiao had never seen Mu Qin in person, he was nonetheless aware of her appearance. For the statue of the River Mother was so vividly lifelike and enchanting that one glance would render it unforgettable. As to why he failed to recognize her now, it was due to a significant reason tied to secrets she had never revealed. "Zhao Qing, I have not heard of you." Li Changxiao hesitated for a moment before accepting the heart pulse of destiny. From a pragmatic standpoint, being unanchored in his cultivation journey and facing numerous confounding questions, he required a mentor for philosophical discourse. Additionally, he was quite intrigued by the longevity methods employed by other cultivators. Naturally, he contemplated the potential risks of engaging with this woman. He could not assert that he was entirely devoid of danger. However, he possessed a general sense of assurance. Having entered the nascent soul stage, his ability to escape had become remarkably strong, affording him the freedom to venture recklessly. From a personal perspective, he yearned for a drinking companion, for he delighted in the pleasures of wine, yet he had never found a fellow imbiber. Yang Xiuhua only brewed, eschewing the drink, claiming that alcohol led to folly. As for Lu Han, he abstained entirely, only partaking at the very end. A myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind. Li Changxiao could not help but chuckle at himself, realizing he had overthought the matter. Why ponder so much? That vital heart pulse transformed into a crimson birthmark upon his palm. With but a thought, Zhao Qing would be rendered utterly bereft of spirit. Upon witnessing Li Changxiao grasp his fateful heart pulse, a power of life and death now firmly in another's grasp, Zhao Qing experienced a moment of relief. "By what means do you believe I can assist you?" Li Changxiao inquired, uncorking a bottle as he took a sip. Because of a certain divine ability, Zhao Qing gazed towards the gently flowing river, opting not to elaborate further. She had solidified her position as the River Mother. In a moment of dire crisis, she had plunged into the waters, allowing the current to carry her to the safest haven, a place where her demise could be averted. If such a refuge did not exist, she would willingly sink to the riverbed for eternity, only to awaken here, encountering Li Changxiao. Mountains and waters harbor spirits. Perhaps the position of these mountain and river deities could serve as a refuge for cultivators struggling to survive. Yet, mountains may flatten and waters may dry up. What then? Can endure forever? Zhao Qing murmured to herself, her once unyielding heart now clouded with confusion. Enough, Li Changxiao said, settling down and patting his sword. I can assist you, but let us be clear. I shall not offer my aid without recompense, nor shall I risk my life for you. Naturally, the value you provide will determine the extent of my assistance. First, may I inquire about your cultivation level? Zhao Qing replied candidly. I am at the early stage of integration before the depletion of spiritual energy. After that, due to certain circumstances, I regress to the peak of the void refinement stage. Was the recent commotion in the heavens related to you? Li Changxiao pointed skyward. What commotion? Zhao Qing blinked in surprise. It seemed unrelated. Curiosity piqued. Li Changxiao wondered who had been embroiled in that conflict. How do you wish for me to assist you? He yawned, reclining back, hands propped on the grass. His demeanor a blend of laziness and intrigue. Zhao Qing shook her head. If she desired answers, she would seek the means to resolve her predicament herself. She was acutely aware that she currently faced a dire impasse. Li Changxiao furrowed his brow, questioning, what troubles have you encountered? Coughing violently, Zhao Qing's previously congealed bloodstains thickened anew. Her complexion was pallid, her eyes flickering uncertainly. The affairs of the world are but few and cyclical. She stated, I am being hunted. Someone has orchestrated a deadly trap for me, and I was careless, failing to perceive it in advance. Li Changxiao, perturbed, took a swig of his drink. Zhao Qing continued, however, for the time being, I am safe. After a moment of contemplation, Li Changxiao asked, so, do you wish for me to help you escape? Zhao Qing remained silent, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Li Changxiao ceased his inquiries, deciding instead to treat Zhao Qing to a meal in the city, as he still had some money left. Zhao Qing nodded, expressing her uncertainty about how to resolve her predicament and why he could assist her. Thus she opted to follow his lead without question. In the bustling tavern of the city, Li Changxiao chose a corner table to settle down. The money he had just earned had not yet warmed in his hands before it was spent. Soon, a variety of dishes were presented before them. The young waiter, stealing glances at Zhao Qing, appeared momentarily entranced, but as a flicker of azure light glimmered in Li Changxiao's gaze, the waiter's expression returned to normalcy. You seem quite familiar with the culinary delights of the mortal realm, Zhao Qing remarked, her complexion slightly improved, yet still pale. Indeed, Li Changxiao replied with a smile. Not only am I well-versed in cuisine, but I also have considerable knowledge of operas and the pleasures of worldly entertainment. He turned to Zhao Qing, lifting a slice of meat, and inquired, would you care to sample this? It is quite delectable. Zhao Qing took the chopsticks, lifted the meat to her lips, and savored it slowly, relishing the taste. It had been a long time since she had indulged in meat. Despite her spiritual energy being depleted and her cessation of fasting, she had only consumed vegetarian fare for quite a while. Gently placing her chopsticks down, she nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was flavorful. Since it is so delightful, why not continue to indulge? Li Changxiao asked. There is always a trade-off, Zhao Qing replied calmly. While the enjoyment of food pleases the senses, it simultaneously burdens one with the weight of worldly desires. All that brings pleasure to the flesh is but a poison that corrupts the spirit. True enjoyment lies in the advancement along the path of enlightenment. You possess great potential, she continued, her tone steady yet imbued with sincerity. Even with your spiritual energy diminished, and the path of enlightenment retreating or even fading away, you should not succumb to the tribulations of the mortal world. Li Changxiao, taking a sip of wine and a bite of meat, laughed heartily. You are the first to ever call me a person of potential. Waiter, bring me another 2 liang of wine, he commanded. Chapter 52, A Serendipitous Encounter with a Drinking Companion. Zhao Qing cast a glance at Li Changxiao, her gaze momentarily betraying a complex array of emotions. Had she not witnessed his dragon-slaying prowess with her own eyes, she would never have imagined him to be a figure of such potential. Recalling that fateful day, she remembered how effortlessly Li Changxiao vanquished the towering dragon. It was almost as if he had scarcely expended any spiritual energy at all. With her keen insight, she surmised that he might possess an extraordinarily powerful illusionary technique, conjuring phantasms to drain the dragon's essence before delivering the final blow. Illusions, indeed. They are a method that conserves spiritual energy while proving both efficient and practical once the energy has waned, though it may seem presumptuous. "I have a question I wish to pose," Zhao Qing said, her eyes sweeping over the untouched dishes before her. "It is well known that a typical Yuaning cultivator has a lifespan of merely 1,000 years. Even with the foundation laid by celestial pathways, unblemished breakthroughs, and the myriad blessings of secret realms that may extend one's life, the utmost increase is but a few additional millennia. Are you not afraid? Why do you remain so unfazed?" Her insinuation was clear. She believed that Li Changxiao's lifespan was already dwindling, yet he chose not to seek methods of prolongation, instead idling his days away in leisurely pursuits. From her perspective, having expended some spiritual energy in slaying the dragon and nearing the age of a millennium, even if he were to obtain the dragon pearl to extend his life, he could only hope to survive a few more centuries at best. Such a lifespan is utterly insufficient for a cultivator. Moreover, she found it perplexing that amidst countless rivers, he would believe himself capable of assisting her in breaking through her impasse. Yet, she chose to place her faith in him. Partially, it stemmed from her previous misjudgment, and on the other hand, she trusted in Li Changxiao's character. Even though he had felled a dragon, in comparison to those truly formidable beings, he still leaned towards the ordinary. Li Changxiao picked up a peanut and thoughtfully savored it, contemplating Zhao Qing's inquiry. He felt that her question did not apply to him. He required at least 8 hours of sleep each day, often indulging in prolonged slumber for months on end. His lifespan only seemed to extend with each passing year. He tapped the table, gesturing towards the waiter delivering dishes, then pointed to the innkeeper counting coins, and finally indicated the patrons engaged in idle chatter. "Are not these answers laid out before us?" he remarked. Zhao Qing was taken aback, surprised by his response. She surveyed her surroundings and indeed noted the truth in his words. Mortals have a lifespan of scarcely a century, yet few seem troubled by the brevity of life. Instead, they focus on how to make tomorrow more comfortable. "Fairy Zhao," Li Changxiao suddenly smiled. "I am acquainted with many mortal friends. Some manage households, others wander the world, and some delve into their crafts. They may be simple country folk, unversed in the ways of the world, yet they possess a deeper understanding of life, despite the predominance of hardship in their existence." A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Zhao Qing's eyes. She lowered her head slightly. Having always believed since her birth that cultivators were cultivators and mortals were mortals, despite the myriad similarities between the two, an insurmountable chasm remained. Today, however, Li Changxiao's discourse stirred within her a desire to glimpse the world beyond that chasm. Observing her, Li Changxiao smiled warmly and remarked, "The Tao has hidden itself away, distanced and elusive, refusing to reveal itself to us, making it impossible to find. Shall we then, perhaps, forget it for a few days?" As he spoke, he picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Zhao Qing's bowl. "Dear guest, the wine is here." The waiter approached, carrying a jug of wine. "Let me pour a glass for this enchanting lady." "Excellent." Zhao Qing stared blankly at the meat in her bowl and the wine in her cup, momentarily lost in thought. The Tao has concealed itself so thoroughly, refusing to meet us. Perhaps we can indeed forget it for a few days. The echo of these words reverberated in her mind, stirring a subtle emotion within her. Simultaneously, an inexplicable resentment towards that abstract and ineffable Tao surged within her. This resentment was not born from thin air. Li Changxiao lacked the power to sway her heart with mere words. Rather, it was an accumulation of over 3 centuries of confusion. It has hidden away. What does it matter if I forget it for a few days? She slowly picked up a piece of meat and brought it to her mouth, savoring the flavor. Delicious. Though it was as delectable as before, it somehow tasted even better. "Ha! Let us drink." Li Changxiao laughed heartily, raising his cup high and gazing at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing looked at him with a mixture of surprise and confusion, staring blankly. "You don't even know how to toast?" Li Changxiao inquired. "Toast?" Zhao Qing hesitantly asked. "What is that?" "Toasting means clinking your cup with mine, and then we drink together." "Just like that? Then we drink?" Zhao Qing gently tapped her cup against Li Changxiao's. "Yes, just like that." Li Changxiao drained his cup. Zhao Qing mimicked his action and finished her drink, but afterwards, she frowned slightly and remarked, "It's not good." After a brief hesitation, she added, "Yet it has a peculiar taste. Though it's not good, it's somehow." Li Changxiao interjected, "You need to pair the wine with the meat, taking a sip of wine and a bite of meat together. Once you get used to it, it will be delightful." "Another cup." He raised his cup once more. Zhao Qing first picked up a piece of meat, clinked her cup, and then strictly followed Li Changxiao's advice, placing the meat in her mouth. This scene amused Li Changxiao greatly, causing him to burst into laughter. Zhao Qing, perplexed, asked why he was laughing, as she was merely doing as he instructed. Li Changxiao replied, "I never expected you to be quite so endearing." Zhao Qing was momentarily taken aback, informing him that he was the first to ever describe her as cute, which sounded rather odd and somewhat like an insult. Li Changxiao raised his wine cup high, casting a glance at Zhao Qing. After their cups clinked together, he chuckled in response. "Likewise, you are the first to declare me a person of great potential." It sounds almost like sarcasm. Zhao Qing immediately insisted that she was earnest, to which Li Changxiao affirmed that he had certainly not insulted her. Encouraged by Li Changxiao, the two devoured the abundant feast laid before them with great enthusiasm. Perhaps it was the intoxicating effects of the wine, or perhaps the revitalization of her spirit, but a healthy flush finally graced Zhao Qing's cheeks. As they reached the end of their meal, Li Changxiao raised his cup once more, laughing heartily. "The world proclaims that the path lies beneath our feet, yet I dare to say, let us forget the grand way." Zhao Qing, slightly tipsy, her eyes shimmering with newfound color, lifted her cup as well, her voice languid, "Let us forget the grand way." Subsequently, she laid her head upon the table and fell into a deep slumber. "No need to search, my friend," Li Changxiao declared, tossing the remaining coins onto the table before joining her in restful sleep. Today, there were no obligations. He had found a companion in wine. Chapter 53. Altercations. The attendant handed the money to the manager and cast a glance at the two individuals slumbering at the table. He felt their presence was detrimental to business and was uncertain whether to evict them, so he sought counsel from the experienced manager. After counting the coins and finding a surplus, the manager, in a cheerful mood, imparted a lesson to the attendant. In the realm of commerce, it is essential to cultivate goodwill to attract prosperity, while also possessing keen discernment. Such sword-bearing wanderers of the martial world should be treated with utmost cordiality. Since they had paid a little extra, what harm would it do to allow them a few more hours of rest? The attendant nodded earnestly, feeling enlightened. Zhao Qing, burdened with severe injuries and having indulged in drink, found her drowsiness entirely reasonable. However, being inherently meticulous, she awoke after a brief slumber. As for Li Changxiao, he was indifferent to such matters and continued to sleep soundly. In his dreams, amidst light reveries, he stumbled upon something intriguing. Upon opening his eyes, he found Zhao Qing awake as well, and together they descended the stairs. On the street, Li Changxiao inquired, "Do you have any spare money?" "Money?" Zhao Qing paused, contemplating, before retrieving a hairpin. This hairpin should fetch a decent sum. Li Changxiao's eyes gleamed with interest. The hairpin appeared far from ordinary. "Are you truly willing to part with it?" Zhao Qing nodded, explaining, "This hairpin was once a magical artifact, but I utilized it recently, and its spiritual essence has been entirely depleted. Nevertheless, given its material, it should still yield a considerable amount in the mortal realm." At the pawnshop, a bustling hub amidst a time of turmoil, patrons were frequenting the establishment. At noon, a customer arrived, and the manager, half-lidded and leisurely seated in a rocking chair, sensed the commotion and glanced over. Noticing a cloaked wanderer accompanied by a woman who did not appear to be of noble lineage, he dismissed them with indifference, assuming they had nothing of value to offer. Near the entrance stood a tall counter, behind which loomed a lanky man with piercing eyes, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. He was the pawnshop's attendant. Due to the height of the counter, patrons had to elevate themselves, lifting their goods with both hands to present them, reminiscent of a courtier before a sovereign. Fortunately, Li Changxiao, being taller than the average citizen, merely raised his hand to present the hairpin. The attendant's pupils narrowed. With years of experience, he instantly recognized that this hairpin was anything but ordinary, its worth astonishingly high. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Changxiao, he droned dismissively, "Moth-eaten and flawed, it is merely worth 50 taels of silver." As the words fell, Zhao Qing's brows furrowed. Even devoid of its spiritual energy, this hairpin could undoubtedly purchase a lavish villa in Lingtian City. How could it possibly be deemed worthless? "Enough, do not play games with me. Summon your manager," Li Changxiao remarked, having ceased his gestures. He was well aware that the hearts of those within the pawnshop were cloaked in darkness. His unwarranted disdain for all pawnshops stemmed from the belief that no virtuous soul resided within them. Those who frequented pawnshops were invariably the fallen gentry or common folk in dire need of funds. Even the finest of items, upon arrival at a pawnshop, would be denigrated to mere tatters. He had suffered from this deception long ago. Esteemed guest, this item of yours is nothing but a piece of junk to anyone who sees it. Do you wish to pawn it or not? The pawnshop attendant said, half mocking, half contemptuous, while fiddling with the hairpin, discreetly marking it. Very well, I shall not pawn it after all. Hearing this tone, Li Changxiao intended to reclaim his hairpin. Wait. The manager of the pawnshop rose from his rocking chair and sauntered over, clad in fine garments, flanked by two burly assistants. Esteemed guest, our humble pawnshop can be considered the most reputable in Qingshou City, offering the highest prices. I shall offer you 50 taels. Other establishments would only offer 40 or even 30. As he spoke, the manager glanced at the attendant behind the counter, instructing him to take the hairpin away. A mere glance had revealed to him that this hairpin was a treasure not to be overlooked. Zhao Qing observed everything, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes at the sight of the manager's greedy visage. Li Changxiao smiled knowingly, suddenly drawing his sword and placing its edge against the manager's throat. Brother, do tell me the truth. How much is this hairpin truly worth? 500 taels. The manager, startled by the unexpected ferocity, hastily divulged the truth. His two hulking companions quickly realized the situation and moved to encircle the pair. Upon hearing the figure, Li Changxiao smiled, sheathing his sword with a flourish. The manager, unable to swallow his humiliation, erupted in fury, shouting, "Seize these two! I shall send you to the authorities." However, scarcely had he uttered the words when a fist flew toward him, striking him squarely in the eye, leaving it bruised and swollen. The swordsman, having sheathed his weapon, felt an insatiable urge for further action and retaliated with a swift kick to the burly assailant. The commotion immediately drew a crowd outside the pawnshop, with shouts of encouragement echoing, urging the defeat of these scoundrels. Yet this was not the end. Those who operated a pawnshop in this area were men of stature, often colluding with nefarious forces or maintaining a cadre of thugs. Upon hearing the ruckus, more than a dozen strong men burst forth from the back, brandishing clubs and surrounding the duo. Yet, they were still no match for Li Changxiao. With swift punches, he struck their faces with forceful blows. "Help! You dare to cause a ruckus at the humble pawnshop!" The haughty attendant cried out in panic. But before he could utter another word, Li Changxiao yanked him down and unleashed a series of punches upon his face. After a thorough display of prowess, the pawnshop lay in disarray. Zhao Qing stood in a daze, utterly oblivious to how many times she had been bewildered that day. She glanced at Li Changxiao, then at the wailing pawnbrokers strewn across the floor, the manager whose face resembled a battered pig, and the servant weeping with his head in his hands. She could also hear the jubilant cheers outside the pawnshop, finding the scene simultaneously ludicrous and lively. Who would dare to cause a ruckus? In the distance, the furious shouts of the constables echoed as a squadron hastily approached. Li Changxiao's lips curled into a smirk as he climbed over the counter, prying open the money drawer. He extracted 500 taels, stowing them into a coarse cloth bag, while the remaining wealth found its way into another sack. "Young hero, you must flee quickly, or it will be too late." Indeed, this pawnshop colluded with the authorities to oppress the common folk. If you were to make a scene here and fell into the hands of the officials, your fate would be sealed. Outside the pawnshop, the masses huddled together, intentionally or not, obstructing the constable's advance. What audacity, to commit murder in broad daylight! The constables bellowed from afar, racing toward the commotion, but the throngs of spectators, tightly packed and jostling, severely hampered their progress. "Scoundrels! Clear the way!" The constables shouted angrily at the crowd. Yet, dispersing such a dense gathering was no simple task. They could only watch helplessly as the swordsman looted the pawnshop. Having collected the money, Li Changxiao reached the entrance and tossed a handful of coins from a burlap sack into the air. Turning back to the stunned Zhao Qing, he let out a hearty laugh and called out, "Let us go." Unlike the constables, Li Changxiao and his companion moved effortlessly, as the crowd instinctively parted to grant them passage. "Stop right there. Damn it, block them." The constable's frustrated shouts echoed in her ears, mingling with the cries from within the pawnshop and the cheers of the onlookers. In her dazed state, Zhao Qing began to comprehend what it meant to be alive. This chaotic and tumultuous scene, was this not life itself? Just then, the constables finally broke through the throng, speeding after them. Zhao Qing quickened her pace, no longer passively following, though her injury and lack of spiritual energy rendered her speed akin to that of an ordinary woman. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a smile began to grace her lips. Chapter 54. The Great Tao is concealed. Two cultivators assaulted the pawnshop attendant, seized the money, and distributed it among the onlookers before being pursued by the constables for 3 whole streets. In a narrow alley, Zhao Qing mused over the recent events, his usually solemn countenance displaying an unusual expression tinged with a hint of liveliness. It was his first encounter with such absurdity, yet it seemed rather amusing. 500 taels of silver. Then I shall exert 500 taels of effort, he declared with a smile, patting the bulging bag at his side, which indeed weighed heavily with 500 taels. He had never possessed such a sum before. You knew all along that the pawn shop would undervalue your possessions, didn't you? Why then did you still go there? Zhao Qing inquired. Well, Li Chong smiled candidly. It was to give them a good thrashing. I harbor a disdain for pawnshops. The reason for his animosity traced back to his exile 3,000 miles away. Upon arriving at his destination, he found himself struggling to survive. However, he had cleverly stored some valuables within the dream realm beforehand. When he approached the pawnshop to exchange them, he was met with an outrageously low offer. Enraged, he sought out other pawnshops, only to find their valuations were equally dismal. He traversed every pawnshop in the vicinity, each one offering a lesser price than the last. In dire need of funds for sustenance, he ultimately had to part with his valuable items for a pittance. It was only later that he discovered pawnshops not only undervalue items, but also mark them. Even if one attempts to pawn marked items at a different shop, they would still be subjected to reduced offers. All pawnshops are interconnected, conspiring to exploit the financially distressed. There is not a single exception to this rule. It is an unspoken law, more formidable than iron, lurking beneath the surface. Li Chong is a man who believes in retribution for grievances, gratitude for kindness, and repayment of debts. Typically, he possesses no valuables, and he deemed it inappropriate to simply storm into a shop and wreak havoc. Such behavior would be excessively tyrannical. Thus, upon learning of the brooch's worth, he promptly made his way to the pawnshop to reclaim everything. He did not conceal this history from Zhao Qing, recounting it in full. Zhao Qing chuckled, commenting, "How can a cultivator like you stoop to such pettiness?" Li Chong replied, "One cannot equate it so. Unprovoked violence against others would leave me feeling guilty, but delivering a beating to a pawnshop brings only satisfaction. Should I acquire more valuables in the future, I shall certainly return to the pawnshop for another bout. By the way, you still left the brooch there," Zhao Qing recalled, sensing Li Chang's oversight. Li Chong merely smiled in response, though for reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhao Qing detected a trace of cunning in his grin. Having evaded the authorities, Li Chong entered a fruit stall, purchased a watermelon and a bag of melon seeds, and, with Zhao Qing in tow, swaggered confidently toward the western side of the city. Zhao Qing, intrigued, noted a subtle shift in his mindset. Initially, he had perceived Li Chong as a dissolute individual when they entered the tavern to order food. Yet now he found himself curious about Li Chang's next endeavor. After walking for the duration of a joss stick, they arrived at their destination. It was a residential house with a high threshold, guarded by servants, suggesting considerable wealth. The Zhou residence appeared to be an ordinary dwelling. What purpose did they have for being there? Zhao Qing furrowed her brows. Li Changxiao remained silent, scanning the surroundings until his gaze settled on a towering ancient tree a few meters away. He climbed onto a branch and beckoned to Zhao Qing. After some effort, she ascended as well. Li Changxiao drew out his sword, slicing a watermelon in half and offering one half to Zhao Qing. "Surely, one doesn't he come here merely for watermelon?" Zhao Qing remarked. "Shoo." Li Changxiao hushed her, signaling for silence, for the show was about to commence. Thus, he sat upon the branch, savoring the watermelon while awaiting the unfolding spectacle. In the distance, a procession approached, with servants carrying several boxes of gifts. It turned out they were there to call off an engagement. Naturally, the son of the Zhou family, rejected, was unwilling to accept this, and in a fit of rage, a fierce argument erupted between the two families. All of this was clearly observed by the two onlookers perched nearby. This farce continued for a full half-hour, and as the heads of both families realized the matter could not be resolved, they invited a magistrate to intervene. With the magistrate's arrival, the drama intensified. It was revealed that Zhou family's second son had embezzled funds, that the fourth son was entangled with his sister-in-law, and the woman involved in the engagement had questionable morals, being involved with several scholars. The relationships between the two families were indeed intricate. Initially, Zhao Qing maintained an indifferent demeanor, but as the narrative progressed, it became increasingly unexpected. Gradually, her full attention was captured, her eyes widened as she attempted to untangle the web of connections. She even imagined herself as the magistrate, contemplating how she would adjudicate the case. In the end, the magistrate, exasperated, stomped his foot and declared in a fit of anger that this matter was beyond his jurisdiction, storming off in frustration. It is often said that magistrates find it difficult to resolve domestic disputes. You scoundrels! So you are here. At that moment, the constables from the Yamen noticed the two spectators in the tree. They shouted out, intent on avenging their previous humiliation by capturing them. Li Changxiao took a swig of strong liquor and laughed heartily. This disheveled swordsman naturally chose to flee. Zhao Qing found it curious. If she were alone and pursued by officials, she would have fought back immediately. Without using her spiritual energy, even her untrained skills could easily surpass those of ordinary men. Yet, at this moment, seeing Li Changxiao run, she followed suit, all the while pondering how this peculiar fellow, who seemed to aid her in overcoming deadlocks, was perpetually pursued by the authorities. Truly, he was an oddity. Such a disposition would likely have been rare even in the most illustrious of eras. No wonder yonder under the night sky, Li Changxiao lay on the grass, gazing at the myriad stars, his heart enveloped in tranquility. Zhao Qing seated himself beside him and gently inquired, "Have you always been this way?" Li Changxiao uncorked the bottle and took a sip of wine, responding, "Indeed." His gaze grew profound as he suddenly asked, "And you?" "Zhao Qing is merely your pseudonym, is it not? I can't shake the feeling that you were once quite renowned. Your mannerisms remind me of a departed acquaintance." "Oh," Zhao Qing replied, intrigued. She was also a woman, Li Changxiao continued, who regarded the Tao as paramount above all else. Zhao Qing understood that Li Changxiao was referring to Xin Yan, and indeed, Xin Yan's conduct bore a striking resemblance to her own. It was precisely for this reason that she had taken Xin Yan as her disciple. The Tao undeniably holds greater significance than all else. Zhao Qing tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, offering a self-deprecating smile, yet the Tao remains elusive. Chapter 55. Human Nature and Self-Interest in Xin Yan's Eyes. Her master has always been the most steadfast seeker of the Tao, unwavering in his resolve. Even amidst the depletion of spiritual energy, when other cultivators were flustered and lost, and when companions flew their separate ways, severing the bonds of master and disciple, her master remained remarkably composed. Through various observations, she deduced that the likelihood of spiritual energy's resurgence was nearly non-existent. Thus, she immediately sought alternative paths, pursuing reforms to prolong her lifespan, never pausing for a moment. Yet, unbeknownst to Xin Yan, beneath her master's resolute exterior lay a heart gradually succumbing to emptiness. The Tao had retreated. A few simple words, when spoken, bore an immense weight, seemingly negating all that had come before. The conviction that once burned brightly had now dimmed into confusion. The most determined seeker of the Tao had. In the instant the Tao vanished, transformed into a hollow soul. For her, the Tao had once overshadowed everything. With its disappearance, she found herself adrift, uncertain of her next steps, a void opening within her heart. However, today seemed different. Someone guided her to witness vistas she had previously overlooked. Though the Tao had vanished, the scenery along the path remained. She reclined upon the soft grass, savoring its tenderness and feeling the gentle caress of the breeze. It was as if a weary traveler, who had always kept their head down, finally lay down to rest, and slowly lifted their gaze, allowing a multitude of long-known yet unnoticed details to gradually come into view. Tomorrow no longer appeared as a stagnant pool, nor was it a cold calculation of dwindling lifespan. There was a hint of anticipation. By the way, how did the fourth son of the Zhou family end up with his sister-in-law? Zhao Qing inquired suddenly. You are quite the gossip, Li Changxiao replied, momentarily taken aback before sharing his insight. I suspect the fourth son of the Zhou family has known his sister-in-law since childhood. It seems old flames have been rekindled. No, Zhao Qing earnestly analyzed. The fourth son of the Zhou only returned to the Zhou family last year. Li Changxiao gazed at the hanging moon, pondering silently the question of longevity versus life. He could only seek answers from others, for if he were to voice his thoughts, he would undoubtedly claim that life was paramount. He need not worry about lifespan. He had already attained longevity. Today at noon, a white-clad swordsman had wreaked havoc at the commoner's pawnshop, not only beating everyone, but also making off with their silver. It seemed the fifth brother would likely be furious. In a courtyard of Qingxiu City, Princess Li Tianxia sat beneath a locust tree, listening to her maid's narration as she sipped a fine cup of gentleman's tea. Setting the cup down, steam rose gently. Her delicate brows relaxed, a hint of schadenfreude playing upon her features. The commoner's pawnshop was the enterprise of the fifth prince, Li Tianyu, amassing wealth from the populace to strengthen his own position. Over the years, it had undoubtedly gathered a considerable fortune. Your Highness, the fifth prince has opened countless pawnshops throughout the Lingtian kingdom. The one that was smashed in Qingxiu City, though it may incur some losses, is but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. How could he possibly be angered by it? The maid inquired with confusion. Li Tianxia lifted her teacup, gently blowing away the rising steam before taking a sip, savoring the tea as it traversed her mouth, lingering on her lips and tongue. She did not rush to swallow, instead relishing the tea's unique fragrance and the enduring aftertaste. Truly, it is a gentleman's tea. Li Tianxia set her cup down and lightly tapped the table twice. Observing this, the maid promptly refilled her cup. I had to leverage significant connections to procure this tea from those old fellows on Laojun Mountain, she remarked. Li Tianxia replied, financial losses are of little consequence. For the royal family, the loss of face is far more critical. Coincidentally, the emperor's birthday banquet approaches, and he happens to have business in Qingxiu City. As I understand it, he is not alone. He brings with him a once celebrated prodigy from the Fuyo sacred land. This humble pawnshop is his proud achievement, which he boasts about to everyone. It is easy to imagine that when my fifth royal brother arrives here and learns of the damage to his pawnshop, he will lose face before that prodigy and undoubtedly be incensed. The maid nodded, understanding the situation now. At that moment, Li Tianxia sighed softly. The Ling Tian dynasty has stood for millennia, yet many aspects remain as naive as a newborn. Once, we princes vied for opportunities and wonders, competing for who possessed the greatest talent. Now, we contend for power and wealth. Truly, there is no moment of respite. She turned to her trusted maid, one she had nurtured since childhood, and confided, do you not think we royal sons and daughters are short-sighted, clinging to these mundane desires after merely 300 years? If we devoted ourselves entirely to the great path, might we not forge new paths? The maid, trembling, knelt down. This servant dares not presume. I know you, and this is indeed what you think, Li Tianxia remarked, seemingly in particularly high spirits today. In truth, you do not understand. Do not envision cultivators as paragons of virtue. The six realms are all descending into the mundane. When those cultivators realize that the depletion of spiritual energy is irreversible and far from an end, they too will engage in worldly strife. The maid hesitated, but Li Tianxia nodded gently, encouraging her to speak freely. She finally ventured, but, Your Highness, even if spiritual energy wanes and cultivators inevitably descend into the mundane, will those who once soared through the 9 heavens truly covet such worldly things? Li Tianxia chuckled softly. At present, they naturally do not. Some say human nature is inherently evil, while others claim it is inherently good. However, I believe that human nature is neither benevolent nor malevolent, but rather driven by self-interest. Cultivating immortality brings benefits, allowing one to rise above and transcend life and death, which is why they pursue the path of cultivation. What one does is often dictated by the allure of personal gain. You might argue that ascetics, through years of diligent practice, cultivate a heart attuned to the profound truths of existence. Yet, as the path of enlightenment fades into obscurity over the course of millennia, that once prized clarity of purpose appears almost laughable in retrospect. Li Tianxia continued, asserting that while absolutes are rare, there are indeed steadfast seekers of truth. However, I boldly predict that these individuals will not endure. They will gradually succumb along their arduous journey. The survivors are those who possess the discernment to recognize reality and leverage their own strengths to pursue tangible benefits, benefits that are often scorned as mundane by others. Such individuals are, at all times, formidable. The maid's pupils widened in astonishment. Li Tianxia chuckled. Do you sense that, in the absence of spiritual energy, time seems to stretch interminably? The maid nodded, acknowledging that indeed, the passage of time felt markedly slower. What once seemed fleeting, a mere blink, now feels as if years have elapsed. Events that transpired a century ago linger in her memory as if they occurred only yesterday. Conversely, occurrences from last month feel as though they belong to a distant past. Thus, Li Tianxiao remarked with a knowing smile, "You too are beginning to perceive the weight of time." The courtyard fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, Li Tianxiao appeared to recollect something and inquired, "Ah, the phrase 'the white-clad swordsman.' It brings to mind someone I have long sought." Chapter 56. Night Market. Guardian of wealth. Although the Ling Tian dynasty has fractured, some perceive this as a fortuitous circumstance. The expanse of territory is commensurate with national strength. Formerly, the might of the realm was embodied in cultivators and the countless treasures housed within the royal treasury. Alas, these resources can no longer be readily accessed, with many rendered utterly obsolete. The essence of national power has transformed into soldiers, horses, provisions, and wealth. "My lord, do you suspect that the swordsman in white might be Prince Changshao?" inquired the maidservant. "Indeed," Li Tianxiao replied with a subtle nod. "The swordsman in white roams the Jianghu with such flair. I must express my gratitude to him." The maidservant understood well. Those princes and princesses wielding real power each possessed their own means of amassing wealth from the populace. Her own master had established the Xingmin commercial firm, dedicated to producing essentials for daily life, an endeavor previously conceived by Li Changshao to curry favor with Li Shanhe through the invention of various small items. They had accrued a considerable fortune, inciting envy among numerous princes. However, by the time they realized the potential of this venture, it was already too late to intervene. A flicker of light danced in Li Tianxiao's eyes. Ever since she learned that Li Changshao had invented many practical objects, she had dispatched individuals to gather all available information about him during his time in the palace, subsequently sealing it away. Her younger brother had truly endured a wretched existence. It was no wonder he returned amidst the chaos to seek revenge against concubine Zhou. Yet, what piqued her interest most was the concept of the repeating crossbow proposed by Li Changshao, a weapon capable of unleashing devastating arrows with a mere flick of the finger, if equipped en masse within the military. Alas, it was a pity that he was expelled from the imperial city before he could realize this invention. Otherwise, with such a weapon, the Qitian dynasty would pale in comparison to the Ling Tian dynasty. Li Tianxiao sighed wistfully. The maidservant, upon hearing her words, comprehended her intent and promptly set off to investigate Prince Changshao's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Li Changshao, burdened with 500 taels, pondered how best to expend this wealth. Thus, he devised a list. While compiling it, he posed numerous inquiries to Zhao Qing, such as when those pursuing her might arrive and how long their temporary safety would last. Zhao Qing could not provide definitive answers. She merely knew that she was ensnared in a web from which escape was impossible. However, she assured him that, for the time being, they were indeed safe, as this involved certain secrets of hers. Noticing her reticence, Li Changshao shifted his line of questioning, inquiring if she would be willing to visit a brothel, her opinions on opera, her interest in the top 10 refined pastimes, and whether she had heard of the renowned mountain located 20 li away. Zhao Qing naturally expressed no objections. With a hearty laugh, Li Changshao patted the silver on his person, remarking that he must spend this substantial amount to feel at ease. Acknowledging that they could no longer venture to Qingxiu City, the two of them spent 20 taels to purchase 2 fine steeds. Additionally, they expended around 20 more taels on saddles, horseshoes, and other equestrian equipment. Mounted upon their horses, they set off for a nearby large city. Clad in white and accompanied by a majestic steed, Li Changshao no longer resembled a disheveled swordsman, but rather an elegant young gentleman embarking on distant travels. Even Zhao Qing remarked that Li Changshao possessed a certain charm. No wonder. She withheld her further thoughts, and when he pressed her for clarification, she merely turned her head away, choosing silence. Upon entering the brothel, Zhao Qing dismounted, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Li Changshao, exclaiming, "Is this truly the kind of place you would bring me to?" Li Changshao responded with a hearty laugh. "It's a blend of refinement and commonality." He then extravagantly summoned the courtesan, who serenaded the two with delightful melodies. Immersed in the ambience of the brothel, Zhao Qing marveled at the wonders of the world, recognizing that she, too, had stepped into this realm of indulgence. After leaving the brothel, Li Changshao proceeded to the town's most opulent tavern, a grand establishment soaring 4 stories high. He ordered the finest delicacies, accompanied by a troupe of performers showcasing their art. As night fell, the marketplace buzzed with life. Previously, Li Changxiao had never dared to tread here, constrained by his finances. Now, flush with wealth, he sought to experience this vibrant atmosphere. The entire street thrummed with excitement, the sounds of vendors calling out filling the air. Perhaps influenced by this lively spirit, Zhao Qing cast aside her lofty ideals and the ethereal notions of the Tao, determined to forget them entirely during this moment. She began to notice the intriguing details around her. The elderly man skillfully crafting sugar figurines, producing a lifelike creation with ease. The delightful aroma of sesame oil and salt wafting from a stall selling baked cakes, and the mask vendor, surrounded by an eager crowd, captivating them with tales of celestial beings descending to earth. She tugged at Li Changxiao's sleeve, urging him to join her in observing the spectacle. The vendor, donning a mask, spun captivating stories of love and rivalry among martial heroes. "I want that one," she suddenly exclaimed, pulling at Li Changxiao's garment and pointing at a mask. This time, it was Li Changxiao who was momentarily taken aback. A knowing smile spread across his face as he reached for his purse to buy a mask for himself. It was said that today was the festival of masks, hence the vibrant crowd bustling about the streets. Wearing her mask, Zhao Qing gazed at the scene before her. A natural canvas unfolding, reflecting the full moon, the flickering lights, and the myriad lives intertwined, including her own tumultuous journey. She appreciated the landscapes she had previously overlooked. Beneath the mask, her face radiated with a profound smile. In this vast world, it seemed that the Tao was not the only path. Sometimes, by forgetting the grand ideals, one could discover an abundance of wonders. Li Changxiao settled by the riverbank, seeking a spot to rest, feeling the weight of slumber upon him. In contrast, Zhao Qing brimmed with vitality, and she requested a couple of taels of silver from him. With a generous wave of his hand, Li Changxiao bestowed upon her 2 taels, suggesting that he would take a brief respite there, and she should return to him after her wanderings. With that, he surrendered to slumber by the riverside, drifting into a deep sleep. In the present age, 2 taels of silver held significant purchasing power, sufficient for an ordinary person to enjoy a comfortable existence for 2 months. It could be said that one night's expenditure would scarcely deplete it. Observing this scene, passers-by began to murmur among themselves, perplexed by the thoughts of the man in white. With such a beautiful companion at his side, they wondered how he could bear to lie there sleeping, allowing the enchanting woman to frolic alone. As this unfolded, the minds of the onlookers began to stir. Some followed Zhao Qing, eager to strike up a conversation, while others cast furtive glances, their eyes fixated on the cloth bag resting on Li Changxiao's back, undoubtedly filled with considerable silver. Yet, none dared to act, waiting for the white-clad swordsman to sink into a deeper slumber. Alas, within the soul pearl, the jade Luocha let out a soft sigh. It appeared that the master's wealth would once again be entrusted to her protection. Chapter 57. The ambitious one. After resting for about half an hour, the swordsman had succumbed to a light slumber, lying sideways with his sword cradled in his arms, deeply immersed in dreams. The cloth pouch on his back was not securely fastened. A corner had been lifted, revealing a glimmering cache of silver coins. In the eyes of certain individuals, this gleaming treasure was far more alluring than the delicately oiled legs of a courtesan. In that moment, some could hardly contain their intrigue. By a stroke of fortune, the beautiful woman who had been wandering alone returned. In her hands, she bore 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, a box of charming pastries, and 2 jars of wine sealed with waxed cloth. "Here, for you," Zhao Qing said, rousing Li Changxiao from his reverie. She handed him a skewer of candied hawthorn, her voice bubbling with praise for these earthly delights. "The texture is truly peculiar, not melting in the mouth, but requiring a slow savoring to fully appreciate its unfolding flavor. Oh, and I've procured some wine, reputedly brewed from the peach blossoms of the neighboring Peach Blossom Mountain, known as Peach Blossom Brew." Zhao Qing's tone seemed rather indifferent, akin to a stone devoid of emotion that had been granted a voice. This was merely a reflection of her long-standing manner of speaking, her expression equally unremarkable. Li Changxiao gradually stirred from his slumber, stifling a yawn. Noticing Zhao Qing's offerings, he graciously accepted her kindness, contemplating the thought of enjoying a share for himself. Upon seeing that she had also acquired wine, a flicker of gratitude passed through his eyes. It appeared Zhao Qing had quickly come into her own. qualifying as a half-hearted drinking companion. However, he couldn't help but note the rather effeminate nature of the snacks, candied hawthorn and sweet pastries. "Thank you," he replied, not dwelling on it further. With a sip of wine and a bite of candied hawthorn, the pair paid no heed to the glances of others, occasionally clinking their cups together. The peach blossom brew, though mild, was delightfully intoxicating, and Zhao Qing soon found herself feeling the effects of inebriation. "Did you know? Zhao Qing is actually my true name?" she suddenly exclaimed. Li Changxiao paused, taken aback. Zhao Qing broke into a smile. "Perhaps this is what it means to truly understand oneself. I seem to have been oblivious all along." To oneself. She abruptly stood, pouring the wine into her mouth with reckless abandon. "How shameless. Sneaking in a drink. It seems you relish it, don't you?" Li Changxiao, naturally unwilling to let her scheme succeed, matched her fervor, pouring the peach blossom brew into his own mouth. A smile crept onto his face. Over the years, he had not been devoid of loneliness. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in such carefree revelry with another. Yet beneath his smile lay an unmistakable melancholy. He understood that he was destined to be alone, forever solitary. Lu Han once remarked that although he appeared amicable with everyone, fostering an impression of ease, prolonged interactions always seemed to reveal an inexplicable distance. Yang Xiuhua had consistently asserted that he was merely a debtor, destined to depart eventually. Deep down, he maintained a certain distance from anyone he interacted with, including the present Zhao Qing. By a twist of fate, Zhao Qing returned to her true self, discovering her genuine identity, and one wonders how she perceives Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao, Zhao Qing, in a tipsy state, remarked, "I apologize. But setting aside talent, you are indeed a remarkable individual. Just a couple of days ago, you referred to me as a person of great potential, didn't you?" Li Changxiao, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "Has it already been 2 days for you to change your mind?" She continued, "I now believe that regardless of your innate talent, you are indeed a person of potential. The heavens boast countless stars, and while you may not shine among them, you are akin to a tortoise on the ground." Are you insulting me or complimenting me? Certainly a compliment. The tortoise is the auspicious symbol of the Mu family, and isn't it true that common folk cherish keeping tortoises? All right, I'll accept it as a compliment. "Young master, my master requests your presence." While Zhao Qing and Li Changxiao were idly conversing by the riverside, a lady approached gracefully, slightly bowing. Li Changxiao waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "No, thank you." The lady responded coolly, "Young Master Changxiao, my master is an old acquaintance of yours. Would you not care to meet?" Zhao Qing, now more alert, cast a curious glance. An old acquaintance. Li Changxiao's eyes flickered. What kind of acquaintance could it be? The lady hesitated before saying, "A friend from over 1,000 years ago." Upon hearing this, Li Changxiao immediately understood the nature of the visitor. Most likely, it was one of his nominal siblings. "In that case, I shall meet them," he replied. "Please follow me." The lady turned and walked towards a certain direction. Zhao Qing silently trailed behind. As Li Changxiao pondered which prince or princess wished to see him, he speculated, could it be Li Tianlei? Or perhaps the son of concubine Zhou, Li Tianzhou? They walked along the riverside for about a mile. Under the moonlight, a stately small boat could be seen docked along the riverbank, emblazoned with the words, Xingmin Trading Company. "Please, young master, come aboard." The lady approached the boat, bowing to allow him passage, displaying impeccable courtesy. Upon entering the cabin, Li Changxiao's gaze quickly fell upon a lady dressed in exquisite attire, exuding an air of confidence. At first glance, her striking phoenix eyes scrutinized him intensely, before gradually softening. Truly, she was a princess, Li Changxiao thought to himself. The initial scrutiny was genuine, while the subsequent calmness was feigned. "Changxiao, dear cousin, it has been a long time," Li Tianxia greeted with a serene smile, even rising to welcome him. However, she completely overlooked Zhao Qing, who was left pondering the princess's ambition and wondering about her capabilities. As Li Changxiao arrived, he poured the remaining peach blossom wine into a gourd, uncorked it, and took a hearty sip, chuckling lightly. "My friend, you are mistaken. I am merely a commoner." "How could that be? I have always kept you in my thoughts, dear cousin." Li Tianxia furrowed her brow ever so slightly, for the taste of the wine had obscured the delicate aroma of the Junzi tea. She felt a tinge of displeasure. "Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself," Li Changxiao remarked. Speak plainly. He had never harbored fondness for those of royal lineage. Li Tianxia continued. Since my cousin still resides within the borders of the Ling Tian Empire, he must possess some understanding of the current situation. The disintegration of the Ling Tian Empire is a result of multifaceted factors. Presently, the Ling Tian continent witnesses a tripartite standoff, with flames of war ravaging the land, resulting in the daily demise of innocent civilians. During my travels, I have witnessed far too many partings and deaths. My heart aches at the thought. At this juncture, Li Tianxiao wiped away a tear and added, thus, I often ponder how splendid it would be if these tumultuous conflicts did not exist. Yet, I am ultimately limited in my capabilities. However, just as despair threatened to engulf me, I discovered that there exists a person who could bring an end to this ceaseless strife, and that person is you, dear cousin. Her excitement surged as she continued. Once you complete the design of the bow and crossbow, our soldiers of the Ling Tian Empire shall be equipped, and we will surely command respect. When we achieve great unification, you shall be hailed as a benefactor of the world. Whether you seek a return to royalty, a place in your ancestral home, everlasting wealth, or treasures beyond measure, it would all be within your grasp should you simply express your desires. Upon concluding her speech, Li Tianxia gazed at Li Changxiao with eager anticipation. He sighed deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Such rhetoric might be effective with others, but it bore no weight with him. Li Tianxia began by addressing the suffering of the world, then subtly shifted the narrative to bind the plight of the realm to the bow and herself, ultimately resorting to moral coercion regarding the design's completion. It was as if failing to comply would render him the root of all errors. However, what disappointed Li Changxiao the most was not merely this manipulation. It was the realization that this princess spoke of the world, yet harbored ambitions that did not align with the welfare of the realm. Chapter 58. The 8,000 Golden Pill Iron Cavalry. The grand dynamics of the world cannot be altered by mere archery. Even if Li Changxiao were to successfully design a bow, the issue of personnel outfitting would pose a significant challenge. It remains exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether the world is improving or declining. Your Highness, that trivial contraption is merely a fanciful daydream from my youth, which I am incapable of designing, Li Changxiao replied with a smile. Are you truly not reconsidering? Li Tianxiao inquired, her expression unchanged. Yet a peculiar glimmer flickered in the depths of her eyes. Not at all, Li Changxiao stated. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, inwardly lamenting how this disruption had marred his enjoyment of the drink. Wait a moment, cousin, Li Tianxia gently seated herself, lifting her teacup for a delicate sip. A smile remained on her face, yet it no longer bore the warmth it had previously held. Recently, cousin, you caused quite a stir at the Lianmin pawnshop, Li Tianxiao remarked coolly. Li Changxiao halted, realizing that the princess had come prepared. Perhaps you are unaware, Li Tianxia continued, that the Lianmin pawnshop is the enterprise of the fifth prince, Li Tianyu. Today, he fortuitously arrived in Qingxiu City and, upon hearing of the destruction of his pawnshop, was incensed and is now scouring the area for the culprits. I understand that you possess martial prowess, and even without sealing your cultivation or utilizing any of your spiritual energy, it would be challenging for an ordinary person to approach you. However, what if you were to face the death warriors trained by Li Tianyu, along with his army? In such a case, you may find yourself compelled to use your spiritual energy, which would be a most regrettable outcome. Li Tianxiao appeared to be offering wise counsel. The depletion of the world's spiritual energy is not merely a saying. It is a reality that affects practitioners in all aspects, leaving no stone unturned. The strength of a practitioner derives partly from within and partly from the resonance with the world's spiritual energy. In times of abundant spiritual energy, a nascent soul practitioner could easily shatter mountains with a mere snap of their fingers. Yet, in the absence of such energy, the resonance diminishes, rendering it exceedingly difficult for a nascent soul practitioner to achieve the same feat. The potency they can muster is diminished by at least 70%. This holds true even for Li Changxiao, though his situation is somewhat more favorable. He does not need to conserve spiritual energy, and his ability to manipulate dreams remains unaffected by this depletion. While he may not be able to shatter mountains with a snap, a single sword strike can still achieve that with ease. However, from Li Tianxia's perspective, she was unaware that Li Changxiao did not need to limit his spiritual energy and believed he was akin to ordinary practitioners, who regard every ounce of energy as if it were their lifeblood. At this moment, seeing Li Changxiao come to a halt. She felt she had gained the upper hand over her cousin, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Perhaps you are unaware, cousin, that Li Tianyu has brought with him 8,000 iron cavalry, and these are no ordinary troops. Each individual present was once a golden core cultivator, their lifespans nearing their inevitable end, dwindling to less than a century. Yet, an abundance of spiritual energy still lingered. You should comprehend the implications of this, should you not? As these words were uttered, even Zhao Qing's pupils constricted slightly, feeling the weight of pressure emanating from this army. Every human is born with a predetermined lifespan, known as natural longevity. Through cultivation, one can transcend various realms, thereby gaining additional years of life. This extra lifespan is seized from the celestial order, termed as secondary longevity, which is consumed preferentially. Ordinarily, natural longevity and secondary longevity are indistinguishable. However, as spiritual energy dwindles and myriad laws wither, the latter requires both cultivation realm and spiritual energy to sustain it. In this era, once a cultivator exhausts their spiritual energy, their secondary longevity rapidly diminishes. Some golden core cultivators, having survived in this world until now, have expended all the secondary longevity they acquired through their struggle against the celestial order. What remains is solely their natural longevity, signifying that such individuals no longer need to desperately hoard spiritual energy, for they can endure just as long without it as they could with it. This natural longevity is their inherent lifespan and will not diminish with the loss of spiritual energy. The understanding of this principle emerged from the insights of those supreme beings after the depletion of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the current depletion of spiritual energy is a far cry from the past. In former times, nascent soul cultivators resonated with both the heavens and the worldly spiritual energy. Who among the 8,000 golden core cultivators would dare to provoke them? Even 80,000 golden core cultivators, when faced with formidable nascent soul practitioners, would find themselves utterly crushed. Yet now, the once insurmountable divide between golden core and nascent soul has been reduced by about sevenfold. Confronting 8,000 golden core cultivators? Victory is possible, but it would not come easily. Zhao Qing turned to Li Changxiao, curious about his decision. After a brief pause, Li Changxiao took a sip of wine, laughed heartily, and stepped off the ship. Inside the cabin, Li Tianxiao wore a grim expression. She had employed both coercion and temptation, yet Li Changxiao remained obstinate. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. As the two disembarked, the night market had gradually grown desolate. They walked along the river path, where pedestrians had become a rare sight. You possess quite a bit of backbone, Zhao Qing remarked softly. Backbone? Li Changxiao chuckled. Not quite. As a mere pawn, I hardly warrant the mobilization of 8,000 golden core cultivators. At most, a few rogues might be dispatched to pursue and harass me. Li Changxiao continued. What intrigues me more is the reason that has led two members of the royal family to this place simultaneously. Zhao Qing furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before responding. I may have discerned some reasons. The recent assassination attempt on Li Shanhe resulted in significant depletion of spiritual energy. The sole reason I can fathom for the presence of these princes and princesses in this place is the possibility that a treasure for prolonging life has emerged. Li Changxiao nodded in agreement, concluding that Li Tianxia and the others had come here to obtain the longevity treasure to present to Li Shanhe. At the same time, approximately 300 meters ahead of Li Changxiao, at the riverbank, 7 men lay concealed beneath the water, coldly observing the two. Haha, brother, I have seen it. That bag contains at least 400 taels. One man communicated using sign language. Immediately, another widened his eyes in disbelief. 400 taels? Are you sure? That is no trivial amount. The first man retorted, how could I be mistaken? When have I, the wind seer, ever been wrong? Even through a wall. I can see clearly. He continued to convey through sign language. No, it is not merely 400 taels. The bag holds nearly 500 taels. Upon receiving this information, the pupils of the remaining men constricted in an instant, followed by an overwhelming fervor. The 7 continued to discuss in sign language. If this operation succeeds, brother, we will be free from worries for the rest of our lives. Do you know the strength of that swordsman? His name is renowned in the martial world. Not at all. He is likely a nameless fellow. Together, the 7 of us can surely accomplish this. Chapter 59. A discourse on horseback. Li Tianyu was exceedingly vexed. Upon his arrival in Qingxiu City, he was informed by the local magistrate that his reputable pawnshop had been vandalized, resulting in a loss exceeding 1,000 taels of silver. While he held no great regard for the monetary loss, what truly irked him was the blow to his dignity. "Brother Tianyu, did you not proclaim that this pawnshop serves the public good and is beloved by the locals? How could such an outrage occur?" inquired a refined gentleman beside him. Adorned in an elegant pale yellow robe with a bird pattern and azure boots embellished with cloud motifs. With a faint smile that masked his irritation, Li Tianyu responded, "Ah, Brother Jingyong, you are perhaps unaware that the world of martial artists can be quite treacherous, rife with theft and brawls. It is not surprising that my pawnshop, filled with treasures, has attracted the attention of a few nefarious rogues." Shifting the topic, he continued, "By the way, Brother Jingyong, have you given any further thought to our previous discussion?" The gentleman, known as Jingyong, opened his folding fan and gently waved it, causing a soft breeze to caress his face and ruffle his hair. "This matter is not urgent for the time being," he replied. "Haha." Li Tianyu laughed heartily. "No worries, Brother Jingyong. My door shall always remain open for you, should you desire to enter. However, I must express my thoughts on the current state of affairs. The world is in turmoil, and the depletion of spiritual energy has become an undeniable reality. Observe those illustrious families of cultivators. Some are establishing their own temples, while others cling to the imperial court. They are not fools. On the contrary, they are astute, recognizing that only through such means can they best exploit the most abundant resource of the present, common mortals." Li Tianyu paused momentarily, then chuckled, "Brother Jingyong, it is precisely your remarkable talent that prompts me to share these insights with you. Alas, I digress. It brings back memories of our days mastering our craft at the sacred land of Fuyao." Suddenly, from the river beside them, splashes erupted as 7 figures leapt forth from the water. It was evident that these 7 were adept in internal martial arts, soaring through the air like great eagles. With a resounding thud, they landed gracefully, channeling their internal energy to dry off the moisture clinging to their bodies. Just as they prepared to shout their demands for the toll they intended to collect, they found themselves staring into an empty expanse ahead of them. The white-clad traveler, burdened with a sack of silver, had already vanished without a trace. Little did they know that while they lurked beneath the water's surface, they had already been observed by the white-clad swordsman, who had ensnared their senses, rendering them oblivious to his presence. "Brother, are we not encountering ghosts?" One of them shivered, feeling a chill seep into his bones. "This is absurd. How could a person simply disappear?" "Brother, do not jest. As martial artists, we are accustomed to bloodshed. Even ghosts would steer clear of us." No sooner had the words left his lips than a terrifying apparition materialized before him, a fearsome Rakshasa ghost. The fierce specter, Luo Cha, sneered, saying, "My master informed me that he initially intended only to teach you a lesson. However, upon realizing your notorious reputation as local ruffians responsible for numerous deaths, he changed his mind and permitted me to act as I please. Thus, I must apologize." Since becoming associated with Li Changxiao, the Jade Luo Cha had calmed considerably, yet, when it came to taking lives, she exhibited no hesitation. In life, she was an unparalleled master, and in death, she remained a vengeful spirit. The air was filled with dreadful wails, which echoed even as the two, having already departed from Jiangdao and mounted on a white steed, could still hear from afar. "I did not expect you to possess knowledge of the soul realm," Zhao Qing remarked, as she deftly mounted her horse and glanced at Li Changxiao. At that moment, the Jade Luo Cha returned to her soul orb to rest, utilizing its unique properties to replenish her ethereal form. Li Changxiao, applying gentle pressure with his legs against the horse's belly, urged the steed to move forward at a deliberate pace, admitting that he only had a rudimentary understanding of it. "As far as I know, in this era, souls cannot exist indefinitely in the world. You must possess a soul orb, correct?" Zhao Qing guided her horse alongside Li Changxiao. "Indeed," he nodded, recognizing her as a formidable practitioner with impressive insights. As he spoke, he produced the crystalline soul orb and handed it to Zhao Qing. "Are you not concerned that I might covet it?" Zhao Qing inquired, taken aback. "Not at all," Li Changxiao replied with a hearty laugh. "After all, your original heart vein remains with me." Zhao Qing rolled her eyes as she accepted the soul orb, her attention entirely captivated by its allure. Li Changxiao took the reins for her. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, Zhao Qing returned the orb, informing him that it bore numerous imperfections. Li Changxiao expressed curiosity, promptly inquiring about the nature of these flaws. Zhao Qing explained that the orb was impure, containing many internal fissures that were imperceptible to Li Changxiao but glaringly obvious to her. She further advised him to venture to the western regions of the Ling Tian dynasty, where a sect known as the Soul Purity sect once existed. Within the sect lay a soul cleansing pool, which could eliminate the orb's imperfections entirely. Li Changxiao committed this information to memory. "Are you currently practicing the 100 Ghosts technique?" Zhao Qing suddenly asked, taking the reins from Li Changxiao. He was taken aback and inquired how she knew. She explained that her eyes had been trained in a certain ocular technique, granting her heightened sensitivity to the essence of souls. Moreover, in Ling Tian, the most renowned technique concerning souls was indeed the 100 Ghosts technique, making it easy for her to deduce. With a slight smile, Zhao Qing's curiosity was piqued. She wondered why, despite the depletion of spiritual energy, one would still exert effort to learn such techniques. Li Changxiao took a sip of wine and revealed to Zhao Qing that he had previously lacked the opportunity to engage with advanced techniques. Until reaching the foundation establishment stage, he had only mastered low-level spells such as Fireball and Water Sphere. Eventually, he learned some sword techniques and focused solely on swordplay, having little exposure to the realm of spells. Now, with an opportunity at hand, he wished to explore and learn more about those once formidable techniques that had fallen into neglect. Zhao Qing inquired once more about the issue of spiritual energy depletion. No matter how frugally one strives to conserve it or avoid its usage, some loss is inevitably incurred during the practice of techniques, is it not? Moreover, without employing spiritual energy, mastery of any technique would be utterly unattainable. Li Chang smiled enigmatically without answering, savoring a sip of peach blossom brew before countering. Who said I must achieve mastery? Some secrets he would not divulge. Nonetheless, this sentiment encapsulated his true thoughts. Zhao Qing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. But after reflection, she comprehended. Indeed, this was the essence of Li Chang's character. He valued the journey over the destination. She could not help but steal a profound glance at him, suddenly realizing that Li Chang was not a prodigy, devoid of resources, talent, or backing. He had arrived at this juncture through relentless persistence. With this revelation, her understanding of Li Chang deepened significantly. Zhao Qing expressed that she possessed some insights regarding techniques and cultivation, and if Li Chang were interested, she could impart her knowledge. Li Chang readily accepted, having long harbored such intentions and pondering how to broach the subject. Upon hearing Zhao Qing's offer, he promptly retrieved the 100 Ghosts technique and articulated his recent queries one by one. After listening, Zhao Qing's brows knitted in concern, shaking her head in resignation, indicating that Li Chang was following a misguided path, having misunderstood certain aspects. Their discourse on horseback continued until dawn. Li Chang reaped considerable benefits from their exchange. However, when the sunlight graced his face, he realized with dismay that he had stayed up all night. He muttered to himself, lamenting that he would need at least 3 days of sleep to recuperate. Chapter 60. The King of Herbs Unbeknownst to Them. It had been over a week since Zhao Qing was retrieved from the river. Despite Li Changxiao's lavish spending, he had barely spent 100 taels in recent days. It is no wonder that the streets echo the sentiment that finding a worthy master is a rarity. Those talented individuals vie desperately to join the great sections. Leaning against a tree trunk, Li Changxiao sighed with contemplation. Lately, his comprehension of the soul and the 100 technique had deepened significantly, leaving him with a sense of enlightenment. Zhao Qing smiled faintly, thinking it only natural. In the past, during her teachings, many aspiring disciples had clamored for a mere chance to attend her lectures, navigating numerous relationships just for a seat. Not to mention the current one-on-one mentorship was beyond the measure of mere wealth. By the way, I heard that Xinshu Mountain is quite perilous, and its unique flora will soon be in full bloom. Do you wish to take a look? Li Changxiao inquired suddenly. Zhao Qing furrowed her brow slightly, recalling that today marked the performance of the Wang family opera troupe. The Changhen Chu was renowned, and as they toured, they would leave immediately after each show. Since deciding to temporarily set aside her pursuit of the Tao, she had compiled a list. The Wang family opera troupe had garnered immense fame, even before their arrival. Tales of their performances circulated throughout the streets. It was said that their melodies could move even the divine, evoking tears from listeners. Zhao Qing had longed to witness this and included it in her list. Since they are on tour, we can simply catch up to them later, remarked Li Changxiao with a smile. Zhao Qing considered this, finding it reasonable, and thus placed the Wang family troops' performance at the end of her list. She softly recited her list: to visit famed mountains, explore ancient caves, offer incense at the Great Thunder Monastery, pluck a cliff flower, row into the depths of the Lotus Pond, enjoy wine while watching sky lanterns, and attend the Wang family opera troupe. This list was crafted with Li Changxiao's insights in mind. They had reached a form of consensus. She imparted knowledge of techniques and cultivation to him, while he introduced her to the beauty of landscapes and renowned peaks. I believe we should add another item. Li Changxiao suddenly chuckled. Zhao Qing picked up a brush, inquiring, "What should we add? In what position?" At the very top, Li Changxiao replied with a mischievous grin, "Let us go to the pawnshop and reclaim the hairpin." Zhao Qing was taken aback, suddenly understanding why Li Changxiao had left the hairpin at the pawnshop. "You are quite cunning," she laughed, swiftly adding a new line at the forefront of her list. That very day, the pawnshop in the picturesque city, having just completed renovations, had bolstered its staff and spent generously to invite 2 renowned wanderers to oversee security. The manager reclined in a rocking chair, allowing a servant to fan him, thinking that this would deter any troublemakers. Yet, just as he settled in, he caught sight of 2 familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, "So you dare to return, you vile bandit." He instructed his companion beside him to swiftly report to the authorities. Concurrently, he clapped his hands thrice, and upon hearing the commotion, the hired thugs from the backyard emerged one after another. Among them were 2 men clad in martial arts attire, exuding confidence with their nimble footwork, signaling to the manager not to worry, for with their presence, this petty thief would struggle to stir up any trouble. Surround him. The manager, feeling reassured, waved his hand as if he had already pronounced a death sentence upon the 2. Li Changxiao declared he wished to become a hairpin. The attendant, cursing, retorted that if he desired to be a hairpin, he would have to stake his life for it. The manager scoffed repeatedly, carelessly commanding, "Take him down." In the next moment, everyone swiftly surrounded him. With a few deft moves, Li Changxiao brought them all down, leaving only the 2 martial artists. The duo narrowed their eyes, assuming a stance, as the sound of roaring tigers and leopards emanated from within them, akin to a beast poised to pounce. The manager nodded repeatedly. Just by observing their technique, he knew they possessed formidable skills. The 2 men struck simultaneously, employing both fists and feet in a display reminiscent of dragons playing with pearls and twin dragons emerging from the sea. As the 2 sides engaged in combat, the manager cheered, having already summoned the authorities, confident that by the time they arrived, the situation would be settled. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, temporarily residing in Qingxiu City, received news from the pawnshop of commoners. He expressed his displeasure repeatedly, feeling enraged. This person had already slapped him in the face, and now, amidst pressing matters, he had no time to deal with such trivialities. Yet, now he dared to return and cause a ruckus at the pawnshop, treating him with such disdain and disrespecting his reputation. Li Changxiao? Just a lowly scoundrel. Li Tianyu sneered, dispatching men to the pawnshop for support, determined to capture this vile bandit. However, he knew well that despite Li Changxiao's shortcomings, he was ultimately a cultivator, not someone ordinary folk could easily confront. Nonetheless, with sufficient manpower, they might force him to use his spiritual energy, which would suffice. As for himself, he would not allow Li Changxiao to hinder his important matters or forget the true purpose of his visit. "Brother Jingyang, let us depart," he called out, boarding the sedan chair, followed by 8,000 elite cavalry, leaving Qingxiu City and heading straight towards the nearby Xinxiu Mountain. With 2 resounding thuds, the 2 skilled martial artists collapsed, frothing at the mouth, rendered unconscious. In terms of earthly martial prowess, they surpassed Li Changxiao. However, as a cultivator, even without employing spiritual energy, his vision, reflexes, and strength exceeded theirs. Li Changxiao remained unyielding. He seized the manager and unleashed a brutal beating. The attendant behind the high counter was not spared either. Zhao Qing delivered a couple of kicks, targeting his face. In the past, such a petty individual would not have provoked any emotional response from her. But now, having undergone some changes, she found him utterly detestable. After the beating, she fled the scene. The 2 rode towards Xinxiu Mountain. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the mountain was already sealed off. A dark mass of iron cavalry barred the way, preventing ordinary citizens from entering. Observing this, Zhao Qing furrowed her brow in contemplation and remarked, Shinshio Mountain is the relic of the Qiling sect. This mountain harbors a revered medicinal ginseng, which, during its peak spiritual vitality, can restore flesh to bones and extend one's lifespan by 3,000 years. It seems that the ginseng has reached maturity. I wonder how much life it could grant now. Li Changxiao, intrigued, inquired, perhaps 300 years, but still exceedingly precious, for 300 years is no trifling matter. Zhao Qing murmured softly. As they conversed, a figure approached from the distance. Towering at 3 meters, he resembled a small giant, bearing a sword taller than himself upon his back. Without hesitation, he strode towards the encircling cavalry. He too was a cultivator, drawn by the allure of the revered ginseng. Li Changxiao uncorked a flask, took a sip, and observed with keen interest. Before long, another figure emerged, traversing the rugged path towards Shinshio Mountain. Among the 8,000 iron cavalry, some were fearful, yet others remained undaunted. Surrounded and tightly guarded, Li Tianyu lifted the curtain of his sedan chair and beheld the scene, his face paling with apprehension. I knew it wouldn't be that simple, he muttered. Chapter 61. The Contest of Princes. It must be my cousin who leaked the news of the Medicine King ginseng, coldly remarked Li Tianyu, the 5th prince of the Ling Tian dynasty. Oh, Jingyang inquired. Why does Brother Tianyu believe it is your younger siblings and not others? After all, there are numerous individuals aware of the Medicine King ginseng. Li Tianyu elucidated, Brother Jingyang. You may not be aware that the Seven Spirit sect was once affiliated with the Ling Tian dynasty, serving as the royal family's garden of spiritual herbs. Apart from the sect's leader, only our royal family possesses knowledge of the Medicine King ginseng. Moreover, the date of its maturity is a secret known solely to the core members of the royal family. At this point, Li Tianyu snorted, Humph. Someone, fearing my 8,000 iron cavalry, deliberately disseminated this information to incite outsiders to vie for it. Truly despicable. As the two conversed, more than a dozen cultivators had gathered at the foot of Shinshio Mountain, creating a tense atmosphere. The air was thick with anticipation, though no one had yet made a move. Li Tianyu's expression soured considerably upon witnessing this. Despite the prowess of his 8,000 iron cavalry, he knew they would struggle against desperate Yuaning cultivators or those willing to expend their spiritual energy. Reluctant to engage, he cherished each member of his cavalry. Valuing them greatly, he would not deploy them unless absolutely necessary. Stepping out of his sedan chair, Li Tianyu faced the group of cultivators forming a subtle circle at the mountain's base. A mere glance revealed the gravity of the situation. He could not discern the cultivation levels of all present, and few would waste their spiritual energy to probe others when their own reserves were low. However, by observing their demeanor, he could tell that the weakest among them was at least at the Yuaning level. Gentlemen, this place is a crucial territory of the Ling Tian dynasty and is currently closed to outsiders. I kindly ask you to depart, Li Tianyu declared in a commanding tone. Ha, what a joke. A burly man with a large sword stepped forward. Shinshio Mountain is a natural treasure of the earth. When did it become private property? Indeed, today I shall ascend the mountain. The group of cultivators retorted with mocking laughter. In the past, Li Tianyu would have effortlessly suppressed them with a mere wave of his hand, without uttering a single superfluous word. But now he hesitated. He did not wish to meet the same fate as his father, forcibly traded by these unscrupulous individuals. His own life was far too precious. Yet, he found himself caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, he spotted in the distance 16 bearers lifting a dragon-patterned sedan chair, making their way towards Shinshio Mountain. The sight was unmistakable. It belonged to another prince. With the approaching birthday banquet of Li Shanha, the Medicine King ginseng was indeed the perfect gift. Realizing this, Li Tianyu's eyes brightened, and he called out, 17th brother, come quickly. Royal brother, what is the situation? Upon disembarking from the palanquin, the 17th prince, as referred to by Li Tianyu, immediately sensed that something was amiss. Leaning closer, Li Tianyu whispered the circumstances to him, then added, 17th brother, the medicinal ginseng is vital to our father's longevity. It must remain within the royal family. Shall we present a united front against external forces? The 17th prince nodded in agreement. With his support, the burden on the 5th prince, Li Tianyu, was significantly alleviated. Li Tianyu, known for his ostentatious demeanor and penchant for forging numerous alliances, had brought with him 8,000 iron cavalry, making his movements conspicuous. In contrast, the 17th prince had approached discreetly. However, as they neared the sacred show mountain, he quickly took to his carriage and revealed his identity to avoid any misrecognition by Li Tianyu, which could potentially lead to a fatal exchange of lives. The rivalry among the princes was indeed fierce. In a short span, the 37th prince, the 46th princess, and the 109th prince, among others, had arrived. Over a dozen princes and princesses gathered. Yet, as time passed, the number of rogue cultivators at the mountain's base continued to swell, showing no signs of retreat. What could the court or the sects do? They were not the ignorant common folk, easily manipulated. With matters escalating to this point, both sides found themselves in a precarious situation. In the distance, Li Changxiao and his companion observed the unfolding scene, finding it exceedingly amusing, more captivating than the scenery of Sacred Show Mountain itself. The internal strife among the princes and princesses of the Lingtian dynasty was quite severe, and it remained uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Zhao Qing remarked on the situation, while Li Changxiao pondered thoughtfully. He had encountered many of these royal figures, possessing a modicum of understanding about them. He commented, "I recall that during the foundation establishment phase, the strongest among them were the 9th prince and the 78th prince. Of course, others may be concealing their true capabilities." Zhao Qing shook his head. "The 7th prince of the Lingtian dynasty once attended my teachings. He struck me as perceptive and exceptionally talented. To attend my lectures, he gifted me a millennium-old medicinal ginseng." As their conversation continued, the two raised their cups in a toast, their laughter echoing with an air of grandeur, akin to that of strategizing rulers and boasting warriors. Such was the spirit of their revelry. However, it seemed their boisterous mirth drew the attention of the regal princes and princesses, who turned in unison to regard them, their expressions marred by displeasure. The audacity of these two to gossip so loudly behind their backs was intolerable. Could they not keep their voices down? Li Tianyu's countenance darkened further, his jaw clenched in frustration. Spotting the figure clad in white, he recognized it as Li Changxiao, the one who had previously disrupted his affairs. Yet, he found himself at the vortex of the conflict, unable to divert his attention to them. Any misstep on his part could ignite a full-blown battle, leaving him hesitant to act recklessly. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, another member of the royal family made her entrance. Arriving in a splendid palanquin, she instantly captivated the gaze of all present. The individual, Li Changxiao, is no stranger, for she is none other than Li Tianxia, with whom I recently had dealings. A faint smile graces Li Tianxia's countenance. Upon seeing her, the princes, including Li Tianyu, surmised that it is highly likely this woman is responsible for disseminating the news of the Medicine King ginseng. Among the royal siblings, Li Tianxia is not particularly well liked. In recent years, her thriving Mishing trading company has amassed considerable wealth, inciting envy among numerous princes. Even Li Tianyu's Lianmin pawnshop has emulated Li Tianxia's methods of accumulating riches from the populace. How lively it is! Li Tianxia feigns surprise. "Sister Tianxia, come here." Li Tianyu beckons, informing her of the situation at hand. Li Tianxia's brow furrows as she pretends to be in great distress. "I suspect she is behind this," Zhao Qing remarks, swallowing her drink, the pungent aroma causing her to wrinkle her nose. In a hushed tone, she adds, "The Medicine King ginseng is a secret of the Seven Spirits sect. Even I stumbled upon this knowledge by chance. These wandering cultivators could not possibly be aware of its existence. Moreover, even if they were aware, they could never know the date of the ginseng's maturity, indicating that someone must have disseminated this information in advance." Zhao Qing's expression reflects certainty, yet she soon contemplates, but what benefit would this bring her? Li Changxiao smirks slightly, stirring the waters, to establish rules that favor oneself. This may very well be her objective. Compared to other princes, Li Tianxia's advantage is not substantial, especially in light of the 5th prince, whose 8,000 gold elixir iron cavalry holds formidable sway. I surmise her next move will be to formulate rules, and those rules will stipulate the competition for the Medicine King ginseng using mere mortal bodies. Li Changxiao and Li Tianxia speak in unison. Li Tianxia then declares, "Esteemed brothers and valiant heroes, allow me to propose a thought. Our contention for the Medicine King ginseng is fundamentally for the sake of longevity. If we engage in a fierce struggle, even if we seize the ginseng, our losses will outweigh our gains. Instead, let me establish a rule that is both fair and amicable, allowing the victor to gain additional years of life. This shall be a contest among representatives of each faction, who will venture into the mountains to vie for the Medicine King ginseng. This representative can be oneself or another. What say you? A subtle smile graces Li Tianxiao's face. Although the princes are reluctant, they find themselves with little choice. Li Tianyu's lips twitch uncontrollably. He is the most unwilling, as the 8,000 iron cavalry he specially brought along now seem relegated to mere sentinels. Chapter 62. The Emperor of Medicinal Plants. A subtle smile graced Li Tianxiao's lips as she discreetly observed the reactions of both parties, fully aware that everything was unfolding according to her anticipated design. Sister, how can you assure us that there will be no cheating? Inquired the fifth prince, Li Tianyu. This rule posed the greatest disadvantage for him. Initially, with his 8,000 golden pill iron cavalry, he held the most significant advantage. However, if this rule were to be enforced, his edge would dissipate entirely. Moreover, he could not directly refute it since the other princes and princesses were also wary of him. Upon hearing this rule, their eyes gleamed with intrigue. Should the issue of cheating be resolved, it would undoubtedly become the prevailing trend. Li Tianxia smiled slightly and addressed her royal brothers and valiant heroes. Pray, what do you make of this? From her sleeve, she retrieved a red jewel. The gathered assembly, comprised of learned individuals, gasped in astonishment. The Pingtian Spirit Pearl? The treasure of the Pingtian Hall? But wasn't the Pingtian Hall destroyed? How could it possibly be in your possession? The Pingtian Hall was an exceedingly formidable assassin organization within the realm of Fuyao. It had been eradicated during the early stages of spiritual energy depletion and was no longer situated within the Qing domain. The fact that Li Tianxia possessed such an item indeed raised eyebrows. This hall had a notorious history of successfully completing assassinations across various realms. Zhao Qing elucidated to Li Changxiao, I am aware of that. Oh, Zhao Qing was taken aback and turned to gaze at Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao remarked, I have not only ventured beyond the Lingtian continent, but also traveled outside the Qing domain. Are you familiar with an assassin organization known as the Xiaoyao Tower? The Xiaoyao Tower? Zhao Qing rummaged through his memories and replied, I seem to recall it. It appears to be a minor organization. Yet there are rumors of its considerable potential. Li Changxiao chuckled. Indeed, it is a small organization, but being a fellow assassin guild, I have somewhat of an understanding. The Pingtian Hall prides itself on being able to eliminate anyone, provided the price is right, whereas the Xiaoyao Tower is. At this point, Li Changxiao's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Zhao Qing appeared to recall something, chuckling softly as he completed Li Changxiao's unspoken thought, allegedly specializing in killing patrons? Merely rumors. Li Changxiao sighed languidly. The matter of targeting patrons arises from certain circumstances. One might wonder how he possessed such insight. It was because he had once been a part of the Xiaoyao Tower. However, it is merely a damaged item, Li Tianxiao remarked with a faint smile. Once this is utilized, it will likely be rendered completely inoperative, and many of its functions have already ceased to be effective. Nevertheless, this item does possess one advantage. It does not require spiritual energy to activate, but rather blood essence. By employing this pearl, anyone utilizing spiritual energy within the confines of this Shinshou mountain will be sensed and marked. The blood essence required has long been prepared and can be directly utilized. Indeed, she has come well prepared. Li Tianyu mused inwardly. He recognized that the situation was beyond redemption and thus resolved to acquiesce. What do you all believe is the appropriate punishment for those who cheat? The 17th prince proposed, what if we consider that taking one's lifespan equates to slaying one's parents? Should we not unite to eliminate the cheats? Indeed, let us band together to eradicate the deceivers. Echoed a wild cultivator in agreement. The assembly swiftly reached a consensus. The next step was to select those who would venture into the mountains. The scattered cultivators from the wilderness did not have representatives and chose to enter the mountains individually, while the princes and princesses dispatched a single representative each. Li Tianyu, with a mournful expression, pulled Jingyang to a secluded corner and implored, Brother Jingyang, you have seen the situation. I beseech you to assist me. Jingyang, smiling gently as he fanned himself, replied, Brother Tianyu, why do you believe I can be of aid? One cannot utilize spiritual energy within. Li Tianyu managed a bitter smile. True, without the use of spiritual energy, we are no different from mere mortals. Yet, Brother Jingyang, With your striking appearance resembling that of a scholar, you should not be at a disadvantage in this contest. However, I have an instinct that even without spiritual energy, you surpass the ordinary. Jingyang smiled slightly. Very well, I shall lend you my assistance this once. Soon, all participants destined for the Divine Show Mountain were selected. Apart from a few princes who intended to enter alone, the majority chose to send trusted confidants. The medicinal herb, ginseng, possessed a spirit and roamed freely throughout the mountain, making capture a challenging endeavor without the use of spiritual energy. Results could be seen in as little as 1 or 2 days, though it might take a week for slower outcomes. Li Tianyu instructed his men to construct a wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain, leisurely awaiting the results. 8,000 golden elixir cavalry surrounded the entire Divine Show Mountain. After some time, Li Tianyu found a moment to confront his impudent younger brother, only to realize that Li Changshao had vanished without a trace. He scoffed, cursing the coward before dismissing the matter, deeming such a person unworthy of his concern. At worst, he could return and issue a bounty for the boy. You and I shall go, Zhao Qing said, intercepting Li Changshao as they headed towards a ravine. What is the matter? Li Changshao inquired. Zhao Qing explained. Although the Seven Spirit sect is affiliated with the Ling Tian dynasty, it remains an independent force. In the days of abundant spiritual energy, who would willingly seal their potential? The Seven Spirits sect harbors greater secrets, even unbeknownst to the Ling royal family. But I am aware of them. Once, when the sect's master was pursued by enemies, he fortuitously encountered me, and, at the cost of his life and a staggering secret, implored me to save him. I did save him. Thus I am privy to the sect's greatest secret. However, the sect master was ultimately slain by his foes, and I believe I am now the sole person in this world who knows this secret. Li Changshao asked, what secret? Zhao Qing merely uttered 2 words, relating to a spiritual plant of the emperor herb level. Continuing, the pressing matter at hand was to devise a means to enter the enchanting realm of Shinsho Mountain. Even the esteemed medicinal emperor's spiritual herb was not worth a mere flicker of her spiritual energy. For as far as she knew, that particular herb had yet to reach maturity, nor would it ever achieve such a state. Nevertheless, it possessed an extraordinary potential to enhance combat prowess, and if utilized for brewing wine, it would undoubtedly impart a delightful fragrance. Li Changshao exclaimed in surprise, astounded that such fortune could befall them. The two of them, with a sense of stealth, circumnavigated Shinsho Mountain and eventually stumbled upon a concealed entrance. Seizing the moment while the golden core iron cavalry was momentarily distracted, they swiftly slipped inside. Despite the depletion of spiritual energy, Shinsho Mountain retained an air of mystical elegance. The flora was towering and lush, adorned with blossoms that were vibrantly exquisite, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy, the medicinal king ginseng was merely semi-mature, having reached its age without achieving full ripeness. The pair followed a narrow path, ascending steadily until they soon arrived at their destination. The medicinal king ginseng might be elusive, but did the medicinal emperor's spiritual herb not share the same trait? As Li Changshao hurried along, he would occasionally indulge in a sip, becoming imbued with the aroma of wine. In the company of the red and the black, Zhao Qing, returning to her true nature, discovered her genuine self, and emulated Li Changshao by adorning herself with a gourd at her waist. However, hers was of mundane origin, casually purchased from a street vendor. She too would partake now and then, often remaining pleasantly tipsy throughout the day. No, the medicinal emperor's spirit herb is merely in its nascent stage, lacking sentience, and has already succumbed to energy depletion, Zhao Qing remarked. Before long, they reached their destination, a modest cave, unremarkable in appearance. Zhao Qing entered, digging through the earth, and before her eyes lay a red ginger, glistening like crystal. Chapter 63. The most precious resource in the cultivation realm after saving the leader of the Seven Spirits sect. Zhao Qing demanded that the sect leader open her mind to ensure the truth of the information, allowing her to invade the soul and extract fragments of memory. Consequently, she was well acquainted with the secrets of Shinsho Mountain. It is the medicinal ginger of the medicine emperor, Zhao Qing exclaimed. If this item reaches maturity, its essence will envelop a radius of over 10 miles with the intent of 3,000 swords. Should it be refined into the 9-turn sword pill, the consumer could even reverse their constitution and transform into an innate sword embryo. The wonders of this item are such that one could speak of them for 3 days and nights without end. As her words fell, with a decisive motion, Zhao Qing split the lustrous ginger, resembling a ruby and radiating threads of crimson light, into 2 halves. The pungent aroma was sharp. Upon inhalation, it felt as though invisible hands wielding silver needles used for mending clothes rapidly pierced her nostrils. 1 half was tossed into her wine gourd, while the other was handed to Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao seemed to sense the resentment emanating from the sword-intent ginger. Just moments ago, he had been praising it, only to now witness its division. Shaking her wine gourd, Zhao Qing took a sip, feeling invigorated and spirited. The liquor was potent, intensely spicy. With one swallow, warmth spread throughout her body. It dispelled coldness and fortified her physique. In the past, such a sip would have caused the heavens to roar and sword intent to cascade. What a fine wine, Zhao Qing praised. Li Changxiao also took a drink, feeling a sense of clarity and exhilaration wash over him, banishing all drowsiness. Indeed, it was remarkable wine, promising unimaginable benefits for their future cultivation. You have comprehended 2 types of sword intent, have you not? In the future, simply by indulging in this wine, without the need for arduous practice, your sword intent will soar, Zhao Qing remarked. That is assured, Li Changxiao replied. To consume such wine merely for sleep would be a waste. It is best suited for slaying, a sip of wine and a sword, annihilating all in 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. A white robe unstained by blood. That is truly the life of an unfettered wanderer. Listening to Li Changxiao's depiction, scenes began to materialize in Zhao Qing's mind as she murmured, "It indeed enhances sword intent." Li Changxiao, keenly attuned to the changes within his body, suddenly noticed that Zhao Qing had shed her previous languor, replaced by a vigilant demeanor as if facing a formidable foe. Following her gaze, Li Changxiao beheld a bald, old monk, treading deliberately up the stone steps towards the mountain summit, clad in a robe, hands clasped in prayer, murmuring a certain scripture as he walked. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary monk. Upon sensing their scrutiny, the old monk glanced over, but after merely a fleeting look, he continued his ascent with his head bowed. An assassin? Li Changxiao whispered, lowering his voice. Zhao Qing nodded, silently uncorking the bottle and taking a sip. The liquor now bore not only its spiciness, but also a hint of bitterness. She was Zhao Qing, and she was also Mu Qing. Originally, to encounter one's true self and explore the wonders of the universe brings immense joy. Yet now, the presence of this monk has pulled her back into the realm of reality. How many days are left in such a life? That invisible net appears to be tightening. He seems not to recognize you, Li Changxiao remarked with a frown. Zhao Qing nodded, sipping her drink in silence. Li Changxiao continued, "Are you certain that I can assist you in overcoming such a formidable opponent? This old monk is clearly no ordinary man." Zhao Qing, lost in thought, bitterly smiled and replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps that divine ability never truly manifested, and encountering you was merely coincidental." This time, Zhao Qing wavered. The old monk, with such accomplishments, must have been a legendary prodigy in his youth. In comparison, Li Changxiao's achievements in slaying dragons seem rather insignificant. Moreover, those who wish to harm him number more than just one. Zhao Qing felt a deep bitterness, when suddenly, voices from afar reached her ears. Following that, the sharp clash of swords echoed. A fight had broken out. "Shall we go? There's excitement to behold," urged Li Changxiao. Zhao Qing quickly composed herself. Regardless of the outcome, one must cherish the present moment. The old monk did not recognize her, and she knew he could not identify her either. A testament to her safety. The two followed the sounds and beheld a towering man, 3 meters tall, locked in combat with a prince who had ascended the mountain. Both wielded mundane martial arts, engaged in a fierce struggle. Cultivators, bathed daily in spiritual energy, possess reflexes and strength that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Even when their cultivation and physique are completely sealed, their martial arts were indeed impressive, as most cultivators first hone their martial skills to forge their bodies and lay the foundation for their path in cultivation. Bang! In the next moment, the prince's sword whirled, deflecting the terrifying blade of his opponent, and then, with a decisive strike, he severed a finger of the towering man, declaring his victory. What an impressive sword intent! It has surpassed my fierce blade intent. I am truly convinced. The towering man tossed aside a brownish-yellow object and turned to leave. The prince smiled faintly. Accepting the brownish-yellow item, a surge of warmth filling his heart. He had obtained the legendary medicinal ginseng, a treasure for prolonging life. Had it not been destined for his father, he would have consumed it himself. 300 years, quite a long time indeed. Though spiritual energy may be depleted, the essence of sword intent and other mysterious techniques can still be wielded. Thus, sword and blade practitioners, each with their weapon, remain nearly invincible in the world. Even without utilizing spiritual energy, only the pinnacle of martial artists in the mundane realm could stand against them. Zhao Qing murmured. Then turned to Li Changxiao. I have observed your Jiang Python sword intent. To be frank, it can only be considered below average, not ranking among the 3,000 sword intents. Speaking of which, I am curious. I have yet to witness your other sword intent. Is it among those listed on the sword intent rankings? Li Changxiao found himself both amused and exasperated, feeling that Zhao Qing had perhaps overestimated his own capabilities. After taking a sip of wine, he replied, "It is merely ordinary. The illustrious ranking of the 3,000 sword intents requires profound talent and comprehension, and even the physical embodiment of the sword. What can my humble aptitude grasp?" Li Changxiao remarked with self-deprecation. He then added pensively, "However, what suits oneself is indeed the finest. Whether or not one is on the list matters little." Before the prince could even warm the treasured ginseng, others had already arrived, seeking it eagerly. Without further ado, they clashed once more. Li Changxiao and his companion observed from a distance, engaged in idle conversation. Zhao Qing responded, "In truth, talent is secondary. The greatest barrier to these sword intents lies in mentorship. Even with lesser comprehension, a master can impart knowledge over hundreds or thousands of years, still offering a chance for enlightenment. Yet, how far one can advance remains uncertain." Li Changxiao nodded in understanding. Many aspects of cultivation are meant to be intuited rather than articulated. In other words, a teacher is the most precious and scarce resource in the realm of cultivation. Spirit stones? Treasures? Their priority pales in comparison to that of a teacher. Initially, when he encountered this perspective, he found it difficult to accept. What is so hard about finding a teacher? Can't one simply attend lectures? Renowned cultivators frequently hold teachings. Yet, upon genuine engagement with the path of cultivation, he realized otherwise. A formidable teacher, given the same resources, can cultivate students who surpass those without guidance by an entire realm, or even several minor realms. Their combat prowess is simply incomparable. In the world of cultivation, a mentor is indeed a rarity. Faced with this intricate system of cultivation, the true essence of knowledge is seldom circulated. Much like the sword intents listed among the 3,000. Chapter 64. The net begins to tighten. The contest for the revered medicinal ginseng was nothing short of exhilarating. A certain prince, having secured the ginseng within a silken pouch, had scarcely taken a few steps when a figure emerged from the underbrush, darting forth with remarkable speed, and seized the pouch from the prince's waist. In an instant, the precious prize was snatched away. Enraged and humiliated, the prince drew his sword and pursued the thief, hurling curses at the audacious scoundrel. Fortunately, the figure from the thicket soon found himself at a dead end and was compelled to turn and engage in combat. Both combatants exhibited remarkable agility. The thief propelled himself off a wall, resembling a swift leopard, pouncing towards the prince. The prince sidestepped the attack, unleashing a war cry, and sweeping his sword across the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, which he then used as cover to strike back. The forest was suddenly filled with the sound of clashing steel, as the prince's sword intent infused each strike, rendering them lethal. In truth, even sword intent was stifled in this era. Otherwise, even without the use of spiritual energy, the sheer power of formidable sword intent could cleave mountains and sever seas. This was a time steeped in despair, where spiritual energy served as the root, and myriad techniques withered away in a comprehensive decline. Nevertheless, the infusion of sword intent into his techniques still amplified their potency considerably. After several exchanges, the thief succumbed and reluctantly relinquished the medicinal ginseng. Though the prince was furious, he refrained from pressing too hard. This contest for longevity had thus far avoided casualties, with both parties wary of one another, each intent on preserving their meager fortunes. The assassination attempt from years prior had imparted a profound lesson to all the princes of the Ling Tian dynasty. Yet, in the end, the prince could not retain the medicinal ginseng, as it was seized by the confidant of the 17th prince. In a fit of rage, the prince spat a venomous retort and departed. The ginseng changed hands multiple times before ultimately falling into the possession of Jing Yang, a friend of the fifth prince. Jing Yang, once a prodigy of the sacred land of fury, possessed extraordinary talent. Although he could not rival the prominent saints within that sacred domain, his reputation was nonetheless formidable, marking him as a genius of stellar caliber. After several rounds of contention, it became evident that no one could contend with him, and the crowd ceased their attempts to wrest the ginseng away. This was not merely due to Jing Yang's martial prowess, but rather because of his exceptionally unique physique, which endowed him with reflexes and strength far superior to others, complemented by his competent martial arts skills. The outcome was all but certain. Just when the spectators believed the matter was settled, a bald old monk obstructed Jing Yang's path. "Benefactor, this object bears a connection to me. Might I request you to part with it?" The old monk spoke calmly, his face lined with wrinkles that nearly obscured his eyes. Without a word, Jing Yang sprang into action, driving his foot into the ground with such force that a cloud of dust erupted around him. In an instant, he closed the distance to the monk, unleashing a kick akin to a whip. With a resounding crack, the old monk effortlessly caught the strike with one hand. Through the narrow crevices of his wrinkled eyes, a chilling glimmer emerged. With a forceful push, the monk sent Jing Yang staggering back, and as the prince lost his balance, the monk seized his ankle and yanked him back, delivering a powerful shoulder thrust. A dull thud echoed through the air. Jing Yang retreated several paces, barely managing to steady himself. In the distance, Li Changxiao and another observer wore expressions of solemnity, particularly Zhao Qing. Without the use of spiritual energy, what are your chances of defeating this individual? Li Changxiao inquired with curiosity. Without utilizing spiritual energy, I am inferior to him, Zhao Qing replied calmly. However, should I employ my spiritual energy, I could easily best him, though I cannot slay him. I see, Li Changxiao mused, suspecting that Zhao Qing might have miscalculated this deadlock. He truly could offer no assistance. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of assurance within himself. If it came to a fight, escaping would pose no problem. His ability to flee had always been his trump card. He had once managed a glorious escape from a god transformation cultivator during his foundation establishment phase. After entering the nascent soul stage, his evasion skills had become even more enigmatic, not due to speed, for he was never particularly fast, but rather related to his ability to dream. Should the opponent be determined to kill him, he would be elated, for not only would he survive, but he could also outlast them. Though I may not be of much help, I have never liked being indebted, for I always fear that after a single night's sleep, I may be unable to repay. He sighed. 500 taels of silver and the strength of half a piece of ginger must still be accounted for. Furthermore, as friends, it is only right to assist where possible, he murmured to himself after taking a sip of wine. He then turned to Zhao Qing, his thoughts momentarily complex. If this deadlock were indeed fatal, what would her feelings be at this moment? Bang! The clash of fists resounded. Jing Yang was utterly defeated. The medicinal king ginseng fell into the hands of the old monk. Is he lacking in longevity? Li Changxiao pondered, frowning as he noted the monk's apparent age. I am uncertain, Zhao Qing replied, shaking her head. But I know he is not seeking longevity. His intentions lie elsewhere. She refrained from elaborating further. She had contemplated stating that it was likely aimed at her, yet after rifling through her memories, she could not comprehend how the medicinal king ginseng could be connected to her demise. Let us depart. The dust has settled. Zhao Qing cast a lingering glance at the bald, old monk. What? Brother Jingyang, even you have failed? This cannot be. At the foot of Xinxiu Mountain, Li Tianyu received nothing but grim news. Yet he found solace in the fact that other princes and princesses had also met with failure. He glanced at Li Tianxia, a cold smile creeping across his face. My dear sister, with all your machinations behind the scenes, you too have ultimately failed. If he were to attribute the primary cause of his own failure to anyone, it would be to his sister, Li Tianxia. However, at this moment, Li Tianxia appeared unfazed, as though she had anticipated this outcome. In the northernmost region of the Ling Tian dynasty, an endless desert lay sprawled before the eyes. Amidst the swirling sands, a village flickered into view, as if concealed within the tempest. An elderly man with white hair delicately pinched a chess piece between his fingers, and as he placed it down, he calmly declared, "You have lost." Sighing, the opponent, an ashen-faced middle-aged man, retorted, Your so-called divine calculations are hardly impressive. Let us play again. I am certain I can defeat you. The white-haired man replied. Even if we were to play 1,000 times, the outcome would remain unchanged. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily and said, Then let us play 1,000 games. The elderly man shook his head, remarking, Were it not for the absence of the old monk and his companions, I would not waste my time playing chess with someone as inept as you. He continued, By the way, the blood essence required for the heavenly compass is nearly depleted. However, this item has suffered considerable damage after the depletion of spiritual energy, and once activated, it cannot be sealed again until it is rendered utterly useless. No matter, the white-haired man replied, his eyes glimmering with intelligence as he gazed at the chessboard. Let us commence the netting. Chapter 65. The Emperor of the Mortal Realm, a spectacle in the northern desert. Upon returning from Shinsho Mountain, Zhao Qing sighed repeatedly, lamenting the beauty of the mountain that left her unfulfilled. After some deliberation, the two of them decided to visit Taohua Mountain, located 10 miles away, renowned for its blooming peach blossoms, equally enchanting. Thus, they set off on horseback, pausing not for a moment. Upon nearing the mountain, a fragrant breeze filled the air, rich with the scent of peach blossoms. As they ascended to the summit, they were greeted by a breathtaking display of flowers. Zhao Qing, her spirits lifted, momentarily cast aside her earlier thoughts and plucked a branch of blossoms, her face radiant with joy. On Taohua Mountain resided a painter, who each morning would set up his easel at picturesque vantage points, awaiting visitors. When tourists arrived, he would inquire if they desired a portrait, earning a modest living in the process, a seemingly carefree existence. However, as the world grew increasingly chaotic, the visitors were either lacking in funds or spirit, leading to a decline in the painter's business. Most had sought other trades, leaving only the most skilled artisans to persist. One such painter noticed the two travelers and tentatively asked if they wished for a portrait. Zhao Qing, momentarily taken aback, quickly brightened upon understanding, eagerly expressing her desire for one. Standing beneath the peach blossoms, her laughter was genuine, the gentle breeze mingling with the floral fragrance, creating a scene of undeniable beauty. The painter found himself momentarily stunned, unable to put brush to canvas, and a blush crept onto his cheeks. Li Changxiao, observing this interaction, took a sip of his drink and gently patted the painter's shoulder. However, he withdrew his hand after the second tap, sighing and taking another sip. Initially, he considered using the power of dreams to ensure the painter would forget the enchanting maiden beneath the blossoms, to spare her from future heartache and unrequited longing. Yet, he hesitated, questioning whether such an intervention into another's memory was overly presumptuous. After all, the painter might not wish to forget, and he risked appearing overly sentimental himself. Feeling the pat on his shoulder, the painter snapped back to reality and turned to Li Changxiao with a puzzled expression. Li Changxiao produced a couple of silver coins, stating he would pay up front, insisting there was no need for change as he was quite wealthy. The painter accepted the coins, his focus sharpening, his brush moving fluently across the paper, creating a serpentine flow with a divine rhythm. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, he tore the white paper in half, crumpled it, and discarded it, beginning anew. Li Changxiao picked up the discarded paper, admiring the work, and inquired why the painter had torn it. Noting that paper was not inexpensive, the painter simply replied, it was not good enough. In less than an hour, the portrait of the woman standing under the peach blossoms, bathed in the gentle breeze, was immortalized on the canvas, her demeanor light and ethereal. Zhao Qing was taken aback upon seeing the painting, unable to believe that the figure depicted was indeed herself. It was not the beauty of the artwork that astonished her, but the expression captured. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She wished to have another portrait made, this time including Li Changxiao. The painter prepared to depict the scene, and once the two models arranged themselves, he commenced his artwork. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. The woman was relatively compliant, but the gentleman in white frequently succumbed to slumber while posing. Moreover, his penchant for drink often led him to indulge at intervals, disrupting the carefully crafted poses and diminishing the aesthetic appeal of the painting. The artist felt quite challenged, nevertheless. The man, a wealthy patron who had offered a couple of silver coins, deserved attentive service. Zhao Qing, perceptive and understanding, smiled gently and reassured the painter. Do not concern yourself with him. Proceed with your work. The painter nodded in agreement, and thus he produced an unusual piece, a scene of the setting sun. A peach blossom tree, a man deep in slumber, and a woman gazing at him with a sense of resignation. Upon completion, Li Changxiao remained asleep, and Zhao Qing collected both paintings, subsequently retrieving a ledger to mark off another task accomplished. In early August, during the grand celebration of the Ling Tian dynasty, within the opulent palace, princes formed a lengthy line to present their meticulously prepared gifts. The more distinguished and prominent princes stood at the forefront of the queue. With each gift presented, a nearby eunuch would announce it with great fervor. This birthday feast served as a platform to showcase one's talents and strategies, a prince's abilities. Methods of governance, discerning vision, and familial background could all be discerned from the offerings made during the celebration. Among the gifts were items such as dragon oil from the East Sea and jade essence from the azure depths. Once all the gifts had been presented, the princes were granted seats at the table to dine with the exalted emperor. Li Shanha, his hair now tinged with gray and a few faint wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes, had not yet succumbed to the ravages of age. Though the signs were becoming apparent, seated in the high hall, he retained an air of authority, gently raising a bronze wine cup. Over 400 princes simultaneously lifted their cups in unison. Outside the hall, a eunuch proclaimed, "Raise your cups." The court officials, numbering in the thousands, echoed the command in perfect synchrony. This simple act of raising cups vividly illustrated the overwhelming power and majesty of the emperor, who reigned above all. Who would not yearn for such grandeur? Among the more than 400 princes in attendance, ambitions flared, with 9 out of 10 fixated on vying for power. Their presence in the hall was a testament to their stake in the realm. However, amidst the prince's aspirations for authority, none noticed the man seated high above, clad in ceremonial robes, who bore a glimmer of resignation in his eyes. In this vast empire, he could not share in the celebration of longevity, a poignant regret. Matters of state weighed heavily upon him, and he found himself increasingly powerless. Delegating authority had become a reluctant necessity. He transformed his myriad frustrations and sorrows into the wine within his cup, lamenting silently that, in the face of time, there is little distinction between emperors and common folk. He drained his cup in one gulp. Prince Li Tianyu sat beside Li Tianxia. Lowering his voice, he said, "Sister, someone has approached me recently, and I have come to some realizations." Li Tianxia smiled faintly, sipping the exquisite nectar before her, seemingly indifferent. Li Tianyu continued, "I have heard that on the 9th day of the 9th month, a splendid performance will unfold in the northern desert. I wonder if you would be inclined to join me in witnessing it?" "Oh," Li Tianxiao inquired with curiosity, "what kind of performance?" Disregarding whether Li Tianxiao was feigning interest, he replied, "On the 9th of the 9th month, the renowned Wang family theater troupe will be touring the northern desert. I wonder if you would be interested? If so, we could set off together in a carriage tomorrow and enjoy the journey along the way. Since my elder brother has extended the invitation, I must certainly attend." Li Tianxiao responded with a smile. Chapter 66. The most resolute seeker in the vast and boundless realm of Fuyo. There exist 8 domains, each encompassing numerous continents, ranging from several to dozens. This is merely the extent explored by humanity. Beyond these, Fuyo is home to various other races, perilous secret realms, and celestial outposts, among many other mysteries. At this moment, in the white domain of Fuyo, on the Sword Continent, a young man clad in a blue robe rides swiftly upon a fierce tiger through a dense forest. With striking features, rosy lips, and pearly teeth, he resembles a scholarly youth, creating a stark contrast with the majestic and formidable beast beneath him. The tiger itself is no ordinary creature. With robust limbs and piercing eyes that glisten with intelligence, it seems to possess an understanding akin to that of a human. As this pair gallops through the woods, should a mere mortal catch sight of them, they would surely gasp in astonishment. However, upon reaching the depths of the forest, the tiger halts stubbornly, refusing to venture further. The scholar dismounts, though it would be more fitting to say he disembarks from the tiger, and presses on, muttering complaints under his breath. He berates the tiger for its bluster, asserting that it only flaunts its might in front of him, but would flee at the first sign of danger. The tiger responds with a low growl, prompting the scholar to curse even more vehemently, eventually launching an attack on the tiger's pride, claiming it would never find a mate in its lifetime. Having vented his frustrations on the tiger, the scholar turns his ire toward the mastermind who orchestrates their predicament, denouncing him as a mere name-seeker, unworthy of the title of a true strategist. He questions the wisdom of seeking out a certain individual, lamenting that had the spiritual essence not waned, he would have gladly undertaken the journey. Yet now, with the essence depleted, he dares not provoke anyone. As he contemplates returning the way he came, he suddenly encounters an elderly man, laden with firewood, and they collide with a resounding thud. Although the old man appears frail, his aura is sharp enough to pierce the air. Upon discerning the elder's visage, the scholar feels a chill of dread, but to his surprise, the old man simply instructs him to wait a moment before disappearing deeper into the woods. In the distance, a quaint wooden cabin becomes visible. The old man soon reemerges, bearing 3 ancient swords, and approaches the scholar with a calm demeanor, saying, "Let us proceed." The scholar, taken aback, listens as the elder reveals that he overheard his earlier remarks and that the strategist had sought him out years prior. Upon hearing this, the scholar quickly alters his tune, extolling the virtues of the white-robed man from the northern desert, proclaiming him a true master of fate. With your intervention, esteemed elder sword master, success in this endeavor is assured. He praises. The elder sword master replies nonchalantly, "Your grievances are of no concern to me. I am merely here to accept a fee for my services, while also repaying an old favor." Meanwhile, from a nearby graveyard, figures emerge. One carries a blood-red compass. Another constructs a temple in the desert. A vast net gradually tightens around them all, due to a visit to Taohua Mountain, where they spent an entire day painting. Wang's troop had already moved on. The 2 companions, unwilling to abandon the splendid scenery in pursuit of the troop, decided to let fate take its course. On this particular day, Li Changxiao rented an exceedingly expensive boat. He reclined on the deck, indulging in the view of the verdant mountains while drinking and napping in blissful leisure. Zhao Qing, however, possessed an even greater appreciation for enjoyment than Li Changxiao. Having acquired culinary knowledge by herself, she discerned which delicacies paired best with wine. Thus, she borrowed a few tales and invited several renowned chefs aboard, preparing an array of ingredients specifically for their culinary delight. The river stretched long, and after 3 days of travel, they found their supplies dwindling on the eve of reaching their destination. Li Changxiao, deep in contemplation yet too indolent to dock for provisions, led the chefs and Zhao Qing to sit in a row on the left side of the boat, commencing a fishing endeavor. The bait consisted of vegetable scraps, corn kernels, and ground beef mixed with flour and water from the river, concocted into a sticky paste to hang on the hooks. While the guarantee of a catch was uncertain, they indeed found themselves with an abundance of fish biting. Of course, their full day of fishing yielded peculiar finds as well, such as tattered boots, rusted hairpins, and scraps of cloth. Freshly caught fish were promptly handed over to the chef, who, with his remarkable skills, transformed them into delectable dishes before they even had a chance to react. They feasted on several sumptuous fish banquets until finally arriving at their destination, the renowned 1,000-year cave. The cave shimmered with a myriad of colors, captivating Zhao Qing's gaze. Although she had witnessed many splendid sights in her travels, this occasion bore a unique charm. Subsequently, they visited the Great Thunder Temple, which was bustling with activity, as it seemed to be a temple fair that day. The incense offerings were predominantly made by women, and after enduring a lengthy wait in line, they learned that those offering incense were primarily seeking blessings for children. Hesitant, they decided to return another day. The following day, after presenting their offerings, Li Changxiao generously contributed 5 taels of incense money, moving the abbot to grasp his hand and proclaim that the donor was fated to have a connection with the Buddha. The abbot warmly invited them to share a vegetarian meal. The fare was simple, ordinary bean sprouts and pumpkin, but the chef's culinary prowess rendered it exceptionally delightful, with Li Changxiao consuming 2 bowls and Zhao Qing 3. When Li Changxiao teased her for being a foodie, she curiously inquired about the term. Afterward, Zhao Qing meticulously followed a list to gather a rock flower from the cliff's edge, then leisurely drifted on the lake, deliberately paddling deep into the lotus blossoms. While Zhao Qing was entranced by the enchanting scenery surrounded by lotus flowers, Li Changxiao quietly murmured apologies to the crushed blossoms, saying, "Dear lotus brothers, I beg your pardon. I raise a cup in your honor." As time flowed on, they remained blissfully unaware of its passage. A month has passed. On the 6th day of September, a temple dedicated to the River Mother was erected in the distant northern desert. The village erupted in celebratory firecrackers, as every household lit incense to beseech the heavens for rain. Concurrently, This day also marked the Lantern Festival in Boat City. According to local legend, if the lanterns lit on this day successfully ascend into the sky, it foretells the safety and well-being of loved ones far away. As night fell, tens of thousands of lanterns gracefully floated into the celestial expanse, illuminating Boat City as if it were bathed in daylight. The radiant glow enveloped the earth, casting its light upon the faces of Li Changxiao and Zhao Qing, who reclined on the grass, occasionally toasting with their drinks. Zhao Qing murmured, "How beautiful," raising her cup, suspended in the air. Noticing the prolonged absence of a clink with another cup and the faint sound of snoring beside her, she chuckled softly, pondering why he was so fond of slumber. She finished her drink in one gulp, her expression serene as she gazed at the lanterns ascending, flickering, extinguishing, and eventually falling into darkness. She recalled that day, when she raised her cup and shouted those 4 significant words. Taking out a list, she marked off another wish fulfilled. With the remaining time slipping away, she could only transform her hopes into regrets. She unfastened the gourd of wine at her waist and placed it beside Li Changxiao. The slight intoxication dissipated in an instant, and her demeanor gradually returned to one of clarity and resolve, as if she had transformed from Zhao Qing back into Mu Qin. Zhao Qing was her true name, her authentic self, yet one could not claim that Mu Qin was any less genuine. She had always been the most steadfast seeker of the path. Very well. The remaining trials are mine to face alone, she thought, casting a lingering glance at Li Changxiao. Unbeknownst to her, the moment had come when she resolved to no longer entangle him in her fate. She shrank down to a mere inch, covering 3,000 meters in a single step. And in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Chapter 67. The Northern Desert. Inescapable Li Changxiao was deep in slumber. Not feigning sleep, but genuinely lost in dreams. Yet he remained acutely aware of the unfolding events. Zhao Qing intended to depart, and he could not impede her. However, he understood with clarity that Zhao Qing was determined to embrace death in her venture, as she had not yet reclaimed her vital heart pulse before hastily taking her leave. Li Changxiao felt a sense of disquiet about this. Setting aside their bond, the mere sum of 500 taels of silver weighed heavily on his conscience. Should he fail to exert sufficient effort regarding that amount, he would inevitably feel remorse in the future. Fear did not haunt him. Rather, the specter of guilt was what truly unsettled him, for his life stretched long ahead. Should any circumstance evoke his guilt, it could linger for an eternity. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, Li Changxiao sat up, gazing in the direction Zhao Qing had vanished. He mused to himself that she truly wished to keep him uninvolved, having utilized her supernatural abilities to flee. The nature of the peril she faced eluded his understanding. Raising his hand, he regarded the red mole in his palm, which represented Zhao Qing's vital heart pulse. Perhaps. A glint of azure light flickered in his eyes. The vital heart pulse soared from his palm, transforming into a crimson firefly, drifting slowly northward. He followed the luminescent path. Journeying north, he realized he might not be able to offer any substantial aid, but he felt compelled to at least bear witness. Even if his efforts culminated in merely retrieving her remains, it would still signify that he had contributed. "Are you so certain she will come?" inquired a middle-aged man with a darkened complexion. Curiosity etched across his features. "Indeed," affirmed the white-haired diviner, nodding with an air of confidence, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "The desert lacks rivers, and thus we have deliberately constructed a temple to the River Mother here. She will undoubtedly sense it and recognize our handiwork. This serves as my invitation to her." The dark-complexioned man expressed confusion, but isn't this akin to alarming the snake in the grass? If I were in her position, I would certainly refrain from coming. The diviner smiled faintly. If it were merely that, she might indeed choose not to come. However, I have also sent individuals to the ancient tomb of the Mu family, from which we unearthed the corpse of her esteemed mentor, intended to guide her onto our path. It currently resides within the River Mother Temple. As he held a chess piece, the diviner's gaze deepened, reminiscent of an abyss. A millennium ago, Mu Qin clashed with a certain individual over divergent interpretations of the Great Tao, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Do you recall that person? The dark-complexioned man nodded. You refer to Shintu Shi, the leader of the 100 Forging sect? Precisely, the diviner replied with a smile. At that time, no victor emerged, and thus they established a pact to debate the Tao. That very Shintu Shi has been invited, and is presently seated within the River Mother Temple. The middle-aged man began to grasp the implications but sought further clarification from the diviner. The diviner tapped lightly on the tea table, prompting the dark-complexioned man to pour fresh tea. After taking a small sip, the diviner continued, "Thus, should she choose not to arrive, it would fundamentally equate to a denial of her own Tao. In order to survive, one must forsake the teachings of their esteemed master, breach the covenant of the Tao, and concede that their path pales in comparison to others." The man, whose complexion bore a shade of dark green, felt a semblance of justification, yet he still inquired, "But to preserve her life, could she not choose to stay away?" "Of course," replied the fortune-teller with a serene smile. "Do you still recall that old monk? During the time when spiritual energy was not yet depleted, he practiced the art of incense and offerings. Throughout Ling Tian continent, her temples are ubiquitous. Even if she alters her visage, as long as the old monk expends some effort, he will undoubtedly locate her. Even her disciples. She is acutely aware of this inevitability. From the moment she resolved to delve into the art of incense and to establish the River Mother Temple, her fate was sealed. Moreover, she is Mu Qin, and thus she shall undoubtedly come. Let us patiently await her arrival." Amidst the swirling sands, as the net draws close, the mastermind behind it all, the fortune-teller, does not remain entirely indifferent. Most of those he has gathered harbor enmity towards Mu Qin. The grievances within the realm of cultivation are many, rivalries over treasures, opportunities, and the lineage of the Tao. After the depletion of spiritual energy, the number of avengers is considerable, yet there are also many who retreat to survive. The fortune-teller's ability to assemble these individuals stems partly from his considerable renown prior to the depletion of spiritual energy, not for his combat prowess, but for his remarkable organizational skills and extensive knowledge. Furthermore, he has devised an exceedingly meticulous plan for this act of vengeance, allowing the group to eliminate once daunting adversaries with minimal cost. This, indeed, is the crux of the matter. At this moment, it is best to quietly await the culmination of the scheme. Just then, amidst the swirling winds and sands, a roar of a tiger echoed. Upon the back of the tiger, a scholar and an old man appeared within the line of sight of the two. On the other side, the bald old monk steadily approached, leaving distinct footprints in his wake. Meanwhile, in the distance, two horse-drawn carriages traveled side by side. Li Tianyu lifted the curtain of his carriage, exclaiming, "Sister, the scenery of the northern desert is surprisingly better than I had imagined." Li Tianxia also lifted the curtain. Her curiosity piqued. She asked, "Elder brother, are you not always boasting about those 8,000 iron cavalry, taking them wherever you go? Why is it that this time?" Li Tianyu laughed heartily. "One must allow them a respite, mustn't they? A splendid performance is set to unfold upon the northern desert, with the anticipated protagonist, Mu Qin, hastening towards the center stage of this grand spectacle. On the 9th day of the 9th month, in the northern desert, lies Huangtu village. This modest village, afflicted by harsh climate and relentless sandstorms, struggles economically. Yet, it is within this very village that considerable manpower and resources have been devoted to constructing a River Mother Temple, which houses a golden effigy. At this moment, a woman, strikingly resembling the gilded statue, enters Huangtu village, holding a whisk in her hand. The village consists of a single street, flanked by rows of earthen houses. At the end of the street, an elderly man with white hair sat beside a chessboard, his right hand poised to strike the pieces with a resounding click as the game commenced. In the distance, Li Tianyu, watching the unfolding drama, expressed his excitement. His gaze fixated upon a woman's face, which stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Curiously, Li Tianxia turned to him, inquiring, "Royal brother, how did you come to know of the happenings here?" Li Tianyu smiled wryly, candidly stating, "Sister, let us dispense with pretense while we are here. You must have engaged in dealings with the diviners, haven't you?" Li Tianxia remained silent. Li Tianyu continued, "Cousin, persisting in this charade serves no purpose. Why not exchange information? You reveal what you have gained from them, and I shall disclose what I have acquired in our dealings." In truth, Li Tianyu harbored some trepidation toward his cousin, for the financial prowess of the Xingmin Trading Company far surpassed that of his humble pawnshop. His invitation for this gathering was not solely to witness the spectacle, but also to engage in a forthright exchange with Li Tianxia, probing the reality of the situation. "I have indeed collaborated with them," Li Tianxia replied with a faint smile, But as for what I have obtained and the specifics of our partnership, that I shall not disclose." She then averted her gaze, suggesting, "Let us return to the main performance." At that moment, Zhao Qing halted. The wooden door of a house to the front right suddenly creaked open, revealing a robust, middle-aged man emerging. This man was none other than the former leader of the 100 Refinement sect, a formidable force in the realm of body cultivation, Shintusher. Chapter 68, The Celestial Compass. "Closing the net, you truly have come," Shintusher remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Qing, admiration flickering in his eyes. "I once believed you to be aloof, but it appears I was mistaken." Zhao Qing replied coolly, "The path is narrow and cannot accommodate much. Yet, what can be contained, I shall cherish." Shintusher nodded, admitting, "It was ungracious of me to leverage our discussion of the Tao as a means of coercion. However, I owe a debt to the diviner. Today, I shall only speak of the Tao and refrain from involving myself in other matters. Once our discourse concludes, I shall take my leave." With that, he settled down cross-legged on the ground, and Zhao Qing followed suit. The agreement to discuss the Tao was not a battle, yet it bore greater peril. The sword of words pierced directly to the heart, representing a fierce clash of philosophical ideologies. The defeated, while not necessarily faced with a severed path, would find themselves in dire straits, needing to shed a layer of their cultivation to rebuild from the wounds of failure. As the saying goes, the Tao cannot be heard. The exchange between the two unfolded silently, the inherent dangers known only to them at that moment. Alas, had the spiritual energy not been depleted, and had one been able to hear their discourse, it might have presented a significant opportunity for us. Li Tianyu observed the two seated across from each other on the street, reflecting on the situation. Li Tianxia scoffed. "Whether it is fortune or calamity remains to be seen. Eavesdropping on another's Tao is a grave taboo, a great enmity. Those who steal the Tao deserve to be punished." Li Tianyu's lips quivered, rendered speechless by her retort. In the interim of their conversation, the outcome of the discussion had already been determined. Shintusher spat blood, his vitality waning. "Your heart is clouded with distractions. You owe me a debt, so you should lose." Zhao Qing gradually opened her eyes. Shintusher managed a grim smile, remaining silent for a considerable time before asking, "Do you have any final matters?" "I, Zhao Qing, would have come regardless of your presence," she replied, a hint of ripples forming in her gaze. "If you encounter my disciple, please convey a message to her. Tell her that her master can only reach this point. The path ahead must be forged through her own endeavors." Shintusher nodded, slowly rising to his feet, bowing respectfully as he bid farewell. Without a backward glance, he turned and departed. "Good," Zhao Qing acknowledged, also rising slowly and moving forward. At the end of the street, the white-haired diviner silently observed the scene. He pinched a piece between his fingers and gently pressed it onto the chessboard. In the next moment, a crimson veil ascended between heaven and earth. Seeing this, Zhao Qing furrowed her brow. The celestial compass, she thought, the supreme artifact of the top assassin organization, the Hall of Celestial Domination. It is said that the master of the hall rose from obscurity, relying on this treasure to ascend step by step. Li Tianyu's eyes were filled with gravity. "It is not merely that," Li Tianxia added. "The master of the Pingtian Palace is exceptionally gifted, having once relied on this artifact to transcend 3 great realms and successfully complete an assassination. At that time, it caused a sensation throughout the cultivation world. And to this day, no one knows how he achieved it. Countless individuals are curious about the efficacy of the Pingtian compass. It appears that today, we shall finally uncover its secrets." As their words fell, a blood mist fully ascended, enveloping an area of several dozen miles. The two princes were momentarily stunned, sensing the changes within themselves, and their expressions shifted to one of understanding. So that was it. The function of the Pingtian compass is to forcibly suppress one's cultivation to a certain realm within a specific range. What a clever calculation. With this compass, not only could the success rate of this operation be heightened, but the losses could also be minimized, rendering it nearly inconsequential. Even for those of them at the refining void stage, Li Tianyu realized that he could only exert the power of the golden core stage. The fortune teller's lips curled upward slightly. What a precious artifact the Pingtian compass is, yet this would be its final display. After this, it would be utterly rendered to dust. Whether he lamented the fate of the divine instrument or reflected upon his own circumstances, there was a hint of unshakable melancholy in the fortune teller's eyes. Truly, what a magnificent scheme. Zhao Qing's expression darkened. The moment the blood mist of the Pingtian compass rose, she comprehended the adversary's intentions. Despite her steadfast resolve, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. If it were a normal assassination, dying would be acceptable, and she could unleash her full pinnacle cultivation in a fierce battle. Even if she couldn't take them down, she could still diminish their lifespan by thousands or even tens of thousands of years. To perish while seeking the path held no fear or regret. However, now, within this blood mist, she was constrained to the golden core level of power. No matter how fiercely she fought, her spiritual energy would not be significantly depleted. Beyond the blood mist, they remained formidable, refining void stage cultivators. The fortune teller made another move. The houses on both sides of the street opened one after another. The first to emerge was a man accompanied by a tiger, followed by a bald old monk and a middle-aged man with a grim countenance. Each individual here, before the depletion of spiritual energy, was renowned and held dominion over their territories. Take the tiger scholar, for instance. Before the spiritual energy waned, he was a mid-refining void cultivator who dominated the Bayou region, a prodigy on the star position ranking. The middle-aged man with a grim countenance was the grand elder of the corpse puppet sect, while the old monk hailed from the Jiuxiang temple. Any one of them was an unattainable figure of great prominence. Yet now, they were all converging around Zhao Qing, or perhaps Mu Qin, with the power of the golden core stage. Mu Qin, it seems that your life may well be stained with blood in the northern desert today. The tiger scholar scoffed. You have been steeped in incense. Should you enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, perhaps you might be reborn into a favorable circumstance. However, the middle-aged man interjected. You will not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Upon your demise, I shall stain the golden statue of the river mother with your blood and subsequently bury that effigy in the desolate sands. The river mother of the land without rivers. TSK. All of this has been orchestrated by the diviner. If one must eliminate a life, let it be done thoroughly. Zhao Qing's pupils constricted as she faced the onslaught of the crowd, fully aware that escape from death was beyond her reach. Yet, she would not succumb without a fight. Her long hair stirred without wind, and her golden core cultivation surged to its zenith. The whisk in her hand transformed into a myriad of silvery threads, coiling around her form. A fierce battle was imminent. Present were formidable beings. Even with merely golden core cultivation, the ferocity of their clash would be terrifying. With just a fleeting encounter, a massive pit was left in the ground. Zhao Qing, encased in silver threads, was propelled from the swirling dust, while the tiger scholar roared. Engulfed in flames, swiftly lunging forward. The middle-aged man with a darkened visage was equally relentless. With a clap of his hands, 7 or 8 skeletons emerged from the earth, attacking from various directions. Zhao Qing furrowed her brow in grave concentration, forming a hand seal and forcefully exhaling, summoning a mighty wind. She harnessed the gust to ascend rapidly, unleashing 3,000 silver threads upon her assailants. 3,000 strands of the great Tao, Mu Qin's extraordinary talent, capable of cleaving stars and leveling mountains with but a single thread. And now, alas, the desolation of the cultivator. Li Tianxiao's expression was one of complexity. Chapter 69. The sheep that fell into the wolf's den. Magical artifacts are crucial components of a cultivator's combat prowess. Alas, the depletion of spiritual energy renders many of these treasures corroded and reduced to mere scraps of iron within a mere 300 years. Boom. In the northern desert, a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion severed his own head with a single stroke. The severed head soared high, emanating an eerie glow. Ripples spread through the depths of his pupils, and locking gazes with it could disturb one's mental clarity. Zhao Qing manipulated 3,000 threads of energy to ensnare the flying head, attempting to constrict it into a pulp. However, the bizarre halo surrounding the cranium rendered it nearly indestructible. The flying head technique was indeed the signature skill of the corpse puppet sect. Suddenly, Zhao Qing sensed something amiss and promptly retracted her threads. In that instant, over 100 strands turned dark red, subsequently snapping and dissipating into the air. In the distance, the fortune teller's lips curled into a slight smirk. He was well aware of Zhao Qing's abilities and had made ample preparations. The dual fate body possesses 2 lives. With the supreme artifact, the god-slaying needle, I shall claim one of your lives. Today, I shall take your second life. The fortune teller murmured. In truth, Before the spiritual energy waned, there was a jest among the assassin organizations of the world, second to the Sky Peace Palace, but first in the fortune teller sect. In terms of the art of killing, the Sky Peace Palace could only be considered second best, while the true master was the fortune teller sect. Though not an assassin organization nor a sect renowned for combat prowess, they had never missed a target. However, similar to the Sky Peace Palace, the fortune teller sect was entirely annihilated during the early stages of spiritual energy depletion, not by outside forces, but rather due to their attempts to divine the secrets of fate, which ultimately summoned a deluge of divine lightning. Every member of the sect, from the revered ancestors down to the novice disciples, and even the errand boys, perished without exception. The fortune teller happened to be away at that time, narrowly escaping calamity. Back in the fray, Zhao Qing formed seals with her fingers, swiftly casting a spell and exhaling. The essence of golden energy transformed into countless sharp arrows, shooting towards the flying head. Simultaneously, her gaze turned cold, and the 3,000 threads became ethereal, transcending their physical form to become a profound energy that enveloped the headless body. Die, Zhao Qing commanded coldly. The next moment, the head soaring through the air emitted a chilling scream, death drawing near. Yet, at that instant, a shadow suddenly materialized, darting swiftly towards Zhao Qing. A small knife glinted with a crimson edge, plunging deep into her back. Zhao Qing's pupils quaked as she coughed up blood, swiftly turning to palm strike the assailant away. The wound on her back was grave, exposing bone. An assassin from the Sky Peace Palace? Her complexion drained of color in an instant. Her vitality waned drastically. Indeed, the figure steadied itself, cloaked in black robes, emanating an unsettling chill in the sweltering heat. No wonder I failed to detect it, Zhao Qing thought, as the blood drained from her face, her once rosy lips now ghostly pale. The assassins of the Sky Peace Palace are known for their lethal precision. The concealed method of the divine naturally calls upon its spirit. Zhao Qing contemplated launching a counterattack with her cultivation, but soon realized that the dagger, imbued with a crimson glow and lodged in her back, was suppressing her powers. This was a meticulously orchestrated assassination. The strategist had anticipated Zhao Qing's capabilities, and every one of her responses had been within his expectations. Moreover, he had made additional preparations to ensure absolute certainty. From the very inception of this scheme, Zhao Qing had been condemned to a fate of certain death. It was concluded. The strategist delicately placed a piece onto the ebony chessboard before him. The board was a labyrinth of strategies, with each piece mutually constraining one another, weaving into an enormous net that obscured the heavens. As the final piece fell, this vast net tightened abruptly. In the arena, the blackish-blue flying head, with its grotesque maw agape, lunged at Zhao Qing. The dagger embedded in her back was the assassination treasure of the Heavenly Peace Palace, the blade of absolute law. Once this blade penetrated the body, its murderous aura invaded her heart veins, disrupting her cultivation. She found herself utterly powerless to evade. Outside, under the scorching sun, Li Tianyu felt a chilling dread creep up his spine. He glanced toward the white-haired strategist and felt a flicker of fear. A powerhouse such as Zhao Qing was rendered helpless under his schemes, completely devoid of the ability to fight back. To perish in such a humiliating manner was truly terrifying. Even more alarming was the fact that the cost of this assassination was nearly negligible. Li Tianxia, too, pondered deeply, feeling that the strategist was exceedingly formidable. Any future dealings or collaborations with him would necessitate utmost caution, or perhaps even a respectful distance. Clang! As the flying head approached within 3 meters of Zhao Qing, a long sword suddenly interposed itself between them. The blackish-blue flying head bit down on the blade, producing a shower of sparks, and then, with a jolt, the sword sent it hurtling back. In the distance, the headless body reattached its head, the flesh of the neck swiftly knitting together, perfectly restored. It shook its head in confusion, glancing curiously at Zhao Qing, wondering who had dared to intervene. In its line of sight stood a man clad in white. He spoke not a word, silently wiping the spittle from his sword. Seemingly displeased with the lingering taste, he cast a reproachful glance at the middle-aged man with a darkened complexion. He uncorked a bottle, pouring wine over the blade to mask the residual scent. The dark-complexioned man's lips twitched. "Who are you, Nameless Junior?" Li Changshao replied earnestly. "I am but a humble cultivator." Zhao Qing's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming once more. The adversaries faced were all top-tier powerhouses. Li Changxiao was merely at the nascent soul stage. Even if their cultivation levels were comparable, the chasm between them was insurmountably vast. Leave, Zhao sighed. This is my destiny. There is no need to involve you. Li Changxiao contemplated for a moment and replied, I cannot ascertain if I can defeat them, but I shall make an effort. If the outcome remains unchanged, then I will depart. You, Zhao Qing remarked, enough. While the two conversed, the fortune-teller furrowed his brow. He could not discern the origins of Li Changxiao. He mentally traversed through all the renowned figures within the realm of Fuyao, yet found no trace of him. Instantly, he became cautious. This situation could only imply two possibilities. First, this individual hails from another realm. Second, he is a reclusive powerhouse. Third, he is genuinely obscure and nameless. The third possibility was virtually eliminated. Anyone capable of knowing someone like Mu Qin and daring to take action against her could not possibly be an inconspicuous figure. Be wary. This person possesses peculiarities, the fortune-teller exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately retreated 4 to 5 steps, increasing the distance. Mu Qin's call for assistance was also anticipated by the fortune-teller. Allow me to utilize the 7-colored pearl to probe this individual's true cultivation level. We can engage again later. The fortune-teller produced a pearl and infused it with the spiritual energy of the golden core stage. The pearl shattered, emitting a vast array of luminous rays. The light enveloped everyone present, coloring them according to their genuine cultivation realms. All in attendance were bathed in a regal purple glow, signifying the refining void stage. Zhao Qing exhibited a purple hue intertwined with a tinge of red, indicating that she had once ascended to the combined body stage, but now resided within the refining void stage. All gazes then turned to Li Changxiao, their eyes widening in astonishment. A faint blue glow, the nascent soul stage. He is merely at the nascent soul stage. The soul blue light. Chapter 70. The duel. The middle-aged man, with a sallow complexion, along with Hu Shuxing, the old monk, and the assassin from the Pingtian Hall, all turned their gaze towards the fortune-teller in unison. The fortune-teller maintained an expression of calm, yet the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It was a miscalculation. He had initially believed he was facing a mysterious piece full of uncertainties that had unexpectedly entered the chessboard. To his surprise, it was merely a fly that had accidentally flown in. Reflecting on his earlier exaggerated reaction, he couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha ha, young man. Do you realize the extraordinary feat you have accomplished that many have failed to achieve? The esteemed fortune-teller has actually miscalculated. The sallow-faced man reveled in the moment, fully aware of the long-standing resentment between them. Outside, Li Tianyu and Li Tianxiao were also caught in the radiant glow, their bodies emanating a soft purple light. They had only recently entered the realm of refining the void and were now drained of spiritual energy. Now, they were all at the golden core stage. Li Changxiao, however, remained indifferent, remarking, "How can you be so sure that you will not perish at my hands?" As he spoke, Li Changxiao glanced at his long sword. It was not particularly sharp, nor did it exude a chilling aura. It appeared to be an ordinary sword. Zhao Qing had grown too weak to utter a word. Li Tianxia shook her head, saying, "My younger cousin here is adorably foolish." Li Tianyu nodded, his eyes filled with derision. The gap between the realms of refining the void and the nascent soul was immense. Even if their cultivation levels were suppressed to the same tier, the disparity between them remained as vast as heaven and earth, not to mention being at the same level. Even if they suppressed their cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, they could still easily overpower him. Truly, it was the Na Vet of youth, unafraid of the tiger. No wonder after a millennium of cultivation, he had only reached the nascent soul stage, lacking in vision and scope. Li Tianxiao rarely expressed agreement, adding, "The Navi young bull may not fear the tiger, but rather is simply unaware of its terrifying nature. Such a pity." She sighed, feeling regretful for the yet-to-be-born bow and crossbow. However, she soon found solace in the thought that Li Changxiao was not irreplaceable. As her business flourished, she could summon craftsmen from the populace to create them. If 1 year was insufficient, then 2 would suffice. Such a simple bow and crossbow would eventually come to fruition. Amidst the streams of purple light, Li Changxiao's faint blue glow stood out remarkably. He himself was filled with emotion. In the past, he would never have had the qualifications to confront such illustrious figures. His gaze swept across the crowd, each prominent name passing through his mind. Yet, despite this, he felt little fear. Rather, he was slightly eager to test the waters, to see if these dazzling stars were as unattainable as rumored, reigning supreme in the world. He tightened his grip on the sword, positioning it in front of Zhao Qing. The meaning of his action unmistakable. Zhao Qing's eyes were also stirred. "Kill him," the fortune teller said flatly. However, after a long pause, no one moved. Zhao Qing was destined to die in this scenario, and with the fortune teller orchestrating the entire situation from behind, the others harbored no concerns about any unforeseen developments. Indeed, this young man possesses merely mediocre cultivation, once unworthy even to glance at himself. Although his spiritual energy has withered, the pride within the hearts of cultivators remains unyielding. They can join forces to slay Zhao Qing, employing ambushes and surprise attacks, yet they disdain to expend effort in combat with Li Changxiao. It is a disdain that arises from the very depths of their hearts. The man in white before them is an inconsequential figure, a mere Yuaning cultivator, unworthy to engage in battle with them. To those present, Li Changxiao is but a child from a desolate mountain village, boldly proclaiming his desire to compete in knowledge. Who would entertain such a notion? Nevertheless, despite their contempt, someone must take action. Soon, a middle-aged man from the corpse puppet sect, his face darkened, stepped forth with a sinister grin. Though he too harbored pride, he was equally filled with malice. Seeing no one willing to engage, he resolved to treat this as a mere slaughter of a chicken. With his emergence, the expressions of the onlookers softened, transforming into that of spectators ready for a show. The dark green-clad man opened his mouth, unleashing black-green spiritual energy that coalesced into hundreds of skulls, accompanied by the wailing of vengeful souls, surging toward Li Changxiao. With a flick of his sword, Li Changxiao enveloped it in formless, ethereal energy, sweeping it forth. This type of energy was indeed peculiar, a sight he had never encountered before. Li Tianxiao remarked with interest, the attributes of spiritual energy emphasize both quality and characteristics. Li Tianyu slowly added, the spiritual energy of the esteemed elder from the corpse puppet sect manifests in a black-green hue, possessing a highly yin attribute. It is said that before the depletion of his spiritual energy, he refined the poison of 10,000 corpses, successfully integrating it into his essence, thus elevating his power to a new tier. As for Li Changxiao's spiritual energy attributes, I cannot shake the feeling that they seem rather insubstantial, more so than any energy I have witnessed, appearing both ethereal and thin. Perhaps it is due to a weak foundation. Li Tianyu shook his head, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes as he spoke. That era was so resplendent, so grand. Countless sects and myriad techniques flourished, with prodigies and treasures abundant. As they conversed, a tempest arose in the arena, swirling yellow sand forming into a ferocious river python. The python roared, plunging into the sea of skulls, its maw opening wide as it devoured hundreds of skulls whole. Sword intent. The scholar riding the tiger smiled slightly, pondering whether this sword intent was derived from comprehending the river python. The river python, such a lowly beast, what merit is there in comprehending it? The assassin from the Pingtian Hall remarked dismissively. With a mere thought, the dark green-clad man caused the skulls to proliferate exponentially, instantaneously devouring the river python. Moreover, the skulls exuded a potent poison, their toxic miasma rapidly spreading. Observing from the sidelines, Li Tianyu felt as though his eyes had been opened to a new realm. The esteemed elder's technique of the Sea of Skulls not only integrated his own insights, but also adjusted the flow of spiritual energy. A typical golden core cultivator could control only 100 skulls, yet this esteemed elder could effortlessly summon thousands, which could then autonomously proliferate, an accomplishment even a deity transformation cultivator could scarcely achieve. Li Tianyu, possessing a broad knowledge and having encountered many formidable cultivators, is acutely aware of their terrifying prowess, instilling within him a sense of reverence. Li Tianxian nodded in agreement. The technique unleashed was indeed potent enough to vanquish 99% of golden core cultivators. However, witnessing the Jiangmeng being consumed almost entirely, the ever-multiplying black and green skulls, surpassing even the yellow sands, enveloped the entire expanse. Li Changxiao sighed, recognizing that the ability to execute such a technique at the golden core level was truly formidable. He took a swig of strong liquor, its spiciness stinging his tongue. Instead of swallowing, he retained it in his mouth. channeling the intangible and elusive ethereal energy from his dantian to his mouth, and then unleashed it. The liquor transformed into a mist, morphing into countless small jiangmang, imbued with profound sword intent, boldly charging towards the sea of skulls. The medicinal royal ginger steeped in the liquor amplified the potency of the jiangmang's sword intent. A significant portion of a cultivator's mystical arts and methods is released through the mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, as they draw upon the essence of heaven and earth. Even preaching requires the use of the mouth. Yet, even this was insufficient to contend with the sea of skulls. Li Changshao exhaled another breath of flame. The liquor infused with the medicinal royal ginger ignited upon contact with the open flame, blazing fiercely and rapidly engulfing the sea of skulls, painting the sky in crimson hues. Li Changshao contemplated in his heart, this technique is worth 5 taels, with the liquor accounting for 2 taels. Chapter 71. Confrontation. It is quite intriguing. It appears this lad is not entirely devoid of merit. His wine embodies the essence of the sun, harmoniously paired with sword intent and fire techniques, effectively countering the skeletal sea of the elder from the corpse puppet sect, who Shuxing remarked with evident interest, having discerned the underlying intricacies at a glance, while simultaneously reveling in the misfortune of the situation. The esteemed elder of the corpse puppet sect had been outmaneuvered by a mere fledgling in the nascent soul realm. His gaze settled upon Li Changshao, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. At that moment, the skeletal sea was entirely consumed by flames. Amidst the inferno, the sword intent manifested as a fiery river serpent, ablaze with fierce flames, surging toward the elder of the corpse puppet sect. The elder's expression soured, feeling the sting of humiliation, as he unsheathed his sword and resorted to a self-inflicted demise, invoking the flying head technique once more. Though he possessed numerous spells, his cultivation at the Golden Core stage limited him to utilizing only the most formidable of techniques, which in this case was the flying head technique, a nearly insurmountable ability at his level. The blackish-blue head lunged toward the flame-enshrouded serpent, while the headless body, far from being idle, rapidly charged toward Li Changshao. The scene was decidedly peculiar. Meanwhile, on another front, the assassin from the Pingtian Hall, who had been observing the battle with disinterest, uttered a mere 2 words, boring. Following this, his figure vanished into thin air. As the flying head met the oncoming fire serpent, it opened its gaping maw and inhaled with ferocity, causing the serpent to shrink and be drawn into its mouth. The cheeks of the head bulged, emanating a crimson glow, occasionally distending as if something within was violently battering against them. Yet, all attempts ended in failure. The head executed a swallowing motion, and the fire serpent was silenced entirely. But the spectacle did not conclude there. The head then exhaled, releasing a plume of green flames mingled with corpse poison, transforming into a slender fire serpent. At that precise moment, the headless body had already reached Li Changshao, delivering a rapid and forceful Iron Mountain strike. The ground quaked, and buildings crumbled. Fortunately, it seemed there were no ordinary mortals in the village today. Otherwise, this strike would have resulted in countless casualties. The corpse puppet sect, renowned for its potent sorcery and mastery of poison, boasts a truly formidable physical form. Li Tianxiao remarked, I once battled with a prodigy from the corpse puppet sect. The flying head technique is exceedingly troublesome. Li Tianyu nodded in agreement, stating, the head, akin to celestial iron, is laced with deadly poison, capable of disturbing the mind, utilizing spells, and soaring for thousands of meters, save for its unremarkable appearance. This technique is practically flawless. It has concluded. He pointed to the vacant seat beside Hu Shuxing. The assassin from the Pingtian Hall has also made his move. Amidst the swirling sands, while Li Changshao contended with the elder of the corpse puppet sect, a subtle murderous intent suddenly coalesced, targeting not Li Changshao, but Zhao Qing. The Pingtian Hall would not engage in a straightforward confrontation. His target was Zhao Qing, and he aimed to eliminate her first. In the fleeting moment when the intent to kill surged, the dagger in his hand descended, directed straight at Zhao Qing's throat. The motion was decisive and efficient, as if everything had already been settled. Faced with the simultaneous assault of the corpse puppet's body and head, it was nearly impossible for anyone to muster the energy to confront the assassins from the Pingtian Hall. However, as the dust settled, everyone was left in shock. Li Changshao not only intercepted both attackers, but emerged unscathed. His long sword, precise and unwavering, met the assassin's dagger, which was less than an inch from Zhao Qing's neck. On the other side, Li Changxiao's left hand and leg assumed a defensive stance, blocking with both simultaneously, forming a barrier with elbow and knee contact to withstand the forceful Iron Mountain strike. He was multitasking, rather trifling tasks at once. Li Changxiao also found the time to employ his previous ruse, fueling the flames with liquor, conjuring a fiery python that intertwined with the azure flame serpent expelled from the black and blue head, creating a dance of chaos. Everything was perfectly balanced. Every onlooker's pupils constricted, and the strategist furrowed his brow. With his vast experience, he could not help but recognize the immense difficulty of achieving such a feat. The Ping Tian Hall assassins were known for their unpredictable strikes, even without the interference of the corpse puppet in a one-on-one confrontation. Maintaining full vigilance would still make it challenging to discern the assassin's attacks. Yet, Li Changxiao executed it flawlessly. The strategist put away his dismissive attitude, and even the two observing princes and princess began to wear solemn expressions, compelled to reassess the man in white. Soon, the fragile equilibrium was shattered. The assassin's dagger twisted, evading Li Changxiao's blade, and once more lunged towards Zhao Qing. However, Li Changxiao had anticipated this. A semblance of ethereal energy surged into the assassin's nostrils, clouding his perception and slowing his movements by a fraction. It was this mere fraction that allowed Li Changxiao to retreat with Zhao Qing to a safe zone. In the eyes of the crowd, the figures of Li Changxiao and Zhao Qing flickered as if they were mere illusions. In the next breath, they appeared 3 miles away without a trace. No one could fathom how they had traversed such distance, not even Zhao Qing, who was bewildered by the sudden change, sensing that their arrival was neither through teleportation nor evasion techniques. Zhao Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. This continuous display was undeniably transformative for her. How could one of golden core cultivation achieve such feats? How could he possibly be deemed a waste? Recalling that day when Li Changxiao had rescued her from the river, her first feeling was one of embarrassment. She had once boasted that he would not escape the confines of the Panlong sect. Yet, after being saved, while she wanted to believe in his ability to break through her predicament, her rational mind continually doubted the possibility, which was why she had ultimately left without a word. But in this moment, the scene began to clarify for her. Having contemplated it more clearly, Li Changxiao merely walks at his own pace. He neither compares himself to the myriad stars above nor feels the need to measure himself against anyone else. He simply treads his own path. Reflecting on this, Zhao Qing felt a tumult of emotions, her feelings towards Li Changxiao profoundly complex. She sensed the mingled closeness and distance that emanated from him, as well as the sincerity during their toast. Yet, in that moment, as she gazed at Li Changxiao's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of loneliness washed over her, as if no one had ever truly sought to understand him. Pingtian Hall. Li Changxiao inquired with a smile, addressing the assassin. May I ask which faction you represent? The assassin from Pingtian Hall had completely abandoned any contempt, now perceiving Li Changxiao as a genuine adversary. Tian grade, Zhangque, he replied. And you? Zhangque countered. Xiaoyao Tower. Well, I suppose I can barely claim to be of the Xian grade, Li Changxiao added. Of course, that was in the past. I have long since retired from that profession. All assassins in the realm of Fuyo Tianxia are categorized according to the system of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, with Tian grade being the highest and Huang grade the lowest. You are not just that, Zhangque remarked indifferently. Li Changxiao shrugged, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Chapter 72. The killing of a man. Li Changxiao, wielding a long sword, emanated an aura that, while not particularly sharp, combined with the inferior essence of the Jiang Python sword, gave an initial impression of harmlessness. However, the recent events compelled everyone to take his presence seriously. The scholar Hu and the old monk showed no intention of engaging, yet the assassin Zhangque from the Pingtian Hall and the corpse puppet man joined forces. Although it might invite ridicule for two powerful beings of the void refinement realm to unite against a mere nascent soul, this era was not one for bravado. Assistance was welcomed to conserve spiritual energy. Despite several rounds of fierce combat, the duo failed to gain the upper hand. In contrast, Li Changxiao, traversing the mortal realm, had acquired the martial genius Yu Luojia as his ghostly servant, significantly enhancing his swordsmanship. His unconventional techniques inflicted wounds upon the two, nearly severing Zhangque's throat, leaving the latter in a cold sweat. It is worth noting that within the confines of the Pingtian compass, death was irreversible. The two adversaries, now wary of close combat, resorted to employing spells for assault. The corpse sect summoned 7 corpses, unleashing a 10-mile toxic swell of formidable power. Zhang Kuo's techniques were particularly sinister, creating a deadly domain around him, making him resemble Ashura. Only then did the duo truly commit to the fight. Under their relentless onslaught, Li Changxiao quickly found himself hard-pressed, his Jiang Python sword essence proving insufficient. Just as the spectators believed defeat was imminent, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The essence formed by the sword transformed into a Jiang Python, sprouting magnificent horns, an unmistakable sign of dragon transformation. It was unimaginable that, even in a state of depleted spiritual energy, his sword essence could advance. Was this Jiang Python destined to become a dragon? From a distance, the two royal siblings gazed in astonishment. In the midst of battle, Zhang Kuo and the corpse puppet man were equally taken aback. Their recently established advantage began to wane under the influence of the sword essence's transformation. Historically, the dragon lineage has been revered. A mere inferior Jiang Python does not simply transform into a dragon without cause, unless this individual had slain a dragon and tasted its blood. The fortune teller narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. This unexpected participant in the game brought him further surprise. Little Hu assist them. He instructed the scholar whose full name was Chun Xiaohu, initially practiced Confucianism, cultivating his character with the power of words to stabilize the world. However, at some point, he took a different path, forging his body and manifesting the body of 10,000 beasts, granting him immense strength and an aura of the supernatural. Chun Xiaohu nodded earnestly, his long, dark hair billowing, as purple threads unfurled from his brow, forming intricate patterns that enhanced his otherworldly presence. The transformation continued. He shed his outer garment, revealing a single purple eye that slowly opened at the center of his chest. In that moment, his aura eclipsed all others. The tiger at his side affectionately rubbed against his leg. He gently stroked the tiger's head, then with a swift motion, plunged into the fray. A single punch erupted forth, akin to a cacophony of myriad beasts. The air before his fist, unable to withstand the pressure, produced a series of explosive sounds. This fist collided with the Qingping sword. The blade trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail, while Li Changxiao was sent flying several dozen meters. Zhang Kuo from the Pingtian Hall was an assassin, adept at stealth kills, while the true prowess of the corpse puppet man lay in his toxic abilities and the spells that could only be wielded above the divine transformation realm. Thus, in the realm of Golden Core, Chun Xiaohu's frontal combat capability far surpassed that of the two. His initial move left the onlookers thoroughly astonished. Dominant, sinister, particularly for the corpse puppet man, who inwardly cursed this young man for concealing his strength, while simultaneously harboring trepidation. Have you slain a dragon? Chun Xiaohu grinned widely. Quite unfortunately for you, I have too. Though, it was with my bare hands. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he struck the ground with a fist, resonating with the roar of 1,000 beasts. With a thunderous boom, the entire village collapsed, forming a vast semicircular pit. Such combat prowess was truly terrifying. The eye upon Chun Xiaohu's chest gleamed with an eerie light, yet at that moment, he suddenly calmed. He began to cite ancient texts, reciting the words of sages. Each gesture and utterance made him appear like a learned scholar. It seemed paradoxical, yet the level of danger escalated exponentially. In Li Changxiao's eyes, Chun Xiaohu was layering himself with numerous enhancements. A demonic scholar. Could this be the power of such a figure? How terrifying. If not for the depletion of spiritual energy, how formidable would his combat capability truly be? Li Tianyu sighed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He was nearly oblivious to the fact that he too had once been a prodigy. Were it not for various considerations, he would have eagerly joined the battle to showcase his skills. Faced with the demonic scholar Chun Xiaohu, Li Changxiao indeed began to struggle. The latter's eloquence seemed to influence reality. For instance, when he proclaimed a circle as a prison, an invisible force would manifest beneath Li Changxiao's feet, severely impeding his movement. At such moments, not only would Chun Xiaohu come charging in, but the flying head of the corpse puppet man and Zhang Kuo's dagger would also strike mercilessly. However, Li Changxiao was no slouch himself. It was as if he could foresee his opponent's intentions, always managing to respond in advance. This was precisely the source of frustration for the trio. They felt that their adversaries were not particularly formidable, yet they remained unable to subdue them and found themselves thoroughly restrained. Unbeknownst to them, this was one of the abilities Li Changxiao had developed himself. Dreams can sometimes be perceived as fleeting thoughts, a momentary subconscious. These elements, if Li Changxiao concentrated, could be captured. This capability allowed him to accurately thwart Zhang Kuo's repeated attempts to ambush Zhao Qing. Infuriated, Zhang Kuo abandoned his pursuit of Zhao Qing and resolved to eliminate Li Changxiao first. Yet, even with the ability to foresee, in the collaboration of three, there inevitably exist vulnerabilities in their defense. He took a punch from Chun Xiaohu head-on, while Zhang Kuo's blade grazed his cheek. Seizing the opportunity, the corpse puppet man unleashed a toxic gas to corrode Li Changxiao. However, Li Changxiao's wine was infused with the royal ginger, a substance of utmost yang in this world, which fortuitously countered the corpse puppet man. This left the corpse puppet man in a state of despair, filled with both rage and helplessness. Bang, bang, bang. A series of clashes ensued. Li Changxiao skillfully evaded several attacks, retreating a few steps to take a hearty swig of wine, which trickled down his chin and neck, staining his white attire. He sheathed his sword momentarily, only to draw it out with lightning speed, so swift that it was barely perceptible. Zhang Kuo felt a sudden sweetness in his throat. Sensing something surging rapidly from his neck, an ominous feeling gripped his heart. He clasped his hands around his neck, feeling the warm, moist sensation. The metallic tang of rust filled his nostrils. His eyes widened in disbelief, panic surging within him. He had never considered that this assassination could cost him his own life. The blood flowed increasingly, and even his spiritual energy could not staunch it. His gaze initially swept over Qin Xiaohu and the corpse puppet man, both wearing expressions of shock, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Then, his eyes fell upon Li Changxiao, standing across from him, clad in white and sipping his wine, his gaze chillingly cold. At that moment, he seemed to mutter something about a Tianzi-class assassin, worth 50 taels. What? When did this happen? How could this be possible? Zhang Kuo could not fathom it. As a Tianzi-class assassin, he had slain countless prodigies, yet he had never encountered anyone capable of silently severing his throat. In this world, it was absolutely inconceivable for such a person to exist. He was resolute in his belief. In truth, his judgment was accurate. Li Changxiao's swordsmanship was merely ordinary. It could not instantaneously erase Zhang Kuo's throat. Had he possessed such power, all present would have long since perished. Chapter 73, The Tiger Head Great Bone Blade. Slaying the young tiger a millennium had passed, and he possessed but a few items. Thus once he acquired something, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to its study and development. Particularly, the dream that erased Zhang Kuo's neck was not wielded by Li Changxiao's Qingping sword, but rather by a dream. Li Changxiao referred to this ability as extracting dream threads. As Zhang Kuo was an assassin, having taken countless lives, he typically struck with lethal precision, often targeting the neck and throat. During their confrontation, he aimed almost exclusively at the neck. This intense purposefulness and obsession inadvertently birthed something akin to a dream. This dream was visible only to Li Changxiao, who wove it into an intangible thread based on Zhang Kuo's own dream. The moment he extracted it, it sliced through Zhang Kuo's neck. The swift draw of the sword was merely a fade. With a thud, Zhang Kuo collapsed to the ground. The silence that ensued was terrifying, broken only by the howling wind and sand. Li Tianxia touched her own neck, feeling a chill run down her spine. Li Tianyu instinctively took a step back. Those familiar with Li Changxiao knew that his strikes were always like this, seemingly harmless at first, yet when he became earnest, he instilled a deep-seated dread. His terror did not stem from an overwhelming presence, nor from a vast aura of spiritual energy, nor from exquisite techniques, but rather from an unfathomable and bizarre nature. Yet, no one understood him. The only beings aware of his terror were the dead. At that moment, the disheveled swordsman clad in white, drinking heavily, exuded an oppressive aura that rivaled any other. Zhang Kuo was dead, utterly dead. His demise cast a shadow over the hearts of all present, a stark reminder that here, they were merely golden elixirs. As golden elixirs, they were fated to perish. Should they cling to their arrogance and fail to recognize the reality, they would meet the same fate. Zhao Qing's shock was no less than anyone else's. She too was unaware of how Li Changxiao had achieved this. Li Changxiao sheathed his Qingping sword once more. In that instant, Chun Xiaohu and the zombie puppet man felt as if they were facing a formidable adversary, retreating several paces, their scalp nearly bursting with tension. Li Changxiao's Jiangmang sword intent had fully transformed into a dragon, stirring up chaos in the heavens, conjuring fierce winds, roaring thunder, and torrential rain. He took the initiative, his figure appearing without warning behind the zombie puppet man, the entire process devoid of any discernible spiritual energy fluctuations, neither teleportation nor evasion. Elusive and inscrutable, he resembled a specter, yet was even more enigmatic. The headless body of the zombie puppet man sent shivers down the spines of all, prompting an immediate turn and a punch thrown in desperation. Yet, it struck nothing but air, a mere illusion. The dark blue head's pupils contracted, and it soon realized something was amiss. Hearing the rush of wind from above, it looked up. Before one could comprehend the unfolding events, the enigmatic swordsman, adorned in 100 garments, materialized above, spitting forth a mouthful of wine towards his adversary. With a swift descent, he drove his sword into the crown of the black-blue head. The rigid cranium, as unyielding as extraterrestrial iron, sparked fiercely upon contact with the blade. The corpse-like figure contorted in agony, emitting a series of incoherent sounds as it desperately resisted the strike. Li Changxiao's eyes glimmered with a burgeoning murderous intent, the sword's edge resonating with the roars of dragons, elevating the essence of the Jiao Long sword to its zenith. With a piercing sound, a thunderous explosion followed, and blood erupted from the top of the black-blue head. It plummeted rapidly, dust swirling in its wake. As a gust of wind swept through, onlookers beheld the sword having penetrated the head, firmly anchoring it to the ground. The corpse-like figure emitted a final, defiant roar, the light in its eyes extinguishing entirely. It had met its demise. The constraints of the Ping Tian Luopan were ruthless. Death was absolute. Once, the master of the Ping Tian Hall had wielded this artifact to traverse 3 formidable realms and execute an assassination that astounded the world, establishing the hall's formidable reputation. Now, Li Changxiao had slain 2 masters of the void refinement stage, a feat that, while remarkable, was not wholly exaggerated. As the head was impaled, the headless body erupted with blood from its neck, collapsing to the ground, staining the yellow sand crimson. In that moment, the demon scholar Chen Xiaohu felt an overwhelming dread. Unprepared for such an eventuality, he had anticipated that employing the Ping Tian Luopan would mitigate the costs of this ambush. Yet a creature of such monstrosity had emerged unexpectedly. He turned to glance at the fortune teller behind him, whose grave expression revealed that he, too, had not foreseen this turn of events. Chun Xiaohu resolved to embrace a certain determination. Cloaked in demonic energy, he focused on his tiger companion. The tiger let out a low growl, approaching him and affectionately rubbing its head against him. "You have suffered," Chen Xiaohu murmured, gently caressing the tiger's head. In an instant, his eyes shone with fierce intensity as he grasped the tiger's neck and yanked with great force. Flesh and bone cleaved apart, a sight most horrific, as the tiger emitted a mournful cry, yet offered no resistance. Piece by piece, Chen Xiaohu extracted the tiger's vertebrae and ribs, bloodied and gruesome, crafting a formidable weapon, a tiger bone blade. As he became one with his weapon, the tiger's roar reverberated through the air, its eyes gleaming with ferocity and bloodlust. With a single stroke, Chen Xiaohu unleashed a blade infused with the essence of a 10-zhang tall blood tiger. Its roar so potent that it caused Zhao Qing to spit blood, worsening his injuries. 7 blades of the blood tiger. A sinister smile twisted across Chen Xiaohu's face as he forgot his fear of death, consumed by a desire to unleash his fury. Meanwhile, Li Changxiao had summoned the full potential of his Jiao Long sword intent. He uncorked a bottle, consuming a hearty swig, the fiery essence of the ginger invigorating him, intensifying the sword's aura surrounding him. Thus, the blood tiger and the Jiao Long became entwined in a fierce struggle. The blood tiger clamped its jaws around the dragon's neck, while the dragon retaliated with a powerful sweep of its tail. Beyond the clash of blade and sword, Li Changxiao and Chun Xiaohu battled with fervor, each wielding their respective weapons in a tempestuous confrontation. The first strike. With a thunderous roar, Chen Xiaohu unleashed a blade of unmatched ferocity. The blood tiger blade surged forth with renewed vigor, growing ever more formidable. Block. The second strike. The third strike. The fifth strike. The sixth strike. Each subsequent blow rendered the blood tiger increasingly terrifying, and by the sixth strike, the blade-wielding blood tiger had achieved a transformation, manifesting as a palpable entity. The coiling dragon was effortlessly dispersed with a single slap. Li Changxiao, too, felt the reverberation of this strike, his limbs tingling as he was sent sprawling for several dozen meters. At that moment, Chun Xiaohu spread his feet apart, grasping the tiger-headed bone blade aloft, poised to deliver the seventh strike. The potential devastation of this blow was beyond imagination. However, how could Li Changxiao allow him to fulfill his intention? Every step Chun Xiaohu took was anticipated by Li Changxiao. The 7 blades of the blood tiger bore a fatal flaw. A momentary vulnerability existed between the conclusion of the 6th strike and the initiation of the 7th. Li Changxiao awaited this very instant. His meticulously woven dream threads had already enveloped the surroundings. With a gentle tug, the intricate blue threads manifested in the air. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Xiaohu, with the tiger-headed bone blade raised high, had become ensnared by the dream threads. Li Changxiao flicked his finger lightly. The dream threads quivered gently, akin to the strings of a finely tuned instrument, transmitting a subtle vibration. In but a fleeting moment, Chun Xiaohu was drenched in blood, his body suddenly riddled with 1,000 lacerations. The momentum of the blood tiger's 7 strikes was interrupted, resulting in a backlash, as the once palpable blood tiger in the air turned and devoured Chun Xiaohu. Chapter 74. The Golden Core Can Kill. Another life has been extinguished. Mengxi, having ascended to the nascent soul stage after gaining a profound understanding of his chosen path, unveiled a remarkable ability. Following the demise of Chun Xiaohu, Li Changxiao was afforded no respite. The sonorous chants of scripture resonated in his ears. The previously motionless bald monk, his eyes ablaze with golden light, summoned a towering Buddha statue from the earth. The golden body of the Buddha, a manifestation of the Dharma, is a technique available only to those in the later stages of the nascent soul realm. From a distance, Li Tianxia and Li Tianyu gasped in astonishment. In the face of Li Changxiao's enigmatic and unpredictable nature, the assassin Zhang Qua had already met his end, unbeknownst to anyone. The old monk had long ceased to underestimate his opponents. Rather, he remained ever vigilant, having embraced the Buddha before his spiritual energy waned. Endowed with innate wisdom and a tranquil mind, he was well suited for the path of Buddhism. Even during the void refinement stage, he had awakened his precognitive abilities, sensing a warning at the very moment Zhang Qua perished. From that instant onwards, he had been gathering strength, even at the expense of his own lifespan, to forcibly activate the golden Buddha statue. This was a reputedly invincible divine ability within the nascent soul realm. Even the 7th strike of Chun Xiaohu's blood tiger's 7 blades would likely falter against this colossal entity. The golden Buddha statue, solemn and powerful, radiated an overwhelming aura. In comparison, Li Changxiao appeared utterly insignificant. The Heavenly King's seal. The Buddha's hand descended with a resounding force. Golden ripples surged through the heavens and the earth. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. A vast shadow enveloped Li Changxiao and Zhao Qing. Li Changxiao unleashed several sword strikes, but they merely left faint scratches upon the Buddha's palm imprint. Even the invocation of the Jiao dragon sword intent could not stir it in the slightest. Indeed, the manifestations of the Buddha's teachings were formidable. Yet, the great Tao has perished. Is there still a Buddha? Merely a vessel of flesh, Li Changxiao murmured. He caressed the Qingping sword and, with a decisive flick, hurled it towards the bald monk within the golden Buddha statue. Though the Qingping sword's origins were modest, the daily nurturing through dreams had wrought an unfathomable transformation. At this moment, the Qingping sword transcended its former identity. It was now imbued with the dreams of all sentient beings. The sword's body suddenly became ethereal, much like Li Changxiao's own spiritual energy, both real and illusory, tangible and intangible. It pierced through the golden Buddha statue, hurtling directly towards the old monk. The monk's pupils constricted. In the next heartbeat, the flying sword severed his heart's pulse. Simultaneously, the Heavenly King's seal that the Buddha had pressed down dissipated in the air, mere inches from Li Changxiao. Another life has been extinguished. Li Changxiao silently calculated the toll. Although the individuals he had slain today possessed immense notoriety, capable of shaking the heavens, he felt little satisfaction. Even a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within her. Her adversaries had languished for over 3 centuries, yet she found herself grappling with such formidable challenges. This level of combat prowess could only be rivaled by the most exceptional figures of the superlative star rank. Zhao Qing mused in astonishment, simultaneously feeling a flicker of joy within her heart. The old monk had perished, and the remaining soothsayer was hardly a concern. The deadlock had truly been unraveled? Zhao Qing murmured to herself, although she harbored thoughts of death. Who would not desire to live a little longer? She had many aspirations yet to fulfill, including a desire to delve into the mysteries of incense. At that moment, a voice plunged her into an icy abyss. Old Sword Master, will you not make your move? The soothsayer glanced towards a shadowed corner, speaking in a measured tone. As the words fell, an elder, bearing 3 long swords on his back, emerged slowly from the shadows. Li Changxiao froze, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from the figure, one that eclipsed all others. Furthermore, he had previously been oblivious to the man's presence. A master, he silently chanted within his mind. Old Sword Master? The soothsayer has managed to summon the Old Sword Master? Li Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief. The mere appearance of this elder, simply by standing there, had already eclipsed all prior shocks they had experienced. Suddenly, a spark of enlightenment flickered in Li Tianyu's mind, and he exclaimed, I understand now. It is the Medicine King Ginseng. The Old Sword Master, being the oldest of the Sword Saints, could only be summoned by a divine entity related to longevity. Li Tianyu pieced it all together. After Jingyang descended from the divine Shou Mountain, he had informed him that the one who ultimately acquired the Medicine King Ginseng was a bald old monk. This bald old monk was indeed the soothsayer's man. It must have been the exchange of that ginseng for the Old Sword Master's involvement. With that thought, Li Tianyu turned to Li Tianxia, his heart enlightened. Sister Tianxia, your collaboration with the soothsayer must pertain to assisting them in acquiring the Medicine King Ginseng, am I correct? Li Tianyu inquired with a gentle smile, reflecting on the clarity he had gained regarding his sister's dealings. When engaging with the soothsayers, transactions were typically straightforward. The greater the assistance provided, the more substantial the reward received. Li Tianxia simply smiled and remained silent. Sister, denying it is futile. I have already come to understand. Ha ha ha. Li Tianyu exclaimed. His spirits lifted. You may say whatever you wish. Li Tianxia retorted. After their brief exchange, their attention returned to the Old Sword Master. The reputation of this elder was truly monumental. Nearly every swordsman was aware of him. In the realm of swordsmanship, there existed 10 unparalleled geniuses, known as the 10 Sword Saints, and this Old Sword Master was one among them, the oldest and the first to gain renown among them. Li Changxiao was doomed. The prowess of the Old Sword Saint, though positioned at the tail end of the 10 great Sword Saints, is nonetheless that of a formidable being in the late stage of integration. His accomplishments in the realm of swordsmanship are truly formidable, rendering him nearly an invincible adversary. Li Tianyu remarked. You need not go to such lengths for me, Zhao Qing murmured, glancing down with a complex expression as she noticed Li Changxiao's refusal to depart. However, Li Changxiao merely shook his head. In truth, he harbored no unwavering resolve to yield. To him, this was merely a commonplace affair. First, he would exert 500 taels of effort. Second, when a friend is in distress, one should offer assistance when possible. As for the identity, status, or renown of the opponent, such considerations are merely shackles one imposes upon oneself. Here, all beings are equal. It is simply a matter of the golden elixir. If one possesses the golden elixir, one can slay. Chapter 75. Dreaming, the unyielding sword intent. The Old Sword Master struck with astonishing speed. He drew forth his first sword, its blade as black as night, exuding a chilling aura. With a swift and fierce motion, he lunged forward, his angles deceptively intricate, honed through years of experience. Despite Li Changxiao's ability to foresee the attack, he could not entirely evade it. A corner of his white robe was severed. Li Changxiao raised his sword in defense. This was a contest of swordsmanship. However, as a mere nascent soul, he could not even catch a glimpse of the Old Sword Master's silhouette in the realm of swordplay. How could he hope to counter? Soon, Li Changxiao found himself retreating step by step, revealing his intent to concede amidst the relentless exchange of blades. Your swordsmanship is mediocre, the Old Sword Master commented, a glimmer of shrewdness appearing in his murky eyes. He wielded his black sword, slashing wildly through the air. Li Changxiao's pupils constricted as he realized that the dream threads he had woven in the air were being severed. Can you see them? Li Changxiao asked in astonishment. I cannot see them, the old sword master replied, preparing his stance, but I can feel them. Your sword intent is commonplace. The transformation of the river python into a flood dragon is merely a stroke of luck. I sense that your comprehension of this sword path is superficial. The ability to slay them relies not on your swordsmanship. Very well. Today, I shall show you what true swordsmanship entails. As his words fell, the old sword master vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared before Li Changxiao, his dark sword gently thrusting forward. This seemingly simple thrust unleashed a myriad of sword shadows. The swift wind sword intent from the 3,000 sword intent rankings. This intent bore no peculiarities. It was brutally simple. Encapsulated in one word, swift. So swift it transcended thought. It was the very essence of a killing sword, as Li Tianyu observed. Zhao Qing clenched her fists, her gaze transfixed for a moment. Were she in such close quarters, facing this sword intent, she too would struggle to withstand it. Though the old sword master was aged, his reputation as a sword sage was hard-earned and genuine. Before long, Li Changxiao's cheek was grazed. He staggered back repeatedly, as even this simple jab, thrust, and flick was enough to exhaust him. He was being overwhelmed in the realm of swordsmanship. His flood dragon sword intent was rendered too timid to manifest. The sword intent, taking form as a beast, was ultimately only a minor achievement. The sword intents in the 3,000 rankings barely caught my eye. My hesitation to act stems from the fact that you have yet to ignite my desire for battle, the old sword master rasped, his pace unrelenting as he spoke. Li Changxiao's figure flickered, once again employing that extraordinary displacement skill, reappearing 3 miles away in an instant. He understood that the old sword master spoke the truth. In merely a brief encounter, his flood dragon sword intent had been nearly extinguished. Your foundation remains relatively solid. If it were in the past, I would not mind offering you some guidance. The old sword master regarded Li Changxiao, speaking with an air of indifference. As his voice reached Li Changxiao's ears, the old sword master's figure followed closely behind. The simplest of things are often the most challenging to restrain. The Gale sword intent occupies a humble yet profound position on the list of 3,000 sword intents, being the most straightforward and widely comprehended. However, this does not diminish its strength. When Li Changxiao attempted to block with his sword, the old sword master struck down with a single blow, shattering Li Changxiao's dragon sword intent with that unadorned, uncomplicated strike. This exemplified an absolute dominance in the swordsmanship duel. From that moment onward, Li Changxiao was devoid of the dragon sword intent. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened by this loss, he closed his eyes and stood still. The old sword master launched another attack. His sword, empowered by the sword intent, moved at an astonishing speed, aiming directly for Li Changxiao's head. A crisp sound resonated. Remarkably, Li Changxiao managed to parry it. The old sword master furrowed his brow, sensing no sword intent emanating from his opponent. He struck several more times, each met with a perfect block. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pushed the Gale sword intent to its limits. Astonishingly, Li Changxiao, without relying on any sword intent, showed no signs of disadvantage. What was happening? Li Tianyu, watching from the sidelines, was left stunned. It seemed he had entered a certain state. Li Tianxia, her brow furrowed, added, "It resembles a moment of enlightenment, yet it is not quite that." Li Tianxia's observation was astute. Li Changxiao had indeed entered a unique state, which he referred to as dreamwalking. His indulgence in wine served not only to enhance his sword intent, but also to facilitate his swift entry into this dreamlike state. In this condition, his perception of the external world was heightened 100-fold, and his recovery rate was astonishingly rapid. Merely existing in this state could exhaust even the most formidable cultivators in the transformation realm. Without relying on any sword intent, Li Changxiao engaged in an intense battle with the old sword master, who wielded the Gale sword intent, relying solely on his physical reflexes. Each clash sparked brilliantly. Gradually, their movements became so swift that they were nearly imperceptible, leaving onlookers to witness only a flurry of sparks. The old sword master narrowed his eyes, realizing he was unable to gain the upper hand. Such a scenario was unprecedented in his extensive experience in the cultivation realm. Could human reflexes truly be this rapid? After a brief moment, he sheathed his dark long sword and drew another. The Gale sword intent was not his forte. His comprehension of this swordsmanship was not profound. He had merely grasped it through numerous encounters with swordsmanship masters. His most formidable sword intent was the defying heaven sword intent, striking against the heavens, carving open the celestial gates. With a new long sword in hand, the old sword master's aura erupted, his piercing sword intent akin to the wailing of vengeful spirits, reducing the yellow sand to dust. With a slight motion, he unleashed 3 streaks of dark sword energy, cleaving through the earth and advancing toward Li Changxiao. In a state of somnolence, Li Changxiao could distinctly perceive that his connection to the old sword master had been irrevocably severed. The defiance of celestial sword intent, an audacious endeavor, eludes detection, growing bolder with each challenge. The essence of rebellion remains undiminished, persisting until the very end. The old sword master, possessing unparalleled combat experience, surmised that Li Changxiao wielded some means to perceive movements, thoughts, and intentions. Yet, the defiant sword intent could completely sever this connection. At the moment the old sword master invoked the celestial sword intent, the heavens and earth trembled. Such was the renown of this sword intent, its terror unparalleled. It is said that when the defiant sword intent is unleashed, even the heavens would be pierced through. What a formidable sword intent this is. Li Changxiao truly is remarkable, managing to compel the old sword master to reveal his celestial sword intent. This intent belongs to the most ferocious and fearsome category. Its emergence inevitably heralds the demise of a life. Li Tianxiao remarked that, given the developments thus far, she no longer dared to make hasty predictions or draw conclusions. As Li Changxiao emerged from his trance, his gaze gradually regained clarity. The celestial sword intent, he murmured to himself, and then a smile spread across his face. As always, it remains true. Even those at the Golden Core stage can be slain. Chapter 76. The Dream of Sword Intent. 8,000 Iron Riders Old Senior. The dragon sword intent does not catch your eye? Then allow me to demonstrate my own sword intent, murmured Li Changxiao, as the aura around him transformed. It became ethereal, dreamlike, and otherworldly. The old sword master gazed upon this sword intent, one he had never encountered before, yet it bore a faint familiarity. The mirage of the 3,000 sword intent. He muttered, only to shake his head immediately. No, it was not the mirage of the 3,000. He could not recognize it. Choosing not to dwell on it, he unleashed the heavenly reversal sword intent, a fierce gale of dark sword marks cascading through the air. The strength of the heavenly reversal sword intent lay in its endurance. It grew increasingly formidable with each passing moment. As the two opponents closed in on each other, at the very instant of their clash, when Li Changxiao's sword swept forward, the old sword master suddenly froze in place, his movements sluggish, as if caught in a stupor. Only when the Qingping sword was a mere half-inch from his neck did he abruptly regain his senses, deflecting Li Changxiao's strike with a swift motion. In this first exchange, the venerable old sword master, renowned as a sword saint after years of immersion in the art, broke into a cold sweat, his back drenched. How peculiar. Could it be that the old sword master truly was aging? Perhaps. While the heavenly reversal sword intent wielded great power, it exacted a toll on one's lifespan. Otherwise, the old sword master would not have aged so profoundly nor required longevity treasures. Li Tianyu conversed with Li Tianxia, while the observing diviner furrowed his brow, sensing a discordant aura. Although the heavenly reversal sword intent could shorten one's life, its current suppression to the Golden Core realm would not incur significant damage. What was truly amiss with the old sword master? Puzzled, he squinted, scrutinizing the duel. Upon witnessing the cold sweat trickling down the old sword master's back, a terrifying thought struck him. Could it be that the old sword master felt fear? How could that be? A being capable of comprehending the heavenly reversal sword intent would fear nothing under heaven, let alone a swordsman clad in white. Another strike came forth. The old sword master, as before, stood in a daze for a prolonged moment. Just as the sword was about to claim his head, he suddenly jolted awake, hastily raising his blade to defend. With his exquisite swordsmanship and the amalgamation of the heavenly reversal and gale sword intents, he barely managed to parry the strike. Yet, after this exchange, this seasoned warrior, accustomed to life and death battles, found his legs growing weak. 2 strikes. Merely 2 strikes had stripped the old sword master of his resolve, instilling fear and rendering him beleaguered. No one could comprehend this. not even the erudite diviner, who could not help but suspect that the old sword master was feigning. The shock within Zhao Qing was profound. Once again, Li Changxiao had utterly overturned her understanding. Suddenly, the old sword master laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha, young man. With you in the realm of swordsmanship, we are fortunate. What is this sword intent of yours? Does it bear a name?" Li Changxiao smiled slightly, replying, "Senior, you flatter me. Merely a trifling skill I have devised, which I have named the Dreaming Sword Intent. This is no trifling matter." The old swordsman shook his head, for it has been long since I last felt fear. Alas, it seems that this old man is destined to meet his end here today. Come, let us see how many of your strikes I can withstand. No sooner had he spoken than Li Changxiao arrived on the wind, wielding a sword that appeared plain and unadorned. At least, to the untrained eye, it seemed so. However, only the old swordsman, who confronted Li Changxiao directly, could comprehend its terrifying essence. This seemingly unremarkable sword, in the instant it was drawn, enveloped him in layers upon layers of dreams, spanning from birth to death, from opulence to destitution. Countless lives converged into a single strike. This was not mere illusion. It was more tangible than any illusion could ever be. Should he fail to extricate himself from this dreamscape in time, Li Changxiao's sword would claim his head without hesitation. If he did manage to break free, he would still find himself having traversed countless lifetimes within that dream. At times, upon awakening, he would forget his name, his cultivation, his abilities, everything about himself. Each of those myriad lives felt as real as lived experience, blurring the lines between truth and illusion, leaving him uncertain whether he resided in a dream or in reality. Thus, with that singular strike, the old swordsman found himself drenched in cold sweat. It became evident how formidable he truly was, as he managed to parry several of Li Changxiao's blows. In the cyclical dream of countless lives, the moment he escaped the dream, he reacted with astonishing swiftness. The fortitude of his mind was beyond imagination, earning Li Changxiao's admiration. Yet, if he could withstand one strike, what of the second? The third? The strength of Li Changxiao's dreaming sword intent lay in the nature of each strike. One strike encapsulated a myriad of lifetimes, a myriad of existences. The dream lingered between illusion and reality, nourished by one's own thoughts. As the sixth strike descended, the old swordsman's eyes clouded. He could no longer discern reality, having forgotten even his own name, uncertain whether he dwelt in a dream or the waking world. With the seventh strike, the old swordsman bled upon the yellow sands, his life ebbing away. In those final moments, his gaze cleared, and he remembered. It was merely a duel. Yet for him, this duel felt interminably protracted, longer than his entire existence, far longer indeed. He fell, powerless, once a sword saint, now relegated to the annals of the past. The sage, trembling fingers retrieving a final piece, placed it on the board. This was his ultimate gambit. The earth trembled. In the distance, billowing clouds of yellow sand rose high. The sound of war drums resounded. A cavalry, leading the charge, burst forth from the yellow haze. With a mighty roar, they surged forward. Kill! In the wake, a multitude of voices echoed. A dark mass of iron cavalry surged forth from the yellow smoke. Not a soul more, nor a soul less. 8,000 in total. These 8,000 Golden Core cavalrymen are no ordinary cultivators. Each one is an elite among the elite. The paragons of the Golden Core realm. Among them are those with unique foundations and special formations, individuals who have thrived in secret realms and blessed lands. This is the ultimate trump card of the strategist. 1 or 2 may be thwarted, but I cannot believe that 100, 1,000, or even 8,000 can be stopped. 8,000 Golden Core cavalry. Flatten everything before me. The strategist laughed maniacally. Your Highness, I am most curious. What did the strategist exchange for your 8,000 Golden Core cavalry? Li Tianxiao remarked with a smile that was not quite a smile. Cousin, let us be off. Li Tianyu replied calmly. With events having unfolded to this point, regardless of the outcome, it was time to depart. Li Tianxiao nodded in agreement. For if these 8,000 cavalry could not halt Li Changxiao, he might very well turn around and eliminate us as well. My cousin, though appearing gentle, is, in truth, a ruthless individual, not at all inferior to us. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness? Li Tianyu nodded and suddenly exclaimed a curse. Damn it, how ruthless indeed, and with a sinister edge to boot. Thankfully, the spiritual energy has been depleted. Otherwise, should he ever reach an elevated cultivation level and I inadvertently provoke him, I fear I would not even know how I met my demise. Although in the Golden Core realm, my 8,000 cavalrymen are virtually invincible, I am confident in their ability to conquer all. Yet it is wise to make a swift exit. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 77. One Step. 1 Kill. The yellow sands roll, and the smoke of war fills the air. 8,000 iron steeds tread upon the golden sands. Such grandeur is beyond compare. The thunderous hooves trample, rendering the vast expanse devoid of light. It is not the sun that has retreated, but the swirling sands that obstruct its radiance. The soldiers, adorned in black iron armor, forged from dark steel, are impenetrable. When the command to kill is uttered, the air thickens with a palpable aura of hostility. Momentarily fixating upon Li Changxiao, before the meticulously trained army, he appears diminutive, less significant than the sands beneath the horse's hooves. Dressed in white, Li Changxiao exhibits no fear. On the contrary, he bursts into laughter. He drinks deeply, emptying his gourd of peach blossom wine. Yet, even this does not quench his thirst for revelry. He secures the gourd and retrieves another from his waist, deftly uncorking it with his thumb. He takes a hearty swig and exclaims, "What exquisite pain! What delightful joy! Today, there is wine, and there will be blood." His laughter resonates with bravado, and whether from intoxication or sheer audacity, he charges headlong into the throng of 8,000 iron riders with nothing but his sword. Zhao Qing stands astonished at this spectacle, her heart overwhelmed with awe. Such a person exists in this world. She perceives a glimmer of his essence, clad in thin white, with a less than sharp sword. He dares to challenge the cavalry after a few drinks. His courage is unparalleled. This man can tolerate the disrespect of the ordinary, and even the loss of his possessions while asleep is of little consequence. Yet, this same individual has acquired the famed demon scholar Chen Xiaoyu, the elder of the corpse puppet sect, the great Buddha of Jiuxiang Temple, and the old sword master for merely 500 taels, perhaps supplemented by a newly born medicinal ginger. Even the fate of those 8,000 iron riders is likely counted within that sum. Zhao Qing watches in disbelief as the figure in white plunges into the ranks of the cavalry. She sees him, sword in hand, slay the leading warrior, sending him crashing to the ground. With each step, he claims a life, his white attire unblemished by blood. His laughter, wild and unrestrained, starkly contrasts his usual nonchalance. The wine ever at his side, he wreaks havoc upon the enemy, causing chaos and dread, blurring the line between sand and blood mist. 8,000 cavalry. No. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, their number dwindles to less than 7,000. Yet, this is still insufficient. The cavalry does not yield, nor does the figure in white show fear. Wherever the sword points, a life is extinguished. He detests the scent of blood, and therefore drinks to mask it. Another stick of incense burns, and the 8,000 cavalry are reduced to less than 4,000. Having lost nearly half their number, the iron steeds remain resolute, and the wine in the white-clad man's hand has yet to run dry. There is plenty more, and his sword remains keen. Kill. The sound is thunderous. 5 sticks of incense have passed. Only 1,000 iron riders remain from the original 8,000. A third of the wine still lingers in the white vessel. Another incense stick has burned down. The ground is strewn with corpses, and the wine is nearing its end. All 8,000 riders have perished. Not a single soul has escaped. No. It should be said that none have retreated. They fought until death. Li Changxiao stands amidst the carcasses, his white attire untainted by blood, yet stained with ample wine. I raise a glass to you all. He pours the remaining wine upon the earth. At that moment, the yellow sands settle, the smoke of battle dissipates, and the drums of war fall silent. Sunlight floods in, restoring brightness to the realm. The ground is littered with bodies, soaked in blood, remnants of armor, and shattered swords. The yellow sands have been stained crimson. How tragic it is. To die for orders, to die honorably, to die with a sense of fulfillment, should be accompanied by wine. There are no rights or wrongs, no hatred, only differing stances, no grievances, no regrets. Li Changxiao treads through the blood-muddied sands, slowly approaching the divine strategist. It is a failure, the strategist sighs deeply. Closing his eyes slowly, after a moment, he gazes towards the sky, realizing he has miscalculated. He looks at Li Changxiao, his expression calm, acknowledging, "I was ultimately outmaneuvered. Unable to foresee the existence of one such as you. Had I not employed the celestial compass, this game would not have been lost. Li Changxiao replies calmly, indeed. Intelligence can often lead to one's downfall. The strategist laments, I, who have calculated my entire life, find myself ultimately undone by my own schemes. Perhaps this is fate. At this point, he swiftly draws the sword from his back and takes his own life, clean and decisive. The divine strategist's lineage may only falter once. I should have perished long ago. Blood spurts from his neck as he allows it to flow freely. His demeanor remains serene. It seems this was his final gambit. The divine strategist sect, how proud it has been. From its inception to its demise, no disciple or elder has fallen by another's hand. Whether by self-infliction or buried within the earth, with the strategist's death, this meticulously orchestrated ambush is officially concluded. The effects of the celestial compass persist. For the bloodlust collected over the years of conflict among the three dynasties is terrifyingly immense, sufficient to last 3 days and nights. After 3 days and nights, the celestial compass will be reduced to dust. Are you all right? Li Changxiao approaches Zhao Qing with concern. I am fine. Zhao Qing, pale and somewhat weak, gazes at the sea of corpses, still in shock. Could you help me extract the dreadful dagger? She requests. The dagger is embedded in her back. The injury is not overly severe for a cultivator. After removing the dagger, Li Changxiao allows Zhao Qing a moment and retrieves a vial of powder from his sleeve, evenly sprinkling it over the wound. Zhao Qing remains silent, enduring the pain, but the powder takes effect quickly, restoring color to her face and enabling her to channel her cultivation once more. In the first instance, she hastened to the River Mother Temple in the desert, retrieving the remains of her former mentor. Subsequently, she shattered the golden statue housed within the temple. After completing her tasks, a sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to glance at Li Changxiao. She discovered him digging a grave. The sandy soil was loose, scattering with the slightest breeze. He found himself compelled to excavate deeper, expending considerable effort. Although he could have abandoned the task, he decided to proceed with it. Fortunately, Zhao Qing, having rested, joined him in this endeavor. Together, bolstered by some ethereal energy, they swiftly buried the scattered remains. Exhausted, Li Changxiao collapsed onto the sand, panting. Zhao Qing sat beside him. After the fierce battle, an unexpectedly serene calm enveloped them. The endless sea of sand was, in its own right, a captivating sight. Li Changxiao instinctively reached for a drink, but only then remembered that the bottle was empty, eliciting a wry smile from him. Zhao Qing suddenly inquired, Aren't you curious about my true identity? Li Changxiao, diverting the conversation, mentioned that the Wang family troop was just 20 miles away in a town. If they set out now, they could still make it. This time, he could not afford to miss the opportunity. If he did, he would have to wait another 5 years. Zhao Qing was momentarily taken aback by his words, then broke into a sincere and joyful smile, though a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. She understood that this journey was drawing to a close. Chapter 78. The end of the performance in the northern reaches of the Ling Tian dynasty lies an expanse of endless desert. The Wang family theater is renowned throughout the dynasty, known to both mortals and immortals alike. It is uncertain when it began, but the theater's master, Wang Gui, made a grand vow to embark on a national tour, a journey that would span an entire year. They would traverse through 71 cities in the northwest, culminating in the northern desert. At this moment, in the northern desert at Huangtu City, word had spread that the Wang family theater was coming. The local landlord had already constructed a stage in anticipation. Below the stage, 400 chairs were set up, with ample space cleared on either side and behind. Those with wealth purchased seats, while the less fortunate acquired standing tickets. The theater troupe had arrived in Huangtu City 4 hours prior, busy preparing backstage. Due to their immense fame, villagers and townsfolk from the surrounding areas had come early, and this year, the turnout was particularly large. In one village, the entire population, young and old alike, had gathered to witness the performance. What a benevolent soul to invite our village to see the show, remarked one villager. Indeed, I've never seen so much money. Nearly 180 of us came. Not just benevolent, but a veritable deity. You know my neighbor, old lady Wang? Last year, a dog bit off her leg, and she wouldn't even step outside to watch a play. Guess what happened? That immortal waved a hand and healed her. Look, there she is. Ah, it really is her. Hey, what do you all think that immortal wants? Uft, such ignorance. What could they possibly desire from you? Your meager possessions wouldn't even attract a dog-esque glance. Could that immortal possibly wish to take your home? True, true. Behind the seats, the villagers engaged in animated discussions, their chatter drifting towards a pair of ticket holders seated in front, Li Changxiao and Zhao Qing, who had hurried over after burying a family member to catch the performance. Li Changxiao marveled at the oracle's uncanny predictions. Just moments ago, he had pondered the whereabouts of the villagers, only to discover that they had all been sent by the oracle to enjoy the show, without any innocent bystanders being affected. Zhao Qing, calm and composed, gazed at the stage ahead, her eyes sparkling with life and anticipation. Soon, the lead performer took the stage, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd. The intricacies of the performance were manifold, and the complete act would unfold over the course of 2 hours, transitioning from noon until dusk. Zhao Qing was thoroughly captivated by the unfolding tale, which told a poignant story. As the performance reached its climax, a commanding shout from the martial artist sent the audience into tears. When the clown faced justice in the end, the crowd erupted in applause, reveling in the spectacle. As the final performance concluded, the audience dispersed reluctantly, still lingering in the moment, reflecting on the plot and engaging in discussions with their companions. Gradually, the crowd began to dissipate. Only Zhao Qing and Li Changxiao remained. "It is over," Zhao Qing sighed, releasing a heavy breath. "Indeed, it has come to an end," Li Changxiao nodded in agreement. Zhao Qing retrieved an old list she had meticulously compiled long ago, filled with checkmarks and annotations, each wish fulfilled. Merely gazing at the list brought an inexplicable smile to her face, as if she could envision the leisurely scenes of shared boat rides, flower viewing, and fishing amidst a gentle breeze. She recalled the arduous climb up the sheer cliffs, all for the sake of plucking a single rock flower. Zhao Qing insisted that, being a woman, the task of gathering the flower should fall upon Li Changxiao. Reluctantly, he refused, citing the dangers of such a perilous endeavor. In a moment of exasperation, they decided to settle the matter with a game of chance. Naturally, Zhao Qing lost, reluctantly securing a rope around her waist and descending the cliff to gather the flower. Memories flooded back, painting on Peach Blossom Mountain, sharing humble meals at the temple, and sitting together in the cave with wine. Recalling that cave drinking session made Zhao Qing somewhat irate. She had become inebriated and, on her way back, stumbled into the frigid, dark river. Li Changxiao, instead of coming to her aid, had merely procured a stick from somewhere for her to grasp and climb back up. How infuriating! Yet looking back, it had only been a little over a month, but it seemed there were countless memories worth revisiting. By the way, Zhao Qing blinked, suddenly turning to Li Changxiao. "Do you truly not wish to know my true identity? You must have heard of it, and we share quite a connection. Or have you already guessed?" Zhao Qing pressed on. "I am naturally curious," Li Changxiao replied with a smile, "but there is no need to inquire further, nor to speculate." "Then I shall insist on revealing it," Zhao Qing retorted. "Then speak," Li Changxiao replied nonchalantly. Zhao Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. They sat together in silence, the sounds of the bustling and surrounding them as the staff called for them to return home, warning that the night could be perilous. Li Changxiao thanked the staff with a smile, and then they fell into a quiet stillness, neither speaking, the atmosphere thick with silence. "Changxiao, thank you," Zhao Qing finally said after a long pause, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "I know of a few places where longevity-inducing herbs can be found, though they may be perilous. But Li Changxiao quickly interjected, "There is no need for that. My lifespan is sufficient. You need not trouble yourself on my account." He added, "In any case, thank you. I appreciate your kindness." Zhao Qing hesitated, her words caught in her throat. She had much more to express, but was at a loss for words. Perhaps it was the absence of wine that rendered her speechless. At that moment, Li Changxiao slowly stood, gazing at Zhao Qing with a smile. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. No banquet lasts forever. Miss Zhao, our journey together shall end here. In the future, if fate allows, we may meet again. With that, he returned Zhao Qing's vital essence and waved his hand with vigor before turning to depart. The swordsman in white walked away with an air of elegance, scratching his backside and sipping from his flask, leaving no trace of nostalgia behind. It seemed as he had stated, as long as he exerted enough effort equivalent to 500 taels, that sufficed. Perhaps some may deem him juvenile. Yet this was his principle. He could be selfish or suffer losses as he pleased. Thus, it was for the best. Ha ha. The starlit desert truly lives up to its reputation. Li Changxiao laughed heartily. The night in the desert was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, a rare spectacle in the mortal realm. Zhao Qing's expression was complex as she gazed at the receding figure of Li Changxiao, murmuring to herself, "Will we meet again if fate allows? Can we truly meet again?" She shook her head and took out the brush she always carried. On the final item of her list, she made a few strokes, fulfilling yet another wish, her last wish. Folding the list neatly, she placed it into her pouch. Turning her gaze towards the direction Li Changxiao had departed, she found it quite dark. Yet, aided by the faint starlight, she discerned the swordsman in white staggering slightly. Appearing to be somewhat inebriated, she called out with a smile, "You rascal, next time don't just drop off to sleep and cause trouble for others." Chapter 79. Collecting the fruits of dreams. On the 9th day of September, a splendid performance in the northern desert reached its conclusion. Two souls, who briefly crossed paths in the river of life, returned to their respective places. Li Changxiao, indulging in wine, vanished entirely into the night. Zhao Qing meticulously folded the list and tucked it away, her expression gradually turning cold. She slowly rose from her seat and turned to depart in the opposite direction, continuing her pursuit of the path of incense, determined to forge a new way, even in the face of slim hope. On the 11th of October, a master and disciple met at the River Mother Temple in the western part of Long City. The disciple, filled with concern for her master, noted that the master had never divulged the trials she faced, instead opting to conceal her, even resorting to spiritual energy to mask their presence. Their reunion spoke volumes without words, as the master assured her that all was in the past, and she could now focus on her studies of incense. This period of evasion had not been entirely fruitless for her. In retrospect, she came to realize that incense ultimately derives from the people, not the unfeeling doctrine from on high. She shed her Taoist robes and, accompanied by her disciple, sought out a pawnshop in Long City, fortuitously encountering the familiar name of Lianmin Pawnshop. Upon entering, they expressed their intention to pawn a hairpin. The shopkeeper, upon inspection, displayed a glint of cunning in his eyes. Casting a furtive glance at the shop manager, he exclaimed loudly, "Worm-eaten and mouse-bitten, lacking edges and ends, a pitiful piece indeed." Noticing the situation, the shop manager approached slowly. At that moment, Mu Qin murmured that indeed, there was not a single honest person in the pawnshops of the world, just as Li Changxiao had remarked. Consequently, with a swift and decisive kick, she sent the 300-pound shop manager flying 3 meters away. In an instant, the thugs from the back courtyard rushed in. But her movements were crisp and efficient, dispatching them with ease. Finally, she seized the shopkeeper, who had perched upon the counter, delivering a thorough beating before climbing the counter to retrieve all the money, keeping 500 taels for herself and scattering the rest onto the street. She left the hairpin behind, intending to return for another reckoning. This series of events left her disciple wide-eyed in astonishment, and after a lengthy hesitation, she could not help but ask, "Are you still my master? Have you perhaps been possessed?" Mu Qin, her expression cold, simply replied with a word, "Naturally." With newfound wealth, she donned the attire of an ordinary woman. This time, she resolved to step out of the temple to further explore the path of incense. Meanwhile, Long City's Li Tianyu had just settled into his seat when he learned that his Lianmin pawnshop had once again been ransacked. In a fit of rage, he slammed a precious white jade screen worth over 1,000 taels to the ground, shattering it with a resounding crack. Coincidentally, his friend Jingyang was right beside him. "Brother Tianyu, did you not claim that your pawnshop for the common folk is a means to aid the nation and its people?" Coughed Brother Jingyang. "You are well aware that the world is in turmoil, and some individuals cannot bear to see us thrive," Li Tianyu explained, his indignation prompting him to order his subordinates that this time they must not let that thief escape. Such a detrimental trend must be nipped in the bud. It absolutely cannot be encouraged. However, after sending his men to investigate, they returned with news that sent a chill down his spine, compelling him to leave Longcheng without delay and hasten back to the capital. The woman from the pawnshop bears a striking resemblance to the golden statue in the River Mother Temple. Rumors abound in the streets that the River Mother has manifested, personally intervening to punish those who have wronged the pawnshop. How peculiar indeed. Li Tianyu leaned out of the carriage and urged the driver to quicken their pace. "Brother Tianyu, why do you fear the immortal Musou? You have not offended her, and besides, it was she who struck first. You should be in the right." remarked Jingyang with a furrowed brow. He had heard Muqin's teachings and believed her not to be unreasonable. Li Tianyu offered a hollow smile, remaining silent. Unbeknownst to him, the person that the diviner sought to eliminate, Zhao Qing, was, in fact, Muqin from the River Mother Temple. It was only after the assassination was complete that he pondered it for over a month, eventually arriving at this realization, which left him drenched in cold sweat. With the emergence of the Ping Tian compass, no one dared to provoke a figure like Muqin. At least for Li Tianyu, avoidance was the only option. And the farther away, the better. Meanwhile, a swordsman arrived in the western region of Ling Tian continent. He sought out the remnants of the Shihuan sect, casting the crystalline soul pearl into the soul cleansing pool, where it soaked for 3 days and nights. Upon retrieving it, Li Changxiao noted that the soul pearl had not changed much in his eyes. Yet, the jade luocha residing within expressed that the soul pearl had indeed improved, enhancing its nurturing effects on her soul body. The swordsman carefully stored the soul pearl and climbed a towering tree, resting against a branch as he pondered. It had been merely over 300 years since the spiritual energy had depleted, being only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, even considering the hidden deities. His strength remained rather feeble, barely above the lowest tier. The Ling Tian dynasty was beyond his capacity to shake. Many dreams planted within the imperial palace were still beyond his reach to reclaim. He hesitated, contemplating whether to take a deep slumber or to pursue the reclamation of dream fruits. As he mulled it over, he drank, and gradually, the haze of intoxication enveloped him. Eventually, overwhelmed by fatigue, he decided to sleep first. If he awoke without falling, he would find a suitable place to rest. Should he tumble mid-slumber, he would then seek to reclaim the dream fruits. He did not force matters, trusting in fate. Time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, a crack resonated as he tumbled from the branch, landing heavily on the grass below. Li Changxiao remained indifferent, continuing to sleep. As the night deepened, the hour for creeping creatures emerged, and a green venomous snake slithered across his fingertips. A toad, entirely cloaked in a dark brown hue and unmistakably venomous, leaped onto Li Changxiao's abdomen before hopping away with a playful bounce. After this encounter, Li Changxiao succumbed to slumber for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, without uttering a word, he brushed off the dust from his attire, tightened the sword and wine gourd that hung at his waist, and embarked on his destined journey. Having fallen from the tree, he resolved to fulfill his promise and procure the fruits of his dreams. The depletion of spiritual energy had hindered his cultivation, rendering it a slow and arduous process. The source of his spiritual energy was intrinsically linked to the dreamscape and its fruits. Fortunately, with each fruit harvested, the spiritual energy within the dream realm became increasingly potent. Over time, this gradual enhancement would naturally expedite his cultivation. However, the dreamscape bore its own limitations. The spiritual energy was directly infused into his being and could not be extracted for other purposes. Otherwise, he would have eagerly sought to harness some of that energy to nurture his ghostly servants. Chapter 80. Returning to the curved river, where all has changed. December 8th. Li Changxiao, clad in white stained with blood, observed as his once frigid gaze gradually softened into tranquility. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long sword, and crimson droplets splattered forth as he claimed yet another life. Simultaneously, within the realm of his dreams, a new dream fruit burgeoned forth, vividly crimson, adorned with enigmatic patterns that flickered mysteriously. In this dreamscape, he plucked the fruit and swallowed it whole. The juice transformed into a rich essence, coursing through his limbs and bones, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Ultimately, he reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage nascent soul, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. That makes 7, Li Changxiao murmured to himself, displaying a rare kindness as he excavated a small grave, burying the fallen cultivator who had met his end by his hand. In this era, the presence of a corpse along the roadside or in the mountains had become commonplace. Yet, with the cessation of enmity, he deemed it fitting to lay the body to rest. In recent times, he had traversed the Ling Tian continent, fervently gathering dream fruits, 7 in total. Besides the enhancement of his cultivation, his understanding of the path he walked deepened significantly. The individual who had just perished was a mid-stage transformation god cultivator. Once a fierce general within the demonic sect, notorious for his countless murders and brutal methods, relishing in the extraction of souls and the crafting of blood and flesh artifacts. Their animosity was straightforward. He had coveted Li Changxiao's appearance, intending to flay his skin to fashion garments. Alas, Li Changxiao had managed to escape. Nearly a millennium had passed. Perhaps this man had long since relegated the matter to oblivion, retreating into the depths of the mountains to become a bandit king. Li Changxiao had expended considerable effort to locate him, employing a strategy of attrition, disturbing him for 3 days and nights until, at the moment his spiritual energy was utterly depleted, he wielded his flying sword to pierce through the man's chest, achieving victory and reclaiming the dream fruit. Thus far, he had avenged every grievance within his reach on the Ling Tian continent. However, he still required one final dream fruit to advance to the late-stage nascent soul. Due to the depletion of external spiritual energy, he could not rely on outside sources for replenishment. Each breakthrough necessitated substantial energy, which he could only extract from the dream realm. This compelled him to enter a slumber, storing spiritual energy within the dream space until it reached a sufficient level for a breakthrough. Therefore, possessing one more dream fruit would significantly reduce the duration of his sleep. As he pondered, a recollection surfaced, his time at the Panlong sect, which had guided him onto his path. It seemed he still had dream fruits yet to be claimed. The Ling Tian continent was undergoing tumultuous transformations daily. The Ling Tian dynasty, the Li Tian dynasty, and the Qi Tian dynasty were embroiled in fierce conflict. Years of warfare had nearly exhausted the national treasury, leaving the populace in dire straits. The Li Tian dynasty and the Qi Tian dynasty had solidified their positions, compelling the Ling Tian dynasty to acknowledge their existence. On March 7th of the coming year, in the land where 3 dynasties converge, a truce was established among the emperors. From that moment forth, although minor skirmishes might still occur along the borders, the prospect of large-scale warfare would no longer be easily entertained. The common folk finally found themselves granted a respite. As spring returned once more, the gentle rains, precious as oil, fell steadily, each drop serving a purpose. On this particular day, a man accustomed to ferrying passengers across the meandering curves of the river encountered an unusual individual. Rather, one might aptly refer to him as an eccentric guest. Despite the heavy downpour drenching the river, this peculiar traveler insisted on crossing and even inquired if the ferryman partook in drink. Seated in his boat, the ferryman shook his head, clutching his bamboo pole, reluctant to row on such a tempestuous day. Observing the guest's easygoing nature, he pondered for a moment before engaging him in conversation. He beckoned the guest to lean in closer and, lowering his voice, shared a secret. There existed a great serpent within the river, a truth not merely folklore, for his father had witnessed it firsthand. The eccentric guest, though peculiar in demeanor, was striking in appearance, clad in white, with a long sword at his side, his stature tall and handsome. Upon hearing this clandestine tale, a knowing smile spread across his face. He scrutinized the ferryman with interest, and the latter, misinterpreting the expression as disbelief, felt a pang of irritation. Yet, truth be told, he too harbored doubts. Nevertheless, his aged father, with tales that danced on the lips of many, often boasted of his vast experiences, claiming that merely sharing a drink with celestial beings had outshone countless nobles and dignitaries. Since that fateful return, the old man had been beaming with vitality, appearing several years younger despite the toll of age and the ailments wrought by years spent on the river. Had it not been for his frail condition, he might have continued to ferry passengers for years to come. Occasionally, the ferryman found himself musing whether his father's words bore any truth. Was there truly a serpent larger than a small mountain lurking in the waters? Could one indeed encounter ethereal beings? If so, this profession might indeed hold promise. Yet, upon assuming the role of ferryman himself, he soon discovered that such tales were mere fabrications, leading him to question whether his father had playfully deceived him. He had seen neither serpent nor celestial being. The river's winding path was fraught with hidden currents, and passengers often attempted to evade fares. On unfortunate days, he even faced the specter of robbery. Such was the injustice of it all. However, through years of dealing with these characters, he had gleaned a vital survival lesson. Assess whom to invite aboard. Those with fierce visages and a heavy air of the underworld, dressed uniformly in menacing garb, he would seek any excuse to turn them away. This white-clad guest appeared amiable, not of the tyrannical sort, yet still armed with a sword, marking him as a man of the river. Thus, he found yet another reason to decline. In these times, venturing forth bore the risk of peril. Furthermore, unrest lingered in the air, with whispers of gatherings among river rogues in the nearby mountains. Events he dared not involve himself in. Yet, all of this changed when the white-clad guest produced a handful of 30 coins, altering the course of their encounter entirely. The man revealed his pearly white teeth, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, immediately overturning his previous testimony. What nonsense about a giant snake! Years ago, this serpent had developed a penchant for devouring humans, inciting his wrath. In a display of valor, he rallied a group of over a dozen strong men, armed with cleavers, and descended to the river to sever the serpent into 18 pieces. The man boasted of his bravery, thumping his chest and solemnly declaring to Li Changshao that his boat was both swift and stable. Elated, Li Changshao produced another 30 coins, altering his address to the man, calling him a hero. In total, he handed over 60 coins to the man, then settled onto the bamboo stool placed in the small boat, feeling at ease. The man promptly tucked the coins away, laughing heartily as he shouted, "Are you ready, my friend?" With a flourish, he pivoted the bow of the boat 180 degrees and steered straight into the depths of the river. More than a decade ago, Li Changshao had ridden in his father's boat. Over 10 years later, he found himself aboard his son's vessel. The passage of time evoked a peculiar sense of wonder within him. Perhaps it was the ample payment that prompted the boatman to chatter incessantly. No longer boasting of his own exploits, he began to recount tales of his ancestors. Our family, the Niu clan, can be considered a semi-divine lineage. Compared to the wealthy landlords of the small town and even the emperor in the capital, we stand a half-tier above. He spoke of having fairy deities, asserting that their lineage was blessed with deep roots in divine favor and maintained respectable connections with numerous celestial beings. Li Changshao laughed heartily in response, agreeing, "Indeed, that is so." He then inquired if the man drank. Without hesitation, the boatman replied affirmatively, accepting the drink and gulping it down, and with each sip, his tales of bravado escalated. Chapter 81. The down-and-out scholar. The man, a forthright individual, navigated the boat with remarkable ease, recounting his life story with unreserved candor. He introduced himself as Niu Shao, son of Niu Da, a lineage of boatmen whose expertise in navigating the waters was unparalleled. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm whenever he spoke of the divine and mystical. However, his demeanor shifted when discussing the vagabonds of the martial world, as he began to voice his grievances. The winding Tsulong River had once been a tranquil haven until the fragmentation of the Ling Tian dynasty transformed it into a demarcation line between the Tian and Qitian dynasties. Due to the region's complex topography, neither side stationed troops along the banks. Consequently, this area evolved into a lawless zone, drawing an influx of wandering swordsmen over the years, becoming a notorious gathering place for the martial wanderers. The term martial world often conjures notions of camaraderie, yet simultaneously evokes chaos and violence. As he spoke, the small boat approached a serpentine turn. Niu Shao gripped the bamboo pole tightly, lowering his center of gravity with his legs spread wide, skillfully maneuvering the raft by leaning over the edges. The bamboo raft glided smoothly through the river's course. With a proud expression, he cast a flirtatious glance at Li Changshao, seemingly inquiring about his skill. Li Changshao nodded, acknowledging that the young man possessed some talent, though perhaps his youthful exuberance led him to prioritize flair over steadiness. Indeed, Li Changshao found himself splashed with water, a stark contrast to the bloodless battles he had fought against 8,000 iron cavalry. Today, sitting in a small boat, his garments bore the marks of an unexpected drenching, yet he remained unperturbed. Suddenly, a white object appeared ahead in the river. Li Changshao pointed, and Niu Shao squinted, his brow furrowing as he discerned it resembled a person. Without hesitation, Niu Shao seized the bamboo pole, snagging the individual's clothing and yanking him back. The floating figure gradually drew closer, revealing, as anticipated, a scholar who had nearly drowned, his abdomen swollen. The signs indicated he had not been submerged for long. Li Changshao and Niu Shao exchanged glances, both reluctant to risk their own safety to administer artificial respiration, hindered by their psychological barriers. Yet, to abandon the scholar would certainly mean his demise. They could not simply allow another corpse to mar the river's surface. Li Changshao retrieved 50 coins and gestured towards the drowning scholar. Niu Zhao's eyes lit up as he thumped his chest, enthusiastically diving into action. The process unfolded smoothly. After coughing up several mouthfuls of water, the scholar gradually regained consciousness. Li Changxiao poured a cup of wine, intending to warm the man. But the scholar mistook it for water and gulped it down, only to be met with a fiery burn that sent him into a fit of violent coughing. Embarrassed, Li Changxiao offered a sheepish smile as he retracted the gourd of wine. He possessed 2 gourds, one filled with peach blossom brew, reserved specifically for guests. A vessel filled with intoxicating spirits, intended for both personal indulgence and the occasional hospitality towards guests. The scholar was offered peach blossom wine, a beverage not particularly potent. Yet it still caused him considerable distress. After a prolonged moment of discomfort, he finally regained his composure. Li Changxiao and Niu Xiaosong breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, to their astonishment, the scholar suddenly leaped into the river with a splash. Niu Xiao, in a fit of anger, began to curse, lamenting the scholar's reckless desire for death, declaring that today he would not allow him to perish. With that, he pinched his nose and plunged into the water, utilizing his formidable strength honed by years of exposure to the elements to seize the scholar, rendering his struggles futile. Ultimately, with Li Changxiao's assistance, they managed to place the scholar onto a bamboo raft. Despite the scholar's resolute intent to end his life, the two resolutely restrained him, Li Changxiao holding his arms while Niu Xiao confined his legs. The scholar, determined to die, fought desperately against their grip. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Li Changxiao uncorked the wine gourd with one hand and instructed Niu Xiao to pry open the scholar's mouth, forcing the gourd into his mouth. After several gulps, the scholar, having consumed a significant amount of alcohol, succumbed to inebriation and ceased his suicidal intentions. Turning his gaze, he began to recount his grievances and misfortunes. As Niu Xiao continued to navigate the boat, he could not help but feel a surge of anger upon hearing the scholar's tale. What a despicable villain! In a fit of rage, he struck the water with his pole. By the time the scholar finished recounting his experiences, tears streamed down his face as he woefully lamented the futility of his existence, contemplating that perhaps death would be preferable. This time, Niu Xiao did not intervene. The scholar's tale was indeed heartrending, and it seemed that death might offer a release from his suffering. After over 20 years of diligent study, he had finally achieved success, only for the Ling Tian dynasty to fracture. The land he inhabited was now labeled as part of the dissident factions. All his hard-earned accolades had been rendered worthless, and this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, he encountered betrayal, deceit, and treachery. The final straw was the abduction of his virtuous wife and child by river bandits as they rushed home to tend to a gravely ill mother. When he sought assistance from the authorities, he was met with rejection and punishment. In desperation, he sold his home and property, barely managing to scrape together 70 taels to mount a rescue for his wife. He recalled those nights of arduous study, warmed by the bowl of soup his wife would bring him, and remembered her tireless labor to support their family, her delicate hands now calloused from toil. These memories were etched in the scholar's heart, leading him to disregard everything else. Yet, as a man, he would not yield an inch on this principle. However, upon reaching the mountains, his money was stolen, and the bandits mercilessly kicked him into the river. As he sank into the depths, losing consciousness, he could hear the mocking laughter of the bandits echoing in his ears. Penniless and bereft, he was met with tragedy. Yet, this was the reality of a world in chaos. Niu Xiao fell silent. Uncertain of his thoughts, Li Changxiao brushed the hilt of his sword, intending to inform the scholar of his identity as a wanderer of the martial world, possessing some skills that might aid him in ascending the mountain. However, before he could utter a word, Niu Xiao suddenly sprang into action, thrusting his pole into the water with fury, exclaiming, "Damn it, this is utterly outrageous. Where are those water bandits? I shall set their mountain ablaze." Upon hearing this, Li Changxiao retracted his unspoken words, intrigued by how Niu Xiao would proceed. To be honest, during their first encounter, he found himself rather fond of this boisterous man. The scholar's eyes gleamed momentarily, only to dim swiftly. "Forget it," he remarked. "Your attire suggests you lack any martial prowess. How could you possibly contend with those water bandits? It would be wise to pretend you heard nothing. Should you provoke their ire, your role as a passenger carrier may soon come to an end." The scholar spoke with a wry smile. Niu Xiao paused, taken aback by the words. Chapter 82. In today's world, passenger transport, though a surge of righteous indignation welled up within him, The pragmatic realities soon dampened Niu Zhao's fervor. His brow furrowed in a complex expression, torn between sympathy for the scholar and his own frequent oppression by the river bandits of Chulongjiang. The accumulated grievances erupted within him, igniting a profound sense of outrage. Abandoning his oars, he sat pensively upon the bamboo raft. Li Changxiao made no attempt to hasten him. Time was an abundance he possessed. The Panlong sect lay nearby, and if urgency compelled him, he could soar there in an instant on his sword. Yet, the essence of longevity transcended mere expedience. As for its true nature, he remained uncertain, simply continuing onward, seeking and exploring. Suddenly, Niu Zhao exclaimed, "Eureka! I have heard that a formidable wanderer has arrived at my uncle's home. I shall return and see if I can enlist his help. While we may not eradicate the bandits, there is a significant possibility of retrieving your wife." Niu Zhao felt he had devised an admirable plan, clapping his hands in excitement. His eyes aglow. The scholar, upon hearing this, felt a glimmer of hope. He knelt before Niu Zhao, tears streaming down his face, calling him a benefactor. He professed that if his wife were saved, he would gladly endure any hardship. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Having once attained the status of a scholar, the essence of his literary spirit shone through, making this act of humility particularly precious, worth more than gold. Niu Zhao's countenance grew solemn as a newfound sense of duty surged within him. He was willing to go to such lengths for the scholar. Beyond mere sympathy, he recognized a deeper virtue in the scholar's commitment to a woman, a rarity indeed. Turning to Li Changxiao, Niu Zhao hesitated for a moment before retrieving 110 coins from his coarse cloth pouch, returning them with reluctance. "Brother, I must apologize. I need to retrace my steps. Next time, when I have the time, I shall gladly offer you a free ride." He expressed his regret, biting his lip and casting a nervous glance at Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao chuckled heartily, assuring him that it was of no consequence. He had ample time and could wait until Niu Zhao was available again. Thus, the small boat turned back midway, docking at the shore. After another expression of contrition, Niu Zhao hurriedly accompanied the scholar, hastening towards Niu family village. As Li Changxiao observed their departing figures, a flicker of curiosity about the unfolding events ignited within him. Niu family village, a quaint locale not entirely remote. Upon returning home, Niu Zhao announced his arrival with a booming voice. "Nyoda, Nyoda, your son has returned." His naturally loud voice resonated, audible even across 3 streets. Nyoda, the aged boatman who had once ferried Li Changxiao, was so incensed that he removed his straw sandals and hurled them out the door. He bellowed, "You ungrateful wretch! After all the toil I've invested in raising you, is this how you repay me?" The elderly man, incensed, pushed open the thatched door and began to berate his son vehemently. Niu Zhao, not one to passively endure such scorn, retaliated sharply, acknowledging himself as indeed a son of a dog. The heated exchange between the elder and the younger escalated. Their sleeves rolled up, ready to engage in a physical altercation. The neighbors, accustomed to such familial disputes, refrained from intervening. However, a scholar among them furrowed his brow and addressed Niu Zhao, remarking, "Brother Niu, herein lies your fault. As the ancients have said, filial piety is the foremost virtue." Just as he began to speak, both Nyoda and Niu Zhao turned to regard the scholar, suddenly aware of the presence of an outsider, which prompted them to temper their tempers. Niu Zhao explained that this was merely their familial dynamic. Recognizing the scholar's scholarly demeanor, Nyoda softened his approach and warmly invited him inside. After elucidating their predicament, Nyoda abruptly rose, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. How can such vile scoundrels exist in this world? Fear not, young man. I, Nyoda, shall certainly assist you within my capabilities." The scholar felt moved. Indeed, like father, like son, both were individuals of great warmth and generosity. Niu Zhao then shared his thoughts, suggesting that his father reach out to the wandering martial artist residing at their second uncle's house. Nyoda patted his chest, assuring him that this matter would be handled. Having once witnessed a celestial being vanquish a giant python, Nyoda held considerable renown in Niujia village. The village children often sought him for stories, granting him a degree of respect. Thus, his approach to the second uncle would likely yield positive results. Nyoda first ventured to the western corner of the village, procuring 2 bags of fruit and a small bag of rice from Aunt Wang before making his way to his second uncle's residence. Upon entering, his second uncle greeted him warmly, surprised by the visit of the village's most fortunate figure. After exchanging pleasantries and customary formalities, Nyoda finally broached the subject of his visit. The second uncle, upon hearing the request, smiled and assured him he would inquire about the wandering martial artist residing at the estate. The following day, the three returned to the second uncle's home. Once again, he received them with enthusiasm, though he hesitated slightly when the matter of retrieving the scholar's wife from the mountain was mentioned. He indicated that the martial artist was currently preoccupied and unable to assist at that moment. Upon hearing this, panic seized Nyoda, Nyo Xiao, and the scholar. The delicate lady was in the clutches of the water bandits. They could not afford to wait, not even for a moment. Unbeknownst to them, the scholar's wife was in a temporary state of safety, being looked after through the aid of a dream by another. The elderly man gritted his teeth and led the two back. Being advanced in age, he had a clearer understanding of worldly matters. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one truth. The matter of being unavailable was merely a reflection of insufficient profit. With a resolute heart, he resolved to assist others to the very end. He gathered some valuable items and sent his son to the town to sell them. Another day passed, and the three of them prepared precious gifts, convinced that this time they could surely persuade the wandering hero to emerge from seclusion. However, to their astonishment, the usually gentle second uncle's demeanor shifted drastically upon seeing them. Before they could react, he charged forward, seizing the gifts they had prepared and forcefully smashing them to the ground. Nyoda and the others were left dumbfounded. The second uncle commanded them to leave immediately, dismissing their intentions to stand up for others without a thought to their own worth. He pointed at Nyoda and berated him loudly. "You are nothing but a braggart. Truly believing yourself to be formidable? You've even claimed to have carried deities. Huh, who would believe your tales? People merely refrain from arguing with you out of respect for your age, fearing you might choke on your own words and perish." Nyoda trembled in anger. And soon enough, the commotion attracted the villagers, who gathered to gawk and gossip. Nyo Xiao could not tolerate such slander against his father. He clenched his fists and, with a fierce shout, charged at the second uncle. Startled, the second uncle took a few steps back. Just then, a figure appeared behind him, effortlessly deflecting Nyo Xiao's punch and landing a palm strike on his chest. With a sickening thud, Nyo Xiao was sent flying. "Begone," the figure commanded coldly. Though Nyo Xiao was indignant, the severity of his injuries rendered him incapable of rising after struggling on the ground. The scholar, filled with regret, felt responsible for his plight, and, carrying the injured Nyo Xiao, fled in disgrace. Back at their dwelling, Nyo Xiao was drenched in cold sweat, succumbing to a high fever, writhing in agony, and appeared on the verge of death. The scholar lifted his shirt to reveal a dark brown bruise imprinted harshly on his chest, a sight truly terrifying. "Quick, fetch the physician," Nyoda cried anxiously. However, upon examination, the physician merely shook his head, advising them to prepare for the worst. For the young man had crossed paths with a master. Nyoda gazed at his son, nearing death, with an unexpected calmness. From beneath the pillow, he retrieved a long-hidden pipe of dry tobacco. Striking a flint, he sat at the doorway, lost in contemplation as he smoked. Clouds of smoke swirled in the night air. Nyoda continued the act of smoking, though he could no longer exhale any white vapor, having exhausted the last remnants of tobacco. No one knew the profound pain of losing a son in his twilight years. He carelessly tossed aside the once treasured pipe and entered the kitchen to sharpen a knife. Meanwhile, in the room, Nyo Xiao's consciousness began to fade. Yet, he clenched his fists tightly, filled with defiance against the world. He was indignant, feeling that his passionate spirit had led him to such a dismal fate. As he drifted in and out of awareness, fatigue overtook him. He struggled to keep his eyes open, fearing that if he succumbed to sleep, he would never awaken again. Ultimately, however, he could not resist the drowsiness and soon fell into a deep slumber, entering a dream. On a starry night, in a serene landscape by the banks of the meandering Longjiang River, a man clad in white sat by the water's edge, sipping a modest drink while awaiting his passage. As he dreamt, a warm and comforting sensation enveloped him, almost causing him to forget his injuries. Time slipped away, and upon awakening with a start, he realized that both the scholar and the old man had succumbed to slumber, their snores echoing in the stillness. With deliberate care, Nyo Xiao donned his garments and made his way, step by step, towards the riverbank he knew so well. Upon reaching his destination, He beheld the very sight he had anticipated. The man in white was indeed seated there, indulging in his drink. Upon noticing Niu Xiao, the figure offered a gentle and tranquil smile and inquired, "Might you have the time to grant me a ride this evening?" Chapter 83, Eradication of Bandits. The moonlight is quite pleasant. Niu Xiao, lost in thought, nodded numbly. His movements were swift and decisive. Approaching the bamboo raft moored at the riverbank, he bent down and reached for the submerged bottom of the raft. With a sudden tug, he dislodged the boat pole secured beneath it, then took a deep breath and leaped onto the raft. The man in white remained silent, gracefully stepping onto the raft and settling onto a small wooden stool. Niu Xiao steadied himself with the bamboo pole, guiding the raft into the river's embrace. The night air in the mountain gorge was refreshingly cool, yet the croaking of toads was rather deafening. Niu Xiao found himself unable to distinguish between dream and reality, instinctively paddling the bamboo raft. A breeze swept through, carrying with it a blend of earthy scents mingled with a hint of brackish water. The swordsman in white finally spoke, remarking that the night was rather unremarkable. Pitch black with nothing to see. Niu Xiao agreed, but, after a moment's contemplation, shook his head and pointed upward, stating that at least the moonlight was pleasant. The little raft drifted gently, embodying tranquility. Eventually, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. The swordsman instructed Niu Xiao to halt. Frowning, Niu Xiao cautioned him that the mountains on either side of the river here were the dwelling place of water bandits, making it exceedingly perilous to disembark. The swordsman laughed heartily, asserting that he possessed sufficient swordsmanship to defend himself, and that those bandits would pose no threat. Thus, it was safe to land here. Niu Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. He found the swordsman to be amiable and generous, albeit perhaps a bit too fond of drink, likely due to a romantic disappointment. He was genuinely reluctant to let the swordsman disembark, even under the cover of night, as navigating these waters presented its own risks. Nevertheless, he was willing to ferry the swordsman a bit further, believing it would be unwise to stop here. Yet, under the swordsman's reassuring smile, he ultimately complied and guided the raft to shore. The swordsman drew his long sword with a flourish. Stepping off the bamboo raft, he turned back to Niu Xiao and suddenly said, "Little brother, perhaps you should return and inquire about what a deity looks like." Niu Xiao scratched his head, bewildered by the swordsman's abrupt statement. Li Changxiao chuckled softly, waved his hand, and said, "Enough. The waterways at night are fraught with danger. You should hasten back." Niu Xiao nodded, advising the swordsman to take care of his safety before paddling the small bamboo raft back. Li Changxiao watched as his silhouette gradually disappeared into the darkness, then turned to follow the winding mountain path. The trail was treacherous. Without a modicum of agility, one could easily find themselves injured amidst the many venomous snakes, seemingly placed there with malice. After roughly half an hour of travel, a small mountain stronghold emerged from the shadows. Though modest in size, it was well equipped, illuminated even at night, with lookout towers and patrolling guards wielding long spears. Clad in white, Li Changxiao stood out starkly against the night backdrop. Soon, the bandits stationed at the lookout spotted him and called out to their comrades. Moments later, the stronghold erupted into a cacophony of noise. The patrolling brigand bore a fierce countenance, cursing the air as he lamented the audacity of that reckless wanderer who dared to scheme against the Blackwater stronghold. Should he fall into their clutches, he vowed to dismember him and roast his remains. Amidst his invectives, for water bandits had encircled Li Changxiao, their long spears held low, maintaining a stance of readiness despite their numerical advantage. Li Changxiao raised his wine gourd high and tilted it slowly, the liquid cascading from its mouth like a slender waterfall shimmering in the moonlight. With a swift draw and return of his sword, the swordsman executed two simple maneuvers, leaving crimson streaks upon the necks of all four assailants, who fell silently to the ground. The blade remained untainted. The swordsman abhorred the scent of blood, thus avoiding a gruesome spectacle of decapitation or dismemberment. The four met their demise without a sound, while moonlight bathed his white attire. Unhurriedly, he advanced towards the stronghold, relying solely on mundane martial skills without resorting to any supernatural energy. A sentry, sensing the unusual occurrence, immediately raised an alarm. Inside the stronghold, laughter and revelry echoed. In these times, the common folk struggled to survive, yet the mountain brigands thrived remarkably, indulging in nightly festivities filled with wine and pleasure. The chief of the Blackwater stronghold, upon hearing the commotion outside, displayed a flicker of displeasure. "Boss, allow me to handle this," a lean man volunteered, pushing aside the beauty in his arms and rising abruptly. He was the sixth leader of the stronghold, known as the Iron Monkey. The chief nodded, continuing to entertain the guests with drinks. "County Magistrate Joe, I raise a toast to you. We owe much to your patronage in these times." The chief of the Blackwater stronghold flattered a middle-aged man adorned in a crimson official robe. The official, a member of the imperial court of the Chetion dynasty, nodded coolly and raised his cup, swallowing the frothy liquid in one gulp. "Ha!" The chief of the Blackwater stronghold burst into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment. Just then, a panicked voice broke through the merriment. "No! This is terrible. Sixth leader, he has been slain. A sword to the throat." The sentry stumbled into the banquet hall, breathless. "What?" The chief, Uke, leapt to his feet. The sixth leader, the Iron Monkey, though appearing slight, was a master of martial arts, his skills rendering him impervious to blades and spears. His moniker was not given lightly. With a thunderous clap, the chief struck the wooden tea table, shattering it into splinters, the section beneath his palm reduced to dust. This display of power quelled the crowd's unease. With such a formidable leader present, who could stir the waters? "Let us go. I shall confront this intruder myself," the chief bellowed, seizing a hefty broadsword, striding forth with determination. Upon exiting, the first sight that greeted him was a scene strewn with corpses. All the corpses bore remarkably similar wounds, each marked by a faint crimson scratch upon the neck. His gaze soon fell upon a figure clad in white, approaching with measured steps. Anger surged within him. Though the chaos of these times was rife with people, the loss of several bandits was inconsequential. He could easily recruit new ones within days. However, the actions of this swordsman were a blatant affront to his authority. Under normal circumstances, he might have laughed, acknowledging the man's prowess and declaring him a rare hero, urging him to depart unscathed. But now, with the county magistrate observing from within, urgency consumed him. With a swift motion, he brandished his large blade, spreading his feet apart and furrowing his brow, as the sound of thunder echoed from within him. An invisible gust of wind roared forth, imposing and formidable. He then lunged forward, closing the distance to Li Changshao in mere strides, and swung his blade with lethal intent. In a flash, the sword struck true, and the assailant fell. The white-clad swordsman continued on his path, the moonlight cascading down, offering an ethereal glow amidst the chilling air, imbued with an inexplicable nonchalance. After the leader collapsed, the terrified water bandits stood frozen, akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. With deadly precision, the swordsman positioned his blade against the neck of a middle-aged man draped in a red official robe. "You cannot kill me. I am the county magistrate," the man pleaded, panic evident in his voice. The swordsman's strike was swift and decisive, and the official met his end just as resolutely. Stepping over the lifeless body, Li Changshao ventured deeper into the stronghold, cleaving through the water prison with a single stroke of his sword before silently departing. No one was aware that on this tranquil night, a collusion of officials and bandits had been obliterated. For the swordsman, it was merely a matter of convenience. But for the passionate boatman, it might have represented a rare glimmer of moonlight in an otherwise bleak world. Chapter 84. Journey to the ruins of the Panlong sect. What do immortals look like? On the cold river, the moonlight scattered like shattered glass, and Niu Xiaoyan murmured to himself. He still did not comprehend the meaning behind the swordsman's words. After all, an immortal is an immortal. What could they possibly look like? The bamboo raft reached the shore without incident. Niu Xiao did not ponder further and headed straight back to Niu family village. He lay down on his bed and instantly fell into a deep slumber. The experiences of the night felt like a dream, and he himself was uncertain of their reality. He slept soundly until dawn. The following morning, he was awakened by the grinding sound of a knife next door. Niu Xiao felt a pang of annoyance and stormed into the kitchen, only to find his father, Nyoda, grim-faced as he sharpened a kitchen knife. "What are you doing, Nyoda? Sharpening knives so early in the morning? Are you mad?" Niu Xiao half asked, half scolded. "Needless to say, I can't swallow this anger. They killed my son. Even if it costs me my life, I will take them down with me." Nyoda cursed vehemently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. He looked up abruptly, his mind momentarily blank. Rubbing his eyes, he felt his age weighing on him, his vision blurred. He lowered his head to continue sharpening the knife. Meanwhile, Niu Xiao touched his chest and gradually sensed something was amiss. His injuries, they seem to have healed? Father, I think I'm better. Niu Xiao said uncertainly, patting his father's shoulder. Niu flinched. At that moment, the scholar emerged from his room, and the three of them exchanged wide-eyed glances. I'm all right. Huh, I'm truly all right. As the saying goes, good deeds bring good rewards, and evil deeds bring evil retribution. I knew it, Brother Niu. You were destined to survive. Surviving great calamity brings great fortune. Once they confirmed that Niu Xiao was indeed unharmed, they broke into laughter, the gloom on their faces lifting entirely. Yet, when asked how he had recovered, Niu Xiao wore a perplexed expression. Suddenly, a strong premonition surged within Niu Xiao. He took off running towards the riverbank, seizing a bamboo pole, ready to paddle away. The scholar, quick to react, followed closely behind and boarded the bamboo raft. As they reached the center of the river, they noticed a crowd gathered at the riverbank, waiting on the side where the water bandits were most active. The people were emaciated and ragged, looking as though they had endured great suffering. The scholar began to tremble, tapping Niu Xiao on the shoulder and pointing to a figure on the riverbank. That is my wife, he exclaimed, unable to contain himself. He raised his hand and began to call out. The woman on the riverbank also brightened at the sight and then began to sob. Niu Xiao steered the raft to the shore, where the man and woman embraced, weeping. What about the water bandits? Niu Xiao inquired. The survivors revealed that they were all dead, every last one of them. They also mentioned that not only had the water bandits perished, but an official clad in red had also met his end. It turned out that the water bandits were not just mere marauders. They were in collusion with the authorities. No wonder the water bandits are rampant, yet no one has taken action against them. It appears that everything has its reasons. Upon hearing this, Niu Xiao felt a heaviness in his heart, suddenly gaining some clarity about why his second uncle had changed his demeanor so abruptly. It was likely that he had realized this point, fearing trouble would come his way, and hastily distanced himself from Niu Xiao and the others. Niu Xiao's heart sank as he pondered the state of the world and wondered if it could ever improve. What path should ordinary people like them take? As he contemplated this, the image of the figure in white from last night inexplicably resurfaced in his mind. It was as if a light had suddenly dawned upon him, and he vaguely sensed a possibility. Once Niu Xiao had maneuvered the bamboo raft to bring all the survivors ashore. He eagerly sought out his father to inquire about the appearance of the immortal. His father, with a self-satisfied and spirited expression, replied, "Ah, the immortal is exceptionally handsome, 100 times more so than me, quite dashing indeed. However, at first glance, one might mistake him for an ordinary wanderer." Niu Xiao's heart quivered at these words, and he finally nudged his father with his elbow, exclaiming, "Father, it seems our Niu family truly has a connection with immortals. The immortal you spoke of, I have encountered him as well. Not only that, but he also healed my injuries." Upon finishing his words, he burst into hearty laughter, filled with pride. He began to understand his father's joy, a feeling that was beyond words. The old man, initially skeptical, only began to believe once Niu Xiao meticulously recounted the events of the previous night and compared them with the immortal's appearance. Naturally, he was delighted, yet amidst his joy, he could not help but feel a twinge of distress at no longer being unique. Furthermore, he found himself somewhat envious of the young man's experience. After all, it was said that the student surpasses the master, and while he had merely transported the immortal once, this lad had made a round trip and received an additional favor. In the end, the old man reconciled this by attributing it all to their family's connection with immortals, which made the situation easier to bear. As the ancients said, a mountain need not be high, it is renowned for its immortals. The verdant hills flanking the winding Longjiang River towered majestically, embodying a certain indescribable essence that surpassed that of other lofty mountains. Local herbalists from the nearby town favored this area for gathering medicinal herbs, which, although harvested in the same season, possessed far greater efficacy than those found elsewhere. In the realm of the Ling Tian Empire, there existed an inconspicuous sect known as the Panlong sect. Li Changshao revisited this familiar territory, following the contours of his memory along the winding mountain paths, seeking the remnants of the Panlong sect. This mountain range was vast. Venturing too far would lead one into uninhabited regions where wild beasts roamed, and even the most skilled martial artists would hesitate to tread. Consequently, the ruins of the Panlong sect had remained undiscovered by mortals until now. However, this was merely a temporary state, as time would inevitably lead to their discovery. The Panlong sect comprised 3 main branches. Every main vein conceals an abundance of techniques and treasures. During his time at the Panlong sect, Li Changxiao, with his low cultivation, was overlooked and thus unable to access the core of the sect. After departing from the Panlong sect, he ceased to actively seek information about it. Therefore, his understanding of the Panlong sect is rather limited. Whether he can locate the ruins of the Panlong sect is entirely a matter of chance. As he wandered, he kicked a piece of rubble. Upon picking it up, he discovered it to be a piece of yellow jade, a material once favored by the cultivation community for constructing dwellings and palaces due to its lustrous appearance, durability, and elegance. It was reputed to withstand the test of 1,000 years of wind and frost, emerging pristine. Li Changxiao reflected deeply. Only those with spiritual essence could endure such trials for a millennium, while those devoid of it would show signs of weathering within merely 3 centuries. However, the presence of the yellow jade signifies that the ruins of the Panlong sect must lie nearby. Chapter 85. The Dream of Yesteryear. Ruins of the Panlong sect. Li Changxiao possesses the dream immortal body, yet he hesitates to claim a complete understanding of dreams. What are dreams, after all? They may embody an obsession, be whimsical fabrications, or encompass a multitude of other possibilities. It eludes precise definition. The dream fruits he aims to collect this time differ significantly from those of the past. Since the depletion of spiritual energy, he has gathered a total of 10 dream fruits. The first was obtained from Jiang Mang, the second from the esteemed concubine Zhou of the Ling Tian dynasty, the third from the venerable Xuanwu elder. The remaining 7 were sourced from various adversaries. All these dream fruits revolve around a singular theme: vengeance. However, the fruit he is about to acquire bears no connection to revenge, but rather relates to youthful aspirations. He recalls his initial days at the Panlong sect, when the fervor in his heart had yet to wane. Though his innate talent was somewhat lacking, he firmly believed that talent was not the sole determiner of success. Opportunity and mindset wielded greater influence over one's fate. He diligently practiced, finding joy in the successful casting of a fireball and deriving satisfaction from every spirit stone earned through toil. Despite being merely a menial worker, he never missed the various competitions held by the Panlong sect each year. Naturally, he lacked the qualifications to participate, yet he took on the responsibilities of managing the myriad tasks associated with these events. Through this involvement, he witnessed numerous contests among the outstanding disciples. Amongst them, he held a particular curiosity for several inter-sect techniques, but what truly captivated him was the Panlong library. Only the top disciples of esteemed elders or those who had made remarkable contributions to the sect were granted access to this revered repository. It was said to contain countless tomes and myriad techniques. From that moment, he planted a seed of aspiration, a dream fruit, entwined with the desire to enter the Panlong library. Regrettably, even after departing from the Panlong sect, Li Changxiao remained an inconspicuous outer disciple. As he wandered, he felt himself drawing closer to the dreams of his youth. After an indeterminate period of time, he stumbled upon the ruins of the Panlong sect. Majestic yet crumbled halls, clusters of buildings both grand and peculiar lay before him. The ground was overrun with moss and weeds, and not far off, a troop of red-eyed monkeys glared at him, baring their teeth in defiance of this outsider. Gazing further into the distance, he could see numerous caves carved into the mountainous face. The formations that once protected these cave entrances had long since lost their efficacy, allowing Li Changxiao's keen eyes to glimpse the interior. Inside, bamboo-scripted scriptures lay scattered across the floor. Alchemy furnaces had collapsed, and the spirit pools lay parched. The earth of the cave walls had eroded, and tattered Taoist robes hung haphazardly, remnants of a once thriving sanctuary now in disarray. Li Changxiao stepped gently upon the moss-covered ground, which felt slick beneath his feet. This place, once the domain of the inner sect, had always been off-limits to him as an outer disciple, making this his first visit. If he was not mistaken, the caves on the distant mountain wall should be the abodes of the elders of the Panlong sect. It seemed that there had once been a veil of mist obscuring the view, rendering such distances invisible. The ethereal palaces have ultimately crumbled into dust. Li Changxiao was filled with profound reflections as he walked along the path, as if he could hear the vibrant discussions among inner disciples during the sect's heyday. Engaging in sword flight, He entered the now-collapsed alchemy chamber. 6 rows of alchemical furnaces stood neatly before him. Each row held 16 furnaces, each with a pitch-black pit beneath it. The alchemical fire is indeed a matter of great significance. Typically, it is ignited using earth fire, and these dark pits facilitate its combustion. Despite its modest appearance, this alchemy room once held considerable prestige. It is said that the 11th furnace in the first row had the most vigorous earth fire, once the personal alchemy station of the inner sect prodigy, Zhou Gongshu. Ordinary inner disciples would not dare to claim such a spot. In addition, the 7th position in the 3rd row was the exclusive place of the inner sect genius, Chang Yu, directly opposite her suitor, Sheng Da's designated position. The 3rd position in the 2nd row was notorious for its unpredictable earth fire, having the highest failure rate, while the 15th position in the 4th row harbored a chilling aura, proving remarkably effective for concocting cold-type elixirs. These myriad tales often served as the gossip among cultivators. Although Li Changxiao was an outer disciple, he was somewhat aware of these nuances. Yet today marked his first visit to this place. He stepped into the alchemy chamber. Most of the furnaces here had long since been rendered unusable, their bottoms burned through, and their ears tarnished with varying degrees of verdigris. The air still carried a faint scent of medicinal herbs. Lifting a furnace lid, he discovered remnants of black medicinal dregs inside. Li Changxiao scraped a small amount with his sword and brought it to his nose for a whiff. It was a xinxingdan. He chuckled softly, wiping the dregs clean from his sword. After inspecting the alchemy chamber, Li Changxiao continued deeper into the site. Returning to this familiar ground stirred an indescribable feeling within him, prompting him to walk slowly and glance into the buildings he passed. The ceiling of the main hall was nowhere to be found, and the dragon-carved panlong stone pillars lay collapsed and fractured. A rather large ant was scurrying along the dragon patterns of the stone pillar. The former splendor had long since faded. However, to be fair, the Panlong sect was never truly illustrious, merely a remote minor sect. Yet for Li Changxiao, the Panlong sect represented a time of glory. He had once entertained the fleeting notion of returning as a minor elder after achieving the Yuanying stage. Of course, that was but a passing thought, quickly dismissed. Passing through the main hall, a troop of monkeys in the trees screeched at Li Changxiao. With sharp teeth, fierce eyes, and bristled fur, they appeared rather fearsome. Li Changxiao took a few apples from his pocket, wiped them clean, and tossed them into the distance. The monkeys scrambled eagerly to seize them. Li Changxiao pressed on, delving deeper. As he traversed the side hall, the martial arts arena, the preaching platform, the spiritual pool, and the merit hall, he could not help but ponder the profound impact that such architecture, steeped in the essence of immortal cultivation, would have on ordinary mortals if discovered. One could only imagine the shattering of their worldviews. However, these musings were not of concern to Li Changxiao as he ventured deeper into the Panlong sect. Passing through a verdant expanse, he surmised it to be the spiritual herb garden. The foliage here was lush and varied in height, with numerous plants bearing large, vibrant fruits. They were a striking red, resembling gourds, albeit wider at the top and tapering at the bottom, each roughly the size of 2 fists. Regrettably, they were no longer spiritual fruits, yet they could not be entirely dismissed as mere mortal fruits. Even ordinary people would find them surprisingly beneficial. Li Changxiao, with his friends in mind, casually plucked several fruits, contemplating how he might secretly deliver them through dreams in the future. After securing the fruits, he decided to taste one himself. Just as he reached for the final fruit, a crimson venomous snake lunged at him, sinking its fangs into his hand and injecting its poison. However, Li Changxiao, unfazed, simply grasped the snake by its tail and tossed it into the thicket, wiping the fruit until it gleamed. He took a hearty bite, and the juice burst forth, sweet and delightful. Sweet fruits, he mused, require a touch of salt. From his pouch, he pinched a small amount of salt and sprinkled it over the surface of the sweet fruit before indulging once more, finding great satisfaction. Continuing his journey while savoring the fruit, he soon arrived at a complex of buildings. The structures bore a uniform design, divided into 2 distinct areas, likely housing for the inner disciples, the Fanghua Hall and the Xiongying Hall. Noticing 2 plaques on the ground, covered in moss, he could faintly discern the grand characters of dragon and phoenix dancing. He made his way toward the Fanghua Hall on his left. Chapter 86. The conservation of fortune and the fruit of the spirit veins. The Fanghua Hall serves as the residence for the female disciples of the Panlong sect's inner circle. Its standard configuration comprises a loft, a courtyard, a small patch of spiritual herb fields, and a spiritual well. It remains a mystery where these inner disciples have ventured after the depletion of spiritual energy. Li Changxiao pushed open the decaying door. The courtyard had long fallen into disrepair, and he leaned over the well's edge, peering down into its depths. It was completely desiccated. To the naked eye, it appeared an abyss of darkness. When a pebble was tossed in, the sound of its rolling echoed back. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Li Changxiao, though he suppressed it momentarily and strolled around the courtyard. Subsequently, he ascended to the loft. The structure was wooden, boasting 5 levels in total. The first floor contained a bathing area and a study. As he stepped onto the wooden floor, the boards creaked underfoot, prompting him to muse internally that this was indeed a dwelling for women. Scattered across the ground were sachets of fragrance, belly bands, hairpins, and other trinkets. In the study on the first floor, various books lay strewn about. A cursory glance revealed that not all were treatises on divine abilities. Some were mundane texts. Piquing his interest, the room's previous occupant was unexpectedly a swordsman, for numerous texts regarding sword techniques adorned the shelves and floor. Furthermore, it seemed this individual had also dabbled in the art of spiritual pets. After completing his exploration of the first floor, Li Changxiao turned his attention to the second floor. Here, the vista was more open, the space ample, with blades displayed on either side. To his astonishment, despite the passage of over 3 centuries, these blades had not succumbed to decay and still bore a faint essence of sword intent. It appeared to be a place for physical exercise. He continued onward to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. As he descended, Li Changxiao could not help but express his admiration for the living conditions of the inner disciples of the Panlong sect. While not opulent, it was certainly well equipped. Returning to the side of the spiritual well, Li Changxiao leaped down. After a few breaths, he landed steadily. The base of the well was interconnected, sharing a single spiritual vein. He lit a fire stick and began to walk around the bottom. It was spacious enough to accommodate 5 adult men simultaneously, resembling a labyrinthine tunnel leading to various courtyards. As he walked, Li Changxiao halted in his tracks, sensing that stories lay hidden within this well. He possessed an innate intuition for such matters. At a fork in the tunnel, he discovered a skeletal remains draped in a woman's attire. The circumstances of her death here were particularly suspicious. A glimmer of blue light flickered in Li Changxiao's eyes. Under Zhao Qing's tutelage, his mastery of the 100 Ghosts technique had advanced, allowing him to communicate with the spirits of the deceased. However, this woman had perished here at least 3 centuries prior. Her soul had long dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Yet, should Li Changxiao combine the 100 Ghosts technique with dreams, there remained a possibility of resurrecting the scenes from that bygone era, even if her essence had long since vanished. After all, sometimes a witness is not necessarily a living being. It could very well be a stone or even a hairpin, as he articulated. All things possess dreams. Li Changxiao removed a hairpin from the remains of the woman, utilizing the 100 Ghosts technique as a conduit and the power of dreams as a complement. He endeavored to extract the dream associated with the hairpin. This was his inaugural attempt, and he was uncertain of its success. Due to a lack of materials, he was unable to cultivate the 100 Ghosts vision, making it nearly impossible to refine the 100 Ghosts technique to a profound level. However, understanding this art would greatly benefit the exploration and application of dream power. After several dozen attempts, each one culminating in failure, beads of sweat formed on Li Changxiao's forehead. This endeavor proved far more exhausting than engaging in combat, and it was exceedingly challenging. He resolved to make one final attempt. Should it fail, he would retire to replenish his energy. As a semblance of ethereal energy infused the hairpin, it emitted a sprinkle of blue luminescence. Upon reaching out to touch the glow, a series of images manifested in his mind. This time, he succeeded. The sequence of events transformed into vivid scenes imprinted in his consciousness, allowing him to even perceive the emotions and thoughts of the figures within. The woman who perished here was once a renowned prodigy, gifted yet born into an ordinary family, endowed with an innate spiritual sense. However, her fate was tragically grim, as she had provoked the daughter of the Grand Elder and faced retribution. The Grand Elder's daughter, leveraging her connections, falsely claimed that this woman was undergoing external training while, in truth, she took advantage of her unguarded moment to poison and imprison her. After days of torment, She was ultimately slain with a single strike. The emotions of resentment, fear, and regret crystallized in her last moments. Li Changxiao became her final confidant. The narrative was straightforward. As Li Changxiao's vision cleared, he recalled an age-old tradition of the Panlong sect. He felt a deep sense of pity for the woman. Her spiritual sense seemed rather ordinary at first glance, especially when compared to the more flamboyant and impressive innate gifts. Yet, in the world outside, this ability could become immensely practical, allowing one to discover opportunities that others might easily overlook and even gain entry into significant factions to assume vital roles, thus alleviating concerns over resources. Had this woman not been ensnared by the Panlong sect and instead ventured forth like himself, her achievements would surely have surpassed even that of the Grand Elder. A realization struck Li Changxiao. The reason this woman remained at the Panlong sect might have been her fixation on some treasure hidden here. Considering this, he found it highly plausible. After all, the Panlong sect could only be deemed a minor sect. Truly talented cultivators would not linger here for long. Thus, it was possible that the object of her desire was within reach, prompting her to act recklessly and subsequently incur the wrath of the Grand Elder's daughter. Li Changxiao pondered this notion. Regrettably, the woman's spirit had already dissipated, leaving little room for further clues. Nevertheless, Li Changxiao did not press for more. He would let fate take its course. He continued his journey through the well shaft. Perhaps his fortunes had truly improved. Or perhaps the balance of fortune in the world had shifted, leaving this blessing for Li Changxiao as other cultivators turned away from it. After only a few steps, he stumbled upon a treasure, likely the very item that the woman had been unable to claim. The Fanghua Hall and the Xiongying Hall were established atop a spiritual vein, which lay beneath the spirit well. This vein resembled the intricate roots of a tree, thick as a thumb, intertwined and densely distributed underground. Once it shimmered with a soft glow, yet now it had nearly faded away. However, in his brief walk, the treasure he discovered was none other than the fruit born of this very spiritual vein. Crouching down, Li Changxiao gently prodded the spiritual fruit, marveling silently at its rarity. Akin to a soul pearl, he had never encountered such fortune while the spiritual energy remained abundant. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Had the spiritual energy not diminished, this fruit would have been discovered long ago and could not have remained hidden for so long. After the depletion of spiritual energy, while the total amount of treasures decreased, the fervor among cultivators for these treasures also waned. At times, they could hardly be bothered to collect what they encountered. This, in turn, inadvertently increased Li Changxiao's chances of finding a hidden gem.